Chapter 1. The Depths of Autumn Night. The night was profound, with the inky sky resembling a vast slab of obsidian, heavy and oppressive upon the earth. At this moment, Dachui was laboriously cutting cow grass on the hillside behind the village. With winter fast approaching, it was imperative to prepare the fodder in advance, lest the cattle suffer from hunger when spring arrived and it was time to till the fields. Gurgle, gurgle. Oh, I'm so hungry. Will I be able to hold on until spring? Having left work unfinished the previous night, he had nothing to eat, prompting him to rise before dawn to harvest grass, hoping to impress his aunt. If I return before breakfast, my aunt should reward me with a steam bun. With this thought, Dachui unconsciously swallowed. He then retrieved a gourd filled with water from his backpack and began to drink deeply. There was no food to be had, so he made do with water. Burp. After a resounding belch, he set the gourd down contentedly and resumed his labor of cutting grass. However, as he bent down, he froze in surprise. Where's Heisey? Dachui was jolted into alarm. If Heisey were lost, his aunt would surely beat him mercilessly upon his return. Heisey, Heisey. The problem was that it was still dimly lit, and how could a reasonable person see far in such darkness? Just then, a shadow darted swiftly to Dachui's side. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, Heisey, where have you run off to? You nearly scared me to death. Then it struck him this dog was a hunting companion of his uncle. How could it possibly have strayed? Realizing he was simply too hungry to think straight, he prepared to bend down once more to continue cutting grass, when he suddenly halted, for he noticed that the dog was holding a bottle in its mouth. Dachui quickly yanked the bottle from the dog's jaws and examined it, discovering it was covered in dried mud, yet a small patch of white porcelain was visible. This must be quite valuable, and it's ceramic too. In Zhao village, only the wealthiest Zhao Shofu and the village head possessed porcelain items. If he sold this in town, it could fetch 10 copper coins. Instantly, Dachui's mind began to race with possibilities. If I could really sell it for 10 copper coins, I could buy 20 steam buns, allowing me to feast for several days. With this thought, Dachui's mouth began to water visibly. Woof, woof. Hearing Heisey bark, Dachui snapped out of his reverie. He then disregarded the grass he had been cutting and dashed straight to the stream at the base of the hill, needing to clean the porcelain bottle. In a matter of moments, a beautiful porcelain bottle emerged before Dachui's eyes. This bottle was smooth to the touch, elegantly elongated, adorned with ethereal patterns, with a slender neck and gracefully curved handles resembling auspicious symbols. This bottle must be worth a fortune. Initially obscured by yellow mud, its exquisite form was now apparent. It was not merely a porcelain bottle, but a jade vessel, breathtakingly beautiful. Perhaps I could sell it to Zhao Shofu? No, he would certainly inform my aunt, and I would end up with nothing, not to mention a beating. But if I try to sell it in town, will I be robbed? At this moment, Dachui was merely a 13-year-old boy, and he knew that venturing into town could lead to deception. Oh dear, what should I do? Lost in thought by the stream, Dachui failed to notice a snake silently slithering closer. Autumn snakes are notoriously aggressive, as they must feast before hibernating. Typically, snakes do not attack humans unless provoked, but in the darkness of night, the situation was perilous. Dachui was still deep in contemplation, obliviously presenting his exposed backside to the venomous serpent. Hiss! Upon hearing that sound, Dachui instantly recognized it as the unmistakable hiss of a snake. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet. However, having crouched for too long, his legs were numb, and coupled with the lack of food from the previous night, he felt dizzy. The snake, startled by his sudden movement, instinctively lunged and sank its fangs into Dachui's calf, coiling its body around his Liga reflexive response from the creature. Dachui, now recovering from his dizziness, grimaced in pain. He had no time to ponder, for the snake was patterned in alternating shades of black and white. With determination, he seized the snake by its midsection and yanked it forcefully. Hiss! The snake was abruptly yanked into the air, and Dachui summoned all his strength to slam it down onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the snake fell silent. In that moment, Dachui's heart raced with fear, for he knew that he might very well meet his demise today. He had heard tales of villagers who had been fatally bitten by such snakes. Their only options were to amputate the bitten limb or succumb to death. Dachui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him again, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. No, this must be the onset of the snake's venom. I cannot die. My parents' enemies have yet to be found. With a sudden resolve, he declared to himself, "It's just a leg, I can part with it." He swiftly tucked the porcelain bottle into his belt and sprinted up the hill, determined to use his grass-cutting knife to sever his own calf. The faster he ran, the quicker the venom coursed through his veins. After barely covering a short distance, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet Dachui persisted, laboriously moving forward step by step. Fresh blood dripped continuously from his lips, indicating that the snake's venom had invaded his very being. Unbeknownst to him, the porcelain bottle on his belt vanished the moment it came into contact with his spilled blood. But Dachui was singularly focused on returning to where he had been cutting grass, intent on retrieving his knife, with no thought for anything else. However, fate had other plans. Already poisoned and deprived of sustenance, coupled with lack of sleep, a normal person would struggle, let alone a 13-year-old child. Eventually, with a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Time passed, and Dachui slowly opened his eyes, groggy and disoriented. "Oh, I haven't slept so soundly in ages." Then, realization struck. Had been bitten by a snake, a venomous one at that. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, scanning his body with trepidation, only to find two small, scabbed-over puncture wounds on his calf, with no other abnormalities. Could it be that the tales of villagers dying from snake bites were false? I was clearly bitten, yet I feel fine. He began searching for the corpse of the snake, recalling that he had likely killed it when he threw it down. Why hasn't dawn arrived yet? Did I only faint for a brief moment? As he pondered, he noticed a 3-foot-long venomous snake lying ahead. It was unmistakable. This was the snake he had hurled down with all his might. Recalling the harrowing moment made him shudder with trepidation. Cautiously, he approached the lifeless serpent, confirming that it was indeed beyond recovery. Gurgle. Dacui's stomach once again issued an insistent protest. He glanced at the snake before him, excitement bubbling within him. Looks like I might finally get to eat some meat today. With that, Dachui crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on the venomous snake, his mind swirling with questions. He disregarded the danger entirely and reached out to prod the snake's body. How curious, this snake has only just died, yet why is it so stiff? Dachui muttered to himself. With a sudden exertion of strength, he lifted the snake, bringing it close to his nose to take a whiff. The pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in disgust. "Ugh, how foul!" he exclaimed, swiftly tossing the snake far away with a flick of his arm. During his time in Zhao village, he had witnessed others butcher snakes and knew that when they appeared as such, the venom had permeated the flesh. Consuming it would surely spell disaster. In that moment, he recalled the porcelain bottle he had. Anxiously, he began to frantically search the surrounding area. He meticulously scoured the immediate vicinity, yet despite his efforts, he found nothing. Could it be that Haizi, that wretched dog, has taken the bottle again? Dachui speculated to himself. In an instant, he realized that even if it were indeed Haizi's doing, once the bottle was taken back to his aunt's home, it would undoubtedly escape her notice. Thus, his fanciful dream of sudden wealth was likely shattered beyond repair. Left with no choice, Dachui prepared to ascend the mountain once more to continue cutting grass. Yet, before he had taken more than a few steps, he was suddenly startled, raising his gaze to the sky, his face a mask of astonishment. Why is the sky growing darker? He pondered silently, for although winter was approaching and daylight was indeed waning, at this early hour, the sky should be brightening. Oh no! In that moment of clarity, he realized he must have been unconscious for a full day, and night had already fallen. He hastily summoned his remaining strength, putting every last ounce of energy into loading the cut grass into his backpack. Afterward, he staggered under the weight of the pack, rushing towards the village. However, having gone 2 days without food, hunger gnawed at his stomach, leaving him weak and feeble. After just a few paces, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and it was as though all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. He stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. At that moment, he remembered the gourd he had filled with water and quickly fished it out from his pack, tilting it to his lips and drinking greedily, hoping to regain some vitality. A good half-hour passed before Dachui finally made his way back home, swaying unsteadily. At the entrance, Heise heard the commotion, perked up its ears, and upon noticing someone entering the yard, stood up. Once it recognized Dachui, it seemed to lose interest, turning away to lazily return to its doghouse, ignoring him completely. Seeing this, Dachui felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems Ant and the others have already gone to bed. With this thought in mind, he carefully lifted his foot, treading softly towards his room, wary of making any noise that might disturb his aunt's family. Dachui gently pushed the door, which creaked open. As he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of a cracked bedboard, covered only by a thick layer of straw, devoid of any mattress. Lying upon a makeshift bed, his stomach grumbling with hunger, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled seeing leftover rice in Heise's bowl on his way back. Thus, he stealthily made his way back outside, muttering to himself, "I'm sorry, Heise, it seems I owe you another meal today. Don't forget Dachui, now owe you 61 meals." With that, he picked up Heise's dog bowl and began to devour the remnants ravenously. Heise lay quietly nearby, seemingly accustomed to this, offering no reaction whatsoever. Having resolved his hunger, Dachui returned to his room, soon slipping into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a small totem on his arm, no larger than his thumb, emitted a faint glow. As night gave way to dawn, a loud crash jolted Dachui from his dreams. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and sat up, still disoriented, when he heard a furious shout. "You little rascal, you've got some nerve. Skipping work for a day? Thinking to leave it all for me?" In the next moment, a stick came raining down upon him. Dachui, still groggy, received a sharp blow to the head, which finally roused him completely. Instinctively, he shielded his head and curled up in the straw, pleading, Aunt, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Yet the blows showed no sign of abating, landing one after another upon his body. I was wrong. Please stop, In the past, when Dachui had been punished, he would usually beg for mercy, and after a few strikes, it would be over. But today, no matter how he pleaded, his aunt showed no sign of relenting, instead striking harder. Desperate, Dachui sprang to his feet, clutching his head as he fled outside. In his panic, he accidentally collided with his aunt. With a loud thud, she fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Ouch, he's attacking me. Dachui is attacking me. Where is the justice in this?" Dachui looked down at his aunt sprawled on the ground, his heart sinking. As expected, the next moment, two figures appeared at the door: his uncle and his cousin Zhao. "Dachui, you ungrateful little brat. We feed you and take care of you, and you dare to repay kindness with malice," Zhao Hong exclaimed, rushing forward with a kick. With a resounding thud, Dachui was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the bedboard. With a loud crack, the bed broke beneath him, and he fell to the floor. 5 years older than Dachui, Zhao Hong was no opponent, and Dachui could only protect his head and endure the blows, repeatedly crying out for help. Help me." Meanwhile, his uncle grabbed a nearby rattan stick and joined in the assault on Dachui. His aunt, now back on her feet, seized the sickle from Dachui's backpack, preparing to strike him down. Dachui was filled with terror, thinking, "Do they truly intend to kill me? No, I cannot die. I have yet to find my parents' murderer." Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through him, and he kicked out at Zhao Hong with all his might. With a resounding thud, Zhao Hong was propelled through the air, crashing against the earthen wall, blood erupting from his mouth. In an instant, Dachui stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Murder! They've committed murder!" Uncle yelled, rushing forward to assess Zhao Hong's condition. Seizing the opportunity, Dachui bolted for the door, fleeing frantically towards the outskirts of the village. A singular thought consumed him. He could no longer remain in this village. The farther he distanced himself, the better. An hour later, Dachui, as if utterly drained of strength, collapsed onto the ground, sweat pouring down his body like a torrential downpour. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief. His mind a tempest of chaotic thoughts. Did I truly kill someone? How could this happen? I merely sought to defend myself. Yet that kick, the visceral sensation, the sound of Zhao Hong's ribs fracturing echoed in my ears. How could this be? I never intended for this to occur. Why did Uncle and the others suddenly resort to such lethal force? He vividly recalled the powerful impact that surged through his leg with that swift kick. Until now, he had run for his life, fear wrapping around him like a malevolent specter, numbing his senses to the fatigue and pain of his body. Only upon halting did the excruciating agony wash over him like a relentless tide. Nearly unbearable, after regaining his composure, he began to survey his surroundings, scrutinizing the environment. Suddenly, Dachui keenly perceived the sound of flowing water nearby. A thought stirred within him. He must first cleanse himself. Winter was fast approaching, and he could not afford to let his injuries become infected, lest survival itself be jeopardized. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet, enduring the aches coursing through his body as he staggered towards the source of the water. Navigating through a patch of overgrown weeds, he soon found a crystal-clear stream before him. Dachui eagerly rushed to the bank, cupping his hands to drink deeply, the cool water cascading down his throat, eliciting a satisfied exclamation. Ah, this water is rather sweet. Without further thought, he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the stream to wash himself. This moment, Dachui's back was a canvas of intersecting wounds, resembling a grotesque spider's web. His hands, raised to protect his head, bore ghastly bloodstains, each mark a harrowing reminder. Yet, for someone like Dachui, who had endured hardship from a young age, such pain seemed trivial. He had long since acclimated to struggling for survival amid suffering. However, as he washed, Dachui inadvertently noticed something unusual on his arm. Halting his motions, he focused intently, muttering in bewilderment, "What is this?" To his astonishment, he discovered a peculiar pattern the size of a thumb had appeared on his arm, taking the shape of a porcelain bottle. Dachui's brow furrowed in sudden unease. This bore a striking resemblance to the bottle he had found yesterday. His heart raced, his gaze fixated on the design, each moment amplifying the uncanny similarity, an ominous premonition brewing within him. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be haunted? Once this notion took root, it spread like wildfire in his mind. His complexion drained of color as he began to vigorously shake his arm, shouting in panic, "Come out! Show yourself!" In a bizarre turn of events, the image of the bottle gradually detached from his arm, levitating before him. Dachui felt as though struck by lightning. His body froze, eyes wide with terror. He cried out, "By the heavens, there truly are ghosts!" He barely had time to don his trousers before he turned and fled into the dry grass, his legs trembling with fear yet refusing to relent. His astonishment, the bottle seemed to possess a will of its own, trailing closely behind him. As he ran, he glanced back, voice trembling, "Stay away from me." Yet, after covering a considerable distance, Dachui was horrified to see the eerie bottle inexplicably plummet to the ground. He halted abruptly, confusion washing over him. Could it truly respond to his commands? This thought ignited both fear and curiosity within him. After much hesitation, he cautiously ventured, "Could you move forward a little?" As soon as the words left his lips, the bottle astonishingly leaped forward a foot. Dachui stood in stunned silence, a wave of unprecedented panic and confusion crashing over him. Gasping for breath, he thought, "Surely, this thing wouldn't harm me." He endeavored to regain his composure, calculating that it had been 12 hours since it had entered his body. Moreover, having previously been poisoned by a snake, perhaps this object was the reason he had survived. Could it be a treasure? After all, determined, Dachui steeled himself, thinking, regardless of whether it is human or ghost, "I have nothing left but my life. Now, I shall see what it can do to me." At this moment, all he had left was his bravado. Clearing his throat, he feigned confidence, saying, "Come here, to my hand." With a display of false bravado, he spread his palm, though it trembled uncontrollably, betraying his inner turmoil. His astonishment, the bottle instantly appeared in his palm. A chill surged through him, intensifying the tremors in his hand, nearly causing him to drop it. After several moments, his hand finally steadied. After all this time, Dachui was gradually acclimating to this bizarre phenomenon. Well, if it is meant to be a blessing, it cannot be a curse. If it is a curse, I cannot escape it, he muttered softly to himself. Turning to the stream to meticulously wash his clothes, he then gathered a pile of firewood nearby, preparing for the impending night. During his prolonged interaction with the porcelain bottle, Dachui's mindset began to relax somewhat. Perhaps it wasn't so terrifying after all. Gazing at the bottle in his hand, an idea struck him. This could serve perfectly as a water container. With that thought, he approached the stream to fill it. However, the ensuing scene left Dachui utterly bewildered. What he had anticipated would fill in an instant took an eternity. After several moments, The bottle remained unfilled. Frowning in confusion, he tilted the bottle to pour out the water, only to find it took an unusually long time to empty. What the? I refuse to believe this today. Dachui's stubbornness flared, and he forcefully plunged the bottle into the stream, muttering, "Let's see how much you can hold." Half an hour passed, and his legs grew numb from squatting, yet the bottle remained stubbornly unfilled. He stared at it, incredulous. "Fine, I concede. You win," he sighed in resignation, pulling the bottle from the water. To his astonishment, the bottle, despite its prolonged soak, exhibited no change in weight. An extraordinary phenomenon indeed. Dachui examined the bottle closely. Its texture was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns, and it gleamed faintly under the sunlight. He pondered, such a beautiful bottle would surely attract envy and greed if seen by others. Yet, how could he possibly draw it into his body? As Dachui wrestled with these thoughts, the bottle suddenly vanished from his grasp without warning. Initially startled, his heart raced, but he quickly understood. There was no need for spoken command. Simply thinking of it was sufficient for the bottle to obey his will. A surge of joy filled his heart as he concentrated once more, and the bottle materialized back into his hand. What a marvelous treasure! He could not help but exclaim, his eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. However, by this time, it was already noon. Having fled for his life for so long, his stomach was already growling with hunger. He glanced around, finding himself in this desolate wilderness, surrounded by dense weeds and towering trees, with not a morsel of food in sight. Frowning deeply, his heart raced with anxiety, when suddenly a thought struck him. Could there be crabs in the autumn stream? Yes, indeed, the autumn stream might just be teeming with crabs. With this thought igniting a spark of hope within him, he swiftly tucked the porcelain bottle under his arm and eagerly began to search the stream for aquatic treasures. Carefully, he turned over the stones at the stream's bottom, silently praying, "If only I could catch a couple of fish, I wouldn't have to go hungry today." Crouching by the stream, he meticulously explored, his hands constantly probing the icy water. Before long, a stone was gently nudged aside, and a green-shelled crab, brandishing its pincers, scuttled away in panic. Quick as a flash, he reached out, only to be pinched painfully by the crab, causing him to hiss in discomfort, yet he refused to let go. After much effort, he finally tossed the crab into a makeshift circle formed by twigs on the shore and continued his search. Fortune favored the diligent, and soon he had captured several crabs. As he beheld the crabs flailing in the circle, a long-lost smile spread across his face, as if he could already envision a sumptuous crab feast beckoning him, his stomach rumbling even more insistently. He strung the crabs together with vines, then set up a rudimentary grill over the campfire. Carefully, he placed the skewered crabs on the grill, the flames licking at their shells, gradually producing a sizzling sound as their color transformed from green to red. Focused intently on the crabs, he occasionally turned the skewers to ensure each crab was evenly cooked. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and his stomach responded with an even louder growl. Finally, the crabs were ready. Eagerly, he seized one, and despite the heat causing him to gasp, he paid it no mind. With a forceful twist, the shell cracked open, revealing the golden crab roe. He took a hearty bite, and the exquisite flavor burst in his mouth, intoxicating him with its rich essence. As he ate, he mumbled indistinctly, "It's been ages since I've tasted something so delectable." Each bite brought immense satisfaction, as if these crabs were the most precious delicacies in the world. After finishing the crabs, he leaned back against a nearby tree trunk, rubbing his slightly swollen belly while gazing at the sky. In this moment, he found a rare tranquility, momentarily casting aside the harrowing experiences he had endured. He squinted slightly, staring at the blood-red sunset on the horizon, his thoughts drifting far away, filled with worries and reflections on his future survival. After all, winter was approaching, and the biting northern wind seemed to be howling in the distance, eager to engulf the land. He understood well that being alone in this desolate wilderness, if he did not quickly devise a plan, he might succumb to the grim fate of freezing to death. Returning to the village, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it without hesitation. Not to mention the deep-seated hatred his aunt's family harbored towards him. Going back would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. He had no desire to face the curious or disdainful gazes of the villagers. However, the nearest place to Zayajayakan was Hong town. He had once accompanied the villagers to the town to sell grain and was fortunate enough to have visited once. Perhaps there he might find refuge. Dachui murmured to himself, his eyes gradually igniting with a flicker of hope. His thoughts were simple and pure, yearning only to find a job in the town. Even if it paid nothing, as long as he could have food and shelter to survive the winter. With his decision made, Dachui felt as if he were infused with boundless energy. He quickly stood up, donned his clothes with alacrity, oriented himself, and resolutely strode towards Hongyan town. The journey was surprisingly peaceful, devoid of any unexpected encounters. As winter drew near, the biting cold wind howled past, seemingly urging people to hasten their preparations for the season. In the surrounding villages, the residents had already procured various necessities in advance, now huddled in the warmth of their homes, awaiting the arrival of winter. Consequently, Dachui traveled the entire way without encountering a single soul. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed on the empty road, creating an air of solitude. After 2 hours of trekking, Dachui finally glimpsed the familiar contours of Hongyan town, though he had only been there once. Its unique silhouette and atmosphere were deeply etched in his memory. As it came into view once more, a complex wave of emotion surged within him, mingling apprehension for the unknown with a glimmer of hope for survival. It appeared that winter truly was upon them, as dusk was rapidly approaching. The streets of the town were nearly deserted, with only a few scattered vendors still setting up their stalls, although Dachui had eaten earlier. For a growing child like him, it hardly sufficed, especially upon noticing a stall selling wontons, he thought. Ah, how delightful. Just the aroma alone feels like a feast. He inhaled deeply several times, savoring the enticing fragrance wafting from the wonton stall. Then continued towards the town, reluctant to leave the tantalizing scent behind. As night fell, he needed to find a place to endure the night. While walking, Dachui stumbled upon a small alley and immediately turned into it. This was a good spot. There was hardly any wind. He retrieved his porcelain bottle and took a hearty swig of water. To his astonishment, the water felt warm as it slid down his throat. Could it be that I was about to freeze? How could cold water feel like warm water? He took another few gulps, and his body continued to feel pleasantly warm, gradually radiating warmth throughout him. Could it be that this bottle had a heating function? Puzzled, Dachui poured a little water onto his hand, only to find it icy cold. That's freezing. He quickly shook the water off his hand onto the ground, then wiped the residual moisture on his tattered clothes. Yet, as the weather grew colder, especially at night, it truly became frigid. He pondered whether he should take another sip. He hesitated, then drank a small mouthful from the bottle. In an instant, a warm current surged through him, spreading throughout his body. However, this sensation lasted only a few moments before his body temperature began to drop again. This was indeed remarkable. If he continued drinking this water throughout the night, perhaps he could endure until dawn. Resolute in his decision, Dachui prepared to take another swig. Just then, he was interrupted by the sound of frantic barking. Woof, woof, you beast, whose dog are you? Today, I shall put an end to you. Help, help. Dachui was taken aback. What did this mean? Just a moment ago, hadn't the person mentioned killing the dog? Filled with curiosity, Dachui headed towards the source of the commotion. As he turned the corner, he discovered an elderly man in white clothes, his hair gray, lying on the ground. However, a large yellow dog was clamped tightly onto his leg. Spotting Dachui nearby, the elderly man urgently called out, "Young brother, save me." Dachui was momentarily stunned, for the dog appeared rather imposing, and he wasn't sure he could handle it. Sensing Dachui's hesitation, the elderly man realized the boy was intimidated. He then recalled his medicine box and shouted, "Young brother, I have lime powder in my medicine box. Just sprinkle it on that beast." Upon hearing this, Dachui hurried towards the medicine box that had fallen nearby. He opened it and was immediately taken aback by the myriad of medicines inside. "Old man, this isn't lime." At that moment, the elderly man grimaced in pain, his teeth gritted in discomfort, and upon hearing those words, his anger flared. He quickly realized that the young beggar likely could not read. Suppressing his agony, he urged with urgency, "The very first bottle at the edge is lime powder." Without hesitation, Dachui retrieved the lime powder and promptly scattered it towards the vicious dog. In the next instant, a small amount of the powder found its way into the dog's eyes and nostrils. The creature yelped in pain, instantly releasing its grip on the old man's leg, and then bolted away, crashing through the surroundings in its frantic escape. Only then did Dachui approach to assess the old man's injuries. "Old sir, are you all right?" The elder, still grimacing in pain, retorted. "Do I look unscathed?" With that, he attempted to rise, but the injury to his calf left him powerless, and any movement elicited sharp gasps of pain. Seeing this, Dachui anxiously suggested, "Old sir, perhaps I should carry you back." Though the elder was somewhat frail, he still weighed over 100 jin. This diminutive child seemed even thinner than himself. How could he possibly carry him? "Young brother, that dog has departed. Would you assist me in reporting it to the authorities?" Dachui was taken aback. This was not a viable option, and given that the creature was likely a wild dog, it was perilous for the elder to remain alone here. "Old sir, that must have been a wild dog. And wild dogs usually travel in packs. The one that was injured will likely summon others. It is truly dangerous for you to stay here alone. Upon hearing this, the elder acknowledged the wisdom in Dachui's words and, setting aside his pride, replied, "Then I must trouble you." Young brother Dachui immediately turned, crouched down, and draped the elder's arm over his shoulder. With all his strength, he managed to lift the elder from the ground. "Wait, I still need my medicine box," the elder called out. Dachui, burdened with the elder's weight, was preparing to bend down to fetch the box when suddenly, a cacophony of hurried and chaotic footsteps erupted from behind. Followed by a chorus of barking, Woof Woof Dachui's expression changed dramatically, realizing the impending danger. Oh no, those beasts are coming. With no time to retrieve the medicine box, he dashed forward, carrying the elder as if possessed. "Young man, wrong direction. My home is to the left." Dachui paused momentarily, then without hesitation, changed course and continued his frantic sprint. Yet, the speed of human legs could never rival that of a dog. Especially since there were two of them now, moving on just two legs. And no matter how fiercely Dachui ran, the barking behind them only grew nearer. "Young brother, can you manage? If not, let me down. I've lived long enough. I can distract those beasts for you." Hearing the elder's words, Dachui was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the elder's willingness to sacrifice himself in such a dire moment. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Old sir, do not worry. I have worked hard since childhood. I should be able to manage." The elder, hearing this, was also momentarily stunned. If it weren't for the relentless barking of the dogs closing in, echoing in his ears like a death knell, he might have believed Dachui. Just as the pack seemed poised to catch up, Dachui suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through his body. As if he were imbued with boundless energy, in an instant, he found himself moving faster, pulling away from the pursuing dogs. The elder, clinging to Dachui's back, sensed a noticeable rise in his body temperature. And then Dachui accelerated again, the sudden burst of energy nearly throwing the elder off. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Just as Dachui thought he had outpaced the dogs, his speed inexplicably plummeted. With a thud, both of them fell to the ground. At that moment, Dachui was utterly spent. The rush of energy that had surged moments ago had vanished like a mirage, leaving him feeling drained and lifeless. Yet, the wild dogs continued their relentless pursuit, their glowing green eyes gleaming menacingly in the darkness. Just then, two figures appeared around the corner of the street, lanterns in hand and long knives at their sides. Their strides steady and powerful, the elder quickly recognized them as constables from the town. "Help, help," he cried, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. Meanwhile, Dachui had succumbed to exhaustion, having not eaten for an extended period, and he slipped into unconsciousness. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Dachui slowly awoke, gradually opening his eyes to a scene that left him utterly astonished. He was covered with a warm quilt, and the room was immaculately tidy, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous day. His gaze was immediately drawn to the buns on the table. "Buns, is the afterlife's fare this sumptuous?" Dachui was filled with curiosity, but the overwhelming sensation of hunger quickly drowned out any doubts. With little thought, he mustered all his strength and sat upright. In the next moment, he lunged with both hands, seizing a bun and devouring it ravenously. "These buns are delicious. I've never had anything like them in my life. Being a ghost is rather pleasant," he mumbled through his mouthful. Spotting porridge nearby, he grabbed the bowl and gulped down half of it in one go, then reached for various pickled vegetables. Suddenly, the door creaked as someone pushed it open from the outside. Dachui froze. The first thought racing through his mind was, could it be a ghostly messenger come to escort him? Yet, the gnawing hunger was far too overpowering, and he resolved to satisfy it, even if it meant facing death. However, when he saw that the person entering was none other than the old man from yesterday, he was left dumbfounded. The elder approached slowly, limping slightly. Dachui was utterly bewildered, stammering, old sir, could it be that you also?" The elder nodded slightly. Dachui's eyes widened in terror. Good heavens. A ghost? The elder was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar leaps in thought that children seem to have nowadays. Observing Dachui shivering in the buff, the elder frowned and said, "Could you at least put on some clothes? Even if you don't wear a shirt. Shouldn't you wear some trousers?" It was only then that Dachui became aware of his nakedness, his face flushing crimson as he hurried to the bedside, fumbling to dress himself. As he dressed, he stammered, "Old sir, we are all ghosts now. I'm not afraid of you. And besides, I saved you, so you shouldn't hold anything against me." The elder, hearing this, paused for a moment before realizing that the young man thought he was dead. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, that dog was killed yesterday. and we were rescued by the constables from our town. Dachui was left speechless, filled with disbelief. I'm not dead? He scrambled to recall the events, remembering hearing footsteps in the distance after he had fallen, confirming that indeed someone had come to his aid. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head and asked, "Old sir, what about this meal?" "Oh, all of this is prepared for you. If you hadn't helped me yesterday, I would probably be in a dog's belly by now." Hearing this, Dachui's appetite was rekindled, feeling he had yet to satiate his hunger but hesitating to voice it. Noticing this, the elder promptly encouraged, "Go ahead, continue eating." Upon hearing this, Dachui's eyes lit up, and he wasted no time in diving back into the feast. The elder, with a slight limp, made his way to the table and inquired casually, "Young brother, where do you hail from?" As Dachui was sipping his porridge, he choked and coughed violently that he thought to himself, "If I happen to kill Zhao Hong, the town will surely hunt me down. How could I claim to be from Zhao family village?" "Old sir, my name is Dachui. I am a refugee." The hefty youth hesitated before responding. The old man had lived well over half a century. How could he possibly be deceived so easily by a mere 13-year-old lad? "Huh. You, young rascal, it is evident you are not speaking the truth." "How do you know?" the youth blurted out, immediately realizing he had misspoken. His heart sinking, this action only confirmed the suspicion of his dishonesty. With a face flushed with embarrassment, he lowered his head. "Youngster, I care not where you hail from. I shall ask you one question, and you must answer me honestly." At that moment, the youth felt as if a tempest were raging within him, anxiety gnawing at his heart. If he were to be asked whether he had taken a life, how could he respond? Before he could gather his thoughts, the old man's voice rang out. "Are your parents still alive?" "They are no more," the youth replied succinctly. The old man noted that the youth had answered this question without a moment's hesitation, indicating the truth in his words. "Very well. I have finished my inquiries." Upon hearing this, the youth was taken aback. "Old sir, was that the only question?" "Indeed, since you are without parents, you shall henceforth be my apprentice. I shall provide you with 30 coins a month, with your meals and lodging included." "What do you say?" The youth's heart surged with astonishment. What did 30 coins signify? In his mind, it represented a month's worth of expenses for a person. He knew that a single coin could purchase 2 steamed buns, making this an unimaginable fortune for him. Moreover, the provision of food and shelter was an opportunity no one could refuse. "What is your true name?" Before the youth could fully recover from his surprise, the old man posed another question. "I am called Dachui. I meant your surname. The villagers say my father's surname is Han. He dared not mention that this information came from his aunt." "Is Dachui the name given to you by the villagers?" "No. I have heard that my father bestowed it upon me." The old man nodded slowly. "In that case, you shall be named Han Dachui. However, this name may not be suitable in public. Since I intend to take you as my disciple, I shall grant you a new name. What do you think?" The youth was momentarily stunned, his heart brimming with joy. Such a splendid opportunity. "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he promptly bowed 3 times. Observing this, the old man hurriedly helped him to his feet. "I am Huafenghua, the physician of Hong in town. As for your name." Noticing Huafenghua deep in thought, the youth remained silent, refraining from interruption. After a while, Huafenghua finally spoke. "Let us name you Han Chong Kong. Your surname shall remain Han, as that cannot be altered. Chong signifies longevity, while Kong represents a pure mind. As healers, we must maintain a pure heart. It was the first time the youth realized that a name could hold such profound meaning. "Master, does my name, Dachui, carry any significance?" Huafenghua paused, then chuckled. "What significance could it possibly bear? It is merely a common name, easy to sustain." Upon hearing this, the youth was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, found the explanation quite reasonable. Master, do I have any brothers or sisters among the disciples?" "No, you are my first apprentice. By the way, can you read?" The youth was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he muttered, "Master, since I can remember, I have been too busy working to have had the opportunity to learn to read." Huafenghua nodded in understanding. He thought it strange for the youth to know how to read. What chance did a little beggar have for an education? At that moment, he noticed the youth's hands, calloused and marked by frostbite, and a flicker of compassion stirred within him. "Dachui, once you finish your meal, please move the long table from the corner and set it up. I shall come by shortly to teach you to read." Huafenghua instructed. The youth's heart swelled with elation. He understood the significance of literacy in altering his fate, especially with a master as knowledgeable as Huafenghua. "Yes, master," he replied eagerly. Huafenghua nodded in satisfaction and then limped out of the room. Half an hour later, The youth exerted considerable effort to move the long table from the corner to beside the window. He opened the window, and a gust of cold air rushed in, causing him to shiver. Winter had arrived swiftly, but he felt fortunate to have found a place to stay, and his master seemed far from ordinary. He silently expressed his gratitude. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. The youth turned to see Wu Fenghua entering, carrying several books. The youth hurried forward to accept the books, concern etched on his face. Master, in the future, you need only instruct me directly regarding these matters. I asked your leg injury all right? Wu Fenghua, upon hearing this, wore a slight look of disdain as he replied, I am, after all, a physician. A mere bite will heal in a few days. You need not worry. As he spoke, he limped over to the long table. Dachui, the thickest book in your hands is a compendium on medicinal herbs, containing information on over 1,000 varieties. Begin with the first section, and you will learn both medicine and literacy simultaneously. Wu Fenghua patiently guided him. Yes, master, the youth affirmed, clumsily opening the book. The dense text made his head spin. However, on that page, there was an illustration. Master, what does this mean? The youth inquired curiously. That is the appearance of the herb. In the future, when you encounter this plant, you shall know it is a medicinal herb. The small text beside it must be learned well for a deeper understanding of its properties. Wu Fenghua explained. And how is this herb pronounced? The youth asked again. Look here, the 2 characters below are the name of this herb. It is called Gansao. Wu Fenghua pointed to the text. Upon hearing this, the youth was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in excitement, Master, I know Gansao. I have seen villagers digging it up to sell before. No wonder this picture looks so familiar. It turns out to be Gansao. He silently committed the name Gansao to memory. Gansao strengthens the spleen and replenishes vital energy, detoxifies, alleviates coughs, and soothes pain. Wu Fenghua continued his explanation. The youth listened, somewhat perplexed. He recognized the individual characters, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. Fortunately, with his master's earnest teaching and his own diligent learning, by day's end, the youth had proficiently recognized 50 characters. Wu Fenghua observed the youth's progress, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Disciple, today you have learned 50 characters, but mere recognition is not enough. You must also learn to write. As he spoke, he glanced outside, noting the waning light. It is getting late. Learning requires a balance of work and rest. You shall prepare the evening meal and retire early tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall teach you to write. Yes, master, I shall go prepare the meal now, the youth replied, heading towards the kitchen. Wu Fenghua was not concerned about the youth's cooking skills. He believed that regardless, one must learn such things. What kind of master would cook for a disciple? Half an hour later, the youth entered the room, carrying steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Master, the meal is ready. Wu Fenghua gazed at the evening repast before him, momentarily taken aback. Dachui, is this truly your evening meal? He looked at the few buns and a small dish of pickles with a hint of resignation. The youth, unconcerned, replied, Master, I have never had such a lavish dinner. Hearing this, Wu Fenghua's heart softened. You rascal, there is a piece of meat in the cupboard and a fish in the jar. Can you cook? In truth, the youth had seen these ingredients earlier but thought they were reserved for the new year, hence he refrained from touching them. Understood, Master. If you disobey your master's instructions, this would be a defiance on your first day. Wu Fenghua noted the youth's reluctance. How could Dachui dare to disobey? He hastily set down the steamed bun and returned to the kitchen. Half an hour later, Dachui entered the room, carrying a plate of stir-fried meat and a bowl of fish soup. Master, it's ready. Good. Sit down and eat. Dachui plopped down on the stool, but hesitated to use his chopsticks first. However, the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Since it's just the two of us, if there were outsiders, you must pay attention to etiquette and wait for your elder to start eating before you can. Wu Fenghua understood that Dachui's habits required gradual correction. So he was not in a hurry. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his own bowl, saying, Let's dig in. Only then did Dachui mimic his master, taking a piece of meat for himself. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Seeing this, Wu Fenghua felt that the boy had a good disposition and placed the meat in his mouth. Not bad. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good. This was no exaggeration. Dachui had dreamed of eating meat every day, simulating countless cooking scenarios in his mind. Although this was his first actual attempt. With some minor imperfections, he believed that with practice, he could surely improve. Thank you for the compliment, master. After saying this, Dachui stuffed the meat into his mouth, only to accidentally bite his tongue in his excitement, causing him to grimace, yet he was reluctant to spit the meat out. With a gulp, he swallowed the whole piece, feeling secretly regretful. This was his first time tasting meat, and he had failed to savor it. Ha ha ha. Hua Fenghua could not help but laugh at his comical appearance. You little rascal, eat slowly. There will be meat every evening. After all, I am the only doctor in this town, and I am not short of money. Upon hearing this, Dachui's eyes sparkled. In his eyes, his master was wealthier than the richest man in the village, Zhao Shoufu. Zhao Shoufu only had meat every 2 days, whereas his master had it daily. Half an hour later, Hua Fenghua returned to his room to rest. At 65 years of age, he was considered elderly in Zhao family village. Dachui tidied up the kitchen and returned to his own room. Yet he found himself unable to sleep. Instead, he took out the herbal compendium and began to peruse it. He wanted to learn to write these characters, recalling the gestures Hua Fenghua had made in the air while teaching him to read. Then dipped his finger in the water cup and slowly began to simulate the actions on the table. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. After these 20 days of study, Dachui had learned to recognize most of the characters in the herbal compendium, with only the need for daily practice remaining. Moreover, although Dachui was only 13, he had already reached a height of 7 feet. A stature nearly unheard of for a boy his age in this era. Hua Fenghua noted the significant growth of the boy over the past 20 days, attributing it to Dachui's developmental stage. And thought little of it. Dachui, later you will take this batch of medicine to the blacksmith shop, and then go to the butcher's and buy 2 pounds of meat. Dachui took the medicine bundle from Hua Fenghua's hands. Yes, master. With that, he headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Winter was fast approaching, and he needed to prepare a thick cotton coat for the boy since Dachui was still wearing his old one. Resolute, Hua Fenghua made his way to the tailor's shop. Meanwhile, Dachui ran along, drinking from the ceramic bottle. Whenever he felt a bit tired, he habitually took out the water to quench his thirst. Before long, another 10 days slipped by. One day, snowflakes danced gently from the sky, enveloping the entire Hongyan town in a delicate layer of white. The once bustling streets were now devoid of pedestrians, with only the pristine snow occasionally marked by the tracks of small animals. After delivering the medicine, Dachui hurried back to the clinic. Upon entering, he called out loudly, "Master, I'm back." Uncle Li from the carpenter's shop said he would come tomorrow to repair the windows. During this time, Dachui had come to understand that his master charged very little for treating patients, almost giving his services away. Because of this, the townspeople were filled with gratitude and often brought items from their homes to the clinic for free. After all, who could guarantee that they wouldn't suffer from a headache or minor illness? Dachui's admiration for his master grew deeper. His master's benevolence and medical skills were like the warm sun in winter, warming the entire Hongyan town. I made you a set of cotton clothes. It's in your room. Go try it on. Hua Fenghua's voice came from within the room. Dachui paused for a moment. Feeling puzzled, wasn't he already wearing cotton clothes? Yet, filled with curiosity, he hurried to his room. As he stepped inside, a set of gray cotton clothes came into view, neatly placed on the bed on the left chest area of the cotton coat. A delicately embroidered licorice pattern was crafted with exquisite detail, appearing vividly lifelike. The stem was slender and straight, with light green threads capturing its form with intricate precision. The leaves were oval-shaped with slightly curled edges, embroidered in vibrant green threads, as if they were gently swaying in the wind, exuding vitality. The roots intertwined, with brown threads weaving through them, vividly depicting the licorice's grounding in the earth. The entire licorice design seemed to have been plucked from nature and meticulously embedded onto the cotton garment. A true labor of artistry that evoked admiration. Dachui was instantly captivated by the outfit, filled with joy and eager to try it on. However, just as he reached out his hand, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No. New clothes should be saved for the new year. This was a habit he had cultivated since childhood. He held a special reverence for new clothes, believing that wearing them during the new year would carry greater significance. Even though he had never worn new clothes in his life, just then, a loud crash shattered the tranquility of the room. Following that, a painful wail echoed. Ouch! Dachui was momentarily stunned. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the room like an arrow. There lay his master, Hua Fenghua, motionless on the ground, his complexion slightly pale. "Master," Dachui cried out in anguish. Rushing forward without a second thought, he carefully lifted his master and quickly returned to the room, gently placing him on the bed. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." "Ouch, take it easy, you little rascal." Hua Fenghua frowned and murmured, "Master, for tasks like hanging lanterns, you could have just called me. Why did you insist on doing it yourself?" Dachui's face was filled with worry, his tone laced with both reproach and concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Before you came, These things were all managed by me alone. Wu Fenghua waved his hand, pretending to be at ease. Master, now that I'm here, let me take care of you. Dachui responded resolutely, his eyes brimming with concern and filial piety. After saying this, he turned and headed toward the hall, the designated area for Wu Fenghua to treat patients, where all the necessary herbs were stored. Just as he was halfway there, Dachui suddenly remembered that the water in his ceramic bottle seemed to possess miraculous pain-relieving properties. With this thought in mind, he quickly selected a few herbs for replenishing energy and blood from the medicine cabinet, placed them in a pot, and then poured the water from the ceramic bottle in to brew it carefully. Before long, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Dachui felt that the scent was refreshing, as if merely inhaling it warmed his body. Will the master be all right after drinking this? A hint of doubt crept into Dachui's mind. After all, he had learned some knowledge of herbal medicine over the past month. He pondered the combinations of the herbs carefully, confirming that even healthy individuals would not suffer any adverse effects from taking them. To be safe, he poured himself a small cup, intending to test the efficacy of the concoction first. After downing it in one go, Dachui felt a noticeable warmth spread throughout his body, as if he were filled with newfound energy and vigor. The master will surely be fine after drinking this. With resolute determination in his heart, Dachui ladled out a bowl of medicine and carried it into the room. Upon seeing the concoction, Wu Fenghua's face was etched with confusion. What kind of herbs have you brewed this with? He inquired curiously. Master, just a few ordinary herbs, Dachui replied, promptly listing the names and proportions of the herbs in detail. Wu Fenghua, after a careful sniff of the bowl, pondered in silence. How could such commonplace herbs yield such remarkable efficacy? Having practiced medicine for decades, he had never encountered such a potent and richly flavored decoction. Nevertheless, he understood that Dachui harbored no ill intentions towards him, so he steeled himself and drank the concoction in one swift motion. The next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Wu Fenghua's complexion flushed a deep crimson. He gasped for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with delight and exhilaration as he fixed his gaze upon Dachui, exclaiming, "Marvelous! This is truly a rare treasure." Observing this reaction, Dachui was filled with bewilderment. He had experienced no such intense response when he had consumed it. Master, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Yet Wu Fenghua sat upright in bed, his previous weakness vanished, and he appeared invigorated. Dachui, I feel splendid. The pain from my earlier injuries has completely subsided. I never expected this medicine to be so extraordinarily effective. Relieved, Dachui responded, It's good to hear that. Please rest a little longer. I shall tend to the remaining chores. Wu Fenghua smiled and nodded in agreement. After Dachui exited the room, the rhythmic sound of chopping wood echoed through the courtyard, reverberating in the stillness of the winter day. At that moment, as Dachui swung his axe, he fell into deep contemplation. He knew that Master Wu Fenghua was no fool. The secret of his porcelain bottle would likely be difficult to conceal any longer. But would his master seek to harm him? Dachui's heart was a tumult of conflict and indecision. His master had once remarked that wealth could stir the human heart, and that people often harbored no ulterior motives towards you simply because you possessed nothing worth coveting. Yet, might his master be tempted by the miraculous properties of his porcelain bottle? As evening approached, the master and disciple sat at the dining table as usual, preparing to enjoy their dinner. Wu Fenghua appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired, which only deepened Dachui's confusion regarding his master's thoughts. Ultimately, gathering his courage, Dachui mused, Master, your kindness to me is profound. You provide for my needs, teach me diligently, and even craft new garments for me. With this in mind, he mustered his resolve and suddenly spoke. Master, stop right there. Dachui, I know what you wish to say. Wu Fenghua interrupted. Taken aback, Dachui was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that his master truly knew his secret? Observing Dachui's bewilderment, Wu Fenghua spoke slowly. Dachui, everyone harbors their own secrets, and I am no exception. Once a secret is spoken, it ceases to be a secret. Remember this. Only the dead keep secrets. Upon hearing these words, a tempest of emotion surged within Dachui. His master, usually so amiable, had uttered such harsh words. Seeing Dachui's startled expression, Wu Fenghua quickly reverted to his gentle demeanor, explaining, regarding the medicine from earlier. It seems you have stumbled upon a rare opportunity. This opportunity must remain locked within your heart. You must not speak a word to anyone, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Even I would be powerless to protect you. But Dachui began to argue. Dachui, I am your master. At 65 years of age, what use have I for wealth? You cannot take it with you when you die. You are still young and require opportunities to aid you on your journey through life. Fenghua spoke with profound sincerity. Master, if I brew this medicine for you daily, you could live to be 100. Dachui exclaimed eagerly. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Fenghua burst into laughter, leaving Dachui somewhat flustered. Disciple, what difference does it make to live to 100 or 70? Fenghua queried. 30 more years of life. Dachui replied without hesitation. From the moment one is born, they are steadily advancing towards death. It is merely a matter of pace. If I were to live 30 more years, how would it differ from now? Fenghua's words struck Dachui like a clarion call, illuminating his thoughts. Master, but I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Dachui's voice trembled as he spoke. Fenghua, witnessing this, erupted into laughter once again, teasing, you little rascal. Just moments ago you were wishing for my longevity, and now you seem eager for my demise. Realizing the contradiction, Dachui exclaimed, yes, if I can help you live to 100, I could still accompany you for another 35 years. With this thought, he declared, Master, rest assured, I will brew the medicine for you every day to ensure your longevity. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then I shall be able to hold my grandchild. Fenghua's words caused Dachui's face to flush crimson. Master, I am only 13, Dachui replied bashfully. Under Fenghua's guidance, Dachui gradually began to release his inner turmoil. From that day forth, he no longer brazenly drank from the porcelain bottle. Instead, he procured a gourd, pouring the water from the bottle into it at night and using the gourd for drinking the next day. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the eve of the new year, and the entire Hongyin town was awash with festive cheer, with every household lighting celebratory lanterns. Hua's medical hall was bustling with townsfolk bringing gifts, sausages, cured meats, rice, flour, cooking oil, and more. Fortunately, in the midst of winter, these provisions were easy to preserve. Otherwise, the master and disciple would have been overwhelmed by the mountain of offerings. Dachui, this is a new pair of shoes for you and Huoshini, called out a villager at the entrance of the medical hall. Dachui, the stream of visitors continued, each bringing an array of gifts. Thank you, uncles and aunts. Dachui graciously accepted the gifts. And soon the townsfolk dispersed, eager to return home and prepare for the New Year's Eve feast. Dachui, too, was ready to head inside for dinner with his master. Master, we have received so many gifts, Dachui exclaimed with joy. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. Dachui paused, pondering, who could be visiting at this hour? Master, let me check, he said, hastening toward the door. Upon opening the gate, Dachui's eyes widened in shock. 4 constables from the town were carrying a blood-soaked man, whose pallor resembled that of a ghost, breathing shallowly, on the brink of death, having studied medicine under his master for 3 months. Dachui could tell that the man's condition was dire. Dachui, quickly, let your master see if this man can be saved, one constable urged anxiously, understanding the gravity of the situation and his own limitations. Dachui replied, bring him inside. I will fetch my master at once. He swiftly retreated to the back courtyard. Moments later, Fenghua arrived in the main hall, his brow furrowed, gravely focused on the injured man on the floor. Huoshini, we found this man at the village entrance, and seeing he still had breath, we hurriedly brought him back. We are uncertain if he can be saved, the constables asked with hopeful expressions. Fenghua did not respond, but knelt beside the injured man to take his pulse. After a brief moment, he stood slowly and declared, I can only do my utmost. He then instructed the constables, lay him upon a nearby bed, and you may return home. It is New Year's Eve, and even if he cannot be saved, it should not disrupt your celebrations. Upon hearing this, the constables were filled with gratitude and bowed in farewell. In this town, it was well known that if even Fenghua could do nothing, the injured party had little hope of recovery. Moreover, if they were to carry the injured back to the yamen, someone would have to remain to guard them. Thus, the prospect of returning home for the new year was indeed most desirable. Master, can this person be saved? Dachui asked with concern. Fenghua nodded slightly and replied, Disciple, go prepare a bowl of medicinal soup for him. Dachui immediately understood his master's intent. It was to concoct the special medicinal brew himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and made his way to the backyard. After a while, Dachui returned to the hall with the prepared soup, only to find the injured man on the bed covered in silver needles. This was the second time Dachui had witnessed his master performing acupuncture. Master, the soup is ready, he announced. Simply administer it to him, Fenghua instructed. Upon hearing this, Dachui carefully took a spoon and began to feed the soup to the injured man, one spoonful at a time. At first, the man struggled to swallow, but after the second spoonful, he surprisingly began to swallow on his own, and his pace quickened. Once the bowl was emptied, Fenghua assessed the patient and said, All right, Let us go eat. Dachui was taken aback, filled with confusion. Is that all? You don't plan to do anything more? You rascal, do you doubt your master's medical skills? Wu Fenghua chuckled, playfully ruffling Dachui's hair. Master's skills, of course, I trust. But it is quite cold here. Should I fetch some fire? Dachui inquired. Wu Fenghua shook his head, reassuring him. Do not worry, nothing will happen, and he will awaken shortly. Seeing his master's confidence, Dachui could only resign himself and awkwardly head towards the backyard. Dachui, go fetch that jar of stored wine from my storeroom. It wouldn't be the new year without a drink. Wu Fenghua commanded cheerfully. Upon receiving the order, Dachui dashed off to the storeroom. Moments later, he emerged carrying a dusty jar. Master, I can smell the fragrance of the wine even from here, Dachui exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha, you rascal. You must be nearing 14 after the new year, right? Wu Fenghua smiled and queried. Dachui, unsure of his exact birth date, had always counted his age by the years. So master must be 66? Dachui replied with a grin. Ha ha ha, you little scamp. Their laughter rang out as Dachui hurriedly filled a bowl with wine for Wu Fenghua, then took a seat opposite, waiting for his master to begin. You should pour yourself a bowl as well. Today, we shall share a drink, Wu Fenghua said. Dachui paused momentarily before filling his own bowl to the brim. It was worth noting that common folk seldom indulged in wine, and this solitary bowl represented a considerable expenditure of grain to produce. Come, let us toast, Wu Fenghua said, and Dachui quickly rose, carefully cradling his bowl with both hands and respectfully bowing to his master before taking a hearty sip. He saw it so spicy Dachui was instantly caught off guard by the fiery drink, tears springing to his eyes, yet the precious wine was too valuable to waste. With a gulp, he forced it down. Wu Fenghua erupted in laughter at the sight of Dachui's reaction. Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted their merriment. It seems the young friend is having his first taste of wine. Dachui, startled, turned to the source of the voice. The speaker, though covered in blood and pale, bore an air of a learned scholar, enhanced by an ethereal quality that set him apart from the ordinary. He approached and bowed deeply to Wu Fenghua, saying, I am Shi Yongyang. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard calmly and replied, No need for such formality. To save a life is worth more than building a 7-tier pagoda. It is the calling of a physician. You are too humble, sir. May I ask your esteemed surname? I find myself without possessions now, but I promise to repay your kindness in due time, Shi Yongyang earnestly stated. Ha ha, I am Wu Fenghua, a physician in Hongyan town for several decades. Do not worry too much about repayment. You are gravely injured and must take time to recuperate, Wu Fenghua responded. Shi Yongyang was well aware of his condition and understood that now was not the time to leave. Should he face any further mishaps on the way home, he would be powerless to resist. Thank you for your reminder, but I currently have no place to go. I hope to stay here for a few days. Shi Yongyang requested. No problem. An extra person is merely a few more chopsticks. Come, join us for a meal, Wu Fenghua replied readily, turning to Dachui, go fetch a pair of chopsticks. Upon sitting down, Shi Yongyang was filled with curiosity and could not help but ask, Are you not curious about my identity or the cause of my injuries? Wu Fenghua leisurely sipped from his bowl before responding. What difference does it make to know? What does it matter to be unaware? Since I have already intervened, that is the outcome. If I were concerned with trivial details, I might as well not have saved you in the first place. Upon hearing this, Shi Yongyang felt as though a light had dawned upon him, and he quickly clasped his fist in salute, saying, Sir, I have learned much. Ha ha, I cannot claim to have taught you. After all, there is a distinction between the celestial and the mundane, is there not? Wu Fenghua replied, shifting the conversation with an enigmatic tone. As Shi Yongyang heard this, he was struck with astonishment. He could not fathom how this elder had discerned his identity as a cultivator. Are you also a cultivator, sir? Shi Yongyang tentatively inquired. Wu Fenghua chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am no cultivator. I merely traveled the world in my youth and have encountered many cultivators, having even treated some in the past. Shi Yongyang nodded slowly, realizing that someone at his stage of cultivation did indeed appear quite ordinary in the eyes of mortals. You are well informed, sir. I am greatly impressed, he remarked. Just then, Dachui returned from the kitchen with the chopsticks. Sir, here are your chopsticks, he said respectfully. Uncertain of how to address Shi Yongyang, Dachui opted for sir, perceiving his scholarly demeanor, thinking it wise to avoid error. Young friend, I am Shi Yongyang. I am a few years your elder. We may refer to each other as brothers, Shi Yongyang said with a smile. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, internally astonished. Is there really someone with the surname Shi? He cast a puzzled glance at his master. Wu Fenghua's face turned slightly red, Realizing Dachui's misunderstanding, this is the sure from the records of the grand historian. Wu Fenghua quickly clarified. Dachui then understood, respectfully nodding in acknowledgement. I apologize. Brother Yong, I have only been learning to read for 3 months and am still unfamiliar with some characters. Shi Yong, not wishing to quibble with a boy of 13 or 14, quickly replied, no worries, you are not the first to misunderstand. May I ask your name, young friend? Oh, I am Dachui. My master named me Han Chong Kong. Dachui answered truthfully, ha ha ha, those two names do seem quite disparate. Dachui, Shi Yong teased. Dachui, however, was unfazed, as Dachui held special significance to him, being his father's choice. Master, can brother Yong drink wine? Dachui turned to Wu Fenghua for clarification. This is medicinal wine. It is beneficial for the body, Wu Fenghua affirmed. Wu Fenghua spoke. Upon hearing this, Dachui immediately filled a bowl of liquor for Shi Yong. Shi Yong raised the bowl, his expression solemn, and declared aloud, Mr. Hua, my dear brother Dachui, today I shall express my profound gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by these two benefactors through this drink. After saying this, he tilted his head back and downed the entire bowl in one go. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, secretly marveling how fiery it must be. He glanced at his master, who merely took a small sip, leaving Dachui in a quandary, unsure whether to gulp it down or to imitate his master's modest sip. After finishing his drink, Shi Yong seemed to see through Dachui's thoughts and said with a hearty laugh, Brother Dachui, feel free to drink as you wish. You are still young and not yet accustomed to drinking heartily. In a few years, I will take you to feast on meat and drink deeply. Upon hearing this, Dachui felt a wave of relief, yet still mustered the courage to take a large gulp. The fiery liquor once again caught him off guard, causing him to cough. This drink smells fragrant, yet why is it so spicy to taste? Dachui furrowed his brow and inquired. Ha ha, Dachui, this liquor is much like the myriad experiences of life, encompassing all flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. In due time, you shall come to comprehend it, Wu Fenghua teased with a smile. Thus, the trio gathered around the table, conversing merrily while savoring the delicacies. An hour later, having had their fill of food and drink, Wu Fenghua rose to return to his room to rest, for his age had begun to take its toll, leaving him weary by nightfall. Dachui, on the other hand, nimbly began to tidy the dishes. Brother Yong, we only have 2 rooms here, so you will have to make do with me tonight, Dachui remarked. Shi Yong responded with a smile. Dachui, there is no need for such formalities. I can simply meditate in the hall outside. Now that Wu Fenghua had discerned his identity as a cultivator, there was no longer any need for concealment. The term meditate took Dachui by surprise, leading him to wonder, what does that mean? Is it merely sitting in silence for the night? However, recalling the custom of keeping vigil on New Year's Eve, he thought it might be worth a try, as he had never had the opportunity before. Brother Yong, I will keep you company later, Dachui said, promptly starting to clean and wash the dishes. Shi Yong paid little heed to Dachui's words, dismissing them as the whims of a child, and assumed he would soon fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, he began to meditate on the floor beside him. Meanwhile, after busily toiling in the kitchen for half an hour, Dachui, sipping from his gourd, slowly approached Shi Yong. In an instant, Shi Yong suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixated on the gourd in Dachui's hand, filled with confusion and curiosity. Dachui felt a chill run down his spine under Shi Yong's unexpected stare. Carefully inspecting the gourd in his hand, finding nothing amiss, Brother Yong, what is it? Dachui asked, perplexed. Shi Yong regained his composure and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Brother Dachui, might I take a look at your gourd? Dachui's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively shook the gourd and realized that despite having drunk from it all day, it still contained a sip. Convinced that it posed no significant issue, he handed the gourd over. Shi Yong cautiously accepted it, examining it with great care. Moments later, he was astonished to discover that the gourd exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. However, he quickly concluded that this energy did not originate from the gourd itself, but rather from the liquid within. With a sense of reverence, Shi Yong slowly opened the gourd's lid, gently pouring a drop of liquid into his palm. Instantly, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing with shock. This water contained such formidable spiritual energy. He then raised his gaze to assess Dachui's physique, noticing that, having just consumed a sip from the gourd, Dachui also emanated a similar aura of spiritual energy. This revelation made Shi Yong's eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and he inwardly cursed. This lad is wasting a treasure. Suddenly, he recalled that during his own time of severe injury, he had consumed a similar liquid. without which he would never have been able to recover his dantian and qi. It seemed evident that Huafenghua was no ordinary individual. How could a disciple treat such a precious item as mere drinking water? Brother Dachui, may I inquire where this water comes from? Shi Yongyang managed to suppress the tumult within and feigned calmness. Dachui was taken aback by the sudden question, inwardly lamenting. What a surprise! How could this be discovered? Suddenly, he remembered his master's admonition, disciple. If anyone inquires, simply say that this water was given to you by your master, and that you do not know the details. Brother Yongliang, this is from my master. Beyond that, I am also unaware. Dachui replied according to his master's instructions. Shi Yongyang was secretly astonished. Indeed, it must be from the master. It seems he is a reclusive expert. Yet this treasure is exceedingly tempting. A fleeting thought of seizing the treasure crossed his mind, but was quickly quelled by reason. He understood that should he attempt to forcibly take it here, he would likely lose his life before even leaving the courtyard. Perhaps it would be better to exchange it for something else. Yet, he found himself bereft of possessions, pondering what he could offer in trade. After much contemplation, he resolved to first present himself favorably, earn Huafenghua's trust, and later seek an opportunity to acquire some of the spiritual liquid. This way, his cultivation would undoubtedly break through its bottleneck. Having made up his mind, Shi Yongyang subdued his greed and returned the gourd to Dachui. Brother Dachui, this item is indeed a treasure, particularly the water within. You must never consume it in the presence of outsiders, lest it bring about your demise. Dachui was initially taken aback, but then shrugged dismissively. This is hardly a valuable item. There is no need for such caution. Hardly valuable. Shi Yongliang nearly leapt in shock at Dachui's words. Being mindful of Huafenghua's presence indoors, he hurriedly lowered his voice. You fool! This is a treasure of immense allure to cultivators. If other cultivators were to catch wind of it, you would likely be dead by now. Dachui, witnessing Shi Yongliang's seriousness, felt a pang of fear. Observing Dachui's terrified expression, Shi Yongliang found himself puzzled. If old Hua is indeed a reclusive master, why does he not teach Dachui the ways of cultivation? Is he testing his character? Yet, aside from his lack of experience, the boy does not seem to have any significant flaws. Brother Yongliang, what is a cultivator? Dachui inquired with curiosity. Hearing this question, Shi Yongliang understood. It appears this lad knows nothing of cultivators. My previous assumptions were correct. He recalled how Huafenghua had asked him whether he was a cultivator while deliberately sending Dachui to fetch dishes. Evidently intentional, but a cultivator is, in essence, an immortal, Shi Yongliang replied. After a moment of contemplation, in vague terms, Dachui's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within him. So, Brother Yongliang is an immortal? He gazed at Shi Yongliang with utmost reverence, his eyes sparkling like stars. Shi Yongliang felt a shiver run down his spine under Dachui's fervent gaze. Brother Dachui, it is not that I am unwilling to speak. I simply do not dare. He explained helplessly. Just then, the door to Huafenghua's room slowly creaked open. You too, come here. Huafenghua's voice resonated from within. Shi Yongliang's heart sank, and he inwardly cursed. This is it. All is lost. The elder must have overheard my earlier remarks. Trembling, he approached Huafenghua, saying, Junior Shi Yongliang pays respects to the elder, and I hope for your forgiveness. Dachui, observing Shi Yongliang, who had been so jovial with his master moments ago, now resembled a mouse before a cat, filled with confusion. Dachui, you come here as well, Huafenghua said, proceeding to sit at a nearby stone table. Dachui hurriedly followed suit, standing before Huafenghua. Master, are there truly immortals in this world? Dachui asked eagerly. Huafenghua gazed up at the sky, remaining silent for a moment before countering. What do you believe an immortal is like? The immortal should possess the ability to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, wielding boundless powers, achieving eternal life, and evading death. Dachui responded with his imagination. Immortals are merely beings with longer lifespans than mortals. They too are subject to the cycles of life and death. You might as well inquire of Shi Yongliang beside you, a cultivator, whether immortals are truly as magnificent as they seem, spoke Huafenghua with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Shi Yongliang was reminded of the myriad experiences he encountered after fortuitously embarking on the path of immortality. Each day was fraught with peril, either being hunted or hunting others, his hands stained with blood, truly a journey rife with danger. Senior, I am but a low-tier cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. How could I dare to claim the title of immortal? If I were to encounter a mundane warrior, my life would surely be at stake. Dachui, standing aside, was utterly bewildered, finding their discourse as inscrutable as a celestial script. Huafenghua slightly nodded, turning his gaze to Shi Yongyang. Since I have saved you, it appears we are fated. Are you willing to forfeit your cultivation and become my disciple? Shi Yongyang was taken aback by this proposition. To take a master was indeed a coveted opportunity, and he would kneel without hesitation. However, the thought of abandoning his cultivation left him in turmoil. He had painstakingly advanced from the first to the third level of Qi refinement over the span of 10 arduous years. This decade was long and challenging, yet according to his current pace, he feared he might never break through to the later stages of Qi refinement, let alone reach the elusive foundation establishment realm. Since it seemed unlikely he would break through regardless, why not take a gamble and follow this eminent figure before him? With this thought, Shi Yongyang no longer hesitated, his aura suddenly expanded outward. With a soft sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion waned, pale as paper, as he weakly knelt upon the ground. Disciple Shi Yongyang pays respects to Master Wu Fenghua, seeing his determination, nodded slowly. Very well, I have not misjudged you. Henceforth, you shall be my second disciple, and do not delay in meeting your senior brother. Dachui stood in a daze, utterly confused. What is happening? How did I become the senior brother so inexplicably? Shi Yongyang, having met the senior brother, respectfully bowed to Dachui. Dachui hurried to assist Shi Yongyang to his feet, since the master had made a decision. He would need to embrace the role of senior brother. Junior brother, please rise, since we are now family. There is no need for such formality. At that moment, Wu Fenghua's voice resounded once more. Han Chongkong. Shi Yongyang. Disciple here, the two responded in unison. Since you are now my disciples, I shall impart some true skills to you. Wu Fenghua spoke with a solemn demeanor. Shi Yongyang was filled with confusion. Why must he forfeit his cultivation to start anew? Wu Fenghua seemed to read his thoughts and explained. Yongyang, if I am not mistaken, you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, and you must have experienced unusual pain in your meridians during practice. Shi Yongyang was taken aback. This had been his persistent dilemma, one he had never disclosed to others, yet his master discerned it at a glance. Master, do you know the reason? It is due to your cultivation method. However, when I saved you, I adjusted your meridians. If you continue with your original method, it is unlikely you will ever achieve foundation establishment. Forcing you to forfeit your cultivation serves two purposes, a test for you. And also, even as my disciple, you must begin anew. Wu Fenghua patiently elucidated. Dachui, overhearing, felt utterly lost, perceiving these matters as far too complex, as if he were an outsider. However, for Shi Yongyang, his master's words were akin to a treasure, illuminating his path. Since he had become a disciple and understood the issues with his cultivation, it indicated that his master was a remarkable figure, at least a master of foundation establishment. Thank you for your guidance. Master. Wu Fenghua nodded slightly. Chongkong, you have just turned 14, the perfect age for cultivation. However, your spiritual roots are rather disordered. Embarking on the path of cultivation may prove challenging for you in the future. Dachui understood his master's words, realizing they indicated his lack of aptitude. Yet within him surged a fierce determination. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Given the opportunity to become an immortal, who would easily relinquish it? Moreover, should he succeed, he could more readily seek the enemies who murdered his parents. With this thought, Dachui knelt with a thud. I implore you, master, to teach me the ways of cultivation. Wu Fenghua nodded with satisfaction and then produced a tome. With a serious expression, he began. Yongyang, you possess a fire-type spiritual root, and your talent is above average, yet your fortune is lacking. Thus, this fire spirit art is most suitable for your cultivation. As a mere wandering cultivator, Dachui had no idea what his spiritual root was. The method he had previously practiced was something he stumbled upon, and it was a water-type technique. Water and fire are incompatible. No wonder he had been unable to defeat other cultivators at the same level as the third stage of Qi refinement. Thank you for imparting this technique. He respectfully bowed 3 times upon receiving the method. Dachui, you are still in the body refinement phase. Therefore, each morning, you must first run a lap around the town. When you can run 10 laps in one breath, return to seek me. Dachui was taken aback. So others merely meditate while I must run? Yet he understood that his master implied he might lack aptitude due to this reason, thus requiring him to take a more circuitous route. He then respectfully replied, Yes, master. Wu Fenghua nodded. Dachui, you may rest for now. I shall first guide your junior brother in cultivation. Dachui obediently returned to his room and immediately collapsed onto his bed, falling into slumber, after Dachui exited. Wu Fenghua finally spoke. Yongyang, you must get along well with Changkong from now on and beware of harboring greedy thoughts. Otherwise, even I cannot save you. Shi Yongyang understood that his master had observed his recent actions. Master, rest assured, I would never commit fratricide. Indeed, I see your talent is commendable, and your nature is not malevolent. That is why I accepted you as my disciple. Chongkong is only 14, so at times, you must assist him with ideas and watch over him. Disciple understands. You can rest easy, Master. With that, Horfenghua slowly made his way to his own room. After closing the door, he murmured, Dachui, I have awaited you for many years. Time is short, and I can only assist you to this extent. The rest depends on your own fortune. His gaze turned icy. Humph. The Zhao family village has bullied you for so long, though it was to temper you. How can I swallow this grievance? In the next moment, his figure vanished from the room. The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Dachui rose early. Upon exiting his room, he noticed Shi Yongyang meditating in the courtyard. An ethereal aura seemingly circulating around him. Dachui did not disturb him, merely casting an envious glance before sprinting out of the courtyard. He firmly recalled his master's words. He must run 10 laps in one breath to truly embark upon the path of cultivation. Initially, Dachui brimmed with confidence, believing that with his current stamina, running 2 laps would be a simple feat. However, he had not anticipated that the heavy snowfall from the previous night had blanketed Hongyin town in a thick layer of snow, making the ground treacherous. With each step, he exerted tremendous effort, trudging forward unevenly. Consequently, he had barely completed half a lap when he was already panting heavily, as if his lungs were about to burst. In despair, Dachui retrieved a gourd from his pocket and took a hearty swig of the spiritual water within, feeling a modicum of strength return, allowing him to persevere and finish 1 lap. Wouldn't it be quicker to drink while running? In the depths of his mind, Dachui pondered, yet reality delivered a crushing blow. As he approached the halfway mark of his 2nd lap, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Each step required an exhausting expenditure of energy, ultimately leaving him too fatigued to continue, forcing him to come to a halt. It is worth noting that the town of Hongyin was quite expansive. With a full lap spanning at least 20 miles. On a typical day, Dachui might have managed to push through, but under the treacherous conditions of a snowy day, the difficulty of running multiplied several times over, leading to a rapid depletion of his stamina. Taking a deep gulp of the spirit water, he endeavored to persist, but after merely a few dozen paces, he realized his energy was ebbing away like a receding tide, rendering further hydration ineffective. Alarmed, Dachui silently exclaimed, recognizing the perilous situation, and promptly plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that his body was sweating profusely, with beads of perspiration cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Strangely, the sweat that dripped onto the accumulated snow turned it a dark hue. Staring in disbelief, Dachui was engulfed in confusion. What on earth was happening? Instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow with his cotton coat, he was astounded to see the once gray fabric transform into black. A thought struck him, prompting an internal reflection. Just how filthy must my body be? Moreover, the sweat emitted a pungent and repugnant odor. Not daring to linger, Dachui hastily rose and sprinted toward home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by Shi Yongyang, who had prepared 2 steaming bathtubs in the courtyard, wafting a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Seeing Dachui return, Shi Yongyang wore a smile and exclaimed, Congratulations, senior brother. Quickly, strip off your clothes and come inside. Dachui, upon hearing this, slowly approached the bathtub. Peering inside, he was astonished to see a multitude of herbs soaking within. His eyes widened in shock, for he recognized these herbs, each quite valuable. Sure, is this for my bath? Dachui asked incredulously. Hurry up and get in. This is what master has instructed, Shi Yongyang urged. Although filled with questions, Dachui's trust in his master quelled his curiosity, and he swiftly undressed and leaped into the tub. However, the moment he entered the water, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from the tub. The water was scalding hot, as if it sought to cook his skin instantaneously. Instinctively, Dachui attempted to leap out, but Shi Yongyang, with swift reflexes, pressed him back down. Senior brother, don't even think about escaping. Master said you must soak for an hour, Shi Yongyang stated solemnly. Sure, what have I done to deserve this? Even if it means my death, I deserve a reason. Dachui grimaced in agony, the pain akin to countless steel needles piercing his flesh, rendering him nearly incapacitated. You, my friend, are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Do you understand how many people yearn for this? Shi Yongyang reproached, firmly holding Dachui's shoulders, his face a mask of regret. Glancing at Shi Yongyang's expression, Dachui suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation. It seemed Shi Yongyang spoke the truth. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Ceasing his cries, though his body trembled uncontrollably, silently enduring the torment that would be unbearable for most. In a flash, half an hour had passed, just as Dachui began to acclimate to the pain. He noticed a mischievous grin spreading across Shi Yongliang's face. Dachui, prepare yourself. I'm about to add more ingredients, Shi Yongliang announced. Dachui was taken aback, filled with confusion. What does that mean? Is there more to come? Without warning, Shi Yongliang's right hand plunged into the water, and the next moment, the water in the tub began to boil. Dachui's first thought was, surely they aren't going to cook me. What sent chills down his spine was Shi Yongliang's left hand, which was incessantly tossing various herbs into the tub. Witnessing this spectacle, Dachui's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, his heart filled with dread. Shi, your method of cooking is rather unique, Dachui managed to jest. Attempting to maintain his composure, Shi Yongliang, noticing Dachui's lack of fear, was secretly amazed, and then produced a wooden stick from the side. Senior brother, this is what master prepared for you. He said to bite down on this, and the pain will subside. Ever since learning that his master was an immortal, Dachui held deep admiration for Huafenghua, and without hesitation, he clamped down on the stick. Yet, the next moment, he was overcome with regret, feeling that the pain had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it intensified because he could not scream, leaving him stifled and utterly uncomfortable. Woe is me! Dachui mentally berated his master 100 times. This was not alleviating pain at all, but rather preventing him from howling in agony. At this point, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body trembled more violently, on the verge of fainting. Noticing his distress, Shi Yongliang swiftly extracted Dachui from the tub and unceremoniously tossed him onto a prepared cooling mat. Dachui, completely naked and emitting steam in the frigid winter air, felt utterly out of place. However, he sensed no chill whatsoever. Instead, he felt an unusual warmth radiating from within. Shi Yongliang approached, poking Dachui's body with a finger, discovering that there seemed to be some changes indeed. Yet, recalling the tasks ahead, even Shi Yongliang felt a pang of trepidation. Senior brother, master said there is one more task to complete today's training, Shi Yongliang uttered, his voice trembling slightly, clearly lacking confidence. Be why now? Dachui had gradually calmed down. Shi, as long as it isn't another bath, I'm fine with anything. With that, he attempted to rise to his feet. Slap. The moment Dachui stood, a searing pain shot through his back, and he turned in horror to see Shi Yongliang holding a rattan switch, an awkward expression plastered on his face. Senior brother, you said it yourself. With that, crack, the switch fell again. Dachui gasped in pain, resigning himself to hug his head and crouch on the ground. He felt relieved, however, as this was far more bearable than the earlier bath. After all, he had endured hardship since childhood, developing a certain resilience to the pain of the switch. After a brief moment, battered and bruised, Dachui was tossed into another bathtub by Shi Yongliang. At that moment, Dachui finally understood why 2 tubs had been prepared. As he was submerged, he opened his mouth to scream, only to be astonished to find that it didn't hurt at all. In fact, it felt remarkably soothing. The medicinal water in the tub was comfortably warm, as if it possessed a life of its own, slowly seeping into his skin, healing the wounds inflicted by the rattan switch. Shi Yongliang was equally taken aback. Senior brother, does the water in this tub not hurt? Dachui, secretly elated, feigned calmness and waved his hand dismissively, saying, who says it doesn't hurt? This little bit of pain is still bearable. He thought to himself that since he had been addressed as senior brother, he ought to put on a good show. Shi Yongliang, merely following master's instructions, was unaware of the difference between the 2 tubs, and, impressed by Dachui's bravery, remarked, Senior brother, you're amazing. Master said there will be similar tasks for another month. Upon hearing this, Dachui was utterly dumbfounded. Internally, he lamented, does this mean I will have to endure beatings for an entire month? The key point was that today was merely the first day of the new year. Who beats children on the first day of the new year? Time flows gently, like a meandering stream, and in the blink of an eye, the 15th day has swiftly passed. Dajua, bearing a slightly weary physique, ambles towards the direction of the Huiyuan. The arduous training of recent days has undoubtedly fortified his body. Yet the daily toil has proved to be quite taxing. As he approaches the entrance of the Huiyuan, he catches sight of a familiar figure within the hall, where Huafenghua is intently taking the pulse of a patient. The individual, upon hearing footsteps at the door, casts a casual glance, only to reveal an expression of profound astonishment, exclaiming, Dajua, is that truly you? At this moment, Dajua has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to his former self. He appears considerably more robust, standing tall, exuding an unusual vitality. Clad in a finely crafted gray cotton jacket, its quality unmistakably suggests a substantial price. Upon hearing his name called, Dajua's face reflects confusion as he inquires. Zhao Leoi, what brings you here? This individual is none other than Zhao Shofu, the wealthiest man in Zhao village, who had often employed Dajua during his childhood to earn meager wages to support his aunt's family and barely make ends meet. Perhaps it is this shared history that has instilled a modicum of pity in Zhao Shofu's heart for the unfortunate child. Dajua, it truly is you. Zhao Shofu exclaims, a mix of surprise and joy causing his voice to tremble slightly. Mr. Zhao, let us converse later. I am in the midst of taking a pulse. Wu Fengwa interjects, a slight frown adorning his brow. Zhao Shofu quickly responds with an apologetic expression. Dajua, I shall wait until the examination is complete. Dajua does not take offense, recognizing that his connection with Zhao Shofu has primarily been that of employer and employee. With little personal interaction, he nods slightly and proceeds towards the backyard. I in the rear yard. Xiang Liang has already prepared everything necessary for the medicinal bath. Dajua, familiar with the routine, swiftly disrobes and leaps into the first bath barrel, instantly relaxing and stretching contentedly while jesting. Hey, shitty. Let us start adding the ingredients. It is no challenge for me now. Xiang Liang, observing this, wears an expression of exasperation mixed with amusement, silently rebuking, this dear senior brother was wailing in the barrel just days ago, during those few days. He merely groaned, and now he seems to revel in comfort. However, he refrains from further comment, moving to the side of the barrel, extending his right hand into the water, and quietly channeling his fire-based cultivation technique. At this moment, Dajua queries, Shi Xiang, I feel as if this medicinal bath is no longer effective for me. I share that sentiment, yet Master mentioned today is the last day for this particular herb. Starting tomorrow, we will switch to new ingredients, Xiang Liang replies. Upon hearing this, Dajua's eyes inexplicably ignite with anticipation. The results of his recent training have been palpably felt, just in the past few mornings of running. He was astonished to discover that he could complete 6 laps without consuming any of the elixir from the porcelain bottle. This clearly indicates that the medicinal bath has significantly enhanced his strength. Furthermore, he now possesses astonishing power, effortlessly lifting objects weighing 300 pounds. Shitty, how fares your cultivation now? Dajua inquires curiously. I had previously abandoned my cultivation, and my Dantian sustained some damage. Master instructed me to refrain from hastily seeking advancement. I must gradually refine my Dantian's energy to its optimal state before entering the first layer of Qi Refinement. Xiang Liang explains patiently. But wait, haven't you been able to wield spells? Dajua questions, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Liang's hand submerged in the water. Haha, Shi Xiang, I'm not using my internal cultivation. I'm simply employing fire-based techniques to ignite the fire attribute spirit energy within the water. Thus, this spirit energy does not need to enter the Dantian. If I had spirit power in my Dantian, I wouldn't need to immerse my hand in the water. I could cast spells from a distance, Xiang Liang elaborates with a smile. Dajua nods, though only partially comprehending, his curiosity regarding this intriguing path of cultivation growing. Before long, an hour has quietly elapsed, and suddenly, the backyard reverberates with the sound of cracking. The sound of vines striking against flesh resonating sharply in the stillness of the courtyard. At this moment, Zhao Shofu, who is currently adorned with numerous silver needles by Wu Fengwa, hears the commotion and turns, puzzled, to Wu Fengwa, asking, Dr. Hua, what is happening in the backyard? Oh, it's nothing. Just 2 disciples practicing their techniques. Wu Fengwa replies calmly. Zhao Shofu, however, finds the sound somewhat familiar and ponders within himself, yet he dismisses it. After all, he had just seen Dajua's robust figure, indicating that he seemed to be faring quite well. Such a physique hardly suggests mistreatment. Moreover, considering Wu Fengwa's age, it is unlikely he could overpower Dajua even if he wished to. With these thoughts, he casts aside his concerns, perhaps too fatigued from recent travels, and soon drifts into a drowsy slumber. During this frigid winter, Wu Fengwa seldom ventures far from the town for consultations, thus those from affluent families and neighboring villages seeking medical attention must come in person. Indeed, Zhao Shofu set out for this journey before dawn. A testament to his dedication. Nevertheless, everyone understands the necessity. After all, Wu Fengwa is well past 60, and having someone travel such a distance for treatment poses risks. Moreover, his medical expertise is renowned in the area. Instilling confidence in the populace. In the backyard, after enduring his treatment, Dajua immerses himself in the second bath barrel to mend his injuries. Once he completes his entire regimen, he leisurely dresses and tidies himself. Meanwhile, in the hall of the medical clinic, Zhao Shofu gradually awakens from his stupor. Mr. Zhao, your symptoms have improved significantly. Upon returning, ensure to take your medication regularly. I shall prepare your prescription now. Wu Fengwa states as he rises. Thank you, Dr. Hua. I feel much lighter now. Zhao Shoufu expresses his gratitude. Haha, Mr. Zhao, you must remember to exercise regularly. Otherwise, your old ailments are prone to relapse, Huo Fenghua cautions. Yet Zhao Shoufu brushes off the advice nonchalantly, responding, but I have you, Dr. Hua. I can always come back to you for help. Huo Fenghua shakes his head in resignation and turns to prepare the prescription. It is then that Zhao Shoufu notices Dajua once more, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. Dajua, seeing you here signifies that you have escaped a calamity. Dajua, taken aback, is filled with confusion. Escaped a calamity? What do you mean? He quickly asks, Zhao Leoi, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Shoufu recalls the harrowing scene and shudders involuntarily, his voice trembling as he recounts. Dajua, there has been a tragedy in your family. Your aunt and uncle have perished, and the scene was utterly horrific. Upon hearing this, Dajua feels as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his mind a blank slate, unable to grasp the reality for a long moment. Observing this reaction, Zhao Shoufu perceives Dajua's profound shock, his heart swelling with pity and respect for the boy, silently lamenting, what a deeply loyal child. I wonder why that couple treated him so cruelly. After a lengthy pause, Dajua finally regains his composure, his voice quivering as he asks, Zhao Leoi, do you know what caused their demise? Alas, you were unaware. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, when everyone was visiting and exchanging New Year's greetings, some villagers who had a decent relationship with your family approached your home, only to be greeted by an overwhelming stench of blood from afar. Sensing something amiss, they drew closer and discovered that your family's livestock, Hazy and the ox, were dead. Alarmed, they hastily opened the door, and what a sight it was, your aunt and uncle lying in a pool of blood. Zhao Shoufu recounts, his body trembling uncontrollably, as though the horrific scene were playing out before his eyes. Dajua, upon hearing this, is once again struck with disbelief, his heart tumultuous like a stormy sea. Hazy is dead. Hazy, I still owe you 61 meals. His heart was heavy with sorrow and melancholy, and his eyes were slightly reddened. Zhao Shoufu, observing the profound sadness etched on Dachui's face, felt an even stronger conviction of the boy's inherent goodness and loyalty, and he was increasingly baffled by the actions of that couple. After a while, Dachui, suppressing the grief within him, inquired once more, Zhao Leoi, you mentioned that only the couple was involved. What of Zhao Hong? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shoufu silently commended the boy. Look at him. Such a good child. Even at this moment, he still remembers his brother. He hastily replied, Zhao Hong inadvertently broke his rib 3.5 months ago. The situation was perilous at the time, and he nearly didn't survive. Then, a Taoist priest suddenly appeared, miraculously healed Zhao Hong, and took him as a disciple, ultimately flying away with him. That priest seemed to be an immortal. When he departed, he soared directly into the sky. Quite extraordinary. Dachui, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he pondered, why didn't they take Zhao Hong along as well? It appears he has become an immortal. His luck is truly remarkable. At that moment, Huo Fenghua, who was nearby writing a prescription, paused in surprise, his pen halting momentarily. He mused to himself, an immortal? How come I didn't find that scoundrel Zhao Hong at the time? Could it be when I pretended to be bitten by a dog? Surely that can't be mere coincidence. With this thought, Huo Fenghua hastily completed the prescription and stood up, casually asking, Mr. Zhao, do you know when that immortal arrived? In the evening, as the Zhao couple came to borrow my cart. I am quite certain, Zhao Shoufu replied truthfully. Oh, I was merely inquiring, Huo Fenghua said nonchalantly, as he discreetly handed the prescription to Dachui. Dachui took the prescription and began to busily prepare the medicine with great efficiency. Zhao Shoufu observed Dachui's adeptness in gathering the herbs, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Dr. Hua truly is remarkable. In just 3.5 months, he has managed to teach a child like Dachui so proficiently. Haha, Mr. Zhao, that is because Dachui is an intelligent boy. Indeed, I have watched him grow up, Zhao Shoufu remarked, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he sighed deeply at this point. Yet, it was infuriating that his two elders often mistreated the boy. However, it seemed that Dachui's growth under Dr. Hua's guidance was a silver lining amidst misfortune, a stroke of luck for Dachui. Upon hearing this, Huo Fenghua stroked his beard and nodded, saying, the fate of his two elders is a fitting retribution. However, I have heard that the lad named Zhao Hong was taken away by the immortal. It seems that retribution has yet to fully manifest. At these words, Zhao Shoufu's complexion turned ashen, and he hurriedly scanned his surroundings, as if fearful of being overheard, before lowering his voice and cautiously stating, Dr. Hua, be prudent with your words. Immortals are not to be discussed lightly by mere mortals like us. If Zhao Hong returns and hears these words, we may face dire consequences. I am already 66 years old. My life is but a fleeting moment. Do you think I fear death? Wu Fenghua scoffed dismissively. Just then, Dachui approached, having meticulously packed the herbs. Master, the medicine is ready, he announced, respectfully presenting the bundle to Zhao Shoufu. Zhao Shoufu accepted the package and turned to Dachui, speaking earnestly. Dachui, you must diligently follow Dr. Hua and learn your craft here. You are still young. If you can acquire even 50% of Dr. Hua's skills, supporting yourself in the future will not be a challenge. As he spoke, he produced a cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Dachui. Upon receiving the bag, Dachui felt its weight and was immediately puzzled. Opening it, he was astonished to find a pile of silver coins within. He instinctively weighed it in his hands and estimated that it amounted to no less than 5 taels. Internally, he gasped. As expected of Zhao Shoufu, his generosity is astounding. If this were copper coins, it would be 501. I have never seen so much money in my life. Master, this, Dachui stammered, at a loss for understanding why Zhao Shoufu would willingly spend such a sum. At that moment, Wu Fenghua interjected, Mr. Zhao, this is merely a minor ailment. It hardly warrants such a hefty fee. Zhao Shoufu quickly waved his hand, explaining, Dr. Hua has misunderstood. This is not a consultation fee. Since Dachui's family is currently without anyone, I took the liberty of using his house as a storage space. Consider this payment as rent. But Dachui, rest assured, if you ever return to Zhao village, I shall certainly return the house to you. Only then did Dachui come to his senses, reflecting internally. So this old fellow has long claimed the house I used to live in for himself. Nonetheless, he replied, Zhao Leoi, you may use the house as you wish. I shall likely not return to Zhao village. Hearing this, Zhao Shoufu's mind began to race with calculations, thinking, doesn't this mean the house will belong to me completely in the future? But he quickly donned a sincere expression, stating, Dachui, you mustn't say that. I will certainly keep your house for you. When you return to visit your aunt and the others' graves, it will be a place for you to stay for a few days. Dachui, upon hearing this, silently scoffed, thinking, visit graves. It would be a miracle if I don't disturb their graves instead. Yet he responded, Zhao Leo, let's discuss that later. After all, I am currently learning my craft with my master and have little spare time to return. Yes, learning your craft is of utmost importance. I shall take my leave now. As Zhao Shoufu spoke, he respectfully clasped his hands towards Wu Fenghua, saying, Dr. Hua, I shall take my leave now. If there are any further matters, I shall return to trouble you. Wu Fenghua nodded slightly and turned to Dachui, instructing, Dachui, see Mr. Zhao out. Yes, master, Dachui replied, accompanying Zhao Shoufu out of the clinic. After escorting Zhao Shoufu away, Dachui returned to the hall. His face filled with confusion, and could not help but say to Wu Fenghua, Master, this Zhao Shoufu seems quite generous. He gave me 5 taels of silver all at once. In Dachui's eyes, this was an immense fortune. Although his master seemed to have ample money, 5 taels of silver converted to copper coins would amount to 501, a significant sum for anyone. What do you know? Boy. Wu Fenghua chuckled, shaking his head. Zhao Shoufu is a true businessman. He routinely exploits farmers for profit. That's just his standard practice. So why would he give me silver? Logically, I was once a trivial character in his eyes. If he wanted to claim that house, he could have simply taken it by force. Dachui still found it puzzling. He's merely acknowledging that you are currently doing well and learning medicine under my guidance. You must understand, you are now my disciple, Wu Fenghua. In this area, who wouldn't show me a bit of respect? Wu Fenghua patiently explained. Dachui contemplated this and realized it made sense. In the past, while in the village, he often heard people speak of his master's remarkable medical skills, but at that time, he was too preoccupied with competing with Heizi for scarce meals to care about such matters. Just then, the thought of Heizi struck Dachui, and he became deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. He still owed Heizi 61 meals, and now that debt would remain unpaid forever. Heizi was gone. He wondered if anyone had taken care of Heizi's body after his death. But with so much time passed, it was likely that both Heizi and the family's cow had already been divided among the villagers. Sighing, he lamented, I wonder which heartless thief would go so far as to spare not even a dog. It's utterly inhumane. With a face full of rage, Dachui exclaimed. Beside him, Wu Fenghua couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelids upon hearing this, secretly cursing in his heart, this little brat. I am helping you seek vengeance, and yet you still feel wronged. If it weren't for that despicable creature incessantly yapping and charging at me to bite, would I even raise my hand? However, that cow did indeed meet an unfortunate end, inadvertently killed by the very fluctuations of spiritual energy it had released. Ahem, Dachui, Since this matter has already transpired, there is no need to dwell on it further. How have you progressed with the body tempering technique I taught you? Wu Fenghua hastily shifted the topic, inquiring. The moment Dachui heard about cultivation, his spirits lifted. The despondency on his face vanishing instantly as he excitedly replied, Master, I have diligently practiced every afternoon for the past 10 days, and now I can almost maintain each posture for half an hour. Well then, what are you still lingering here for? Hurry up and continue your practice. This technique is not considered a minor success unless you can sustain it for 2 hours. Wu Fenghua urged sternly. Without a moment's hesitation, Dachui dashed toward the backyard, where he began to meticulously perform the intricate movements. The following morning, after completing his run as usual, Dachui returned to the courtyard, his body slightly fatigued. Upon stepping into the yard, he was greeted by the sight of 2 familiar bathing tubs. However, today these tubs exuded an inexplicable strangeness, the air thick with an overwhelming stench of blood. Curiously, he approached and was instantly struck with pallor, his stomach churning as he nearly vomited. Inside those 2 tubs lay a shocking amount of bright red blood, resembling 2 pools of crimson, sending shivers down one's spine. Shitty, what on earth is going on? Dachui asked, his voice trembling as he stared at the horrifying sight before him. Standing nearby, Shi Yongliang, who was preparing to add various herbs into the tubs, noticed Dachui's expression but showed no sign of fear. Instead, he appeared exhilarated, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Dachui, this is a marvelous thing. And today, I shall bathe with you, Shi Yongying proclaimed excitedly. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, What, bathe in this blood? Indeed, this is the blood of a first-tier demonic beast. It is an exceptional treasure for body refinement, Shi Yongyang explained enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. First-tier, demonic beast, treasure. Dachui was filled with confusion, yet at that moment, he had no inclination to delve deeper into the nature of demonic beasts. The pungent, nauseating smell of blood alone was enough to make his head spin. It was far stronger than the stench of blood during the village's New Year pig slaughtering, nearly inducing vomiting. Just then, Wu Fenghua slowly emerged from the room, his gaze sweeping over the 2. With an authoritative tone, he commanded, Dachui, Yongyang, quickly strip and jump in. Though Dachui felt utterly repulsed, he reasoned that his master's instructions must hold some wisdom. Moreover, having endured countless trials in his cultivation journey, this seemed a minor hurdle he could overcome. Thus, he wasted no time and swiftly shed his clothing. On the other hand, Shi Yongyang appeared somewhat awkward. At 19, he was more self-conscious than Dachui. After hesitatingly removing his clothes until only his underpants remained, he steeled himself and leaped into the tub. Who could have anticipated that the moment he entered, he let out a blood-curdling scream, as if scalded by fire, immediately springing back out of the tub. However, before he could even land, Wu Fenghua swiftly reached out, catching him and unceremoniously shoving him back into the tub. Instantly, Shi Yongliang's agonizing cries echoed throughout the courtyard, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Dachui, who was about to enter the tub, froze in place, stammering to Wu Fenghua, Master, is there really no problem with this? You fool, what problem could there be? Rest assured, this is far more bearable than your previous baths, Wu Fenghua replied calmly. Upon reflection, Dachui realized there was some truth to this. He had endured the scalding herbal baths for over 10 days, accumulating a degree of experience, while Shi Yongyang was merely on his first day and likely still unaccustomed. Resolving himself, he closed his eyes and jumped into the tub. The moment he entered the water, excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave, and he instinctively attempted to rise. Yet, before he could make a move, Wu Fenghua's other hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, pinning him in place, immovable. If you 2 cannot endure this little pain, how can you expect to grow stronger? Wu Fenghua's voice was serious and low, carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing their master's words, Dachui and Shi Yongyang dared not entertain the thought of rising, yet they couldn't suppress their cries of agony, which echoed in the courtyard, shattering the morning's tranquility. In the next moment, Wu Fenghua's expression grew solemn as he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring 2 intricate formations that shimmered softly before plunging into the bathing tub, chanting incomprehensible incantations. He seemed to invoke a mysterious and formidable spell. Master, I can't take it anymore. I feel as if my body is about to ignite, Shi Yongyang shouted in agony, his voice already hoarse. Master, I feel completely numb, Dachui echoed, his face contorted in pain. The 2's cries intertwined, creating a haunting chorus in the small yard. Yet Wu Fenghua appeared oblivious, wholly focused on his incantation, immersed in his spellcasting. As time passed slowly, the cries of the two gradually diminished, and the once viscous blood in the tub began to thin, its color fading. Finally, an hour had elapsed, and the voices of Dachui and Shi Yongliang fell silent, the courtyard descending into an eerie stillness. At that moment, the blood in the tub had transformed to a hue nearly akin to clear water, the pungent odor dissipating significantly. Only then did Huafenghua gently wave his hand, two streams of gentle spiritual energy emanating from his palm, softly cradling the bodies of the two and gradually lowering them to the ground. At this moment, Dachui's entire body was flushed red, as if scorched by flames. The muscles beneath his skin seemed to harbor boundless strength. Brimming with explosive tension, the lines of his physique clearly defined, embodying a robust beauty. His entire demeanor had undergone a noticeable transformation, subtly radiating the aura of a strong individual. As for Shi Yongliang, being of the fire element, he harmonized exceptionally well with the blood of the fiery red flame python. Now, after this baptism, his presence grew even more formidable, as if he had been imbued with the strength of a tiger. A fiery glow subtly coursing around him, exuding an extraordinary aura. Huafenghua observed Dachui and Shi Yongliang's states, narrowing his eyes slightly with a satisfied expression, nodding gently. This lad Dachui is indeed quite impressive. I had originally allocated a full month for his body refinement, yet unexpectedly, after just half a month, he has nearly completed it. This saves me a fortnight's time. As a moment of tea brewing passed quietly, Dachui slowly opened his eyes. Why this time? The redness of his body had gradually subsided, returning to its usual appearance, yet he still radiated a unique aura, a resilience born from rigorous tempering. Turning to the still unconscious Shi Yongliang, Dachui was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Master, how long will Shidi remain in this state?" At this moment, Huafenghua sat leisurely to the side. Holding a teacup in his hands, he gently sipped the fragrant brew, and upon hearing the inquiry from Dachui, he slowly set down the cup, raised his gaze to meet Dachui's, and replied in a composed manner, before embarking on his cultivation journey. He did not undergo systematic body tempering, hence his physique is considerably weaker compared to yours. Given the circumstances, he is likely to remain unconscious for at least another half an hour. You may come over now, and I shall begin imparting to you the method of drawing in Qi today. Upon hearing this, Dachui's eyes flickered with excitement and anticipation as he hurried to stand before Huafenghua. Bowing respectfully, Huafenghua slightly raised his hand, signaling Dachui to sit on the ground, and then he himself gradually settled into a cross-legged position opposite him. Dachui. Drawing Qi into the body is the foundation of cultivation and requires a mind free from distractions. With focused and tranquil energy, Huafenghua stated solemnly, his voice deep and steady, imbued with an invisible power that instilled calmness in those who listened. First, close your eyes and cast aside all extraneous thoughts, concentrating your awareness on the dantian within yourself. Dachui followed his instructions, slowly shutting his eyes and striving to regulate his breathing, attempting to bring tranquility to his thoughts. However, for someone attempting to draw Qi for the first time, this was no simple task. Various distractions surged through his mind like untamed wild horses, from the tragic events at home to the shadowy figure of Haizi, making it impossible to achieve clarity. Huafenghua seemed to sense Dachui's predicament and gently spoke, "Do not be anxious. The path of cultivation is a long one, to be traversed step by step. Try to take a deep breath, focusing entirely on the rhythm of your inhalation and exhalation, feeling the coolness of the air entering your body and the warmth upon exhaling." Dachui inhaled deeply, adhering to his master's guidance and concentrating on the cadence of his breath. Gradually, his tumultuous thoughts began to settle, no longer raging as before. The vast emptiness envelopes the universe. Qi exists like ethereal threads within. Absorb the breath, focus the mind, and draw in the essence of the stars and moon. Within the dantian, stillness gathers, and the meridians pulse with subtle warmth. Clear your thoughts and return to your true self, as the essence of heaven and humanity intertwines at the threshold of the mysterious. Huafenghua's voice resonated as if it were carried from the distant skies, yet echoed clearly in Dachui's ears. Dachui concentrated all his spirit, striving to extend his awareness outward. Initially, he felt nothing, only a sense of chaos surrounding him. However, he did not give up, attempting again and again, as if searching for treasure in an endless void, uncertain how much time had passed. Just as Dachui was on the verge of losing faith, he suddenly sensed a faint, elusive breath, like a gentle breeze caressing his face, yet difficult to grasp. "Master, I think I may have felt something, but I am not entirely sure," Dachui said, a mix of nervousness and excitement trembling in his voice. Huafenghua nodded slightly, encouraging him, "Do not panic. that is the nascent form of spiritual energy. You must focus even more intently and cautiously guide it to your dantian. This process is akin to leading a lost lamb home. Do not rush, or it may become frightened and flee. Dachui clenched his teeth, fully concentrating on controlling that faint perception. Under his guidance, the breath began to slowly move toward the dantian, advancing at a glacial pace, with each inch seemingly draining his entire strength. Fenghuo understood that this moment was a critical juncture in Dachui's cultivation. The initial step in cultivation is to expand the Qi Sea.I in the realm of cultivators. The Qi Sea is akin to an invisible balloon hidden within the body, its size becoming apparent before entering the Qi refining stage. The broader and deeper the Qi Sea, the further one can travel on their cultivation journey, and the higher realms they can aspire to reach. The cultivation world has a clear classification regarding a cultivator's potential and future achievements, based on how long it takes to expand the Qi Sea. If one can complete the expansion within a day, they may only reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. If it takes 3 days, they stand a chance to challenge the Golden Core realm. Those who achieve it within 10 days may touch upon the profound domain of the Nascent Soul. And if it takes 15 days, the divine transformation realm is not an unattainable dream. Seeing Dachui successfully draw the first wisp of spiritual energy into the Qi Sea, Fenghuo did not dare to be lax for a moment. He immediately raised his hand, casting a barrier that enveloped Dachui securely. This barrier functioned like a sturdy shield, effectively preventing any external disturbances, creating a serene and safe environment for Dachui to focus solely on expanding his Qi Sea during this critical period. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly and imperceptibly passing, with each moment bearing the weight of Dachui's struggles and hopes. Half an hour later, Shi Yongyang, who had been unconscious nearby, gradually awakened from his stupor. He opened his eyes groggily, feeling a heavy head and aching body, and was about to let out a few pained groans when he inadvertently caught sight of Dachui fully immersed in the critical moment of drawing qi into his body. Understanding the unspoken situation, Shi Yongyang quickly stifled his discomfort and silently began to don his clothes, fearing that even the slightest noise might disturb Dachui and hinder his cultivation process. Yongyang, your dantian has already returned to its original state. You may attempt to break through to the first layer of Qi refining now, Fenghuo said softly upon noticing that Shi Yongyang had awakened. Although Shi Yongyang currently possessed no cultivation, he had previously reached the third layer of Qi refining and was still familiar with the method of internal inspection of the dantian. Upon hearing this, he quickly focused his mind inward, carefully examining the condition of his dantian. To his astonishment and delight, he found that not only had his dantian completely restored to its former state, it seemed even slightly expanded, as if it harbored greater potential. Master, may I go to my room to attempt the breakthrough? I fear I might disturb my senior brother while he draws in qi, Shi Yongyang respectfully asked Fenghuo, his eyes brimming with fervent eagerness for cultivation and concern for his senior brother. Fenghuo nodded slightly, indicating his consent. Thus, Shi Yongyang rose cautiously, treading lightly toward the room, anxious to avoid making any sound. Once he entered and closed the door behind him, Fenghuo's attention returned to Dachui, his gaze filled with anticipation and solemnity. Time continued to flow steadily, and soon a look of undeniable astonishment appeared on Fenghuo's face as he intently observed Dachui. Contemplating, this lad has been expanding his Qi Sea for over 10 days now. At this rate, he is likely to achieve a golden core in the future, with such talent and determination. Surely he will seek justice for the deep-seated grievances against Taoist Han. Fenghuo's thoughts drifted, memories of the past flooding his mind like a tidal wave. Brother Hua, in this calamity, my wife and I fear we may not escape our fate. Han Yun said, his face etched with sorrow, his voice tinged with endless despair and helplessness. Taoist Han, do not speak of giving up lightly. Hold on for a moment longer. Reinforcements from the sect will arrive shortly. Fenghuo urged, his brow furrowed in an attempt to comfort Han Yun, though he understood the dire nature of the current situation. Useless, Brother Hua, have you not realized? Our whereabouts have been thoroughly exposed. It is evident that a faction within the sect's elder council is covertly targeting us, Han Yun replied bitterly, shaking his head, his eyes reflecting a profound understanding of the harsh reality. Taoist Han, perhaps you should surrender the Wanling Divine Light Bottle. You are now being pursued by 2 sects. If you persist in your folly, where else can you flee within this vast cultivation world? Heed my words. Preserving your life should be your utmost priority, Fenghuo implored earnestly. Brother Hua, do you think I do not wish to surrender this treasure? But even if I did, would they truly let me go? Han Yun sighed heavily, his eyes filled with resignation and determination. Fenghuo fell silent, well aware that Han Yun's words held truth. The conflicts and dangers of the cultivation world were not easily resolved. At that moment, the pale-faced Qiu, filled with urgency, interjected, "Brother Yun, what will become of that child, Chang Kong?" At these words, Han Yun's body trembled as if struck by a thunderbolt. Indeed, what would become of his child? Still an infant of merely 1 month, in this perilous situation, in this moment of life and death, how could he bear to place his child in peril? Han Yun, suppressing the profound sorrow and reluctance within, slowly produced a porcelain vial and extended it towards Hua Fenghua. "Brother Hua, you are my sole confidant in this world. You are aware that I have only just acquired this treasure and have yet to delve deeply into its mysteries. Please accept this vial and, in the future, hand it over to Chang Kong, considering it a token of gratitude for the life I once saved. From henceforth, we shall owe one another nothing. Han Yun." "What do you take me for?" Hua Fenghua exclaimed, his face contorted with anger, his eyes ablaze with unwavering friendship and indomitable spirit. "If you truly find yourselves in dire straits, I, Hua Fenghua, am not one to fear death. I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you and fight against our formidable foes. Brother Hua, Chang Kong is the flesh and blood of both Yun Gu and me, for the sake of the child. I implore you to assist us this once. Moreover, this matter is known to all, and you have no part in it." Qiu, tears streaming down her face, beseeched him earnestly, seeing Hua Fenghua still hesitating. Han Yun once more retrieved the token from his bosom. "Brother Hua, I have placed Chang Kong in the care of a mortal family. With this token, you shall be able to locate him." "Yun Gu, someone is approaching," Qiu suddenly cried out, her voice filled with dread and unease. "Brother Hua, I entrust my son Han Chang Kong to you," Han Yun declared, exchanging a resolute glance with Qiu. Both their eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. In the next instant, they unleashed their full strength and launched a fierce attack on Hua Fenghua. Caught off guard, Hua Fenghua was instantly struck by this overwhelming force. Flying backward like a kite with its strings severed, blood spewing forth. With a thunderous shout that resonated through the heavens, Han Yun bellowed, "Old dog Hua, do you dare to impede my wife and me?" Han Yun, observing that Hua Fenghua was gravely injured yet still alive, felt a slight sense of relief that he and Qiu exchanged a glance before both employing their teleportation technique, vanishing from sight and racing toward the horizon. Almost simultaneously, several figures materialized beside Hua Fenghua like phantoms. "Elder Hua, are you all right?" one of them inquired with concern. Hua Fenghua's complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath weak and erratic, summoning his strength. He replied feebly, "I am fine. Hurry and pursue them. They have teleported ahead." With that, the figures wasted no time, vanishing without a trace, leaving Hua Fenghua alone, gazing in the direction of their departure, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. Since that harrowing incident, Hua Fenghua had devoted himself to protecting Han Chang Kong, employing every stratagem imaginable. He understood that, given his status and position in the realm of cultivation, every move he made was under the vigilant watch of various factions. Thus, he resolutely concocted a seemingly plausible excuse to his sect, claiming he had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck in his cultivation and urgently needed to descend into the mortal realm to seek breakthroughs through worldly experiences and insights. Thus, he quietly arrived in the remote town of Hongyin, embarking on a protracted journey of guardianship. However, in this realm of cultivation, the various factions were comprised of ancient beings who had practiced for millennia. With meticulous minds and acute perceptions, Hua Fenghua was acutely aware that his every action could not escape their scrutiny. Countless eyes were undoubtedly watching him from the shadows, to ensure Han Chang Kong's absolute safety. He was compelled to endure inner torment, remaining concealed in the shadows, silently observing Han Chang Kong's growth while daring not to reveal himself or acknowledge their relationship, even when witnessing Han Chang Kong suffer persecution and trials in the mortal world. He could only clench his fists, burying his anger and concern deep within, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness might expose Han Chang Kong's identity and bring calamity upon him. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, silently slipping away. At last, the opportunity Hua Fenghua had long awaited arrived. Months prior, the grand summit of the cultivation world, held every 50 years, commenced as scheduled. This summit drew together various factions, serving as a vital platform for exchange and competition, capturing the attention of countless cultivators. After enduring over a decade of patience and disguise, Hua Fenghua had not revealed a single flaw, presenting himself as an unremarkable mortal cultivator, devoid of any peculiarities. Gradually, the scrutiny from his sect began to wane, ultimately leading to a complete cessation of their close observation. Hua Fenghua keenly sensed this subtle shift, knowing that opportunities like this were fleeting and would not come again. Thus, he meticulously devised an impeccable plan, From the moment Han Kong fortuitously discovered that mysterious vial, everything unfolded within his control that he deftly guided Han Kong, leading him step by step into the trajectory he had predetermined, ultimately succeeding in taking him as his disciple. What appeared to be a series of coincidences was, in truth, the result of Hua Fenghua's elaborate scheming, with each component intricately interwoven like an invisible net, ensnaring Han Kong securely within, allowing him to unknowingly embark upon the path of cultivation. However, amidst this plan, one individual was entirely innocent, having been inadvertently drawn into the fray. Shi Yongyang. Shi Yongyang was merely an ordinary cultivator passing through Hongyan town, seeking a place to rest. Little did he anticipate that the wheels of fate would turn, aligning perfectly with Hua Fenghua's design to render the entire scheme more flawless and inconspicuous. Hua Fenghua deliberately ensnared Shi Yongyang in a life-and-death crisis, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, everything unfolded according to Hua Fenghua's expectations. Shi Yongyang was ultimately rescued and, by a stroke of fortune, also became Hua Fenghua's disciple. This way, Hua Fenghua had 2 disciples under his wing, creating an appearance of naturalness and reasonableness to outsiders, thus averting any unnecessary suspicion and attention, successfully concealing his intentions and crafting a relatively secure environment for Han Kong's growth and cultivation. Hua Fenghua gradually extricated himself from the memories of the past, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He pondered, what is the current state of Han Yun and Xiaoyu? Ever since their desperate escape that day, they had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from this world, causing him great concern. Lost in reminiscence, he suddenly realized the passage of time. He had been lost in thought for a full 5 days. Could it be that the boy De Zhao had taken 15 days to expand his Qi Si? Hua Fenghua couldn't help but gasp, filled with shock and disbelief. What does 15 days signify in the extensive annals of the cultivation world? To achieve such rapid expansion of the Qi Si and aspire to reach the divine transformation realm within such a short span is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, akin to a miraculous existence. It is worth noting that across the vast expanse of the Pingxi continent, where cultivators abound like clouds, the number of divine transformation practitioners is alarmingly scarce. At most, only 3. Could it be that I am dreaming? The divine transformation realm is a height that countless cultivators strive for throughout their lives, yet few can ever hope to attain it. However, if this boy truly can reach divine transformation, then perhaps the deep-seated enmity of his parents may indeed find resolution. Hua Fenghua's heart brimmed with anticipation for Dajiao's future, yet he harbored a lingering worry that such immense talent might attract greater dangers. At that moment, a crisp creaking sound shattered the surrounding silence, jolting Hua Fenghua back to reality. He suddenly recalled that Shi Yongyang had been in seclusion for 15 days. Master, I have successfully entered the Qi Refinement stage. Shi Yongyang emerged from his chamber, his face radiant with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Compared to before, his aura now appeared notably more refined and stable. Hua Fenghua nodded slightly, his expression calm as he inquired, Yongyang, do you feel that your cultivation has become significantly smoother and quicker than before? Shi Yongyang respectfully replied, his words imbued with profound gratitude and reverence for Hua Fenghua. Upon hearing this, Hua Fenghua nodded slowly in acknowledgement. He understood, well, that although his previous methods of drawing Shi Yongyang into his fold had been somewhat underhanded, given the cultivation techniques Shi Yongyang had practiced, managing to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement was indeed a remarkable feat. Perhaps, as he had suggested, it truly was a stroke of fortune, a sign that the ancestors were smiling upon him. Now, having cleverly brought him under his tutelage, Hua Fenghua intended to impart more profound and intricate cultivation methods, which, without a doubt, represented an extraordinary opportunity for Shi Yongyang, one that could alter the course of his entire life in the realm of immortality. By the way, Master, why does it take my junior so long to draw Qi into his body? I recall that I only took 10 days to accomplish it myself, Shi Yongyang inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Hua Fenghua was momentarily taken aback, waves of astonishment crashing within him. This lad was a genius. Moreover, he possessed a single attribute: fire spiritual root. An exceptional talent in the world of cultivation. It made him wonder whether his own luck had truly been extraordinary or if Shi Yongyang's fortune was indeed remarkable. Being able to study under him alongside someone as gifted as Dachui, Hua Fenghua silently marveled, filled with boundless imagination and anticipation for the futures of his 2 disciples. Your senior brother has been meditating for a full 15 days. Hua Fenghua inhaled deeply and said slowly, his gaze revealing a complex mixture of astonishment at Dachui's talent and a subtle worry for his future path. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from the entrance of the medical hall. The crisp sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the environment. Huafenghua's heart stirred, realizing that a patient had arrived seeking treatment. Yongliang, since you have successfully entered the Qi Refinement stage, go attend to the patient for me. Huafenghua instructed. Yes, master, Shi Yongliang replied, hastening towards the hall to begin diagnosing the patient methodically. Although he was merely at the first level of Qi Refinement, under Huafenghua's meticulous guidance, he had acquired a certain grasp and experience in treating common ailments, allowing him to handle the situation with ease. Meanwhile, Dachui seemed to be enveloped in an invisible barrier, completely absorbed in the crucial process of drawing qi into his body. His consciousness appeared to detach from his physical form, placing him in an expansive, chaotic, and ethereal realm. In this hazy and mysterious void, a flicker of emerald light suddenly appeared before Dachui, like a meteor slicing through the night. As he focused intently, he discerned a porcelain vial suspended in the air, emanating a soft and enigmatic green glow. This luminescence seemed almost alive, flowing like a gentle stream towards him. As it drew closer, Dachui could distinctly feel a peculiar force rippling through the air, causing his very soul to tremble slightly. The green light, under his watchful gaze, delicately yet resolutely made contact with his body and gradually sank within him, akin to a serpent returning to its lair. In an instant, Dachui felt a warm and powerful surge rising from his dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. Wherever this warmth flowed, it awakened every cell within him, imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort and vitality. As if his meridians were gradually expanding and strengthening under this nurturing force, paving a broader and smoother path for the impending surge of spiritual energy. That day, Dachui gradually awakened from his chaotic reverie, slowly opening his eyes to find that dusk had settled, and the last rays of sunlight were about to fade. Turning his head, he noticed Huafenghua gazing at him with astonishment, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions: shock, relief, and an ineffable depth. Dachui felt uneasy under such an intense gaze, instinctively scratching his head and awkwardly asking, Master, did I really take an entire day to draw qi into my body? His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet could not conceal his curiosity and anticipation regarding his own progress. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shi Yongliang, who had just emerged from the kitchen carrying a meal, overheard him. Taken aback for a moment, he quickly smiled and replied, Senior brother, you have been meditating for an entire month, to be precise, 31 days and 5 hours. Dachui's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation, his face a portrait of astonishment. With a swift motion, he sprang up as if propelled by a spring, his voice rising in pitch due to sheer shock. Master, is what my junior said true? I went a month without food and didn't perish. Cultivation is truly remarkable. As he spoke, he instinctively touched his belly, still unable to fathom that he had survived such a long period without sustenance. Hearing this, Huafenghua's brow twitched involuntarily, inwardly lamenting. This lad, upon awakening, is more concerned about his hunger than his cultivation progress, which is both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade and said, Your talent is among the lowest in the entire realm of cultivation. Those exceptionally gifted practitioners can complete the expansion of their qi in just a few days, yet you took a whole month. Huafenghua's words were intentionally crafted in this world of cultivation. The law of the jungle was an ironclad rule, especially for those nearing the end of their lifespan, desperate to break through yet hopelessly stagnant. If they were to hear of Dachui's peculiar situation, they might entertain nefarious thoughts of seizing this young body in a bid for survival. Dachui, upon hearing Huafenghua belittle his talent, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, his demeanor becoming despondent. Shi Yongliang, having just set down his bowl and chopsticks, was also taken aback by these words, inwardly reflecting, I took 10 days to draw qi into my body. Surely, that's not too shabby. He then looked at Dachui with sympathy, his eyes a blend of pity and relief. At this moment, Huafenghua seized the opportunity, speaking in a low and grave tone. Dachui, Yongliang, when a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled by the wind. When talent surpasses the rest, it inevitably attracts envy. On the path of spiritual cultivation, those who flaunt their brilliance are prone to attracting ill intentions, and calamities will surely follow. Dachui, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion and thinking, I haven't even learned to read properly. How could Master expect me to understand such profound words? Thus, he bluntly asked, Master, what does this mean? Are you saying we shouldn't show off? Shi Yongliang, recognizing Dachui's confusion, quickly interjected, Senior brother, Master means we must remain humble on our cultivation journey. we should avoid flaunting our abilities and learn to conceal our strengths. If we shine too brightly, it can easily provoke jealousy and resentment from others, leading to dire consequences. Having navigated the cultivation world for over a decade, Shi Yongyang had a deep understanding of this principle. Reflecting on his own 10-year journey, he couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that he had been wandering aimlessly, completely oblivious to the nature of his own spiritual root. Realizing the gravity of Hu Fenghua's message, Dachui hastily clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, assuring, "Rest assured, Master. I am not one to stir up trouble. I will heed your teachings and act with humility." Hu Fenghua, satisfied with Dachui's response, nodded slightly and then produced an ancient tome of cultivation techniques from his sleeve. Dachui, I have carefully assessed your spiritual root and discovered that you possess a mixed spiritual root of all 5 elements. While this mixed root will result in a slower cultivation speed compared to pure single-element roots, it does not preclude you from achieving success on the path of cultivation. However, your progress may indeed be approximately 5 times slower than others. Upon hearing this, Dachui became visibly agitated, his mouth agape in shock and helplessness. 5 times slower than others. So if they meditate for a day, I'll need to spend 5 days. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he finally grasped the profound meaning behind his master's recent words. It dawned on him that, in comparison to those exceptionally gifted cultivators, he was utterly outmatched. Nevertheless, his disposition remained remarkably optimistic and magnanimous. He quickly consoled himself with the thought, what does it matter? As long as I can attain immortality, that is sufficient. Having considered this, he respectfully extended his hands to receive the tome from Hu Fenghua, uttering, "Disciple humbly thanks Master for bestowing this teaching. Indeed, remember this. When you venture outside in the future, you must never disclose the time you spend expanding your vital energy. Otherwise, not only will you face scorn and contempt, but you may also invite perilous consequences." Hu Fenghua admonished with a grave expression. "Master, with my meager talents, who would wish me harm? The realm of cultivation is exceedingly harsh, is it not?" Dachui lamented, his face a picture of grievance. What do you understand?" Hu Fenghua shot him a disapproving glance. Patiently explaining, "Consider those who deem themselves extraordinary. Upon learning that you, with your so-called inferior talent, have embarked on the path of cultivation, how could they possibly find peace within themselves? It is not improbable that envy may fester within them, leading to malevolent intentions toward you." Despite his outward words, Hu Fenghua inwardly lamented, "What a predicament this is! As a venerable elder, I find myself resorting to such deception with my own disciple. It truly tarnishes my dignity. Alas, I can only take it one step at a time, hoping this lad will eventually comprehend my good intentions. Furthermore, you must commit the Guiyuanju to memory, once you have mastered it. Destroy this tome. This technique is extraordinarily unique and must not fall into the hands of others," Hu Fenghua said with a serious demeanor. "Master, is this technique something extraordinary?" Dachui inquired, his curiosity evident. Hu Fenghua felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily at the barrage of questions, inwardly exasperated by the lad's incessant inquiries. This technique was fortuitously obtained during an expedition to a secret realm alongside your father and my wife. It is ideally suited for someone with your mixed spiritual roots to cultivate. Hu Fenghua fabricated, nearly divulging the identity of the boy's father. "Oh, I see. So, is my stepmother also a cultivator?" Dachui pressed on, his interest undiminished. Hu Fenghua felt several black lines form on his forehead, his mind racing in frustration. "I have practiced for a millennium and never even touched the hand of a celestial maiden. How could I have a stepmother?" He stifled his rising ire and feigned impatience, saying, "You should focus on your meal, and then retreat to your room to memorize the technique. Do not ask about irrelevant matters." Soon after dinner, Dachui hurried back to his room, eager to study the Guiyuanju. However, as he opened the book, he was taken aback. The text was cryptic and incomprehensible, akin to a celestial script. His brow furrowed in confusion. "Forget it. Master said to memorize it all first, but there are some characters I do not recognize. What am I to do?" Dachui pondered to himself, yet the stubbornness ingrained in him refused to let him give up easily. He quickly retrieved paper and pen, carefully imitating the unfamiliar characters one by one, suppressing his inner bewilderment as he pressed on. While poring over the enigmatic technique, he habitually took a sip from the gourd containing the spiritual liquid. Striving to enhance his clarity of thought, the technique spanned 5,000 characters, and Dachui diligently studied it throughout the night, only managing to finish by dawn, though the process was arduous, astonishingly. He could already stammer through 1,000 characters from memory. Unbeknownst to him, were it not for the miraculous liquid within the gourd, his current level of comprehension would never have allowed him to retain such intricate content in such a brief span of time. On the following morning, despite having not slept a wink, Dachui felt remarkably invigorated and devoid of fatigue. With a heart full of questions and anticipation, he hurried to Huafenghua, presenting the obscure characters he had compiled the previous night. Respectfully stating, "Master, I truly cannot comprehend some of these characters." Huafenghua took the paper, examined it closely, and nodded slightly. Indeed, these characters are unfamiliar to you. That he then began to patiently elucidate their meanings and his profound understanding of the Guanju. Under Huafenghua's meticulous guidance, Dachui eagerly absorbed the knowledge, gradually acquiring a preliminary grasp of the mysterious technique. Time flowed leisurely, like a gentle stream, silently passing by. On the morning of the 5th day, Dachui emerged from his room brimming with confidence, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Master, I have memorized the technique," Dachui exclaimed jubilantly. Huafenghua observed the significant progress Dachui had made over the days and felt a sense of private gratification. He knew that although the boy's talents were not exceptional, his diligence and determination were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He had anticipated that Dachui would likely master the technique today. "Very well, come sit cross-legged. I shall begin to teach you the art of cultivation," Huafenghua replied, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Shi Yongyang also approached Dachui and sat down beside him, ready to receive their master's teachings. Huafenghua noticed both were prepared and began. The hierarchy of the cultivation realm is exceedingly intricate and stringent, broadly classified into body refinement, Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, among others. The body refinement stage is still within the realm of mortals. It merely signifies that through specialized training, one's physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary human. The Qi refining stage can be further divided into 4 segments: early, middle, late, and completion. Each of these segments is then subdivided into 3 minor realms. The 1st to 3rd levels constitute the early stage. The 4th to 6th levels represent the middle stage. The 7th to 9th levels signify the late stage, and the 10th level denotes completion. "Master, does that mean my junior brother is currently at the 1st level of Qi refining?" "Thus in the early stage," Dachui inquired thoughtfully. "Indeed, that is correct. Yongliang is now in the early stage of Qi refining. However, although there exists a substantial disparity between early-stage cultivators and mortals, they still fall short when compared to the formidable warriors of the mundane world." As Shi Yongliang heard this, he couldn't help but recall his past experiences, silently chuckling to himself that in his youth, when he first entered the 1st level of Qi refining, he had been brash and arrogant, parading about until he was relentlessly pursued and beaten by mundane warriors, utterly incapable of retaliating, as they had not afforded him the opportunity to employ his spells. Ultimately, he reached only the 3rd level of Qi refining. While he could defeat average warriors, the world of mortals concealed many exceptionally powerful combatants who cultivated true energy rather than spiritual energy, making their combat capabilities not to be underestimated. "Master, does that mean a cultivator at the middle stage of Qi refining can easily defeat a warrior?" Shi Yongliang's curiosity remained unquenched, prompting him to inquire further. Huafenghua shook his head slightly, his expression serious. "Only upon reaching the 4th level of Qi refining does one truly step through the gates of the cultivation world. At this stage, one can effortlessly employ the art of telekinesis to control flying swords to vanquish foes. It is at this point that the disparity between cultivators and mortals becomes strikingly apparent. However, utilizing telekinesis is exceedingly taxing on one's spiritual energy and should not be done lightly. Yet, it is not a daunting task to slay ordinary warriors." Just as Huafenghua finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the courtyard like a specter. Dachui and Shi Yongyang, taken by surprise, were startled, their hearts racing. Is that a ghost? How did it just appear like that?" Dachui exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. The figure was cloaked in a black robe, its face obscured by a black mask, rendering its features indiscernible, yet exuding an aura of mystery and danger. "Ah, Huafenghua, it has been a long time. I never expected you to take on a disciple now." The figure chuckled ominously. A deep and hoarse voice emanated from beneath the black robe, sending a chill down the spine of all who heard it. Upon witnessing this unsettling scene, Huafenghua's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He rose slowly, letting out a cold snort as he declared, "In the realm of cultivation, it is a rule that families shall not be harmed for the deeds of their kin. I assure you, my 2 disciples pose no threat to you. Let us resolve our grievances elsewhere." "Ha ha ha. One at the Qi refinement stage and the other merely at the body refinement realm. I would not deign to kill them." The figure in the black robe cackled, as if mocking Hua Fenghua's overestimation of himself. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint echo in the air, 10 miles west. Upon hearing this, Hua Fenghua's countenance turned grave. He turned to Dachui and Shi Yongliang, his eyes filled with concern and reluctance. You two must remember what I previously said. Your master will return shortly. Dachui felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Master, he could not help but shout. Master Shi Yongliang also sensed the gravity of the situation. Recognizing that this was clearly a farewell, his voice trembled slightly. Yet, Hua Fenghua showed no hesitation, ignoring the two as he vanished without a trace, leaving Dachui and Shi Yongliang exchanging worried glances. Their hearts heavy with anxiety, Dachui quickly regained his focus, determination shining in his eyes. Junior brother, 10 miles west. We must go and see to in his heart. Hua Fenghua had become akin to his only family. In facing danger, how could he bear to sit idly by? Senior brother, even if we are no match for that figure in black, we must go and spit in his face. We cannot allow our master to confront danger alone. Shi Yongliang said through clenched teeth, his eyes flickering with anger and defiance. Without hesitation, the two raced out of the town. Spring had already arrived, and the snow on the mountains began to melt, turning the paths into muddy quagmires, treacherous to traverse. Yet, their minds were singularly focused on reaching their master as quickly as possible, disregarding the arduous terrain beneath their feet, running with all their might. Even so, it took them a considerable time to arrive at their destination. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an eerie tranquility. There were no signs of battle, nor any sounds of conversation. Only an unsettling silence surrounded them. Dachui's heart sank as a wave of ominous foreboding washed over him. Let us search separately, he decisively proclaimed, and without delay, he sprinted into the dense forest, his eyes betraying his urgency and concern. Shi Yongliang, seeing this, did not hesitate to dash in the opposite direction, quickly disappearing into the thicket. Dachui rushed through the underbrush recklessly, his fear and uncertainty intensifying with each passing moment. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly stumbled upon a vast area where trees lay uprooted, some charred remnants still smoldering. The surroundings were in disarray, as if a fierce battle had recently transpired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dachui's heart tightened. Cautiously, he approached the chaotic epicenter, each step taken with utmost care, wary of any lurking danger. As he neared the center, he suddenly spotted a figure lying on the ground. As he leaned in closer, he recognized the clothing, identical to that of his master. A wave of intense unease and terror surged through him, a dreadful premonition taking hold. Struggling to suppress his rising panic, he hurried forward, and upon seeing the jade pendant hanging at the person's waist, inscribed clearly with the character Hua, his legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the ground, crying out in a voice filled with anguish, "Master!" That sound, laden with sorrow and despair, reverberated through the silent forest. Shattering hearts. In the distance, Shi Yongliang heard the heart-wrenching cry, his heart tightening in response to the dreadful premonition that enveloped him. He dared not linger, hastening his pace toward the source of the sound. Upon witnessing the tragic scene before him, he felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, his face etched with shock and grief, tears streaming uncontrollably. That moment, Hua Fenghua lay quietly on the ground, his visage so severely marred that it was nearly unrecognizable. The once lean and resolute face was now marred with blood and wounds, skin torn and mangled, revealing glimpses of bone in places. Master, do not worry. Your disciple, Dachui, will ensure that the fiend who committed this atrocity pays dearly for their crime. Dachui vowed, his eyes bloodshot, tears welling yet restrained. He carefully reached out, gently cradling Hua Fenghua's battered body, his legs trembling as he struggled to rise. Junior brother, let us return to the town. We must give our master a proper burial. Dachui's voice quivered with emotion, yet was resolute. With that, he took heavy steps toward the edge of the forest, each stride seemingly draining him of strength, yet infused with undeniable determination. Shi Yongliang, gradually emerging from his overwhelming sorrow, wiped his tears and stood up, disregarding the mud that clung to him, closely following Dachui. Senior brother, allow me to carry our master for a while, Shi Yongliang said softly, his eyes filled with concern and empathy. Dachui slowly shook his head, his voice low and hoarse. Junior brother, you return to the clinic and prepare. I will bring our master home. Understanding Dachui's intent, Shi Yongliang nodded vigorously and immediately turned to sprint toward the Hua clinic. In his urgency to return swiftly, He even tapped into his limited spiritual energy. His feet moving like the wind, quickly vanishing from Dachui's sight. Cradling Huafenghua, Dachui trudged slowly toward Hongyan town. His eyes were filled with sorrow and resolve, silently vowing to uncover the truth and ensure the perpetrator faced dire consequences. An hour later, a white sail hung high above the Hua clinic, the fluttering white fabric seeming to narrate endless sorrow and grief. Upon hearing the news, the residents of Hongyan town fell into shock and confusion. Uncle Li, Dr. Hua was well just yesterday. How could he suddenly be gone today? A young townsman inquired, his face a mask of bewilderment and sorrow. Uncle Li stood there, equally somber and sorrowful, letting out a heavy sigh. Alas, Dr. Hua has contributed immensely to our town over the years. He treated the sick and saved lives without ever demanding payment. He was our town's great benefactor. As he spoke, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Uncle Li's eyes. He then called out, "You young ones, come with me. We must bring back a fine coffin for Dr. Hua, ensuring he departs in dignity." Upon hearing this, several young men, who had previously benefited from Huafenghua's kindness, hurriedly followed Uncle Li without hesitation. "I will prepare a burial robe for Dr. Hua, selecting the finest materials," said Zhang Yang, the seamstress, wiping her tears. "I will fetch a pig's head, so that Dr. Hua may feast in the afterlife." Another chimed in. Uncle Wang from the pork shop hurriedly spoke up. In an instant, the residents of Hongyan town sprang into action, each carrying a profound sense of respect and gratitude for Huafenghua. They spontaneously gathered at the Hua Medical Hall, diligently preparing for the affairs of the esteemed physician. The entrance to the medical hall quickly became bustling with activity. However, amidst the commotion, a palpable sorrow and reluctance enveloped the atmosphere. As though the entire town mourned the departure of Huafenghua, the following morning, the sky was shrouded in a thin veil of gloom, seemingly grieving for Huafenghua's absence, with heavy hearts and deep reverence. The townsfolk meticulously selected a tranquil and fitting burial site at the rear of Hongyan town. The cemetery was surrounded by lush pine and cypress trees, and as the gentle breeze wafted through, the rustling of the pines seemed to hum a melancholic tribute to the departed. Dachui and Shi Yongyang, their faces haggard and their eyes filled with sorrow and resolve, stood silently by, watching as the crowd carefully lowered Huafenghua's coffin into the grave. The entire process unfolded in hushed silence, only occasionally interrupted by muffled sobs that pierced the heavy atmosphere. Once the grave was filled, a fresh tomb emerged before them, its headstone inscribed with the name Huafenghua, simple yet solemn. At that moment, Dachui and Shi Yongyang exchanged no words. They slowly approached the headstone, kneeling down, their knees striking the cold ground with a dull thud as they kowtowed 3 times. Each bow seemed to convey their unwavering determination and vows to their master, the sound echoing in the stillness of the cemetery, lingering long after. Afterward, they rose, casting a lingering glance at the headstone before turning back towards Hongyan town. Their figures appeared somewhat forlorn, yet they radiated an indomitable spirit and resilience. "Brother, master has departed. What are your plans now?" Shi Yongyang broke the silence, inquiring first. Having wandered through the martial world for many years, he understood the impermanence of life. In the past, with Master Huafenghua present, Hongyan town had been a stable refuge for him. But now, with Master gone, this place no longer felt ideal for his pursuit of cultivation. "Junior brother, I wish to observe a period of mourning for Master here for 3 years, and this town cannot be without a medical hall," Dachui replied, gazing at the familiar figures of their neighbors bustling about. Increasingly aware of the silent sacrifices Huafenghua had made over the years. In his heart, Master's kindness loomed like a towering mountain, and he sought to repay Master's teachings and care in this manner. Brother, do you not know that while you are still in the body refinement stage, and merely a step away from entering the Qi refinement phase, the spiritual energy here is far too scarce to facilitate your rapid advancement? If we wish to avenge Master, we must swiftly enhance our strength and seek a more suitable environment and resources for cultivation, Shi Yongyang said, furrowing his brow with concern. He was acutely aware of the arduous path of cultivation. Without sufficient resources and spiritual energy, breaking through realms would be nearly impossible. Dachui, too, yearned to exact vengeance upon his enemies in order to honor Master. Yet the identity of the figure in the black robe remained a mystery to him. Even if he managed to elevate his cultivation, where would he go to seek his foe? Filled with helplessness and confusion, he turned his gaze toward Shi Yongyang. "Junior brother, you are 5 years my senior and have seen more of the world than I. What do you think we should do now?" Having grown up in Hongyan town, Dachui felt unworldly, with no experience venturing into the martial realm. To him, the world beyond this small town was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Shi Yongliang pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Brother, you must be aware of spiritual stones, yes? Indeed, Master mentioned that spiritual stones are the universal currency in the realm of cultivation, and they can assist in refining. Absorbing the spiritual energy within to hasten the cultivation process, Dachui replied earnestly, precisely. Master also taught us that cultivation relies heavily on resources. Here in Hongyan Town, we are essentially destitute. If we remain here, not only will we struggle to establish a foundation, but we may find it impossible to achieve any significant progress in our cultivation throughout our lives, Shi Yongliang articulated, his words not merely alarmist. Having spent over a decade cultivating alone, hindered by inadequate techniques and a lack of resources, he understood all too well the daunting barriers poverty posed to cultivators. While it is true that Qi refinement practitioners still require sustenance for survival, without ample cultivation resources, everything becomes mere talk at this juncture. Shi Yongliang glanced at Dachui, contemplating. This elder brother is only 14 years old, although Master had once deemed his aptitude lacking. Now that Master has passed, what path lies ahead for him? Dachui was still in the body refinement stage, and if he recklessly ventured out, he would undoubtedly face great peril. Thinking along these lines, Shi Yongliang continued, Brother, why not stay here for now? Once you reach the fourth layer of Qi refinement and possess a degree of self-defense capability, then consider venturing out. Dachui hesitated slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Junior brother, do you wish to go out? I must venture out to earn spiritual stones. When Master was alive, you had spiritual liquid to rely on, so there was no need to worry about cultivation resources. But now that Master has departed, that spiritual liquid cannot sustain you for long. Being older than you, it is my responsibility to seek a path for our cultivation. We cannot simply wait idly, Shi Yongliang asserted, his gaze resolute and his tone imbued with determination. Dachui felt a jolt in his heart. He was well aware of the mysterious porcelain bottle he possessed, which had revealed its remarkable properties during his previous meditative practices, providing him with a continuous supply of spiritual liquid. However, he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this porcelain bottle, since Master had instructed him to guard the secret of the porcelain bottle and never divulge even a hint. He naturally could not share this with his junior brother. After a moment of contemplation, Dachui spoke. Junior brother, there is still some spiritual liquid left from Master, and since you have only reached the first layer of Qi refinement, it is too dangerous to venture out. Perhaps you should break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement before embarking on your journey? Understanding that Shi Yongliang's intention to earn spiritual stones was also for their shared cultivation aspirations, Dachui knew he could not be overly stingy in such challenging times. Mutual support was essential for them to advance further on the path of cultivation. Upon hearing Dachui's suggestion, Shi Yongliang was momentarily taken aback. While he had harbored a desire for Dachui's spiritual liquid that had always been a gift from Master to his elder brother, and he had never dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, now that Dachui had voluntarily offered assistance, the situation was indeed different. He pondered internally. If he could leverage the spiritual liquid to break through realms and later earn spiritual stones, he could adequately compensate his elder brother. Resolute in his decision, Shi Yongliang no longer held back. Brother, then I shall graciously accept your offer and will not decline any further. The two, while conversing, returned to the Hua medical hall. Dachui wasted no time. Making his way directly to Hua Fenghua's quarters, the elder brother, he felt a responsibility to sort through his master's belongings, hoping to discover items that might aid their cultivation. Half an hour later, Junior brother, are these the spiritual stones you mentioned? Dachui exclaimed as he dragged a box from beneath Hua Fenghua's bed, opening it to reveal it brimming with dozens of sparkling crystals. Shi Yongliang's face turned to one of bewilderment upon seeing the crystals, uncertain of how to react. Brother, is this truly from Master's room? His tone carried a hint of doubt and uncertainty. After all, having cultivated for over a decade, he had never encountered such immense spiritual energy emanating from a spiritual stone, and he began to question the authenticity of these crystals. Rest assured, Junior brother, I found these beneath Master's bed. Is this not what you referred to as spiritual stones? Dachui said, offering one of the stones to Shi Yongliang. Shi Yongliang took the spiritual stone, examining it closely in his hand. He circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to sense the power contained within. After a moment, he murmured, Brother, I have indeed seen spiritual stones before, but I have never encountered one with such potent energy that I believe these must be the legendary mid-grade spiritual stones. Since there are so many spiritual stones here, we can certainly focus on our cultivation first. Once we reach the fourth layer of Qi Refinement and possess sufficient self-defense capabilities, we can then venture out into the world. Dachui suggested thoughtfully, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Upon hearing Dachui's proposal, Shi Yongliang felt it was indeed a sound plan that, as the saying goes, with grain in the house. There is no need to worry. With the support of these spiritual stones, they can now cultivate with peace of mind, no longer burdened by the anxiety of scarce resources. Indeed, the medical clinic is currently attended only by the two of us, and patients from the town may come seeking treatment at any moment. Thus, we cannot cultivate simultaneously. We must take turns during the day, one person per day, so that we can balance the affairs of the clinic with our cultivation. This poses no problem, junior brother. You have already reached the first level of Qi refinement, and your aptitude is far superior to mine. Therefore, after you organize Master S relics today, you may begin your cultivation first. Dachui readily agreed, then turned to enter the room to continue sorting through Master S possessions, secretly hoping to uncover more treasures or clues beneficial for cultivation. However, it wasn't long before Dachui rushed out of the room. Tightly clutching a slightly yellowed cloth bag the size of a fist, his face marked with both confusion and excitement. "Junior brother, take a look at this," he exclaimed, extending the bag towards Shi Yongliang. Upon receiving the bag, Shi Yongliang gently opened it, revealing dozens of tiny grains resembling sesame seeds, along with a sheet of rice paper. The two exchanged puzzled glances, their hearts filled with curiosity as they cautiously unfolded the paper. As the three large characters came into view, Shi Yongliang could not help but gasp in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly as he uttered, "Qi gathering pill." Dachui looked bewildered, scratching his head as he asked, "Junior brother, what exactly is a Qi gathering pill? This is a precious treasure, senior brother. Moreover, the bag likely contains seeds of spiritual herbs, and the information recorded on this paper must be the formula for the Qi gathering pill." A glimmer of surprise and excitement flickered in Shi Yongliang's eyes. The Qi gathering pill is an exceedingly valuable elixir in the realm of cultivation, immensely beneficial to practitioners. Does that mean we can concoct pills ourselves? Dachui's eyes lit up, his excitement palpable. However, upon hearing this, Shi Yongliang felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, and he grimaced as he replied, "Senior brother, while we have the formula and the seeds, we lack a spiritual field, a pill furnace, and most critically, we have no knowledge of pill concoction, and a wonder master never cultivated spiritual herbs. It turns out that growing them requires a spiritual field. But how is a spiritual field formed?" Dachui pondered thoughtfully. "That I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that such fields can only be found in places rich in spiritual energy, or perhaps we could crush the spiritual stones and sprinkle them into the soil, which might create a rudimentary spiritual field," Shi Yongliang speculated, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Dachui paused in surprise. "Isn't that a bit extravagant? Why don't we try with a small flower pot first?" Shi Yongliang nodded slightly, secretly contemplating. If we can successfully cultivate spiritual herbs, we could sell them outside, thus providing us a way to earn spiritual stones. This, undoubtedly, is a path worth exploring given our current predicament. Seeing the feasibility of this suggestion, Dachui grew enthusiastic, declaring, "Junior brother, I'll go fetch some soil." Without waiting for Shi Yongliang's response, he dashed toward the courtyard, as if fearing that this fortunate opportunity might be snatched away by someone else. Soon, Dachui returned, hurriedly cradling a flower pot filled with soil. "The soil I dug up from the courtyard should work, right?" he asked with a hint of uncertainty. "Who knows? Let us give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, we'll only lose one spiritual stone," Shi Yongliang replied, gritting his teeth, though inwardly, he felt a pang of regret. This was a middle-grade spiritual stone, equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual stones. In the years he had roamed the outside world, he had never possessed more than 5 low-grade spiritual stones, yet now he was about to crush such a precious stone to cultivate spiritual herbs. How could he not feel a twinge of pain? Moreover, he was acutely aware that he had previously struggled to earn even spiritual stones. Thus, this method of cultivating first-grade spiritual herbs might truly be a lucrative route. He could only brace himself and give it a try. Resolute, Shi Yongliang took a spiritual stone from the bag, applying gentle pressure with both hands until he heard a crack, and the stone shattered into powder. He carefully sprinkled the powder evenly across the flower pot, then retrieved a seed, gently burying it within. That should be sufficient. Now let us wait for the spiritual plant to sprout, Shi Yongyang sighed in relief. Stating Dachui, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Junior brother, while I may not understand spiritual plants, I've seen enough crops to know that they need watering, right? It was only after Dachui's reminder that Shi Yongyang recalled. Yes, we need to water it. Without a second thought, Dachui retrieved the gourd he typically used for drinking and poured water into the flower pot, all the while expressing some concern. Junior brother, this is Master S precious spiritual liquid. ISNT this a bit wasteful. It's fine. This will ensure the soil in the pot has sufficient spiritual energy. If this method truly works, we will have a continuous supply of spiritual plants to sell. Shi Yongyang reassured him, though he too felt uncertain, as he had never attempted to cultivate such things before. It was all merely trial and error. After watering, Dachui hung the gourd back at his waist. Then looked up at Shi Yongyang and asked, Junior brother, how long will it take for the spiritual plant to grow? I'm not sure, mainly because the seeds in this bag are of different varieties. And I have no idea about the growth cycle of each spiritual plant. Shi Yongyang shook his head helplessly. I see. Then I shall take care of the spiritual plant that I have worked in the field since childhood. So I'm quite familiar with this sort of thing, Dachui volunteered, and after saying this, he carefully took the flower pot back to his room, placing it in a spot that received ample sunlight. His eyes gleaming with anticipation as if he could already envision the spiritual plant flourishing, blooming, and bearing fruit. Before long, the sky darkened, a curtain of inky blackness slowly descending to envelop the entirety of Hongyan town. As usual, Dachui closed the clinic's doors as night fell, then headed straight to his room, preparing to sit in meditation for cultivation. Habitually, he glanced around the room, his gaze inadvertently landing on the flower pot in the corner. To his astonishment, he noticed that the previously unremarkable pot had sprouted a small tender shoot. The shoot was delicate and glistening, exuding a fresh green hue, already measuring the size of a pinky finger. Could it be that spiritual herbs grow at such a rapid pace? Dachui marveled inwardly. Utterly amazed by the growth speed of this spiritual herb, he began to mentally recount the time, calculating that only 3 hours had elapsed since the seeds were planted. This revelation filled him with exuberance, yet he was also acutely aware that Shi Yongyang was currently cultivating and ought not to be disturbed. Thus, he restrained his excitement, deciding instead to share this delightful news with his junior brother the following day. Dachui made an effort to calm himself, sitting cross-legged in an attempt to enter a meditative state. However, his thoughts remained scattered. Every time he recalled the miraculous spiritual herb in the flower pot, his heart felt as if it were being pricked by 1,000 needles, restless and yearning to take another look. Caught in this conflict of curiosity and anxiety, he found himself unable to settle down. In desperation, he took out a porcelain vial from within his robe and took a sip. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body like a torrential tide, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Dachui was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. Why did the water from this vial feel increasingly potent? His curiosity piqued further. He took another sip. This time, he distinctly sensed that the water was indeed richer than when he had drunk it a few days prior. Seemingly infused with even more spiritual energy. To clarify the situation further, he casually picked up the gourd at the bedside and took a sip. Indeed, the two liquids were different. Could it be that the longer the water in the vial was stored, the stronger its potency became? In the depths of his mind, Dachui speculated silently. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and a bold idea surged forth. He promptly poured all the water from the gourd into the flower pot, then carefully filled the gourd anew from the porcelain bottle. Yet, in the next moment, Dachui keenly sensed that something was amiss. He noticed that the gourd, which had originally exhibited a vibrant yellow hue, was now undergoing a transformation, no longer displaying its previous brightness, but beginning to show hints of green. Could it be that this water was not only beneficial for cultivation, but also capable of reviving or accelerating the growth of plants? Dachui pondered inwardly. He recalled that the water in the gourd had been filled just the day before, and its energy might not have been potent enough for him to notice the gourd's anomalies until now. With the newly infused water from the porcelain bottle, although the color change was exceedingly slow, he could distinctly perceive that the gourd was gradually altering. It seemed that he could no longer use the gourd for drinking. He must procure a water bag instead. It resolved firmly within himself that he recognized that the secrets contained within the porcelain bottle and the gourd were anything but ordinary and warranted careful handling. Subsequently, he stowed the porcelain bottle within his being and began to drink deeply from the gourd. After a few gulps, the rich spiritual energy surged through his body, wild and unrestrained, akin to a runaway stallion. Dachui dared not exhibit any negligence. He swiftly closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to circulate his cultivation technique, attempting to tame this powerful spiritual energy for his own use, hoping to take a solid step forward on his path of cultivation. After a night of silent practice, the following morning, the first gentle rays of sunlight spilled into the room, awakening Dachui from his slumber. His gaze instinctively fell upon the now entirely green empty gourd in his hand, prompting him to mutter, "It seems this gourd can truly no longer be of use." After a night of meditation, Dachui clearly felt that he had brushed against the threshold of cultivation. As if a door leading to an entirely new realm was slowly opening before him. He estimated to himself that if he could consume the spiritual liquid nightly during meditation, perhaps in just 5 days, he could successfully enter the Qi refining stage. However, he was also well aware that this was due to his mixed spirit root, which required far more spiritual energy than a single spirit root practitioner. If he had a single spirit root, he might have broken through to the Qi refining stage in merely a day. Just then, as Dachui was lost in thought, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him in the flower pot. Unable to restrain an exclamation to his astonishment, the spiritual plant in the pot had already blossomed, its flowers resplendent and dripping with beauty, radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy, both enchanting and mysterious. Yet, Dachui had no knowledge of what kind of spiritual plant this was. Filled with confusion, he promptly made his way to the outside of Shi Yongliang's room. "Junior brother, hurry, something has happened." After a while, Shi Yongliang stood before the flower pot, staring at it in bewilderment, his face equally etched with surprise and confusion. "Senior brother, do spiritual plants grow this quickly?" Shi Yongliang asked abruptly. Hearing this, Dachui was momentarily taken aback. Inwardly cursing, "How would I know?" Nevertheless, he replied helplessly, "Junior brother, do you think asking me is of any use? Could it be the spiritual liquid left by Master?" Shi Yongliang speculated. This matter was indeed difficult to explain. Dachui could only nod slowly, his heart filled with worry. The situation regarding the spiritual liquid had now become a significant problem. He needed to devise a proper solution, lest future use of the spiritual liquid arouse suspicion. Dachui's mind raced, seeking a plausible excuse. "Well, yes, there is still quite a bit of this spiritual liquid left," Dachui stated. Upon hearing this, Shi Yongliang's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, "Senior brother, how much of it is left?" "I'm not exactly sure. I haven't been to that place yet," Dachui fabricated. "Isn't the spiritual liquid in the medical hall?" Shi Yongliang inquired curiously. Indeed, Master mentioned that in the direction of Zhao's village, there is a cave, and inside lies the spiritual liquid. Dachui continued his fabrication. Shi Yongliang did not dwell on it further, quickly expressing his excitement. "Junior brother, if we continually use this spiritual liquid to irrigate the spiritual plants, we'll be on our way to wealth." Dachui felt a surge of excitement within, yet he was acutely aware that the concentration of this spiritual liquid was too high. Frequent use would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He then spoke, "Junior brother, let's first harvest the seeds from this spiritual plant. Then you can continue planting while I go search for the location of the spiritual spring Master mentioned." Shi Yongliang nodded. "All right, I will extract the seeds from the spiritual plant, and you hurry back." With that, he squatted down, busying himself with the seeds. That Dachui, not daring to delay, swiftly walked to his bedside and retrieved a pouch of coins from beneath his pillow. "The rent given to him by Zhao Shofu. I'll be off now," Dachui declared, running towards the medical hall. He had already devised a plan. This time, he would not only seek out the location Master mentioned, but also buy several water bags and a large vat to store the spiritual liquid. An hour later, Dachui arrived at the small stream where he had bathed after escaping from Zhao's village. Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, he gingerly retrieved the porcelain bottle and began to fill the vat with water. He reasoned that since the longer the spiritual liquid was stored, the better its effects. He might as well gather a substantial amount. Thus, he spent the entire day filling the vat, neglecting even breakfast to maintain his ruse. By the time twilight descended, it would still take him an hour to return to the town. Dachui lifted the porcelain bottle from the stream and took a sip. Indeed, the spiritual energy had significantly diluted. Satisfied, he nodded and proceeded to fill 10 water bags with water from the porcelain bottle. Once he had filled the vat, he hung the water bags around himself, then hoisted the vat onto his back and trudged toward the town. Although Dachui had just turned 14, through this period of cultivation and growth, he was no longer the frail boy he had been a few months prior. At this moment, bearing a vat weighing 200 pounds. He felt no strain at all, and his body was adorned with water bags, which collectively weighed 100 pounds. Thus, Dachui steadily made his way toward the town, his measured steps seemingly narrating his growth and transformation. Upon seeing Dachui return with such an abundance of spiritual liquid, Shi Yongliang instantly lost his composure. "Dachui, is there still a lot of this spiritual liquid?" he inquired as he hurriedly assisted Dachui in unloading the vat from his back. "No more. Everything is right here. Master said it only appears every few months," Dachui replied, removing the water bags from his body. Shi Yongliang took a water bag, opened it, and took a sip. "Indeed, this is truly extravagant. With so much spiritual spring at our disposal, do we no longer need to earn spirit stones?" Dachui felt a twinge of confusion and asked, "Junior brother, spirit stones can not only be used for cultivation but also to buy elixirs, techniques, flying swords, artifacts, and various formations. Their uses are manifold," Shi Yongliang patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Dachui's understanding blossomed. Indeed, with the spiritual liquid available for cultivation, the spirit stones earned could be used to acquire various equipment. Moreover, he recalled Master saying that the technique was a key factor in a practitioner's strength. However, he lamented that Master had departed too early, leaving him with only the foundational heart method of Guiyuanju and no other offensive techniques. Yet he also understood that he had yet to reach the Qi refining stage. Pondering such matters now was indeed premature. "Junior brother, let us plant some more seeds tonight, and then we can sell them tomorrow," Dachui proposed. Shi Yongliang nodded and immediately began to get to work. They no longer required flower pots and instead cleared a planting area of about 10 feet square in the courtyard. "We currently do not have enough seeds for the spiritual plants, so there's no need for such a large area. This 10-foot square should suffice," Shi Yongliang remarked. Having said that, the two of them immediately set to work, sowing seeds and watering the plants, completely immersed in their tasks. Once they had completed everything, they returned to their respective rooms to meditate and cultivate. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, the first thing Dajwan did upon opening his door was to eagerly check on the spiritual plants he had sown in the courtyard. However, to his surprise, these spiritual herbs had not matured as he had hoped. At that moment, Shi Yongliang also emerged from his room and made his way to the courtyard. "Brother, it seems the lack of spiritual liquid for watering and the overly dense planting have resulted in insufficient spiritual energy for all these plants to absorb the necessary nutrients," Shi Yongliang observed thoughtfully. Dajwan nodded slightly at his words and promptly pulled out his water pouch to begin watering the plants. Thus, time passed quietly and repetitively day by day. On the night of the fourth day, Dajwan was meditating in his room, as usual, when he suddenly felt the spiritual energy around him surge towards his dantian like a raging tide. Yet, he furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware that the spiritual energy in the air was evidently insufficient. In a moment of urgency, he retrieved a porcelain bottle from within himself and took a large gulp. That instant, his dantian began to spin wildly as if it had been starved for a long time, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy within Dajwan. He was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. What does this mean? However, he had no time to ponder, feeling as if his dantian was still not satisfied, and thus he directed the porcelain bottle to his mouth and continued to drink. After a full half-hour of this, Dajwan's dantian gradually returned to a state of calm. With a loud belch, he finally stored the porcelain bottle back within himself. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he thought, "I truly am like someone who can only drink water. If I keep this up, I might just burst." The crucial issue was that, although the spiritual energy in the water had been fully absorbed, the liquid itself remained in his stomach, causing discomfort. Dajwan helplessly rubbed his round belly and made his way step by step toward the restroom. "I never expected that I would now be considered among the ranks of cultivators. First layer of Qi refinement. Ha ha." Dajwan's face lit up with joy, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Upon returning to his room, he first sat quietly for a moment, allowing his excited heart to calm down. Then he slowly focused his mind, beginning to sense the state of his body. The technique for introspection had long been introduced in the Guiyuanju, and following the method described in the cultivation text, Dajwan gradually concentrated his consciousness, attempting to probe into his body. As his consciousness roamed, he felt as if he could clearly see the newly opened dantian and the spiritual energy flowing slowly through his meridians. Though it was not yet abundant, the vibrant energy made him truly appreciate the wonders of being a cultivator. After gaining a general understanding of his condition, Dajwan recalled the mysterious porcelain bottle inside him. A wave of intense curiosity surging in his heart, he carefully withdrew the bottle, examining it closely. It appeared ordinary, lacking any distinctive features, yet its previously demonstrated miraculous effects made Dajwan keenly aware that it was anything but mundane. Dajwan decided to use the introspection method again to sense the porcelain bottle, hoping to uncover secrets he had yet to discover. He concentrated all his awareness, slowly probing towards the bottle. The experience akin to searching for treasure in the dark, both tense and filled with anticipation. Suddenly, Dajwan was startled, leaping to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. It turned out that while he was meticulously examining the bottle with his consciousness, he unexpectedly discovered that it had a name, Wanling Ping. Dajwan instinctively uttered the name, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement and astonishment. The name sounded incredibly powerful, undoubtedly indicating it was a remarkable treasure. His curiosity intensified. He could hardly wait to uncover what lay within the Wanling Ping. Thus, he once again focused his consciousness, exerting all his effort to probe inside the bottle. However, to his dismay, no matter how hard he tried, he could only see an endless darkness. As if the interior of the bottle were an insatiable black hole that devoured all light and consciousness, leaving him unable to perceive even a hint of its contents. Perhaps it is simply due to my insufficient strength, Dajwan thought with a resigned shake of his head, although regret filled his heart. He understood that given his current level of cultivation, it was indeed unrealistic to expect to uncover all the mysteries of such an enigmatic treasure. He sighed softly, then carefully stored the Wanling Ping back within himself for safekeeping. Dajwan glanced outside at the night sky. It was deepening, with still 2 hours until dawn. Since there was nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to take advantage of this period to further solidify his recently achieved cultivation. Thus, he sat cross-legged once more, slowly closing his eyes and entering a meditative state, attempting to refine the spiritual energy within his body further in the tranquility of the night, laying a more solid foundation for future cultivation. Just as Dajwan was about to calm his mind and enter a deep state of meditation, he was startled by a series of urgent and forceful knocks on the door. The sound shattered the silence of the night, echoing loudly as if intent on breaking the peace entirely. Dajwan's expression turned to one of confusion. However, he clearly remembered that during his master's lifetime, there would often be patients seeking treatment even at midnight, and the door of the clinic could be knocked upon at any moment. Thus, he dared not delay and quickly rose, hastening through the corridor to the front hall, where he opened the clinic's door. The sight before him genuinely startled Dajwan. 6 constables were carrying 3 individuals, all of whom appeared anxious at the threshold. The 3 lay motionless on wooden boards, their condition unknown. Upon seeing Dajwan open the door, the leading constable urgently exclaimed, "Dajwan, quickly see if these 3 can still be saved." His voice was laden with urgency and concern, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Bring them in first. Whether they can be saved is yet to be determined." Dajwan replied, hastily stepping aside to allow them to bring the individuals into the hall. Once they had been settled, Dajwan quickly approached, placing his hand on one of their wrists to feel for a pulse, while also asking with concern, what happened to them? He was secretly astonished, recognizing that these 3 were residents of the town, a family of 3 who usually sold wontons and were known for their kindness. How had they come to be in such a state? The leading constable wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly explained, "While we were on patrol, we found them collapsed at their stall. We were unsure of the situation until we got closer and realized something was wrong." As he spoke, he pointed to the individuals' necks. Following his gesture, Dajwan looked closely and gasped, for he saw evident bite marks on their necks, the flesh around the wounds protruding, revealing an eerie blackness that was quite terrifying. Dajwan had never encountered such a situation before, and panic surged within him. He quickly stood up and said, "Wait a moment. I will call my junior brother to take a look." After all, for the past few months, Dajwan had been preoccupied with strengthening his body and learning to read, while Shi Yongyang was far more adept at the art of healing. Soon, Shi Yongyang was hurriedly summoned by Dajwan. Upon entering the hall and merely glancing at the 3 individuals lying on the ground, he was immediately struck with horror, exclaiming, "Quickly, burn them, otherwise they will turn into corpses in no time." His voice, tinged with tension, echoed sharply in the silent hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, filled with doubt and disbelief. Dajwan, equally perplexed, quickly asked, "Junior brother, aren't they still alive?" "They have perished, their souls extracted." And now they are merely sustained by a malevolent force that temporarily animates their bodies. If we delay any longer, once this dark energy thoroughly corrupts them, these three will erupt in violence. And that will spell trouble, Shi Yongliang explained anxiously. However, before his words could fully resonate, the three individuals lying on the ground abruptly sat up, as if commanded by some unseen force. Their eyes were vacant. Their faces as pale as parchment, lips tinged with a ghastly blue, emitting strange, guttural sounds that echoed eerily, resembling malevolent spirits clawing their way out of the abyss, instilling a profound dread in all who beheld them. Upon witnessing this, Dachui was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked through. The 6 constables also changed color, swiftly drawing their swords, their expressions shifting to one of wariness as they fixated on these 3 uncanny beings. Their palms slick with perspiration. We must act. We cannot allow them to escape, or more lives in the town will be lost, Shi Yongliang bellowed, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, gathering his strength to deliver a punch at the man on the ground. Yet, the man appeared entirely unfazed, continuing to emit those bizarre sounds. In the next moment, he sprang up from the ground, leaping to a height of almost 10 feet, effortlessly evading Shi Yongliang's strike. Dachui and the other constables were left dumbfounded, their minds reeling in shock. How could a normal person leap so high? Moreover, this man was merely an ordinary civilian, not a martial artist. How could he suddenly possess such formidable prowess? The constables, quick to respond, adjusted their stances and lunged at the man again, their swords slicing through the air. The clash of metal rang out as the sword struck the man, sounding as if it had collided with solid iron, sending sparks flying but leaving no mark upon him whatsoever. What manner of creature is this, that it cannot be harmed? The head constable's heart surged with foreboding, and he dared not strike again. Retreating swiftly to maintain distance, his gaze fixed warily on the adversary. Meanwhile, after Shi Yongliang's missed punch, he pivoted and delivered a kick to the mutated woman behind him. This woman seemed to have transformed at a slightly slower pace than the man. And in that moment, she had yet to fully react, resulting in Shi Yongliang's kick landing squarely. With a resounding thud, her body was propelled like a cannonball out the door, crashing heavily into the yard. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Shi Yongliang's kick was infused with spiritual energy, its power far beyond that of mere mortals. Steadying himself, he shouted to the constables, "You must first subdue that woman. She has not fully transformed yet and is comparatively easier to handle." Without waiting for their response, he charged at the mutated man once more. Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, fist flying as spiritual energy clashed with the man's eerie aura, whipping up a tempest in the hall that sent tables and chairs tumbling. Just then, outside, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted. It turned out the 6 constables had followed Shi Yongliang's orders and rushed towards the woman in the yard, but they were taken aback to find that these 6 constables, who typically managed ordinary criminals with ease, were now utterly ineffective against her. Although she had not yet fully transformed, she displayed astonishing strength and speed, causing the constables to retreat, their swords merely tearing her clothing without inflicting any real harm. Amidst the fierce struggle with these 2 mutated figures, the child who had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly seemed awakened, springing to his feet. His small frame emanated a chilling, uncanny aura, emitting strange guttural sounds that rivaled the others. Dachui understood that he was now the only one capable of assisting. Yet, he felt a wave of despair. While he had recently stepped into the realm of Qi Refinement, he had never learned any combat techniques. What was he to do? Shi Yongliang was locked in a fierce battle with the man, completely oblivious to Dachui's predicament. Gritting his teeth, Dachui resolved that he had no choice but to imitate Shi Yongliang. Channeling his internal energy and bracing himself for hand-to-hand combat, in the next moment, his dantian surged with energy, the spiritual force coursing through his meridians and concentrating in his fists. With a mighty shout, Dachui summoned all his courage and charged at the mutated child, unleashing a punch with every ounce of strength he possessed. With a dull thud, the child was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall like a cannonball, leaving a human-shaped hole in the structure, debris scattering and dust billowing. Dachui was taken aback by the sheer force of his own blow. Astonished, how fierce, he stared at his fist, momentarily unable to believe he possessed such formidable power. Shi Yongliang, caught in a fierce struggle with the man, paused at the sound, turning to glance at Dachui, his eyes alight with surprise. "Well done, Dachui. It seems your Qi refinement is even more potent than mine. Come, let us join forces to deal with this formidable foe." Upon hearing this, Dachui's confidence surged, his earlier trepidation dissipating. He responded affirmatively and rushed towards Shi Yongliang, ready to unite their strengths against the terrifying mutated man before them. However, they soon encountered a vexing issue. While their attacks could indeed land blows on the mutated man, they found, to their dismay, that they could inflict no tangible damage. The man seemed to possess a body of iron, impervious to their strikes, no matter how forceful, leaving not even a scratch. "Brother, see if you can find any suitable weapons," Shi Yongliang shouted, straining against the man's relentless attacks, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly struggling under the intensity of the confrontation. Hearing this, Dachui's mind raced, and moments later, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "There are kitchen knives." With a resounding thud, Shi Yongliang once again unleashed all his might, sending the mutated man sprawling, while he himself gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. "We cannot continue like this. Our spiritual energy is dwindling. Quickly, fetch the kitchen knife." With that, he gritted his teeth and charged at the mutated man again, unwilling to afford even a moment's respite, knowing that any lapse in focus could allow this creature to seize the opportunity, with dire consequences. Dachui, recognizing the urgency, wasted no time and dashed toward the kitchen. His speed was remarkable, and in mere moments, he returned, knife in hand, to the hall. "Brother, what now?" Dachui asked anxiously, his eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. At that moment, Shi Yongliang was barely managing to throw a punch, but it lacked any real power, merely pushing the mutated man back a few steps. "You hold him off. I will cast a spell." Shi Yongliang spoke hurriedly. "After all, I have once reached the 3rd level of Qi Refining. I am familiar with a few simple spells. For now, I can only pin my hopes on that." With that, he leaped backward, swiftly retreating and snatching a kitchen knife from the hands of the hammer-wielding man. He hurriedly took a sip of spiritual liquid, attempting to restore the meager amount of spiritual energy that remained within him. Observing Shi Yongliang's actions, the hammer-wielding man steeled himself and let out a loud cry. Both to bolster his courage and to rally himself, he then charged directly at the mutated man. He poured his spiritual energy into his fists and feet, each attack accompanied by a howling wind. Yet the mutated man merely staggered back and scathed, which only heightened the hammer-wielding man's anxiety. Meanwhile, after drinking the spiritual liquid and regaining a modicum of spiritual energy, Shi Yongliang quickly began to circulate the fire spirit technique. Pure fire element spiritual energy surged through his meridians and gathered at the kitchen knife held in his right hand. In an instant, the blade began to glow faintly red, emanating wisps of heat. Alas, mortal weapons are truly ill-equipped to withstand a cultivator's spiritual energy, Shi Yongliang lamented internally, fully aware that this amount of energy was far from sufficient. Gritting his teeth, he took another hearty swig of the spiritual liquid, and his spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing toward the kitchen knife. In the next moment, a resounding hum echoed as flames erupted from the knife, the fire dancing wildly, its scorching heat distorting the air around it. The entire hall seemed to transform into a furnace. "Shixiang, kick him over here," Shi Yongliang shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the mutated man, the flaming knife poised for action. Hearing this, the hammer-wielding man wasted no time. He seized the opportunity and with all his strength, delivered a powerful kick, sending the mutated man flying towards Shi Yongliang. Seeing the moment had arrived, Shi Yongliang's eyes narrowed, and he swung the flaming knife with great force towards the approaching mutated man. A clang echoed as sparks flew, yet the mutated man remained unharmed, leaving the hammer-wielding man frozen in shock, filled with despair. "What can we do if we can't even harm him?" Shi Yongliang furrowed his brow. Recognizing the precarious situation, he dared not attack recklessly and swiftly retreated, putting distance between himself and the mutated man. His mind racing for a solution, he began to chant incantations, his hands forming swift seals. As spiritual runes flickered and materialized before him. In the next moment, he shouted, "Explode!" A tremendous boom resounded as flames ignited within the mutated man, the fire spreading ferociously from within, engulfing his entire body in a sea of flames. The man let out agonized screams, thrashing in the inferno, but to no avail. Moments later, under the relentless blaze, the mutated man was reduced to a pile of ashes, scattering into the air. Shi Yongliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face as pale as a sheet, clearly exhausted from the considerable spiritual energy expended in casting the spell, the hammer-wielding man rushed over anxiously, exclaiming, "Shitty, there are still 2 outside." Shi Yongliang weakly waved his hand, mumbling, Shi Xiang, I can't hold on any longer. Even with the spiritual liquid, I'm utterly drained. Though filled with helplessness, the hammer-wielding man gritted his teeth and insisted, Shitty, I'll go help first. You rest here and recover a bit before joining. Hearing this, Shi Yongliang swiftly downed another sip of spiritual liquid. Feeling a slight resurgence of strength, he nodded, then closed his eyes, focusing intently on recovering his spiritual energy. Just as the hammer-wielding man was about to charge outside to assist, a thunderous shout echoed from beyond the door. Beasts, do not harm others. The voice resonated like a bell, vibrating in the ears of all present, emanating an overwhelming authority. Then, the hammer-wielding man witnessed a brilliant light streaking across the night sky, moving with incredible speed, akin to a shooting star. Following that, silence enveloped the area, as if the fierce battle had never transpired. Shi Yongliang opened his eyes in confusion, and the two exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and curiosity reflected in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison, rising to their feet and walking towards the door, eager to discover what had transpired. Upon stepping outside, the sight before them elicited gasps of shock. The heads of the two mutated beings lay severed on the ground, blood staining the earth. Not far away, 3 constables lay on the ground, each bearing various injuries, clearly wounded in the recent conflict with the mutated men, now groaning in pain. However, what puzzled the hammer-wielding man most was a figure clad in a white robe, a cloth pouch hanging at his waist, standing nearby, gazing curiously at the 2 mutated corpses, seemingly pondering something. Noticing the 2 emerge, the figure paused, his gaze sweeping over them, revealing a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he spoke slowly. 2 at the first level of Qi refining. Shi Yongliang's heart sank as he thought, this is bad. This person is clearly a formidable expert, and it's uncertain whether he is friend or foe. With this in mind, he hurried forward, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance. I am Shi Yongliang, a disciple of the Hua Medical Hall. The figure nodded slightly, then began to scrutinize the Hua Medical Hall, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. After a moment, he spoke casually, at your age, you shouldn't only be at the first level of Qi refining. Moreover, I sense a dense fire element spiritual energy in this room. Did you just cast a spell? Indeed, Senior. I possess a fire attribute spiritual root, Shi Yongliang replied hastily, his heart still racing with unease about how this mysterious figure would treat them next. Upon hearing this, the figure appeared momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he inquired, a single attribute fire spiritual root? Yes, Shi Yongliang confirmed. The figure's expression shifted to one of interest, though soon his attention turned to the hammer-wielding man, who he observed closely before asking, you, lad, seem promising as well. Judging by your bones, you should be around 14 years old. What is your spiritual root? The hammer-wielding man, eager to respond, quickly imitated Shi Yongliang, respectfully clasping his fists, replying to the senior, I am of the mixed spiritual root. The figure, upon hearing this, seemed momentarily stunned, pausing for a few breaths before suddenly reaching out a hand, enveloping the hammer-wielding man in a powerful surge of spiritual energy. The hammer-wielding man felt utterly powerless, as if he were a leaf swept away by the wind, flying uncontrollably towards the figure. Next, an even stronger divine consciousness enveloped him, probing into his body, as though attempting to uncover every hidden secret within him. After a while, the figure gently set the hammer-wielding man down, shaking his head with a soft sigh. Alas, I had hoped to discover 2 talented prodigies, yet you are merely of the mixed spiritual root. Although your internal spiritual energy is relatively robust, with this mixed spiritual root, your prospects in the path of cultivation are grim. Hearing this, the hammer-wielding man felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed his qualifications truly were dismal, and the hope of making a name for himself in the cultivation world appeared increasingly bleak. The figure then turned to Shi Yongliang, stating, Shi Yongliang, would you be willing to join my sect? Shi Yongliang was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with shock and disbelief at the prospect of joining a sect. This is truly something I have never dared to dream of in my lifetime. Since the age of 9, I have ventured into the world, wandering and stumbling through life. After much hardship, I fortuitously stepped into the realm of cultivation, initially believing that under the guidance of my master, Hua, I might achieve something noteworthy. However, fate took a turn when my master encountered a calamity, leaving me to return to the ranks of solitary cultivators. To my astonishment, at merely 19 years of age, as a first-layer Qi refining practitioner, I find myself presented with the opportunity to join a sect. This sudden chance leaves me momentarily bewildered. After a brief hesitation, I finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Senior, may I ask about my senior brother?" His implication was clear, expressing a desire to join the sect alongside the mighty hammer. Upon hearing this, the individual furrowed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "This young man lacks the requisite talent. Our sect primarily focuses on alchemy, and with your fire attribute spiritual root, once you embark on the path of pill crafting, your future will be boundless." However, his qualifications simply do not meet our sect standards. Upon hearing the mention of alchemy, the mighty hammer's heart surged with excitement. He recalled his master's previous words. Given his poor talent, it was already commendable that others did not disdain him or harm him, let alone entertain hopes of joining a sect. Realizing this, he quickly spoke up. "Junior brother, I believe your joining the sect holds great promise. My own talent is indeed lacking, so whether or not I join the sect matters little. You need not concern yourself with me. I am content to remain here, guarding Master's clinic." Hearing this, Shi Yongliang's mind began to race as he thought to himself, the mighty hammer possesses spiritual liquid and should not be lacking in cultivation resources for the time being. Moreover, should I become an alchemist in the future, I could assist the mighty hammer in crafting foundation-building pills. If he were to successfully establish his foundation, he could potentially extend his life by 200 years. Thus, it appeared that joining the sect might indeed be a favorable choice for both of us. With this in mind, Shi Yongliang cast aside any lingering hesitations and resolutely stated to the mighty hammer, "Brother, rest assured, I shall return to visit you frequently." The elder, having listened attentively to their conversation, noted Shi Yongliang's decision with a slight nod and remarked, "Very well, let us set forth." With that, he disregarded Shi Yongliang's potential objections, unleashing his spiritual power and enveloping Shi Yongliang in a rush that propelled them both skyward, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. The mighty hammer gazed skyward at the two figures receding into the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions, both reluctant to part from his junior brother and bewildered by the uncertainty of the future. Meanwhile, several constables, having regained their composure from the shock, stared at the vanishing immortal, their minds numb with awe and trepidation. They hurriedly knelt, prostrating themselves in fervent worship, murmuring prayers for the immortal's protection. Observing this, the mighty hammer merely shook his head slightly, a silent sigh escaping him, before he turned and re-entered the clinic, leaving the constables still kneeling, devotedly bowing to the night sky. Returning to the clinic's main hall, the mighty hammer was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Tables and chairs lay askew, some even shattered into pieces, while the floor was littered with debris from the recent scuffle. The walls bore the marks of the fierce battle, with a gaping hole where a figure had been forcefully ejected, silently narrating the harrowing and perilous encounter that had just transpired. Witnessing such devastation, the mighty hammer's spirits plummeted as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. His master had only recently departed, and the familial warmth of care and guidance felt as if it belonged to yesterday, yet now he found himself irretrievably separated. The once bustling and warm clinic now stood starkly empty, leaving him utterly alone. Memories of their shared moments flooded his mind, heightening the unbearable sense of loneliness and desolation that enveloped him. The dawn broke imperceptibly outside. The soft light of morning filtered through the cracks in the window, casting a gentle glow upon the chaotic hall, yet failing to dispel the shadows within the mighty hammer's heart. He harbored no desire for rest. With a quiet sigh, he summoned his resolve and began to tidy the disordered clinic hall. Bending down, he collected the fragmented remains of the broken furniture, stacking them in a corner, and fetched a broom to meticulously sweep the dust and debris from the floor, striving to restore the hall to its former state. It was as if by tidying up, everything could revert to the way it once was. Yet, the pervasive sense of emptiness and sorrow lingered, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Shi Yongliang soared high in the sky, enveloped by the mysterious elder's spiritual power, racing through the air like a shooting star. The howling winds rushed past his ears, his garments fluttering wildly, and within him surged a mix of trepidation for the unknown and anticipation for the future. "Senior, what brought you to Hongyan town so unexpectedly?" Shi Yongliang gathered his courage, raising his voice with a tinge of curiosity and reverence. The elder glanced sideways, his expression calm as he replied, "I have been pursuing a malevolent cultivator, one who has wreaked havoc in this vicinity, harming numerous innocent lives. That I tracked him here and, after much effort, succeeded in slaying him." Subsequently, I intended to return to Hanyin town to ascertain whether any victims had undergone mutations, only to unexpectedly encounter you. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shi Yongliang's understanding dawned, and he silently rejoiced, realizing that had it not been for the elder's timely arrival, he and the mighty hammer would have struggled to manage the dire situation. In truth, he had encountered similar occurrences of ordinary folk mutating due to malevolent cultivators in the past. However, during those times, other high-level practitioners had always come to their aid, sparing him the burden of concern. He was well aware that in the realm of cultivation, once one reached the fourth layer of Qi Refining and could skillfully wield a flying sword, these mutated creatures would pose little threat, and vanquishing them would be no great challenge to that moment. Shi Yongliang held a singular thought in his mind: to hasten his cultivation progress, striving to return to Hanyin town as soon as possible to find the mighty hammer. He understood that though the mighty hammer's talent was lacking, his loyalty and righteousness shone through, and with the aid of that mysterious spiritual liquid, if he could provide sufficient support and guidance in his cultivation journey, perhaps the mighty hammer too could succeed in establishing his foundation. Then, they would be able to mutually support one another in this realm of cultivation, no longer isolated and helpless as they were now. Yet, the trajectory of fate is often elusive. Shi Yongliang could never have anticipated that this separation would stretch out for such a long time when he finally beheld the mighty hammer again. It would be many years hence, with everything irrevocably changed. The arduous and protracted path of cultivation far exceeded his expectations, and the destinies of the two brothers would quietly undergo a profound transformation in the river of time. As time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly slipping away, the mighty hammer continued to lead a life of simplicity and routine. By day, he attended to patients at the clinic, treating the ailments of the townsfolk. And by night, he returned to his room to meditate, hoping to steadily progress along the path of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the spiritual plants in the courtyard had flourished under his careful nurturing, and he had gradually gathered over 100 mature specimens. However, he ceased to plant any more, for he was uncertain where to sell these spiritual plants. After all, in this small town of Hanyin, the populace consisted of ordinary folk, largely ignorant of the ways of the cultivation world, leaving him without suitable avenues for commerce. One day, as the mighty hammer sat in the clinic's main hall, engrossed in a medical text and immersed in a sea of knowledge, a loud voice shattered the tranquility. Dr. Han! Dr. Han! Startled by the sudden call, the mighty hammer looked up to see none other than Zhang Nyang from the tailor shop. He quickly rose, a warm smile gracing his face as he inquired with concern, "Zhang Nyang, what brings you here?" At that moment, Zhang Nyang held a brand new set of attire, her face beaming with joy as she replied, "Dr. Han, I've noticed you've been wearing your master's clothes. They seem ill-fitting on you, looking rather awkward. So, I thought I would make you this new outfit. Please, try it on and see if it suits you." The mighty hammer, seeing this, hastily declined. "Zhang Nyang, that is too much. While my current clothing may not fit perfectly, it's still wearable. I truly cannot accept this gift. You've gone to great lengths. My dear. There are still more pages in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more thrilling. You child, why are you being so formal? Quickly accept it. Have you forgotten? A few days ago, I was feeling quite suffocated in my chest, and often found it difficult to straighten my back while working. It was truly unbearable. However, after I obtained some medicine from you and took it home, guess what? I feel so much better now. I no longer feel fatigued and am bursting with energy," Zhang Yang said with a smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Upon hearing this, Dachui suddenly recalled Zhang Yang's distressed appearance when she had come seeking treatment a few days prior. At that time, he thought that ordinary herbal remedies might yield limited results, so he discreetly added a bit of spiritual liquid to the concoction, not expecting such remarkable effects. "Zhang Yang, this is merely my duty as a healer. And besides, you did pay me for the consultation. How could I accept your clothing?" Dachui continued to decline, feeling unworthy of such kindness. "This clothing was purchased with the combined efforts of your Uncle Wang and Uncle Li, and I merely had a hand in it. It required no great effort. This is a gesture of goodwill from everyone. If you refuse to accept it, you would be disregarding their heartfelt intentions." Upon hearing this, Dachui understood that he had no further reason to decline. After all, his medical skills, to be frank, had not yet reached a lofty level. He was merely relying on the assistance of the spiritual liquid, which allowed him to resolve common ailments swiftly. With this in mind, he smiled and said, "Very well, I shall accept it. Please convey my thanks to them." After saying this, Dachui reached out to take the clothing from Zhang Yang's hands, then turned to a nearby drawer, opened it, and retrieved a small vial of pills. "Zhang Yang, please take these pills home. They will surely benefit your health," Dachui said as he handed the pills to her. These pills were concocted by Dachui during his idle time, using common herbal materials mixed with a touch of spiritual liquid, meticulously crafted into these vitality-boosting pills. During the day, while he treated patients at the clinic, there were days when patients were scarce, allowing him ample time to ponder the creation of these pills, which not only helped the townsfolk improve their health but also served as a form of practice for his medical skills. Upon seeing the pills, Zhang Yang's eyes instantly lit up. She had consumed these pills before and was well aware of their miraculous effects, especially when feeling fatigued. Just one pill would rejuvenate her with boundless energy. "Han Shini, then I shall not be polite," Zhang Yang said with a smile, joyfully accepting the pills. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Dachui, she took her leave from the clinic. During this period, the entire Hongyan town was bustling with activity. With spring in full swing, it was a crucial time for the townsfolk, impacting their income for the entire year. Everyone was diligently working in the fields or managing their businesses, their faces reflecting their hopes and vigor for life. Soon, the night descended like ink, enveloping Hongyan town in profound silence, with only a faint glow emanating from one of the rooms in Hua Clinic. Dachui sat alone in the room, cross-legged, with his palms facing upwards, entering a meditative state. His breathing was even and prolonged, each inhalation and exhalation seemingly merging with the tranquil night, his entire being radiating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Ethereal and dreamlike. As time flowed gently, Dachui immersed himself in the world of cultivation, continuously guiding the spiritual energy within him to circulate through his meridians according to the principles of the Guiyuanju, striving to refine it further in hopes of breaking through his current realm. After a while, Dachui slowly opened his eyes, a hint of barely perceptible fatigue flashing across them, but more prominent was his contemplation and evaluation of his progress in cultivation. It seemed that to advance to the second layer of Qi refining, he would require at least a month more. He mused, calculating that from the start of his cultivation journey to breaking through the second layer of Qi refining would amount to a total of 2 months. This left him pondering whether his cultivation speed could be considered fast or slow. The image of his junior brother, Shi Yongliang, surfaced in his mind. He recalled that his master had once mentioned that his junior brother's cultivation talent surpassed his own. Yet, considering that his junior brother had spent nearly 10 years achieving the third layer of Qi refining, was it not somewhat extraordinary that he himself was progressing at this rate? There must be something amiss. Little did he know that in the realm of cultivation, the compatibility of one's spiritual roots with the cultivated techniques is of paramount importance. Even a slight deviation can lead to vast differences in outcomes. Shi Yongliang possessed a fire attribute spiritual root, yet he was practicing a water attribute technique, which was inherently incompatible, akin to rowing upstream against a current that to cultivate to the third layer of Qi refining under such circumstances while preserving his life was nothing short of a miracle. Attesting to his remarkable talent, however, the reasons behind this were still unknown to Dachui. With a gentle shake of his head, he chose not to dwell on matters that he could not comprehend at the moment. He closed his eyes once more, re-entering his state of cultivation. Time flowed on, like a fleeting white horse passing through a gap. In the tranquil Hua Clinic, a young man sat at a table, fully engrossed in the sea of books before him. His features were refined, his skin as pale as jade, with deep and bright starry eyes. His long black hair was casually tied behind his head, with a few strands cascading down the sides of his face, adding an air of elegance and nonchalance. This individual was Dachui. His slender fingers delicately turned the pages of the book, occasionally furrowing his brow as he pondered the obscure passages. At other times, he would nod slightly, as if grasping some profound principle, murmuring softly to himself, lost in the exploration and understanding of knowledge. I managed to read all the books left by my master in just 3 years. Now, where shall I seek more books to study? Dachui mused internally, his eyes revealing a thirst for knowledge and a yearning for the unknown. Just then, the carpenter, Uncle Li, arrived at the clinic. "Han Shini, I've come today to repair the door. If there are any other areas in need of repair, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall address them all," Uncle Li said warmly, his face beaming with a hearty smile. Upon hearing his voice, Dachui quickly stood up, his face filled with politeness and gratitude. "Uncle Li, I haven't properly treated you all these years. Yet you remain so eager to assist me. I am truly overwhelmed with guilt. Han Shini, please do not say such things. You must not belittle yourself. Ever since we started taking your medicine, none of us neighbors have fallen ill over the past few years. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could we live so comfortably?" Uncle Li quickly waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Hearing this, Dachui could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, the townspeople had occasionally suffered minor ailments in the previous years. But since regularly consuming the pills he had developed, their health had significantly improved. Nowadays, unless one were to suffer an injury or an accident, they hardly fell ill. While this seemed favorable, it left Dachui somewhat helpless, as the opportunities for him to practice medicine had diminished considerably. "Uncle Li, I am considering purchasing some books from outside. Do you have any recommendations?" Dachui voiced his thoughts, for he had not ventured beyond Hanyan town in years. Uncle Li glanced at the bookshelf behind Dachui, already filled with books, and could not help but furrow his brow. "I've helped you expand this bookshelf several times. Have you truly read them all?" "Yes, I have finished reading them, which is why I wish to visit the larger town. Perhaps I could find more useful books there." The mighty hammer responded truthfully that in reality, his true desire was to seek out books pertaining to the mystical arts of the immortal realm. Having already attained the 5th level of Qi Refinement, he found himself lacking in combat techniques to match his level, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless in the face of danger, akin to a warrior wielding a sharp blade yet unaware of how to wield it. A rather awkward predicament. Moreover, he discovered that his spiritual awareness could only extend over a distance of 10 zhang, which was exceedingly feeble within the realm of cultivation and did not correspond with his level. Thus, he was in urgent need of a way to enhance his abilities. "Han, the physician, there lies a great stone city 50 li from our Hanyan town, filled with numerous bookstores that offer a plethora of books. Perhaps they can satisfy your needs." Li pondered for a moment before speaking. Dachui had indeed heard townsfolk mention this place. He was aware that merchant caravans would periodically travel to the great stone city to procure supplies. However, the journey of 50 li would take several hours by horse-drawn carriage. Yet, he was no longer the same as before. He calculated that, although he could not yet fly, with his 5th level of Qi Refinement, he could reach there by running in no more than half an hour. "Li, please watch over the clinic for me. I shall be stepping out for a while." I did not think much of it, as he believed that 50 li was no trivial distance, and he could hardly fathom that Dachui could run there. Little did he know, Dachui had already made his plans, intending to rely solely on his own strength to reach the destination. After leisurely exiting Hanyan town, Dachui made his way directly into the nearby dense forest. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, before swiftly changing out of his white robe into a set of gray attire more suited for agile movement over long distances. He then neatly arranged his hair atop his head into a bun, transforming his demeanor from that of a refined physician to that of a roguish wanderer, exuding an air of competence and nonchalance. With all preparations complete, Dachui took a deep breath, centering himself before gradually channeling his internal spiritual energy, continuously infusing it into his legs. In an instant, a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped his legs, as though an invisible force was coalescing and erupting within them. Subsequently, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing. His figure darted through the woods, stirring up a fierce whirlwind, the sound of the rushing wind echoing in his ears like the thunderous gallop of 1,000 horses. As he passed, the trees on either side swayed violently under the powerful gust, their leaves rustling as if whispering in awe. The grass beneath him could scarcely withstand the force, bowing to one side as it swayed in the relentless wind, seemingly paying homage to this fleeting visitor. Dachui raced through the forest like a streak of gray lightning, heading toward the great stone city. Choosing not to take the main road, which would have been too conspicuous for his swift pace, he traversed the small mountain paths, taking a full hour before he finally caught sight of the city gates in the distance. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted. "You little rascal, stop right there." The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating around him. Dachui instinctively turned in the direction of the sound, spotting 2 burly adults brandishing long clubs, aggressively pursuing a child who appeared to be no older than 10. The child, covered in dirt as if he had just emerged from a mire, bore a face obscured by thick mud, rendering his features unrecognizable. His tattered garment, stained with blood, hung loosely on his frail body, barely concealing his emaciated frame. Fortunately, it was April, and the warmth of the season spared the child from the chill. Help! Help! Though the child was thin and weak, his steps were remarkably swift, allowing him to evade the adults for a time. Dachui observed the scene before him, memories of his own painful experiences of being chased and bullied flooding back. The child, quick-witted, noticed Dachui's gaze and, without hesitation, veered toward him, racing forth like an arrow released from a bow. "Hero, save me!" the child cried out as he ran, perhaps inspired by Dachui's somewhat worn but spirited attire and his upright stance, which made him resemble the valiant heroes from Tales of Your in the blink of an eye. The child was before Dachui, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, clutching Dachui's leg tightly, pleading desperately, "Hero, please save me. I'll be your servant. Anything you wish." Dachui regarded the kneeling child with a flicker of compassion in his heart. However, he resolved that if the child were insincere, he would not interfere. Just as he was about to inquire further, the two pursuing adults caught up. "Kid, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. This little brat is a thief, having stolen a treasure from my master." One of the adults gasped, his face flushed, eyes filled with malice and impatience. Upon hearing this, the child immediately lifted his head, crying out, "I didn't Hero, they're framing me. I was merely passing by their house. And they accused me of theft, wanting to capture me to sell me." Dachui furrowed his brow, examining the child closely. Despite the filth, the terror and helplessness in the child's eyes seemed genuine. He turned his gaze toward the two adults, noting their shifty eyes and the slight tremor in their hands, suggesting a hint of guilt. "You claim he stole something, but do you have any evidence?" Dachui spoke in a deep, measured tone. "Evidence? We saw him come out of our house with something in hand. Is that not evidence?" The other adult retorted, stubbornly. The child, sobbing, defended himself. "I was dragged into their house. They tried to force me to admit to stealing. When I refused, they beat me, and I barely managed to escape." Dachui had already formed a plan in his mind. He understood that in such a chaotic environment, false accusations were common. That he crouched down gently, helping the child to his feet, and addressed the two adults, saying, "Since you claim he stole something, let us go to the authorities and let them adjudicate the matter." Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, the two adults exchanged glances, and one of them growled, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle. My young master is a celestial being, someone you cannot afford to offend." The brutish servant shouted, his eyes brimming with arrogance and hostility. Dachui paused momentarily, taken aback by the mention of a celestial being. This truly startled him. In his understanding, celestial beings were extraordinary entities with unfathomable powers. And as someone at the 5th level of Qi Refinement, he felt a twinge of concern. The other adult, sensing Dachui's change in demeanor, puffed out his chest, declaring, "My young master is a genuine celestial being and will soon join a celestial sect as an official disciple. Such honor is a symbol of immense prestige to us lowly servants. Humph, let me tell you, my young master is about to reach the 3rd level of celestial being that you'd best walk away while you can." The burly man was also feeling uneasy. He recognized that Dachui, with his powerful physique, could quite possibly be a formidable opponent, so he resorted to intimidating Dachui with what he had heard from the steward regarding celestial rankings. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the 3rd level of celestial being, Dachui was filled with confusion. What sort of level was that? He had never come across such terminology. However, observing the two fools before him, he surmised they were likely ignorant of the true classifications of cultivators. With a glint in his eye, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming with affected reverence, "Could it be that your young master is that exalted 3rd level of Qi Refinement?" Upon hearing the rhetorical question posed by the burly man, the two individuals were momentarily taken aback, clearly uncertain about the specifics of the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. Yet, observing the man's reaction, they assumed their assertions were indeed correct, and their smug expressions grew increasingly pronounced. "Indeed, it's true. My young master has been waiting an entire year to reach the 3rd level of Qi Refinement," one of them declared, chin raised high, nostrils flaring as if his young master had already ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Inwardly, the burly man pondered. It seems these two are not lying. The young master of the Zhang family must be at the 2nd level of Qi Refinement. However, I hardly regard the 2nd level with any seriousness, even without employing any techniques. Merely projecting my spiritual energy would suffice to vanquish him. Yet, on second thought, he realized that he currently lacked any backing or mystical abilities, and it would be prudent to avoid trouble. Furthermore, the Zhang family likely held some influence in Dashi City, if they had any sect backing them. He could find himself in dire straits. However, as his gaze fell upon the trembling child nearby, a flicker of compassion stirred within him that he mused. Since fate has led me to witness this affair today, and it does not appear to pose any great trouble. Although I seldom traverse the martial world, my extensive reading has imparted some knowledge of its various perils and schemes. Observing the demeanor of these two, it is evident they intend to abduct the child and sell him for a handsome price. Having discerned their intentions, the burly man quickly devised a compromise. He spoke slowly. Gentlemen, in our line of work in the martial world, we must uphold certain principles. As for today's incident, I have no desire to pry into your reasons for wanting to take him. Let us all take a step back, and you may simply state your price. Upon hearing this, the two men's eyes gleamed with delight, their hearts secretly rejoicing. This fool has not yet been captured. And money is being offered up willingly? They exchanged glances, and one of them blurted out without hesitation, 10 taels of silver. The burly man, without a moment's hesitation, reached into his bosom, rummaged for a moment, and produced the silver, tossing it to the two men. They hastily caught the pouch, eagerly opening it to verify the contents. Once they confirmed the amount was accurate, they turned to the child with satisfied expressions, saying, "You little rascal, consider yourself fortunate." With that, they swaggered away towards the city. That moment, the child fell to his knees with a thud, bowing before the burly man, his face brimming with gratitude as he exclaimed, "Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life. From now on, I shall be at your service. Allow me to serve you tea and water." Hearing the child refer to him as noble hero and uncle in such a manner caused the burly man's brow to twitch involuntarily. He suppressed his discomfort and gently inquired, "What is your name? Do you have any family?" "Noble uncle, my name is Xiaonyo, and I have no family." The child looked up, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion and helplessness. This left the burly man in a quandary. He mused to himself, "I am only 17. In this world, most people my age are already married with children, yet I have never cared for anyone before." But in a fleeting thought, he recalled his own solitude in the medical clinic, where he had no one to converse with to alleviate his boredom. That if he brought this child back, he would have a companion and could also impart some medical knowledge. He remembered his own vet when he first entered his master's tutelage, being taken in and guided until he gradually matured. However, he was not truly inclined to take on an apprentice at this moment, especially since Hongyan town was rather remote, with very few patients for the child to practice on. "Never mind, let us just bring you back for now, and we shall see how things unfold," he concluded. "Xiaonyo, come with me back home for now, and we will figure out the rest later." With that, he stepped forward, grasping the child's arm, and turned to sprint towards Hongyan town. As he ran, he internally lamented, "What a day this has been. I merely came to the city to procure some items and books, with only 10 taels of silver to my name. Now, I've spent it all on bringing back a person." Despite the myriad of frustrations swirling in his mind, his pace did not falter as he sped towards Hongyan town, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. An hour passed swiftly, and the burly man hurriedly returned to the secluded thicket where he had changed his clothes earlier. He swiftly donned his original attire and tidied himself before setting off with Xiaonyo towards the town. "Dr. Han, who is this child?" As they approached the butcher's shop, Uncle Wang greeted the burly man warmly, his gaze inquisitively flitting to Xiaonyo. "It's nothing. I found him outside the town, and, seeing him so forlorn and pitiful, I decided to take him in," the burly man replied, maintaining a calm tone and a faint smile. Uncle Wang did not dwell on it further, as it was not uncommon to encounter vagrants in these times, and adopting a child was hardly a rarity. "Dr. Han, you truly have a benevolent heart," Uncle Wang praised sincerely. "Ha, Uncle Wang, I was once just a mud-legged boy myself." The burly man chuckled in jest. In the midst of their banter, the burly man led Xiaonyo to the medical clinic. At this moment, the clinic's entrance had been rejuvenated, with Carpenter Lee diligently tidying up his tools and the wood shavings scattered about. "Dr. Han, you're back." Lee raised his head upon seeing the burly man and quickly greeted him. "Lee, I owe you a great deal," the burly man said, instinctively reaching for his pocket to retrieve money, only to realize he had spent it all. He hurriedly retreated into the house to fetch some funds. After a brief interval, the burly man emerged, clutching a pouch of coins. "Uncle Wang, here, take this." He extended the pouch to Lee. Upon inspecting the pouch, Lee was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Dr. Han, this is too much." I only need a bit for the wood. You can keep the labor costs. With that, Li extracted 100 coins from the pouch and placed the remaining pouch on the table. Having settled the financial matters, Li then turned his attention to Xiaonyo and inquired, "Who is this child?" "Oh, he is a vagrant from outside the town that I saw he was still young and without family. So I decided to take him in, hoping to find someone to carry on the legacy of this clinic." The burly man patiently explained. I scrutinized Xiaonyo closely upon hearing this. Not bad. He has a spark in his eyes, indicating he is quite intelligent. He should have no trouble learning medicine. Feel free to continue your work. I'll be heading back. The burly man nodded slightly. And Li took his leave. Xiaonyo, from now on, this will be your home. Go wash up in the kitchen, and I will find you some clothes, the burly man instructed. Okay, uncle, Xiaonyo replied obediently and hurried off towards the kitchen. The burly man stood still, feeling somewhat awkward about being called uncle that he reflected on his own height of 9 feet. In this era, 1 foot is set at 20 centimeters. Thus the burly man stands at 1 meter 80, while Xiaonyo was small and slender, barely reaching 5 feet. Given this context, it seemed acceptable for the child to refer to him as Uncle. As he pondered, he entered his room to rummage through his old clothes. Xiaonyo, these clothes are what I used to wear. They may be a bit large on you, but in a few days, I will have Zhang Yang make you a new set. The burly man stepped out with the clothes in hand. Addressing Xiaonyo, who had just emerged from behind the stove, Xiaonyo quickly received the garments with respect, saying, "Uncle, it's unnecessary. I'm still growing, and it's better to have clothes that are too big than too small. You young lad, these clothes must fit properly. Have you ever seen a physician wearing ill-fitting attire?" The burly man said with utmost seriousness, a notion he had gleaned from his readings in his youth. He had often enjoyed donning his masteress robes, but after learning about the standards for physicians' attire from books, he had sought Zhang Yang to craft him a new outfit. Upon hearing this, Xiaonyo scratched his head and said, "Xiaonyo has learned from you. I shall defer to your arrangements, uncle." Noticing that the water had yet to boil, the burly man seized the moment to inquire, "Xiaonyo, what is your surname? Where do you hail from?" "Uncle, I have lived in Dashi City since my childhood. There are many children like me here, and they all call me Xiaonyo. In the past, we had a leader who found me outside the city, though I am not quite clear on the specifics," Xiaonyo candidly replied. Upon hearing this, Dazhu couldn't help but be taken aback, secretly astonished. "Have you started forming cliques at such a young age? Why doesn't your leader take care of you?" Dazhu pressed, knowing that Xiaonyo was referring to events that transpired outside Dashi City. "Uncle, our leader has already been captured by the Zhang family, and several of our companions have been taken as well." Xiaonyo's voice carried a hint of sorrow and helplessness. Dazhu was momentarily stunned, reflecting inwardly. The Zhang family truly operates without restraint. However, as a mere commoner, what can I do against them? Alas, it is better to focus on the present matters. "Xiaonyo, since you have come to me, feel free to stay here and learn the art of medicine, so you may one day support yourself and your family," Dazhu gently reassured him. "Thank you, uncle." Xiaonyo expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Well, since you lack a name, I shall give you one. It would not do for you to be known as Xiaonyo when practicing medicine in the future," Dazhu remarked thoughtfully as he gazed at Xiaonyo. Xiaonyo's face lit up with excitement, yet he remained silent, quietly standing there, for he could perceive that his uncle was deep in thought. After a while, Dazhu finally spoke. "Since you will learn medicine from me, I shall name you Han Shanza." Shan signifies kindness and benevolence, while Zhe embodies grace and beneficence, symbolizing the ability to bring blessings and welfare to others through virtuous deeds, spreading kindness far and wide. Xiaonyo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such profound significance in a name. Nevertheless, he did not ponder further, kneeling on the ground to respectfully bow his head, saying, "Thank you, uncle, for bestowing upon me a name. Rise, the water has boiled." "You may wash up first," Dazhu instructed. With that, Dazhu returned to the hall of the clinic, beginning to search the shelves for the book he had studied when first learning medicine. He contemplated that if he were to teach Xiaonyo the art of healing, he must plan carefully, starting from the fundamentals, allowing him to gradually grasp the mysteries of medicine. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family estate in Dashi City, in a dark and damp cellar, 10 children were bound. These children lay in a state of unconsciousness, curled up in the corners, appearing particularly pitiful and helpless. "Young master, the city officials have been investigating missing persons cases quite rigorously lately. We could only capture this many," a trembling servant said to a youth clad in elaborate brocade. Zhang Guanjia. Only you and my father are aware of this matter. We must ensure that no traces are left. The speaker was none other than Zhang Yuni, the young master of the Zhang family. His gaze was cold, and his tone exuded an undeniable authority, as if these 10 vibrant lives were mere insects in his eyes, utterly indifferent to their fates. Rest assured, all our guards are unaware of these children's whereabouts, the steward said cautiously, bending slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of fear and flattery. Well, I find that to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement, these 10 children are still insufficient. Zhang Yuni furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and greed. Young master, these are all the beggars we could capture in Dachui City, the steward explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni's aura surged, an invisible pressure emanating from him. The steward trembled involuntarily, his body quaking with fear. There are none in the city. Could there be none outside the city as well? If necessary, let our clan's warriors quietly capture some from the nearby villages. Zhang Yuni's gaze was icy, his tone chilling, as if discussing a trivial matter rather than the heinous act of harming innocent children. The steward responded obediently. Yes, young master. He dared not show any defiance. Though a flicker of reluctance stirred within him, he could only choose to comply in the face of Zhang Yuni's intimidation and the family's power. Zhang Yuni waved his hand, signaling the steward to withdraw. Once the steward hurriedly left, as if granted a reprieve, Zhang Yuni began to carefully scrutinize the children bound in the cellar. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. 7 boys and 3 girls. We still need 3 boys and 7 girls to complete the 10 pairs of children. Zhang Yuni murmured to himself, then pulled out a shimmering tome from his bosom. Immersing himself in its contents, though he had already memorized this text, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing it word by word, not overlooking any detail, intent on ensuring a flawless cultivation process. To break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, I require 10 pairs of boys and girls, yet the 4th level necessitates 20 pairs. That not excessive. Furthermore, to advance to the 5th level, 40 pairs are needed. Zhang Yuni's brow furrowed tightly, his mind racing with the implications of such a daunting requirement. And he couldn't help but feel a pang of despair. Where can I find so many children? Yet, in the next moment, a smug smile crept across his face as he calculated. If I could reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, and given the celestial techniques recorded within this tome, once mastered, I would be unrivaled among mortals. As long as I act with caution, gradually conceal my tracks, and subtly cultivate to the 5th level, I shall wield formidable techniques, making even the guards of Dachui City no match for me. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuni fixed his gaze on the 10 unconscious children in the cellar, a cruel smirk curling his lips. His eyes devoid of compassion, as if he beheld a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky above Hongyan Town. Throughout these months, Daju's cultivation remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. However, he estimated that with steady practice, he should successfully break through to the 6th level after the new year. Yet, as always, despite his level, he lacked commensurate offensive capabilities, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive in the face of unknown dangers. During this time, the most notable transformation belonged to Xiaonyo. Under Daju's meticulous guidance over the past few months, Xiaonyo had shed his former naivety and impulsiveness, becoming cultured and refined, exuding an air of elegance in his demeanor that in the process of teaching Xiaonyo, Daju was pleasantly surprised to discover that the boy possessed extraordinary intelligence, displaying remarkable aptitude and wisdom far beyond that of his peers, whether in grasping medical knowledge or handling everyday affairs. Xiaonyo, we will be closing the clinic in half an hour, Daju said as he organized the medicinal herbs in the clinic. All right, uncle, Xiaonyo replied obediently, continuing to immerse himself in the medical texts at hand. Just then, a figure entered through the clinic's door. Daju's senses heightened instantly. He was keenly aware that in this seemingly tranquil Hongyan town lay numerous hidden dangers, and any unfamiliar intruder could harbor ulterior motives. He discreetly employed his spiritual sense to probe the newcomer, and after a moment, he discerned that the visitor possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. The person who had just stepped into the clinic seemed to sense Daju's probing and, taken aback, exhibited a flicker of wariness and surprise in his eyes, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, ready to strike. However, just as he prepared to make a move, he found himself utterly unable to discern Daju's level of cultivation. This revelation sent shockwaves through him, causing his expression to shift dramatically, and he promptly executed a respectful bow, saying, "I am Lu Qing, honored to meet you, senior." Lu Qing pondered quietly to himself, realizing that there was no way to proceed. The individual before him likely possessed a cultivation level in the mid-stage of Qi Refinement. While he had only just reached the third layer of Qi Refinement himself, the disparity between their strengths was indeed insurmountable, and he could not afford to act recklessly. Dachui was also taken aback, recalling that this marked the third occasion he had encountered a wild cultivator. Hastily, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and humbly stated, "Lu Daoyu, you are too gracious, I dare not claim such titles. I am Han Chongkong. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit at this time?" Upon witnessing Dachui's courteous demeanor, Lu Qing's initial aversion towards him diminished somewhat. Yet, the chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. However, in the realm of cultivation, one often encounters hypocrites, those who appear amiable while harboring ulterior motives. Therefore, his wariness could not be forgotten. "I am a disciple of the Baiyun sect," Lu Qing declared, producing his identity token from his robe to present it to Dachui as proof of his status. Dachui examined the token from a distance, but hesitated internally, unable to discern its authenticity. Consequently, he chose to remain silent, merely observing Lu Qing and awaiting further explanation. Noticing this, Lu Qing continued, "My fellow brothers and I received a distress call from Dashur City, where reports of missing children have surfaced frequently. The situation is rather peculiar, prompting us to investigate that we happened to pass by, and upon seeing children of similar age in your clinic, we decided to inquire further. I hope Dao Han will not take offense." Dachui nodded slowly in response, remarking, "I have indeed heard townsfolk mention this matter. However, having lived in Hongyan town for 5 years, I have not noticed anything unusual." This made sense, for the town was relatively small, and if children were truly going missing, the news would have spread rapidly. Lu Qing considered Dachui's words and found them reasonable, surmising that with a skilled protector like Han Chongkong in the vicinity, those with ill intentions would think twice before acting recklessly. With this thought in mind, he felt a sense of relief. After all, disciples like them, having attained the third layer of Qi Refinement, were required by their sect's regulations to venture out for experience. The sect had previously analyzed that if any evil cultivators had reached the late stage of Qi Refinement, they would likely resort to outright abductions of children rather than acting covertly. Thus, the task had fallen to them, the third-layer disciples. Yet, for the sake of their safety, a disciple from the late stage of Qi Refinement accompanied them. Otherwise, if they were to face annihilation, the Baiyun sect's reputation would be tarnished. "I have perhaps overthought this," Lu Qing continued, "for with a master like Dao Han present, those nefarious individuals would indeed hesitate to act impulsively." Beside him, Xiaoniao nodded vigorously, believing his uncle to be an exceptionally powerful figure. He had witnessed his uncle leap several zhang into the air. What else could one call such prowess? Yet, Dachui harbored different thoughts. He was acutely aware that should he encounter a true evil cultivator, he might not stand a chance, especially if the adversary wielded formidable techniques. He vividly recalled the harrowing scene of Shi Yongliang using a flaming kitchen knife to slay a mutated corpse, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. "Dao Lu, I have prepared some tea. Would you care to rest a moment longer? Moreover, it is almost mealtime, and cultivators require sustenance as well," Dachui suggested. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Qing's guard went up to eye in the world of cultivation. The law of the jungle prevailed, and he perceived such unsolicited hospitality as either treachery or deceit. "Han Shini, I have been experiencing persistent coughing. Might you offer your assistance?" Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, this sudden interjection startled Lu Qing. Turning to look, Dachui saw that it was Li Bo arriving. "Li Bo, this way please," Dachui greeted warmly, then turned back to Lu Qing, saying, "Dao Lu, please hold on for a moment." With that, he sat down to examine Li Bo's pulse. After a while, Dachui lifted his head and spoke. "Li Bo, given your advancing years, you must take care to rest more. As winter has arrived, you have merely caught a chill. It is not a serious issue. Allow me to prescribe some medicine." With that, Dachui retrieved paper and pen, diligently writing a prescription. "It is truly thanks to you, Han Shini. Without your presence over the years, it would have been quite difficult to find such an excellent doctor in our town." Li Bo expressed his gratitude. After completing the prescription, Dachui handed it directly to Xiaoniao. Understanding the task at hand, Xiaoniao promptly went to the medicine cabinet, deftly gathering the necessary herbs. Han Shini, how much should I pay for this? Li Bo asked, feeling somewhat guilty. Ha, Li Bo, there is no need for such formality. Xiaoniao's window is slightly loose. Once you have recovered, you may come by in a few days to help me fix it. Dachui replied. That is unacceptable. It is bitterly cold, and Xiaoniao is still young. He must not be exposed to the elements. I will return home to fetch my tools immediately, Li Bo insisted. Rising to leave, only to be gently restrained by Dachui. Li Bo, your chill has yet to subside. You must not engage in unnecessary exertion. Xiaoniao is young and vigorous, and with the heater in the house. He will be fine. Please rest easy. After considering this, Li Bo agreed that it made sense and ceased his insistence. Accepting the medicine from Xiaoniao, he finally said, Han Shini, since you have a guest, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiaoniao politely escorted Li Bo out of the hall. Lu Qing observed this entire scene, incredulity etched across his features. In his understanding, cultivators typically held themselves in high regard. Often looking down upon mortals, it was rare to witness one waiting for a mere window repair. Yet, this also indirectly suggested that Han Changkong had likely resided here for some time, as it was improbable he could interact so amicably with the townsfolk otherwise. Moreover, it appeared that these villagers were unaware of his status as a cultivator. Dao Han possesses a remarkably generous spirit. Lu Qing could not help but exclaim, Dao Lu, I apologize for the wait. Please, come inside. Dachui smiled, inviting him. Lu Qing reflected quietly, concluding that Han Changkong seemed to harbor no ill intentions. After all, he was merely a lowly cultivator at the third layer of Qi Refinement. What treasures could he possibly possess that would warrant Han Changkong's desire, as long as he could ascertain that this individual was not the evil cultivator they were pursuing? All would be well. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Lu Qing said, striding confidently into the courtyard. Seeing this, Dachui called out to Xiaoniao, Xiaoniao, prepare the meal. Xiaoniao acknowledged with a nod, promptly locking the clinic's door before hastening to the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. In the tranquil courtyard, Dachui and Lu Qing sat opposite each other. Dao Han has invited me to dine. Likely with some inquiries in mind, Lu Qing broke the silence. Although the signs suggested that Han Changkong meant no harm, it was somewhat abnormal in the realm of cultivation to extend such an invitation to a stranger. Dachui, however, did not hesitate, speaking candidly. To be honest, I seldom encounter genuine cultivators. My understanding of the nuances of this cultivation world is rather scant, which is why I thought to seize this opportunity to seek your wisdom. And I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me. With that, he unreservedly produced an exquisite small box from his robes and presented it with both hands. Lu Qing was taken aback at this sight, pondering internally, is this a gift for me? However, since Han Changkong sought his knowledge about the cultivation world, accepting a token of appreciation did not seem unreasonable. Yet, he felt it prudent to avoid appearing too eager lest he lose face. Thus, he quickly declined, stating, Dao Han, you are too kind. These are merely simple inquiries, and there is truly no need for such expense. On ordinary days, Dachui immerses himself in reading, so how could he possibly misunderstand the intent behind Lu Qing's words? He promptly responded with sincerity, Dao friend Lu, you flatter me. This is merely a common spiritual herb, hardly a precious item, that I hope you do not look down upon it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing ceased his pretentiousness, reached out to take the small box, and gently opened it for inspection. To his astonishment, he widened his eyes in shock. Inside the box lay a first-tier spiritual medicine, Ling Su grass. Dao friend Han, this is worth 15 spirit stones, Lu Qing exclaimed, his tone betraying an unmistakable surprise. It is worth noting that for outer disciples like them, 15 spirit stones is no trifling sum. It amounts to their salary for 3 months. As outer disciples, the sect only dispenses 5 spirit stones per month, and to earn more, they must venture out and undertake various tasks at great risk. Yet, Dachui appeared unfazed, as many of the spiritual plants he cultivated over the years lay idle, with no idea where to sell them. Dao friend Lu, please accept this. I actually have 2 more. I was originally planning to find a suitable place to sell them to purchase a manual for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's mind began to race. He was not foolish and suspected that Han Changkong had not revealed the full truth, and likely concealed several more spiritual medicines. Contemplating this, he slyly suggested, Dao friend, why not sell these directly to me? I can exchange them for a technique. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, secretly delighted. Such a fortunate opportunity. Without further thought, he swiftly made his way to the hall, expertly retrieved 2 small boxes from the medicine chest, and returned to the courtyard, stating, "Dao friend Lu, I currently only have these 2 left. The others are still in cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. Han Kong can actually cultivate spiritual plants himself. This is quite remarkable. Dachui seemed to have guessed Lu Qing's thoughts, without waiting for him to ask. He walked to the side of the courtyard and pulled down a black cloth that had been prepared in advance as an illusion. Although this place lacked any precious spiritual liquid, its purpose was to conceal the truth, leading others to believe he was merely engaged in ordinary cultivation. Indeed, upon seeing the thriving spiritual plants in the soil, Lu Qing's expression turned grim, his complexion nearly green. To be honest, Dao friend Han, these spiritual plants require at least 3 years to mature. Dachui was well aware of the maturation time for these spiritual plants, having previously sown a batch without understanding the specifics, which had taken 5 years from planting to harvest. The plants currently in the courtyard were those he had planted 2 years ago. However, he feigned a look of regret, saying, "Indeed, I was ignorant of these matters before and haphazardly planted some. The ones you hold are from 5 years ago. Had I known, I would have planted more back then. Looking back, I truly regret it. As he spoke, he deliberately adopted a pained expression, making it seem quite convincing. Lu Qing, observing this, began to understand. After all, Han Kong had mentioned he had been here for 5 years, which aligned with the logic that he had not been here for a longer duration. Dao friend Han, there is no need for concern. 3 years is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. With that, Lu Qing rummaged through his storage bag and produced 2 manuals. Dao friend Han, for these 3 spiritual plants, I will calculate the price at 15 spirit stones each, totaling 45 spirit stones. These 2 manuals are priced at 20 spirit stones each in the market, amounting to 40 spirit stones altogether. As he spoke, he handed the 2 manuals to Dachui and then pulled out 5 spirit stones from his storage bag, adding, "These 5 spirit stones should cover the difference." Dachui's expression soured slightly at this, thinking to himself, "Who does he think I am? Am I in need of a few spirit stones?" He promptly replied, "Dao friend Lu, you have been a tremendous help. How could I allow you to suffer a loss? Consider these 5 spirit stones as your profit." Upon hearing Dachui's words, Lu Qing contemplated silently. Indeed, this was akin to earning a courier fee. The journey to the market would take at least 2 days, even at the pace of a mid-stage Qi Refinement cultivator. Now, having done nothing, he effortlessly gained 5 spirit stones, a truly lucrative deal. With this thought, he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank you for your generosity, Dao friend Han." Afterward, he discreetly stored the 5 spirit stones in his bag, his movements smooth and natural, as though fearing Dachui might have a change of heart. Dachui, meanwhile, began to examine the manuals laid out on the table. "Basic 5-element spells," he murmured, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Noticing Dachui's reaction, Lu Qing enthusiastically explained, "To be candid, Dao friend Han, these are the manuals every new disciple receives upon joining the sect. They are fundamental spells every cultivator should master, encompassing both offensive and defensive techniques. You only need to select the ones that are useful to you for practice." Realizing this, Dachui nodded in understanding. The term basic made it clear these were introductory spells. He then shifted his gaze to the other manual, where the characters sword control technique were inscribed. Seeing Han Kong pick up the other manual, Lu Qing quickly interjected, "Dao friend Han, this manual is the sword control technique, which cultivators use to fly on swords. However, it is an extremely energy-intensive spell. Generally, a cultivator must reach the 6th level of Qi Refinement to have enough energy to cast it. Of course, those at the 5th level can use it with some difficulty, but they likely won't be able to fly far before exhausting their energy." Dachui's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. This was precisely what he had been yearning for. He mused, "I am about to reach the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Does that mean I will soon be able to experience the thrill of flying on a sword, basking in the freedom of a celestial being?" However, he quickly recalled a crucial detail. One must first possess a sword to fly. "Dao friend Lu, where can I purchase such a sword?" Dachui inquired eagerly. "Flying swords are allocated to disciples at the 4th level of Qi Refinement in our sect. Although they cannot be used for flying at that stage, they can be manipulated with the sword control technique to slay enemies. If Dao friend Han wishes to purchase one, you'll need to go to a distant market," Lu Qing patiently explained. Dachui recalled what his master had said, realizing this was indeed consistent with his teachings. His heart soared with possibilities. So, I can use a flying sword to defeat enemies? I could even take down foes from miles away? This is incredible. It seemed imperative for him to find time to visit the market, sell all the herbs he had, and return with a flying sword. Just then, Xiaoniu approached, carrying steaming dishes and cheerfully announced, "Uncle, dinner is ready. Ha ha. Splendid. Dao friend Lu, I currently have no further questions. I am simply unsure of the direction to the market." Dachui inquired with a smile. Lu Qing raised his hand, pointing in a direction as he replied, "From here, follow this path for 2 days, and you will reach the market. All right, let us dine first." Dachui said with a grin, then turned to Xiaoniu, instructing, "Xiaoniu, go fetch my wine. We must properly entertain our guest today." The young bull responded with a nod and directly made his way towards the cellar. Before long, he returned, cradling a wine jar in his arms, moving with a steady grace. The jar appeared to have some age, exuding a rich and robust aroma, as if it were whispering tales of its extraordinary essence. Gently, he placed the jar on the table and slowly unwrapped the cloth sealing the opening. In an instant, a wave of fragrant, exquisite, and ethereal wine scent wafted through the air. Lu Qing, catching a whiff of this intoxicating aroma, widened his eyes in astonishment, losing his composure as he exclaimed, "Spirit wine." Dachui immediately grasped the implication of this term. Spirit wine is, after all, a brew imbued with spiritual energy. To recount the origins of this spirit wine, one must trace back to a prior experience. At that time, Dachui pondered whether his divine light vessel, known for its miraculous ability to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, might also hasten the maturation of ordinary herbs in the mortal realm. With this thought in mind, he sought a suitable location for experimentation. To his delight, within just a day, the herbs had matured, and upon closer inspection, he discovered they were suffused with spiritual energy. Although these herbs bore no outward distinction from ordinary ones, their inherent spiritual essence rendered them unsuitable for sale to the common folk in the town. That a spark of inspiration ignited into Chui's mind. Since these herbs contained spiritual energy, why not attempt to brew wine with them? Following the brewing methods he had gleaned from books, he undertook the process, and to his astonishment, he successfully crafted this spirit wine. Lu Daoyu, there's no need for alarm. This treasure was left to me by my master. Alas, he can no longer indulge in its delights, Dachui said, his words tinged with nostalgia and a hint of sorrow for his master. Lu Qing, upon hearing this, felt it quite understandable. After all, Han Chongkong had cultivated his skills to the 6th level of Qi Refinement, undoubtedly under the guidance of a master. Moreover, from Dachui's tone, it was evident that his master had long since passed, which perhaps explained his naivety regarding many matters of the cultivation world. Thus, Lu Qing hastily offered words of comfort. May Han Dachui find solace. Yet, Dachui waved his hand dismissively, a cloud of gloom lifting from his visage as he chuckled heartily. Haha, it's nothing to my master has been gone for 5 years. The departed have moved on, and those of us still living must continue to embrace life. Xiaoniu, come and sit down for a meal, Dachui called out to the young bull, who was busy arranging the dishes, his voice imbued with warmth. Once Xiaoniu obediently took his seat, Dachui poured wine into Lu Qing's cup with a smile. Today, it is indeed my fortune to meet Lu Daoyu. Allow me to toast to you. As he spoke, he raised his cup and tilted it back, drinking deeply, his demeanor now one of unrestrained joy, far removed from the youthful awkwardness of his first encounter with wine. Under the influence of the wine's rich aroma, he cherished this moment of connection. Seeing this, Lu Qing promptly raised his cup, reciprocating Dachui's toast, and soon, the two engaged in lively conversation about the myriad wonders of the cultivation realm, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious. Before long, after their hunger had been satiated and their cups filled, Lu Qing rose to take his leave. In his heart, he felt this outing had been immensely worthwhile. Not only had he enjoyed a sumptuous meal, but he had also savored the exquisite spirit wine, and most importantly, he had effortlessly earned 5 spirit stones. To achieve such a bounty so early in his task was nothing short of perfection. At this moment, Dachui was the most exhilarated. He hurried back to his room, carefully closed the door behind him, and sat at his desk, treating the foundational 5 elements spells as a treasure to be diligently studied. As he sat there, engrossed in the techniques laid out before him, his gaze moved slowly across the pages filled with wondrous spells, his expression shifting between contemplation and sudden realization. He noted that while the text contained numerous spells, most were relatively simple, Fortunately, having perused many texts from the mortal realm over the years, he possessed at least a basic understanding of the fundamental principles and applications of these spells. Moreover, he had previously attempted to circulate spiritual energy within his meridians. However, a slight frown creased Dachui's brow as he fell into deep thought. Being a hybrid of the 5 elements, his master had once explained that his unique spiritual constitution allowed him to absorb all 5 types of spiritual energy. Therefore, in theory, he should be capable of casting spells corresponding to each of these attributes. As he continued to study the techniques, he discovered that the most formidable spells were of the fire and metal attributes. Take the fire spells, for instance. Once unleashed, their flames could reduce everything in their path to ash, their power undeniably fearsome. The metal spells, often accompanied by sharp, piercing edges, seemed capable of rending any obstacle asunder. In terms of defense, the water and earth spells stood out as particularly effective. Water spells could conjure resilient barriers to fend off external attacks, while earth spells could summon sturdy walls resembling fortifications. As for the wood attribute spells, while their offensive capabilities were not the strongest, they could serve as excellent tools for stealthy ambushes, executed quietly and unexpectedly, yielding remarkable results. Among all these spells, the fireball technique reigned supreme in terms of sheer ferocity. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed when Shi Yongliang cast his spells, Dachui conjectured that he had likely employed the fireball technique. He had skillfully infused the technique into a kitchen knife. And with the enhancement of fire's spiritual energy, the knife had become razor-sharp, its lethality significantly amplified. Even more impressive was that once the mutated corpse's defenses were breached, the fire's spiritual energy would rapidly infiltrate the wound, inflicting severe harm. Furthermore, Shi Yongliang, possessing a fire attribute spiritual root, could utilize the fireball technique with unparalleled finesse, maximizing its potential. After much deliberation, Dachui resolved to practice the fireball technique first. However, the confined space of his room was not suitable for spellcasting. A careless mistake could lead to a disastrous fire. He glanced out the window at the wintry landscape, a thought occurring to him: why not venture outside the town to practice? The open area would provide ample space without the risk of endangering others. With his decision made, Dachui rose quietly, carefully exiting his room so as not to disturb the resting Xiaonyo. After a short while, Dachui's figure appeared in a dense forest situated 20 miles from Hongyan town. The forest, blanketed in a silvery layer of snow, exuded a serene and brisk atmosphere, the thick snow resembling a pristine quilt covering the earth. Dachui came to a halt, took a deep breath, and began to chant the arcane incantation, the words flowing from his lips in a deliberate manner. Meanwhile, his right hand moved swiftly, forming intricate gestures as he performed the movements. A subtle warmth began to emanate from the surrounding air, spiritual energy coalescing in his palm. Moments later, a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in his hand, radiating a scorching heat akin to a miniature sun. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled the fireball like an arrow towards a nearby tree trunk. With a resounding bang, the fireball struck the trunk, and in an instant, it erupted like a powder keg, splintering wood flying in all directions. Fiery sparks tracing arcs through the air. The point where the trunk had been severed ignited in a blaze, flames rapidly spreading, as the surrounding snow melted under the intense heat, emitting a hissing sound. However, this frigid landscape was not a place where flames could burn unchecked. Before long, the roaring fire was subdued by the weight of the snow, leaving behind only a puddle of melted snow, steaming amidst the cold forest, an incongruous sight. Well, it seems that I can successfully condense the fireball technique, so there shouldn't be any issues there. However, my execution still feels somewhat awkward. It appears I must come here daily to practice. Only through diligent repetition will I master this technique. Dachui pondered silently. He gazed at the tree trunk ahead, still emanating wisps of smoke from the impact of the fireball spell. He murmured thoughtfully to himself. However, the next challenge to conquer would be attempting to manipulate the direction of the fireball with his spiritual consciousness, a considerable test indeed. Without hesitation, he focused intently, sending forth his spiritual awareness like fine threads, precisely locking onto another grand tree in the distance. This robust tree, so stout that it required 2 people to encircle it, stood quietly amidst the snow, unaware of the impending impact it was about to face. Taking a deep breath, Dachui swiftly began to form hand seals, his fingers moving with dexterous grace as streams of spiritual energy rapidly converged into his palm, in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, a fireball erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the tree that had already been targeted by his spiritual awareness. Remarkably, this fireball was significantly larger than the first, its blazing flames seemingly igniting the surrounding air. The intense heat causing the snow nearby to melt swiftly, creating small rivulets. With a thunderous boom, the fireball collided violently with the tree, the immense force cleaving it in two, the splintered trunk sending sparks flying in every direction, some even embedding deeply into the adjacent snow, raising clouds of white powder. Witnessing this, Dachui could not help but smile, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, reflecting to himself, "It seems that the application of spiritual consciousness requires considerable enhancement. I never anticipated that after locking onto a target, the speed of the fireball could more than double, and its power significantly augmented. However, the range of my spiritual awareness is quite limited, extending merely 15 zhang in all directions, which is rather inadequate in actual combat. Thus, it appears that my effective attack range is confined to within 15 zhang. Exceeding this distance would compromise accuracy, and hitting the target would rely solely on luck." As such, Dachui continued to contemplate these matters regarding spellcasting while repeatedly unleashing fireballs, striving to glean deeper insights and master superior techniques through relentless practice. With each successive casting, his spiritual energy gradually dwindled. Whenever his reserves approached depletion, he would promptly retrieve the divine light bottle for a sip. Had anyone been present to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly have been astounded. After all, even a 5th-level Qi Refinement cultivator possesses limited spiritual reserves. Who else could tirelessly cast fireballs throughout the night as Dachui did, surpassing the bounds of ordinary endurance? Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually brightened with a hazy glow as the dawn's light slowly tore through the veil of night. Recognizing that morning was approaching, Dachui reluctantly ceased his actions and turned to head towards the clinic that he chuckled to himself, thinking, "With this fireball technique, I wonder who would dare to challenge me." With a buoyant stride, he returned, his face aglow with confidence, envisioning a future where he would carve his path through the world of cultivation, unstoppable and victorious. Upon his return to the tavern, the sky had only just begun to brighten. The soft morning light filtered through the gaps in the windows, illuminating the interior. At that moment, Xiaoyo had already risen early, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The flames in the stove licked the bottom of the pot, where porridge bubbled and released wisps of steam, filling the entire kitchen with a warm, homely aroma. Completely engrossed in his cooking, Xiaoyo remained oblivious to Dazui's return. In truth, Dachui had no intention of tormenting Xiaoyo. Rather, he understood the numerous benefits of early morning exercise for one's health. Moreover, Xiaoyo was now 10 years old, the perfect age to begin training and laying a solid foundation. Dachui tiptoed into the kitchen, standing at the doorway, observing Xiaoyo's busy figure, and spoke up. "Xiaoyo, starting tomorrow morning, you need not prepare breakfast." Startled by this unexpected remark, Xiaoyo jumped, his hands trembling involuntarily. He quickly turned to see his uncle and let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest and smiling. "Uncle, does that mean I'll start training tomorrow?" "Indeed." Dachui nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation for Xiaoyo. The truth was, Xiaoyo had longed to become a skilled practitioner himself, watching with envy as his uncle wielded those extraordinary spells. However, Dachui had previously explained that the optimal age for body refinement was after 10 years old. At a younger age, one's body had not fully developed, and excessive training could easily lead to injuries, particularly to critical areas such as bones and meridians, which could hinder future growth and cultivation. Additionally, based on his careful examination of Xiaoyo's condition according to the relevant introduction in the Guiyuanju, Dachui had discovered that the boy lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate like himself. Therefore, Dachui contemplated that Xiaoyo could only practice martial arts in the mundane world, although it could not compare to the marvels of spellcasting. With diligent practice, it would sufficiently equip Xiaoyo with the ability to protect himself in this ordinary realm. After a while, Xiaoyo efficiently finished preparing breakfast. The meal, while not extravagant, was fragrant and exuded a comforting homemade aroma. The two of them sat at the table, briefly enjoying their breakfast before Dachui rose to open the clinic's door, preparing to welcome any patients seeking consultation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyo dutifully remained in the kitchen, deftly cleaning the dishes and tidying up the space. Thus, the day passed quietly, filled with Dazui's patient guidance and medical practices that he meticulously explained various symptoms of ailments, their causes, and corresponding treatments, even demonstrating how to accurately take pulses, identify medicinal herbs, and concoct prescriptions. Shanyo learned with great diligence, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, occasionally posing questions, creating a harmonious and amicable atmosphere between them. When night fell and the stars adorned the sky, Dachui, as was his custom, ventured once more to the spot where he had practiced the fireball spell the previous evening. The dense forest, shrouded in darkness, appeared even more tranquil and profound, with only the occasional hoot of an owl breaking the stillness. Dachui steadied himself, a flicker of intent guiding him as he abruptly swung his right hand in an instant. A fireball the size of a basin materialized, burning fiercely and illuminating a small area around him, the surrounding air distorting under the intense heat. Following this, the fireball surged forth like a wild stallion, racing towards a nearby boulder. With a deafening crash, the sound reverberated in the quiet night, causing the snow on the surrounding trees to tumble down. The boulder shattered upon impact, fragments scattering in all directions, some crashing into the snow, sending up clouds of white powder, while others struck nearby tree trunks with resounding thuds. Observing the spectacle, a satisfied smile finally graced Dachui's face as he nodded slightly. It is worth noting that this was the result of his relentless practice, having repeated the spell over 1,000 times the previous night. Now, the fireball technique could be cast almost instantaneously. Generally speaking, a typical 5th-level Qi Refinement cultivator has a limited reserve of spiritual energy. After casting the fireball 5 times in succession, their energy would be nearly exhausted, necessitating immediate meditation to gradually recover. Of course, there are other methods to restore spiritual energy, such as using spirit stones. However, in the realm of cultivation, only a fool would resort to that. After all, for a Qi Refinement cultivator, how many spirit stones could one possibly accumulate? To expend the precious spiritual stones, which were so hard to acquire, solely on the restoration of spiritual power would indeed be madness. Thus, most cultivators, when their spiritual energy is depleted, prefer to spend some time in meditation to recover. Although this method may take longer, it spares the invaluable resources of spiritual stones. However, the situation for Dachui is quite different. He possesses the wondrous divine light bottle, brimming with ample spiritual liquid, allowing him to utilize it as if it were free. Without a care for depleting his spiritual energy, this freedom enables him to practice spells repeatedly without reservation. His fireball technique has now grown immensely powerful, yet mere offensive capability is insufficient. Perhaps he should practice a defensive spell, providing him with both attack and defense, thus bolstering his confidence when faced with unforeseen circumstances. Dachui mused within himself. Initially, he had intended to practice the golden light slash from the metal attribute spells, as it is indeed a formidable offensive spell. However, after much contemplation, he concluded that mastering a defensive spell first would be a more prudent choice. Resolute in his decision, Dachui ceased his hesitation and began to practice the earth wall spell. With focused intent, he recited incantations while his hands swiftly shifted through various gestures. Streams of spiritual energy gathered in front of him, preparing to manifest the earth wall spell, standing firm amidst the dense forest. He recalled the journey from awkwardness to proficiency in practicing the fireball technique, which calmed his heart. He held his breath, concentrating intently as he silently recited the incantations for the earth wall technique. Initially, his gestures were clumsy, and the gathering of spiritual energy was strenuous, resulting only in faint fluctuations of power. Yet, drawing upon his experience, he gritted his teeth and persevered, continually adjusting his hand seals and the flow of energy. As time passed, his gestures became more fluid, and the energy gathered more rapidly, slowly revealing the contours of the earth wall. After an hour, though drenched in sweat, he remained undaunted, quickening his pace as he fervently recited the incantations. The energy surged forth like a torrent, continuously infusing the nascent earth wall, making it increasingly solid and robust. As the second hour approached its end, Dachui let out a powerful shout, pushing with both hands. A sturdy earth wall instantly rose before him, radiating a warm, earthen glow. His face lit up with joy as he touched the wall, savoring its texture, fully aware that this was a significant breakthrough. After a brief rest, he immersed himself back into the practice, striving to solidify the earth wall spell as a reliable form of defense. The earth wall spell indeed demanded considerable effort, yet its defensive capabilities were commendable. Dachui sipped the spiritual liquid in his hand while surveying the earth wall before him. At that moment, he suddenly heard hurried and chaotic footsteps approaching from a distance, drawing swiftly nearer to his location. What could this mean? Could there be others nearby? A jolt of alarm surged through Dachui as he deliberated. Although his current spiritual awareness only extended to a radius of 15 zhong, The senses and perceptions of a cultivator far surpassed those of ordinary people. With keen hearing, he discerned that the footsteps belonged to humans, and judging by the commotion, there appeared to be 3 individuals. Dachui dared not take any chances. He swiftly retrieved a water pouch filled with spiritual liquid from his robe and took a deep gulp. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, invigorating his spirit and filling him with strength. He then bent his knees slightly and pushed off the ground with force, leaping gracefully onto a nearby tree like a nimble monkey. Crouching carefully on the branch, he restrained his breath and gazed warily towards the direction from which the footsteps originated, waiting in silence. However, after a considerable wait, the footsteps abruptly ceased, followed by a thunderous clash of combat that seemed to shake the very air around him. Could it be that a battle of spells was underway? Dachui speculated inwardly. The noise generated by the skirmish was certainly beyond the scope of an ordinary contest between martial artists, with the sounds of spiritual energy colliding and spells exploding echoing loudly. Quickening Dachui's heartbeat that moment, Dachui found himself in a profound quandary that he longed to witness firsthand how cultivators engaged in battle, for he had been solely focused on his training, with practical applications of spells remaining only a figment of his imagination. This was a rare opportunity for observation. Yet, on the other hand, he was genuinely apprehensive that revealing himself might expose his identity, and should he be drawn into the conflict, it could spell danger. Dachui's heart was embroiled in intense conflict. He understood that the cultivators engaged in battle would undoubtedly extend their spiritual awareness to assess their surroundings. Nevertheless, given that he was at least 30 zhang away from the fray, it was reasonable to assume that their awareness could not reach such a distance. Contemplating this, Dachui hurriedly recalled the layout of the forest in his mind, carefully estimating the location based on the sounds of combat. He remembered that if he veered right, there was a larger tree with exceptionally dense foliage, resembling a natural giant umbrella. Concealment within its boughs would likely render him undetectable. Indeed, it seemed an ideal vantage point from which to observe their battle. Dachui calculated this plan internally, growing increasingly convinced of its viability. Resolute, he leapt down from the tree and stealthily made his way toward the chosen location. His steps were as light as a cat's, each movement executed with utmost caution to avoid disturbing the combatants. After several breaths, Dachui successfully reached the vicinity of the grand tree. He looked up to see faint flickers of firelight ahead, alongside the brilliant luminescence of spells being cast, filtering through the dense canopy of intertwined branches. Occasionally, he glimpsed indistinct figures darting among the light and shadow, akin to phantoms, too indistinct to discern clearly. With a determined heart, Dachui gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy once more, and leapt onto the tree branch with precision. He cautiously parted the foliage before him and peered ahead, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Ah, indeed, I can see them. Moreover, it appeared that they had not detected his presence, given that he was at least 25 zhang away from the battlefield, and observing the postures of the combatants. They seemed to be cultivators at the Qi Refinement stage. With their level of spiritual awareness, they likely could not perceive such a distance. As Dachui focused intently, he saw a figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask, exuding an imposing aura as he pressed aggressively against 3 others. This black-clad individual clearly wished to conceal his identity, enveloping himself completely, revealing only a pair of piercing, sinister eyes. Upon closer inspection, Dachui realized that the 3 opponents wore garments identical to those of Lu Qing. Curiously, Lu Qing had mentioned a senior brother in the later stages of Qi Refinement accompanying them. Why then were 3 struggling against 1? Dachui's mind was filled with questions, his brow furrowing in confusion. Yet at that moment, it appeared that both sides had momentarily halted their skirmish. The distance was too great for Dachui to hear their conversation. Suddenly, Dachui recalled a small technique he had encountered in the foundational 5 element spells, which involved channeling would attribute spiritual energy to the ears or eyes, allowing one to perceive distant occurrences more clearly. Although seemingly simple, he had never attempted it, as he had focused solely on elevating his cultivation level. Curiosity bubbled within Dachui once more, and after much hesitation, he resolved to quietly channel his spiritual energy. Experimenting with the method from his memory, a triumphant grin spread across his face as he realized it worked. At that moment, the 3 cultivators clad in robes identical to Lu Qing's became vividly clear to him. 2 men and 1 woman. He observed as the woman, her face flushed with anger, shouted at the black-robed man, "You vile creature, do not be so arrogant. When our senior brother arrives, you will surely meet your end." Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure burst into a fit of mocking laughter. his tone dripping with arrogance and disdain. Your senior brother? Do not hold out hope for his arrival. Do you think I am unaware that he has gone to another town? The three individuals exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting as they collectively exclaimed, How could you know that? Surprised? Are we? Allow me to enlighten you. That is merely an illusion I have created. Even if he can fly on his sword, he cannot possibly return in time. The man in the black robe spoke with a sense of triumph as he began to condense the magical powers in his hands, his eyes gleaming with avarice and ferocity. Once I eliminate you and drain your souls and cultivation, I shall ascend to the late stage of Qi Refinement. Even if your senior brother arrives, I shall be able to slay him. And at that moment, I will break through yet another layer of cultivation. Upon finishing his words, the incantation in his hands was fully formed, and suddenly, a serpentine shadow of darkness shot forth from his palm. Racing towards one of the men with astonishing speed, the shadow was enveloped in tendrils of black mist, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. Junior brother, the other two exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with alarm. With a sickening thud, the black serpent shadow penetrated the man's body, causing him to convulse violently, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. A senior brother, senior sister, save me. However, before he could utter his final words, he fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Junior brother, the remaining man and woman watched in horror, their eyes instantly reddening with grief and despair, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. They had already expended a significant amount of spiritual energy during the previous confrontation and were now no match for the black-robed man. What were they to do at that moment? A chilling spectacle unfolded as the serpent shadow emerged from the fallen junior brother's body, spiraling in the air before plunging directly into the black-robed man's form. Instantly, the aura of the black-robed man intensified, and the fluctuations of spiritual power around him grew more formidable, evidently having absorbed considerable strength from the deceased cultivator. Dachui, observing from the sidelines, was wide-eyed with astonishment, pondering, what kind of technique is this? It's extraordinarily powerful. He realized that the black-robed man's cultivation seemed to surpass his own. And considering the man's earlier declaration of reaching the late stage of Qi refinement after dispatching these individuals, his strength was indeed formidable. Just then, a voice pierced through Dachui's contemplation, leaving him in a quandary. Senior brother, senior sister, are you all right? Lu Qing rushed over, her face a mask of urgency. Lu Qing, why have you returned? Were you not told to summon the senior brother? The woman scolded, both anxious and irate. The place where the senior brother is located is too far. I intended to seek assistance from another elder ahead. But it seems he has stepped out, Lu Qing explained, her expression one of distress. Upon hearing this, Dachui felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, mentally lamenting, isn't it clear that she came to fetch me? Thankfully, I was not at home. Otherwise, I would have rushed in blindly, potentially landing myself in dire peril. Another at the third level of Qi refinement. Splendid, the black-robed man remarked, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he observed Lu Qing's arrival. A cruel smile curling his lips, he resumed condensing his incantation, his hands forming seals with rapid precision, dark spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips, coalescing into a rich vortex of power. Watching closely, Dachui mused. This fellow's speed in condensing spell seems rather slow. If I were to strike now, I might catch him off guard, rendering him powerless against me. Yet, uncertainty began to creep into his mind, but I hesitate to act rashly. Should I fail, my own life would be at stake, and my survival is paramount. However, having shared a brief acquaintance with Lu Qing, can I bear to watch her perish before my eyes without intervening? Dachui's thoughts were a tumultuous mess, torn between indecision and urgency. At that moment, the black-robed man rapidly formed his seals, chanting incantations. His spell fully completed, a dense black light flickered in his palm, and the tangible black serpent once again surged towards the trio. Writhing with incredible speed, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached for a talisman from her waist pouch, crushing it with determination. A crisp sound echoed, and the talisman disintegrated into shimmering spiritual light, forming a protective barrier reminiscent of rippling water before them. The shield emanated a soft blue glow, its surface shimmering with faintly flickering runes, appearing rather resilient. In an instant, the mist-like serpent crashed against the shield with the force of a launched arrow. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated as if thunder had erupted in the woods, causing the surrounding trees to tremble, their leaves cascading down. Despite the shield's sturdy appearance, it ultimately succumbed to the violent impact. Shattering into countless fragments of spiritual light that dispersed into the air, the woman was thrown back by the immense recoil, akin to a kite severed from its string, spitting blood as she landed heavily on the ground. Her complexion turning ashen, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Fortunately, this act of defense managed to dissipate the serpent's lethal strike. The black serpent circled in the air before slowly retreating back into the black-robed man's body. Seemingly reluctant, as if biding its time for another opportunity to strike, the black-robed man, momentarily taken aback, appeared to have underestimated their capacity to counter his attack. However, he quickly regained his composure. Disdain etched across his face. As he sneered, "Let us see how many talismans you have left, Humph. Today you shall find no escape. Submit to your fate, and perhaps suffer less agony." His voice was chilling, laced with an undeniable murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, Lu Qing, frantic with worry, dashed to the spot where the woman had fallen, kneeling beside her with concern etched on her face. "Senior sister, are you all right?" she inquired anxiously, reaching out to assist her. The woman, laboriously wiping the blood from her lips, shook her head feebly, managing to stand with great effort. "That I am fine, though the backlash has left me quite injured. Still, I can endure." "Senior sister, do you have any talismans left?" Lu Qing pressed, her eyes glimmering with a glint of hope, recalling the earlier power of the talisman. If they had another, perhaps a glimmer of survival remained. The woman sighed with resignation, shaking her head in bitterness. "There are none left. That was the last one. When Junior Brother Wong encountered danger, I panicked and failed to utilize the talisman in time. Yet, in hindsight, even if I had, it might have mattered little. For the black-robed man is simply too formidable." Witnessing these scenes unfold, Dachui felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating, "It seems I have a chance to save them." He could conjure an earth wall to erect a sturdy barrier before them, temporarily obstructing the black-robed man's assault, then unleash fireballs to disrupt his spellcasting rhythm, preventing him from concentrating on his incantations. Although he might not be able to defeat him outright, it appeared that the black-robed man was equally unable to contend with him at that moment. Resolute in his decision, Dachui understood the need for caution, to avoid future retribution from the black-robed man. Thus, he swiftly tore a piece of fabric from his clothing, covering his face while leaving only his vigilant eyes exposed. Focused intently ahead, he thought to himself, "If I fail to eliminate this scoundrel, and he seeks revenge, I will have no recourse. It is best to conceal my identity for now." At that very moment, the dark-robed man was on the verge of completing his incantation, with black spiritual energy surging wildly in his palm. The chilling silhouette of a black serpent flickered in and out of view, as though it were poised to pounce upon the three individuals at any moment. Observing this, Dachui did not dare to hesitate for a single instant. He took a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and leapt down from the tree with a forceful push of his legs, racing forward like a gust of wind. At this moment, the dark-robed man was completely engrossed in preparing his attack, evidently unaware of Daju's sudden appearance akin to Chang Yao Jin. Just as the black serpent was about to strike the three with tremendous force, a formidable earthen wall rose abruptly before them. The wall towered nearly 10 feet high, appearing somewhat rough, yet exuding an undeniable solidity, as if forged from the very essence of the earth. With a thunderous crash, the black serpent collided violently against the wall, causing it to tremble violently, with dust cascading down. Fortunately, the wall only bore a few cracks, standing steadfastly in place, and successfully repelling this assault. In that instant, Daju swiftly darted behind the earthen wall, executing the maneuver with fluidity and precision. The sudden turn of events left both the dark-robed man's faction and Lu Qing's group momentarily stunned. Each was taken aback, filled with surprise and confusion, pondering, who was this formidable ally that appeared so suddenly to lend aid? Only Lu Qing, upon catching sight of Daju's familiar silhouette, felt a flicker of recognition. However, at that moment, Daju, clad in a gray outfit, bore no resemblance to the gentle and refined healer she had known. Coupled with the cloth obscuring his face, it was nearly impossible to associate him with Han Changkong. Thus, Lu Qing could only harbor a vague sense of familiarity, unable to ascertain whether this figure was indeed her acquaintance. "Who might you be, hiding in the shadows and unwilling to reveal your true self?" the dark-robed man inquired, his brow furrowing, his voice laced with irritation and disdain. Upon hearing this, Daju felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Who are you referring to? If you have the guts, remove your mask and let me see your face." His words were delivered with righteous fervor, for he thought to himself that if the man dared not reveal his true identity, how could he scorn another? The dark-robed man was momentarily taken aback by this response, inwardly lamenting, "If I were to remove my mask, the Bayun sect would undoubtedly pursue me to the ends of the earth, seeking my demise. Yet he refused to concede, snorting coldly, "Humph, smooth-tongued. I shall see how many times your earthen wall can withstand my attacks." In truth, the dark-robed man had already assessed the situation. He recognized that this mysterious individual was merely at the 5th level of Qi Refinement, posing no real threat to him as long as he continued his assault. The earthen wall would eventually crumble, making it easy to dispatch them all. With this thought in mind, the dark-robed man ceased his words, slowly gathering his incantation anew as the black spiritual energy coalesced once more at his fingertips, preparing for another onslaught. However, the next moment, he let out a startled cry as he abruptly lunged to the side, his movements appearing exceedingly awkward in the wake of his original position. A massive fireball, the size of a basin, struck a large tree, erupting with colossal force, sending splinters flying and flames soaring into the sky, warping the surrounding air with its searing heat. Dachui was momentarily stunned, astonished by the swift reflexes of his adversary. How could he react so quickly? I had locked onto him with my consciousness. This shouldn't have happened. Moreover, my fireball technique is instantaneous. How could he evade it? Dachui was perplexed, unable to fathom the reason behind this. Nevertheless, before he could ponder further, an icy dread surged from the depths of his heart, causing his hair to stand on end. Enveloping him in a sense of foreboding, he discerned that he had been firmly locked onto by the opponent's consciousness. Akin to being targeted by a ferocious beast, a perilous situation indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Dachui sprang backward, striving to shake off the adversary's focus. Just then, a wisp of gray mist glided toward his chest like a specter, moving with remarkable speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Dachui felt a cold sweat break out on his back, realizing the imminent danger, and he exerted every ounce of strength to sidestep, just in time to narrowly evade the strike. I see now how he managed to dodge my spell. As long as he locks onto the attack's location with his consciousness, he can perceive it. This is a perilous lesson to learn. Dachui's heart raced with trepidation. Now possessing a deeper understanding of the dark-robed man's capabilities, and no longer daring to be careless, he steadied himself and swiftly unleashed another fireball towards the dark-robed man. However, this time, he refrained from locking onto him with his consciousness, merely intending to distract his foe. Simultaneously, he erected earthen walls on either side of the 4 companions, endeavoring to shield them and buy more time for a response. I refuse to believe this dark-clad figure can launch a surprise attack from behind us, Dachui thought to himself, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, fully aware of the dire nature of his predicament. Having exhausted both of his signature techniques during the previous confrontation, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted at this moment. He was not particularly anxious about running out of energy. There were still spirit liquids to replenish his reserves, but the pressing issue remained: how to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Meanwhile, the dark-robed man had narrowly evaded the sudden magical assault, his face a mask of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief and caution, fixated on Dachui, as if attempting to pierce through the veil of mystery surrounding him. At that moment, Lu Qing exclaimed urgently, "Senior, use your flying sword to slay him." Her voice carried a note of desperation. She believed this enigmatic senior possessed formidable skills, and if he unleashed his flying sword, he could undoubtedly vanquish the dark-robed man, thus freeing them from this grave threat. Dachui, taken aback by her suggestion, inwardly cursed. If I had a flying sword, would I need your prompting? The truth is, I haven't even learned the sword control technique. How could I wield a flying sword? Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade, replying, "I bear no grudge against him. I have no desire to commit such a heinous act, but he seeks to kill us. If we do not eliminate him today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge in the future," Lu Qing implored anxiously, genuinely worried that if the dark-robed man escaped, the repercussions could be dire. Dachui's mind was racing with a torrent of frustration. Thinking to himself, "Do you think I don't want to kill him? It's just that I lack the ability." Upon hearing their exchange, the dark-robed man was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of apprehension igniting within him. He pondered silently. If they truly unleashed a flying sword against him, he might indeed find himself outmatched. Moreover, should this stalemate continue, if reinforcements arrived for them, he would have no escape. With this realization, he shot a fierce glare at Dachui and coldly declared, "Prepare yourself for my impending vengeance." Having uttered this ominous proclamation, he dared not linger a moment longer, instantly employing his movement technique to retreat, his figure gradually vanishing into the dense thicket of trees. At this point, Dachui could not afford to let his guard down, remaining alert to the possibility of a counterattack. If this fellow attempts a surprise return, I will be utterly doomed. If I ever again act recklessly in the name of heroism, I shall consider myself a fool. With this thought, he turned to the three individuals behind him and said, "Everyone, that man has likely retreated far enough. You should disperse quickly." Upon finishing his words, Dachui did not dare to linger for even a moment. He immediately dashed off in another direction, moving with such swiftness that a gust of wind followed in his wake. After all, he had no intention of returning to Hongyan town at this moment. The mere thought of that dark-robed man lying in wait for his return, seeking vengeance, sent a shiver down his spine. With no other choice, he resolved to find a secluded spot near the town to wait until dawn. The entire night, he remained on edge, acutely aware of every sound around him, fearful that the dark-robed man might appear at any moment. At long last, as dawn broke, Dachui, noticing nothing unusual in his surroundings, cautiously made his way to the place where he stored his clothes. He swiftly donned his elegant white robe, tidied his appearance, and transformed back into the genteel physician he was known to be. With a sense of confidence, he strode toward the town, silently praying that nothing else would go awry. However, upon returning to the clinic, Dachui felt a wave of dismay wash over him, internally lamenting his misfortune. These people truly were relentless in their pursuit. He found 4 individuals seated in the clinic's main hall, none other than Lu Qing and her fellow disciples. Moreover, Xiao Niu was enthusiastically preparing tea for the guests, creating a scene that appeared rather harmonious. Yet it only served to exacerbate Dachui's headache. Reluctantly, Dachui steeled himself and walked inside. "Uncle, you're back," exclaimed Xiao Niu upon spotting him, hurrying over with a cheerful smile. Lu Qing, noticing the return of Dachui, quickly rose to her feet and, with a hint of apology, said, "Daoist Han, last night my senior brother and sister were injured by that dark-robed scoundrel and urgently require medical attention. That I recalled that you are a renowned healer, which is why I brought them here. I sincerely hope you do not take offense." Turning to a particularly stout man beside her, she respectfully introduced, "Senior brother Zhang Heng, this is the Daoist Han I mentioned to you earlier." Dachui took a moment to scrutinize the so-called Zhang Heng. The man was tall and robust, exuding an imposing physique, yet his eyes conveyed a certain simplicity, suggesting a lack of cunning. Zhang Heng stood up with a loud, hearty voice. "I am Zhang Heng of the Baiyun sect. Pleased to meet you, Daoist Han." He then awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor revealing a straightforward nature. Dachui quickly returned the gesture, forcing a smile as he replied, "Daoist Zhang, it is an honor. May I inquire about the condition of these 2 fellow Daoists?" He gestured toward the 2 individuals meditating beside him, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Though internally he cursed his misfortune for being embroiled in such a troublesome situation, Dachui pondered to himself, realizing that Zhang Heng appeared formidable. He likely could not hold his own in a confrontation. Not to mention, with the opponent wielding a flying sword, if a conflict were to arise, he might not even have the chance to retaliate, even setting aside the flying sword. Zhang Heng's sheer size and strength suggested that Dachui would be at a distinct disadvantage in a physical altercation. At that moment, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow and, with an air of helplessness, spoke, "Daoist Han, I just assessed the condition of their bodies and discovered a strand of black energy swirling within them, voraciously devouring their spiritual power. While the quantity of this black gas appears minimal at present, it is perplexing that no method I employed could disperse it. It is indeed quite troublesome." Dachui's interest piqued at this revelation, and he inquired, "Why not return to your sect to seek assistance from a skilled practitioner? With the resources of the Baiyun sect, surely there must be someone capable of resolving this issue." Zhang Heng sighed and candidly replied, "To be frank, Daoist Han, our sect is quite distant from here. Even if I were to ride my flying sword at full speed, it would take at least 5 days for a round trip. Moreover, my sword can only carry 1 person at a time. Since one is my junior brother and the other my junior sister, how could I abandon either of them? Thus, I was left with no choice but to recall what Lu Qing mentioned about you, hoping your exceptional medical skills might provide a solution. I sincerely hope you do not hold it against me." Hearing this, Dachui couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling a sense of trepidation. The crux of the matter was that while he was adept at treating common folk in the town, he had never tended to the injuries of cultivators. The physiological differences between cultivators and ordinary mortals were vast, leaving him with little confidence. "Daoist Zhang, I cannot guarantee success in this matter." He hesitated. "I will first examine their condition before making any decisions." After a moment's thought, Dachui resolved to assess the specifics of their ailments before proceeding further. He then focused his mind, gently extending his spiritual consciousness to scrutinize their physical states. His astonishment. As soon as his consciousness penetrated their bodies, he discovered that indeed, a thread of black gas was moving within them. It seemed almost sentient, traveling along their meridians while greedily consuming their spiritual energy, as if intent on claiming all of their power for itself. What startled Dachui even more was that this black gas appeared to sense his intrusion. It exhibited a faint resistance to his spiritual presence, rendering the situation even more bizarre. Dachui contemplated his next course of action. He had a vague idea that perhaps his spiritual liquid, with its extraordinary properties, might be able to resolve this issue. However, he had never attempted to use it to expel such a peculiar black gas from a cultivator. Doubts swirled in his mind. Yet, with no other options available, he felt compelled to take a chance. Fellow Taoists, I must admit that I cannot assure you of success. I can only try my best, he said earnestly to the two meditating individuals, his eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and concern. Turning to Zhang Heng, he courteously stated, Taoist Zhang, please have a seat in the front hall for a moment while I prepare. I will see if I can devise a solution. Taoist Han, please take your time. We will wait here, Zhang Heng replied. Bowing respectfully, He offered a slight nod before returning to his room, pretending to busy himself with preparations. In truth, he was not genuinely concocting any elaborate treatment methods. Instead, he merely created some noise to give the impression that he was diligently working. In reality, Dachui stealthily took out some dough and cautiously mixed in a small amount of spiritual liquid, shaping them into two pill-like forms. After completing this task, he decided to wait half an hour before emerging, during which he deliberately practiced his techniques to deplete his internal spiritual energy, creating the illusion of having exerted himself considerably for the sake of treating the two. Before long, half an hour had passed. Dachui feigned weakness as he stepped out of his room, his steps unsteady as he made his way toward the main hall. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Heng was taken aback. Silently marveling, it appears that Taoist Han has truly gone to great lengths to heal my junior brother and sister. Judging by the depletion of his spiritual energy, he must have exerted himself to the utmost. Xiaoniao, noticing Dachui's state, rushed forward to support him, concern etched on her face. Uncle, are you all right? I'm fine. Please give these two pills to them, Dachui replied. If this does not work, I truly have no other recourse. With a weary voice, Dachui said, as he handed the two specially crafted pills to Xiaoniao. Xiaoniao cautiously assisted Dachui to a chair before accepting the pills, pondering silently. What a jest this is. My uncle is far more precious than those unfamiliar faces. I must ensure my uncle's well-being first and foremost. Subsequently, he approached Zhang Heng and presented the pills to him. At that moment, Zhang Heng was too preoccupied with the urgency of treating his junior disciples to concern himself with anything else, and he promptly administered the pills to both of them. Although they were in a meditative state to suppress the dark energy within, they had heard every detail of the events that had transpired in the hall. Realizing that their survival was paramount, and with Zhang Heng by their side to provide reassurance, they unhesitatingly swallowed the pills. In the next instant, they felt an unusual sensation within their bodies. Hastily, they turned their attention inward, witnessing the pills dissolve within their abdomens into a stream of pure spiritual energy. This energy surged directly into their dantians, circulating slowly, as if receiving nourishment, growing increasingly robust before it began to flood into their meridians. When this surge of energy encountered the dark gas that had been rampaging through their meridians and devouring their cultivation, it obliterated the sinister force with the ferocity of a tidal wave crashing against rocks, eradicating it without a trace. Zhang Heng then observed their bodies shudder violently, followed by the expulsion of a foul-smelling black gas from within them, the stench so overwhelming it nearly induced nausea. Fortunately, the odor dissipated swiftly into the air. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Heng was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "This has worked." A radiant smile blossomed on his previously worried face, his eyes brimming with gratitude for Dachui. Dachui, of course, noted this with satisfaction, secretly relishing the thought. It appears that my universal divine light vial is indeed a treasure. The efficacy of this elixir is astonishing, capable of resolving even such a dire predicament. It truly is remarkable. With that thought, Dachui struggled to rise, intending to personally check on the condition of the two disciples, for it was crucial to ascertain whether his treatment had succeeded. However, as soon as he stood, Zhang Heng gently pressed him back down into the chair. "Taoist Han, you should rest first. I will examine them," Zhang Heng said with a concerned expression, thinking to himself that as a cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi Refinement, Though he was not particularly skilled in healing, a simple examination of their condition should pose no significant challenge. With that, Zhang Heng began to channel his spiritual awareness, meticulously probing the physical state of the two disciples. His expression was intensely focused, brows knitting and relaxing as he diligently sensed every subtle shift within their bodies. After a time, Zhang Heng slowly withdrew his awareness, a look of delight illuminating his face. Taoist Han. It's effective, truly effective. The dark gas within them has been completely eradicated, and their breathing has stabilized significantly. With a bit more meditation to recuperate, they should soon return to their former selves. Upon hearing this, Dachui finally exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly grateful. Had I failed to heal them, it would have been unfortunate, but if I had inadvertently caused their demise, I would have found myself in a most perilous predicament. Bearing the weight of a grave accusation, then, Dachui clasped his hands in a bow, stating, "In that case, let them meditate here to recover. I, too, have expended considerable spiritual energy and must return to my room to recuperate." He gestured for Xianyo to assist him. Xianyo, understanding the situation, hurriedly helped Dachui to his feet and gently guided him toward the room, treading softly to avoid disturbing the weakened Dachui. Once Dachui had departed, one of the injured disciples spoke up, "Senior brother, what shall we do now? Taoist Han has saved our lives. We must express our gratitude appropriately." Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his expression solemn. "Rest assured. I believe that once I report this matter to the elders of our sect, they will surely express their appreciation. After all, Taoist Han's medical skills are extraordinary, and he has greatly aided us. Our sect will not overlook his contributions. The techniques of that malevolent cultivator are exceedingly insidious, and his rapid ascension through the ranks due to such dark arts is alarming. I fear that if we encounter him again, we may not stand a chance," another disciple said anxiously. Zhang Heng, in agreement, nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed, this fellow possesses considerable prowess. He escaped my grasp during our last encounter, and in merely a few days, he has advanced to the 6th layer of Qi Refinement. Such a rate of cultivation is truly astonishing. If we do not take action to contain him, allowing him to continue unchecked, his further ascendance could lead to calamities beyond our control." Lu Qing, listening nearby, was also filled with concern and could not help but ask, "Senior brother, should we return to the sect?" "Yes, we must first report this matter to the elders of our sect. As outer disciples, we have no means of directly contacting the sect. Thus we must return in person to provide a detailed account of this malevolent cultivator's activities to the elders." Lu Qing understood well that this matter must be communicated to the sect, given that even senior brother Zhang Heng deemed the situation so dire. It was evident that this was not a challenge that disciples of the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi Refinement could tackle alone. They would need the sect's support. Half an hour later, the two injured disciples gradually regained consciousness, fully aware of Dazue's life-saving grace and overwhelmed with gratitude. Once they felt somewhat restored, they sought out Dazai to sincerely express their farewells and profound thanks. As they were about to leave, they presented Dazue with 20 low-grade spirit stones as a token of appreciation. Dazai, seeing this, felt it was only right to accept, his heart swelling with joy. This was his first time receiving spirit stones. Not only that, he seized the opportunity to request a storage bag from them, as he had long lacked such an item, making it quite inconvenient to carry his belongings. Coincidentally, one of their fallen comrades had left behind a storage bag, and without much thought, they emptied its contents and presented the empty bag to Dazue. Upon receiving the storage bag, Dazue's face blossomed with joy, his heart elated. Once the others departed, he could hardly contain his excitement. Rushing back to his room to study the storage bag closely, they had mentioned that by channeling spiritual energy into the bag, one could see its contents, and then use spiritual energy to envelop the items. Extracting them telekinetically, Dazai muttered to himself. He began to experiment with the method he had heard. Just then, he suddenly realized a critical issue. He had yet to learn the technique for telekinesis. What to do now? However, Dazai was not one to easily give up. His eyes darted to a nearby manual on sword control, and he thought that perhaps there were some similarities between sword control and telekinesis. It might be worth practicing the methods outlined therein. Thus, he picked up the manual and began to study it earnestly. It turned out that the sword control technique was divided into two categories. One for manipulating mundane objects and the other for controlling magical artifacts. Dazue spoke to himself as he attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, gradually extending it toward the teacup on the table. His expression was one of intense focus and trepidation. Cautiously managing his energy to envelop the cup, however, In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed, and the teacup was instantly reduced to powder under the pressure of his spiritual force. Seeing this, Daza couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Yet the indomitable spirit within him surged forth. By heavens, this is truly difficult to control, but I refuse to believe I cannot learn it. He clenched his teeth and once again channeled his spiritual energy towards another teacup. As expected, with a resounding crack, this teacup shattered as well. Thus, Dachui persistently experimented within the confines of the room, time slowly slipping away. After 4 hours, he finally succeeded in controlling the last relatively intact object within the room using his spiritual energy. That object, under the manipulation of his spiritual power, moved like a dutiful puppet, effortlessly shifting its position and angle according to his will. Only then did Dachui exhale in relief. Fatigue etched on his face as he took a sip of spiritual liquid to replenish his energy. This was indeed a formidable challenge. No wonder cultivating immortality could take decades or even centuries. Just mastering this simple technique demanded such extensive practice. If other cultivators lacked spiritual liquid, wouldn't they have to train for days on end? Dachui silently lamented the arduous and protracted path of cultivation, while simultaneously feeling increasingly fortunate to possess the divine light bottle. Were it not for this artifact, he might still be like Xiaoyo. Merely an ordinary warrior, perhaps he would have perished long ago from the venom of the yin-yang serpent, with grass towering 2 meters high over his grave, gazing at the divine light bottle set aside. Dachui felt a surge of gratitude and relief. However, he was acutely aware that he could currently only control inanimate objects, and he was still far from being able to manipulate magical tools. 500 miles to the east lay a marketplace. The disciples of the Baiyun sect claimed it was a place for cultivators to trade. Should he not take a trip there to explore? Dachui pondered, considering that perhaps he might find opportunities related to the cultivation of object manipulation techniques or enhancing his cultivation level. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a faint rustling from outside. He looked up at the sky and guessed that Xiaoyo had gone out for a run. "Xiaoyo, come in," Dachui called out. Upon hearing the call, Xiaoyo was taken aback, internally questioning, "Why is uncle up so early today?" However, he dared not delay and hurriedly pushed open the door. The moment he beheld the scene within the room, he was instantly astounded. "Uncle, did you fight with some villains in here last night?" Xiaoyo's eyes widened, shock painted across his face as he surveyed the wreckage. Apart from the bed, which remained intact, everything else lay shattered and in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle. Dachui then regained his composure and, noticing the state of the room, couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly as he explained, "Xiaoyo, I was merely practicing my techniques yesterday. This is all quite normal." Hearing this, Xiaoyo finally understood, for he was aware that his uncle was an immortal, and it was only natural for some commotion to occur during cultivation. "Uncle, I'll help you clean up," Xiaoyo promptly declared, turning to fetch some tools to tidy the disordered room. However, he was halted by Dachui's voice. "Xiaoyo, there's no rush with the cleaning. I am heading out for a few days. During this time, try not to leave the house. Wait for my return," Dachui said earnestly. He knew that Xiaoyo would be relatively safe in the town, as the clinic was seen as a place of salvation by the locals. Furthermore, after this period of learning and training, Xiaoyo was now fully capable of handling minor ailments on his own. "Rest assured, uncle, I will take good care of the clinic," Xiaoyo assured, patting his chest. "Good. Remember to keep up with your daily exercises. Do you understand?" Dachui instructed, before retrieving some money from the storage bag he had just acquired and handing it to Xiaoyo, reiterating, "Use this for your meals. Do not save it for me." Dachui was aware that Xiaoyo was at a growth stage and that his nightly solitary training required considerable nourishment. Xiaoyo understood that his uncle was concerned for him. He accepted the silver with a nod, knowing that he often felt hunger in the evenings and needed to rise early to prepare meals. Dachui then took out 2 water bags from the storage bag, filled with spiritual liquid that he solemnly handed one to Xiaoyo, saying, "Xiaoyo, drink a sip of this every morning after you wake up, then go exercise. Also, this liquid must remain in your room. Do not take it out. If someone sees it, it could pose a danger." Dachui was fully aware of the preciousness and uniqueness of this spiritual liquid. If it fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to Xiaoyo. Xiaoyo comprehended that this was the immortal artifact his uncle had mentioned, and he dared not be careless. He respectfully accepted the water bag and inquired, "Uncle, when are you leaving?" "I am setting off now, aiming to return early." "You should go train," Dachui replied, preparing for departure. Hearing this, Xiaoyo exited the room, discreetly hiding the water bag before heading out to train. He understood that his uncle had important matters to attend to and did not wish to delay him. Hoping only for his uncle's safe return, He began organizing the spiritual herbs, intending to place them all in the storage bag for easier transport. Upon attempting to do so, he discovered that the storage bag's capacity was insufficient. This must be a low-grade item used by minor cultivators, as it only had a 3-foot square capacity, which was far too small to check. It couldn't help but grumble, feeling quite dissatisfied with the storage bag's limited space. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to select 30 relatively precious or urgently needed herbs to store, along with some spiritual stones, contemplating that he must buy a flying sword on this trip. With a flying sword, he would have an extra layer of protection, whether traveling or in battle, after packing his belongings. Dachui habitually hung the storage bag at his waist, but suddenly a thought struck him. Wasn't this a bit too ostentatious? Although the storage bag was small, it was still a rare item in the eyes of mortals. If some ill-intentioned individuals spotted it and harbored malicious thoughts, what if they decided to rob him? Dachui's inner vigilance heightened. The world of cultivation was filled with all sorts of people, and it was wise to be cautious. With this in mind, he quickly removed the storage bag from his waist, carefully stowing the palm-sized cloth bag in his bosom, patting it gently to ensure it wouldn't fall out. Only then did he feel slightly reassured, straightening his clothes before striding confidently towards the dense forest outside the town. In the underground chamber of the Zhang family in Shiqing, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Yuni, didn't you go out to hunt down those initial stage Qi Refinement cultivators? Why have you returned in such a disheveled and injured state? The speaker was Zhang Yunyi's father, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Tongming, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with confusion and concern as he scrutinized his injured son. Zhang Yunyi's complexion was pale, breath somewhat weak. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, he slowly began to explain. Father, initially, dealing with those 3 was effortless, and I could have easily slain them. However, unexpectedly, a mysterious cultivator emerged midway, one of considerable strength, and I found myself unable to contend with him in a short time. If the stalemate continued and higher-level experts arrived, I feared I would be unable to retreat unscathed. Yet you wouldn't have been injured to such an extent. Zhang Tongming looked at his son with concern, asking in confusion. Zhang Yun let out a cold snort, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Humph. Among those 3, 2 had already fallen victim to my spell that I could have slowly absorbed their spiritual energy to elevate my cultivation level. But unexpectedly, that mysterious cultivator unleashed an overwhelming force, directly obliterating the spell I had implanted within them, resulting in severe backlash against me and leading to this predicament. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tongming's heart sank, his face turning ashen. This is dire. It's evident that a formidable expert is aiding them from the shadows. Yun-Yi, if such a powerful expert exists, might they have already discovered our Zhang family's involvement in this matter? If they attract even more powerful individuals, our Zhang family could face catastrophe, leading to our annihilation. His voice trembled slightly, filled with fear and unease. The fate of his family loomed over him like a heavy mountain, pressing down on his heart. Zhang Yuni was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, fully understanding that his escape had been nothing short of miraculous, had it not been for the unique ability of the devouring technique to mask his aura. He would have surely been slain by that late-stage Qi Refinement cultivator from the Baiyun sect, and that was merely a late-stage Qi Refinement practitioner. If a Foundation establishment expert were to be dispatched, given his current strength, he would be utterly powerless, left with no avenue of escape but death. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuni gritted his teeth and spoke. Father, I must leave Dashi City. Only by departing can I ensure the safety of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tongming was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and urgently interjected. Yoni, you are still injured. How can you take such a risk venturing out? The outside world is fraught with danger. What if you encounter unforeseen calamity? His eyes were filled with concern and reluctance, for after all, his son was his treasured flesh and blood, and he could hardly bear to let Zhang Yuni venture forth alone in his weakened state. Zhang Yuni sighed in resignation, determination flickering in his gaze. Father, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. The essence of mortal children no longer serves to enhance my power. I must absorb the strength of true cultivators to advance. Therefore, I must leave eventually, and the experts from the Baiyun sect will undoubtedly come to investigate this matter in the coming days. If I remain here, I will only bring disaster upon our family. Although Zhang Tongming's heart was heavy with reluctance, he recognized that this was indeed the only feasible course of action. Keeping Yuni here would not only hinder his cultivation but could also invite calamity upon the family. While sending him out into the world was perilous, it at least offered a chance to spare the lives of the hundreds within the Zhang clan. Yuni, it seems this is the only option left to us. However, you must exercise utmost caution while you are out there. You are the sole heir of our Zhang lineage. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face our ancestors? Zhang Tongming's voice quivered, his eyes reddening slightly as he struggled to suppress his sorrow, admonishing his son with care. Fear not, father. I am now a 6th-layer Qi Refinement cultivator. Ordinary individuals pose no threat to me, Zhang Yuni replied. Feigning calmness in an attempt to reassure his father, he held a measure of confidence in his abilities, for throughout his journey, he had relied on his unique devouring technique, which truly made it difficult for ordinary cultivators to contend with him. Observing his son, Zhang Tongming felt a tumult of emotions. He had some understanding of his son's capabilities and had witnessed the formidable and fearsome techniques Zhang Yuni could wield, whose sheer power and ruthlessness were indeed alarming. Yet despite this, the vastness of the cultivation world, teeming with experts, filled him with apprehension for his son's safety. At this juncture, all he could do was watch helplessly as his son prepared to leave, silently praying for his safety and swift return. Little did he know, once Zhang Yuni departed, he would never return. After a lengthy discussion, Zhang Yuni dared not delay even a moment longer. He hastily left Dashi City under the cover of night, vanishing into the vast darkness, leaving Zhang Tongming alone, staring in the direction of his son's departure, his gaze filled with worry and reluctance. Meanwhile, Dachui had already been away from Shiyan town for a full day. According to his current pace, he estimated he would reach the market in a few more hours to ensure his safety. Dachui had deliberately chosen routes through the mountains and dense forests, opting for less traveled paths. Thus far, his journey had been smooth, with no unexpected incidents. This journey has been relatively uneventful. At least I haven't encountered any troublesome matters, Dachui muttered to himself, as he found a flat area in the forest and prepared to rest briefly. Despite the enhancement of spiritual liquid preventing his spiritual energy from depleting entirely, the fatigue from the long trek still weighed heavily upon him. His legs ached and his body felt weary, necessitating a period of rest and recuperation. Just as Dachui settled down, he was astonished to notice a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby rock wall. How could there be spiritual energy fluctuations here? Could there be some treasure hidden within this rock wall? Curiosity and anticipation stirred within him. After all, in the realm of cultivation, places with spiritual energy fluctuations often concealed unknown opportunities. Unable to contain his inquisitiveness any longer, Dachui stood up and cautiously approached the rock wall, carefully probing with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, he found that his spiritual sense could not penetrate the wall, as if a mysterious force were obstructing his investigation. This must contain some valuable treasure, Dachui concluded inwardly, convinced that the wall's mysterious nature indicated something extraordinary lay within. His thoughts raced, contemplating the potential rewards. If I could obtain the treasures inside, I should have no trouble trading them for a flying sword in the market. Resolute, Dachui took a deep breath, gathered his spiritual energy, and conjured a fireball technique, hurling it at the rock wall with force. A resounding crash echoed as the fireball struck the wall, erupting in a dazzling display of light and powerful shockwaves. Yet, to Dachui's dismay, the rock wall remained utterly unmoved, as if his attack were nothing more than a mere tickle, leaving no trace of damage and no reaction. I refuse to be outdone today. Stubbornness flared within him as he gritted his teeth and unleashed another fireball technique, launching it at the wall with the swiftness of an arrow. Just as Dachui prepared to continue his assault, the rock wall began to shift, and a gruff voice emerged from within. Which little brat dares to attack my dwelling? Hearing this, Dachui was taken aback, internally lamenting. There are actually people inside this rock wall. This could be troublesome. In the next moment, a stone door slowly opened on the wall, revealing an old man with a grizzled beard. The old man's hair was white, his face somewhat weathered, yet his eyes gleamed with shrewdness and vigilance. Upon stepping outside, he bellowed, "You, brat, were you the one attacking my dwelling?" Dachui's heart raced, feeling fortunate that he had refrained from a reckless assault. It appeared there was indeed someone residing within the rock wall. However, he noticed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the wall persisted, and he could not discern the old man's cultivation level, which left him feeling uneasy. The old man seemed to see right through Dachui's cultivation, disdainfully scoffing. "A mere 5th-layer Qi Refinement cultivator dares to assault my dwelling? You must be tired of living." With that, he raised a hand, unleashing a bolt of golden spiritual energy that shot toward Dachui like a streak of lightning, moving with incredible speed and accompanied by a howling wind. Dachui dared not hesitate. Seeing the golden energy approaching, he immediately invoked the earth wall technique, causing a wall of earth to rise before him, barely blocking the incoming attack. After successfully defending against the assault, Dachui quickly spoke. "Fellow cultivator, I merely passed through this area unintentionally. I mean no offense. I shall take my leave at once." He thought it best to avoid further conflict, since the old man seemed formidable. It was wise to depart quickly. However, the old man, noticing Dachui's retreat, was unwilling to let the matter rest. He believed the young man was merely feigning bravado and might be plotting something sinister. Thus, he raised his hand again, sending forth another golden spell toward Dachui, this time even more radiant and evidently more powerful. Seeing this, Dachui hastily reinforced the earthen wall before him, seething with indignation. Why is this old man being so unreasonable? I've already declared my intention to leave. Fellow cultivator, if you persist with this nonsense, do not blame Han for resorting to violence. The mighty hammer warned loudly. In truth, after the clash of these two spells, he had subtly sensed that the old man's cultivation was likely comparable to his own, and his offensive power was not exceedingly formidable. If he exerted himself to the utmost, he might indeed possess the strength to fight back. Attacking the formation of my cave and causing me to lose 2 spirit stones. If you do not produce the stones today, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure your demise." The old man said fiercely, his eyes gleaming with a hint of greed and anger. Upon hearing this, the hammer felt displeased and inwardly muttered, "Though I initiated the assault on your cave, could you not speak civilly? Must you resort to violence? And now you wish to extort my spirit stones? What sort of logic is that?" With this thought in mind, the hammer steeled himself, deciding to no longer yield, and launched a fireball spell directly at the old man. This time, he poured all his energy into it. The fireball, ablaze with fierce flames, sliced through the air, hurtling toward the old man with a fierce roar. In the midst of his assault, the hammer suddenly noticed a faint shimmering veil beyond the stone wall, appearing and disappearing like a wisp, and it was entirely invisible when not under attack. However, at this moment, the formation did not seem as fortified as before. It appeared that the previous attack had depleted some of its energy. "You wretched brat, cease at once. That is my formation." The old man, seeing the hammer's renewed attack, was instantly alarmed, his face contorted with anguish. But the hammer paid him no heed, raising his hand to unleash another fireball spell, which struck the formation, causing it to dim further. Teetering on the brink of collapse, realizing his attempts at persuasion were in vain, the old man, both furious and desperate, reluctantly gritted his teeth and retrieved a spirit stone from his robe, placing it within a circular disc. As the stone was embedded, the outer glow immediately thickened, and the formation's defenses were somewhat restored. "Youngster, cease your assault. You may leave. I shall not demand compensation for the spirit stones," the old man stated wearily. Fully aware that he was unlikely to defeat this youth, continuing this stalemate would only lead to his own detriment, so he had no choice but to concede. The hammer, taken aback, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why would this old man, possessing such a treasure, fear me? Just moments ago, he refused to let me go, even threatening my life. Now he suddenly surrenders. What is the meaning of this? And can I even leave? What if this old man is merely feigning weakness, planning to ambush me the moment I turn my back? Old man, I ask you, who are you, and why do you appear in this desolate wilderness? Despite his doubts, the hammer resolved to clarify the old man's identity first. After all, the sudden emergence of a mysterious elder in such a remote area was indeed disconcerting. The old man, upon hearing the question, was visibly taken aback, contemplating. How has this insufferable brat reached the 5th level of Qi Refinement? Or is he merely attempting to lure me out to kill me and seize my treasures? There must be other cultivators hiding nearby. With this thought, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and then spoke. Fellow cultivator, we harbor no enmity. Why do you fixate on an old man like me? Look at me. I possess nothing but this formation. How about I offer you the formation in exchange for my life? It was now the hammer's turn to be perplexed. What nonsense is this? I merely asked a question. Why does this old man respond with such absurdities? Old man, I have no interest in your formation. I simply wish for you to answer my question directly. Otherwise, my fireball spell does not play around. The hammer said impatiently, utterly bewildered by the old man's line of thought. The old man, feeling helpless, recognized that although the youth's question might seem foolish, given the hammer's demeanor, if he did not respond, the young man might indeed launch another attack. Thus, he reluctantly replied, I am merely a wandering cultivator. Where else would I reside if not here, in this desolate place? Why can't wandering cultivators dwell in market districts? The hammer pressed. His curiosity piqued as he was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the cultivation world. If you wish to kill me, just say so. Why must you ask such pointless questions to belittle me? The old man retorted, his temper flaring, feeling that the hammer was intentionally insulting him. After all, in the cultivation world, it was common knowledge that wandering cultivators were impoverished and could not afford to live in market districts. The hammer was momentarily stunned, thinking, is this truly an insult? My question seems quite reasonable. Just answer directly. There's no need for this roundabout talk, he urged again. Without spirit stones, who would wish to live in such a wretched place? The cheapest accommodation in the market requires a spirit stone per month. That adds up to 12 spirit stones a year. Who can afford that? The old man sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the hammer expressed disdain, inwardly reflecting, are wandering cultivators truly this destitute? He could not help but recall the plight of Shi Yongyang, and contrasting it with the old man before him, it appeared that indeed, wandering cultivators lived in dire straits. After all, when Shi Yongyang was rescued by his master, he had been as broke as a beggar, illustrating the harsh reality faced by wandering cultivators in the cultivation world. By comparison, Lu Qing and his companions were relatively affluent. You misunderstand, esteemed friend. I am but a novice in the cultivation world and thus unaware of the hardships faced by wandering cultivators. I hope you can understand, the hammer hurriedly explained, not wishing to create enmity over such a trivial matter. The old man, sensing the hammer's sincerity, felt a shift in his heart. Seeing the youth admit to being new to the cultivation realm suggested two possibilities. Either he was genuinely naive, or he was of noble descent. However, noting that the young man lacked even a storage bag and could only cast fireball spells in combat, it was clear he was indeed a novice. After all, what child of a noble would venture out without an array of magical artifacts? With this in mind, the old man curiously inquired, is it truly your first time entering the cultivation world? Rest assured, I see you are not my opponent. So even if I speak freely, it poses no threat, the hammer replied confidently, having gleaned a fair understanding of the old man's strength from their earlier exchange. And he felt no fear. The old man considered this, acknowledging that while the youth might be somewhat arrogant, he was also reasonable. In that case, feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation, esteemed friend. Could you guide me to the market district? I wish to take a look, the hammer inquired, as this was his primary concern. There is but one market district in this vicinity. However, entry requires an introduction. The old man responded. The hammer was taken aback, inwardly lamenting. Must I really require an introduction? Have I made this journey for naught? Just as he wallowed in regret, he suddenly noticed the old man regarding him with a mischievous grin. Instantly, the hammer comprehended. This old rascal had likely been waiting here for him to plead for assistance. Old man, just tell me plainly. Do not play these games with me, he said testily, unwilling to be manipulated by the elder. Ah, young lad, you must understand, there is a distinction between the celestial and the mundane. Even if you are a cultivator, you cannot casually enter the market district. What if you are a rogue cultivator? The old man chuckled, his eyes glinting with cunning. The hammer considered this and realized there was some truth to the old man's words, setting aside the intricacies of the cultivator market. Even in the mortal realm, entry into major cities often required registration. Without it, one needed a guarantor. Hence, it stood to reason that the cultivation world would be even more stringent. Old man, can you just tell me how I can enter the market district? The hammer pressed, as this was his sole concern. The old man leered at him, sizing him up and calculating. Judging by the youth's appearance, he likely had little money. Thus, he proposed, how about this? Seeing as we are fated to meet, you can give me one spirit stone as a guide fee that I've been mingling in the market for decades. Whatever you seek, I can tell you exactly where to procure it. The hammer's interest was piqued. Being new to this realm, he was indeed blind to the market's nuances and could use a guide. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the prices. If he were taken advantage of, he would be at a significant loss. And where could he seek redress? Old man, how about we strike a deal? Upon hearing this, the old man paused, perplexed, and asked, youngster, speak your mind. The cost of guiding with a spirit stone has been provided by me, and I can offer you an additional 5 spirit stones, on the condition that you continue to lead the way for me. Initially, the old man paid little heed to the first part of the statement. But upon hearing the mention of 5 more spirit stones, he immediately became agitated. 5 spirit stones, after all, represented a significant sum for a solitary cultivator like him. If other solitary cultivators were to catch wind of this, he could find himself robbed on the spot. Young man, do you speak the truth? Without hesitation, Dachui retrieved 2 spirit stones from his bosom and tossed them over. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight. And without a moment's thought, he hurriedly activated the array of his cave dwelling, rushing out in such haste that he momentarily forgot his adversary. Elated, he accepted the spirit stones, but a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Could this young man be attempting to ensnare me in a trap? However, observing that Dachui showed no inclination to attack, the old man couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, indeed, a novice fresh out of the woods. Soon enough, the old man's mind began to race with thoughts of how he might extract further benefits from this youth. Young man, I shall accept these 2 spirit stones for now, and I assure you that the subsequent matters will be arranged splendidly, he stated with a smile, his wrinkles crinkling together. Yet, Dachui had witnessed the entire scene unfold and privately mused. This old fellow is clearly not a trustworthy character, though he seems somewhat dim-witted. For just 2 spirit stones, he dares to expose himself so defenselessly before me. Had I chosen to strike, I could have easily prevailed while he was still in midair. Nevertheless, Dachui chose not to act hastily, recalling the lessons from his readings that sometimes nefarious individuals could be of use, provided one possessed the means to do so. Old man, do you have anything left to pack? If not, shall we set off at once? Upon hearing this, the old man awkwardly stowed the spirit stones into his storage pouch and chuckled. Hee, I have nothing left in my cave. Let us depart at once. With that, he produced a token and infused it with a spell, causing the cave's entrance to slowly close, restoring the stone wall to its original state. Without a discerning eye, one would hardly suspect that a cave dwelled within. Old man, since we have come to an understanding, is this token of yours the key to controlling the array? You seem quite earnest, so I shall not hesitate to inform you that this is a first-tier defensive array, capable of withstanding even the assaults of late-stage Qi refiners to some extent, the old man replied, brimming with pride. I see. That explains why my previous attempts yielded no results. So, does that mean as long as one possesses spirit stones, no one can breach it? You must be dreaming. If faced with a fully realized Qi refiner or a foundation establishment practitioner, a single strike could shatter it. There would be no time to replenish the array with spirit stones. Dachui reflected, feeling relieved that he had not recklessly pressed the attack earlier, as it could have ended poorly. However, considering the old man's apparent poverty, he surmised that the array likely would not hold for long. Initially contemplating acquiring such a device for himself, he now deemed it unnecessary. With his current strength, even possessing the array would not suffice against genuine experts. Changing the subject, Dachui inquired, Old man, since we are now allies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Kong. May I ask how to address you? Ah, so you are Taoist Han. I am Liu Shan, a 6th-level Qi refiner. After introducing himself, Liu Shan immediately took on the role of a mentor, stating, You, young man, appear to be newly emerged. Since we are now traveling companions, it is essential that you reveal your cultivation level, rather than allowing others to probe it with their spiritual senses. Dachui recognized the wisdom in this statement, reflecting the principle of open honesty. Thus, he responded, I am Han Kong, a 5th-level Qi refiner. Precisely, that is the spirit of it. Furthermore, particularly when meeting fellow cultivators for the first time, avoid probing others' cultivation levels with your spiritual senses unless there is mutual hostility. Liu Shan paused, then continued, unless you possess absolute confidence in your superiority, in which case, you would not need to probe. You could discern the truth with a mere glance. Dachui nodded in agreement. Gaining a deeper understanding of certain customs within the world of cultivation, Taoistly, I am grateful for your guidance. Haha, let us be off. It will take us merely 2 hours to reach our destination. With that, Liu Shan confidently strode ahead. In his mind, he acknowledged that Han Kong had the opportunity to slay him upon emerging from the cave, and given that the youth wielded instant casting spells, he posed no threat now, thus reducing Liu Shan's wariness significantly. Liu Shan navigated the path with ease, his pace steady and unhurried, exuding an air of tranquility. Following closely behind, Dachui felt no urgency. Recognizing that arriving a little early or late made little difference, he relaxed his mindset and matched his pace with Liu Shan's. The two engaged in casual conversation along the way, passing the time as they traveled. Through their dialogue, Dachui gradually discovered that they were headed to Su family market. The Su family was not an ordinary clan. It was the largest cultivation family in the region, wielding immense power throughout the entire Qingfeng nation, essentially ruling over it with an iron fist. Dachui was astonished to learn that the nation he had always inhabited was merely a small player in the grand scheme of the cultivation world. The entire country comprised only 16 cities, relatively small in scale, and categorized as a minor nation. Each city governed 10 towns, and each town oversaw 3 villages, forming the basic structure of the Qi Feng nation. Dachui's own Zhao family village was merely a small settlement under the jurisdiction of Hong-In town, which in turn fell under the governance of Dashixing. Thus, when scrutinizing the details, it became evident that the Qi Feng nation was indeed not large. As Dachui pondered these thoughts, he recalled the Baiyun sect he had encountered earlier. If the Su family held such sway over the Qi Feng nation, then what kind of entity was the Baiyun sect? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Old man, what is the Baiyun sect?" The moment Li Yushan heard this, his demeanor shifted drastically. His face darkened as he erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You little brat! How could you betray my trust like this? Weren't you just adamant about being a newcomer to the cultivation world? Why are you suddenly inquiring about the Baiyun sect? Don't try to play games with me." In truth, Dachui had deliberately posed the question. With further intentions behind it, he quickly interjected, "I genuinely am new to the cultivation world. My knowledge of the Baiyun sect is merely a matter of chance." He then recounted his encounter with the Baiyun sect in detail. From meeting Lu Qin to assisting the 2 disciples, omitting only the part where he had repelled the man in black. After listening to Dachui's account, Li Yushan gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Young man, you truly are remarkable. Do you have any idea that the Baiyun sect is the paramount sect across 3 nations, including this area and the Qi Feng nation?" Dachui was momentarily taken aback. Filled with incredulity as he contemplated, the Baiyun sect is that formidable? He silently calculated that if what this old man said was true, and a single cultivation family could dominate a nation, then it implied that the Baiyun sect commanded 3 such families, which was an overwhelmingly terrifying prospect. "Old man, is the Baiyun sect a prominent sect within the cultivation world?" Dachui inquired, his mind struggling to grasp the reality that a single sect could govern 3 nations. Such power seemed beyond comprehension based on his previous understanding. "I say, young man, what do you know? Although I may possess a somewhat limited cultivation level, I have lived for quite a long time. The realm of immortality is far more intricate than it may seem at first glance. The Baiyun sect indeed reigns supreme in these 3 kingdoms, yet as the saying goes, there are always greater forces beyond those we perceive. Do you not grasp this concept?" Li Yushan wore an expression of frustration, admonishing Dachui. Upon hearing this, Dachui paused, reflecting deeply, and recognized the truth in Li Yushan's words. "Take, for instance, what I have read in books. There are not merely 3 kingdoms in this vicinity. According to the records of mortals, there are 6 nations, and the Qi Feng kingdom is perpetually embroiled in conflict. If these 3 kingdoms were truly under the jurisdiction of a single power, how could such turmoil persist?" Contemplating this, Dachui could not help but sigh inwardly, filled with a profound sense of realization. "It appears my understanding of this world is but a mere drop in the ocean. The depths of the immortal realm far exceed my imagination, and I must exercise greater caution and diligence in my studies henceforth. Old man, after all this time in the realm of immortality, how is it that you do not even possess a flying sword?" Dachui inquired, his face a mask of confusion, eager to learn more about the flying sword. Upon hearing this, Li Yushan's ire flared, his face reddening with indignation. "You fool! How can you still lack social grace? If you were to venture out and meet a grim fate, you would be none the wiser about the reasons behind it. I have told you countless times, it is due to poverty, poverty, poverty. Why must you always highlight my shortcomings?" Li Yushan retorted, his voice laced with evident annoyance. "I am acutely aware of the meager circumstances of your cultivation days. Yet, one would think that over these decades, you could at least acquire a single flying sword, wouldn't you? To have spent decades only reaching the 6th layer of Qi Refinement, one might as well return to the mortal realm and live as a local sovereign." "Ah, you truly do not comprehend the situation," Li Yushan lamented. In fact, I once possessed a low-grade flying sword of the 1st rank, but alas, it was shattered during a duel. Since that misfortune, I have remained financially constrained, unable to purchase a new one. Li Yushan sighed heavily, his face etched with bitterness and weariness. "How much do those flying swords cost?" Dachui asked. "A low-grade flying sword of the 1st rank requires approximately 500 spirit stones. A mid-grade one costs about 800, and a high-grade one is priced at 1200 spirit stones. As for a top-grade flying sword, that is simply unnecessary," Li Yushan explained, his knowledge of these prices precise. "Is that so? Is a top-grade flying sword particularly formidable?" While a top-grade flying sword is indeed superior, it demands 5,000 spirit stones, whereas a low-grade flying sword of the 2nd rank only costs 4,500. Consider this. If you were currently at the Qi Refinement stage, would you squander your resources on such extravagance? Li Yushan shot Dachui a disapproving glance, finding the question almost ludicrous. Dachui nodded slowly, realizing the validity of this reasoning. However, a new query emerged in his mind. If everyone agrees that purchasing a top-grade flying sword is impractical, why then are there still those who choose to forge them? He voiced this curiosity to Li Yueshan, incensed, retorted, "How can you be so thick-headed? Surely there are some descendants of immortals who, even in their Qi refinement phase, are wealthy beyond measure. Why would they care about such trifles?" Haha. Ultimately, it all boils down to your own impoverishment, Dachui teased with a grin. How dare you speak so irreverently? Continue this insolence, and I may very well resort to teaching you a lesson. Li Yueshan feigned anger, raising a hand as if to strike Dachui. Dachui quickly laughed and dodged, lightening the atmosphere between them. Yet, in that moment, Li Yueshan remained perplexed, pondering, how has this lad survived thus far, with such a peculiar thought process? Should he encounter those with sharper minds and ruthless tactics, he would likely find himself in dire straits. As they walked, Li Yueshan couldn't help but scrutinize Dachui. The lad appeared youthful, no older than 18 at most. Yet, this seemingly inexperienced youth had already reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. While not astonishing, it was still commendable. What troubled him further was the fact that he, a 6th-layer cultivator, could not best this boy, a clear testament to the adage that comparisons can be disheartening. Their journey soon led them to the entrance of the market. Dachui gazed up, stunned to see the entire marketplace shrouded in a veil of mist, ethereal and delicate like gossamer, bestowing an air of mystery. Through Li Yueshan's detailed explanations along the way, Dachui had learned that this mist was a type of confounding formation, primarily designed to prevent unwitting mortals from inadvertently entering the market, thus averting unnecessary complications. At that moment, Li Yueshan calmly produced a token from his robes and waved it toward the dense fog. Instantly, the heavy mist parted as if responding to some arcane command, revealing a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. "Let us proceed," Li Yueshan stated succinctly, stepping forward, with Dachui closely trailing behind. However, as Dachui stepped into the marketplace, he was left utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Old man, is this truly the marketplace?" Before him lay a market of pitiful proportions. Rather than a bustling hub, it resembled a mere hamlet. With a single glance, Dachui could encompass the entirety of the marketplace, which was even smaller than Zhao family village. At its center lay a dilapidated street, flanked by a sparse scattering of shops that exuded an air of desolation. Two guards stood at the entrance of the market, their postures straight, their eyes vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Though curious, Dachui refrained from probing them with his spiritual sense, recognizing that as a newcomer, caution was prudent. "Oldly, have you brought a new friend?" One of the guards greeted with a friendly smile. Dachui keenly observed the apparent camaraderie between Li Yueshan and this individual. "Captain Su, you're on duty today," Li Yueshan replied, his tone familiar. "Indeed, that I am. By the way, Oldly, is this lad intending to enter the marketplace?" Captain Su inquired, immediately scrutinizing Dachui with his spiritual sense. Understanding that he was in someone else's domain and must adhere to the rules, Dachui allowed Su's probing without resistance. "Indeed, this lad is named Han Chongkong. Please issue him an identity token," Li Yueshan said, discreetly slipping a spirit stone into Captain Su's hand. Dachui, witnessing this exchange, silently admired Li Yueshan's adeptness in social dealings. However, to their surprise, Su promptly returned the spirit stone. Li Yueshan was taken aback, his face betraying confusion. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su quickly clarified, "Old Li, we have known each other for decades. You should know me well. This situation is unusual. The Baiyun sect has sent personnel, and all who enter or exit the marketplace must undergo their scrutiny. Li Yueshan's heart sank at this revelation, prompting him to ask, "The Baiyun sect? Has something occurred?" As he spoke, he once more offered the spirit stone to Su. The latter hesitated, but ultimately accepted it. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he cautiously divulged, "This information must not leave this place, given our long-standing friendship. I am willing to share. It is rumored that an evil cultivator has slain a disciple of the Baiyun sect, and they are currently seeking this individual to reclaim their dignity." This matter, Dachui was well aware of, yet he only mentioned to Li Yueshan about treating the disciples of the Baiyun sect. So at this moment, he did not pay it much mind. He turned to Li Yueshan and said, "Aren't you acquainted with someone from the Baiyun sect?" Dachui nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am familiar, but I do not know who the disciples here are, so I cannot make any guarantees." It was then that Li Yueshan inquired of Su Lang, "Old Su, which disciple of the Baiyun sect is present in the market?" Just at that moment, an unexpected female voice seemed to echo from the heavens, crisp and melodious, startling Dachui. Han Shinsher, what brings you here? The sudden voice caused Dachui to stumble, his heart racing with confusion. Is it possible to see a ghost in broad daylight? He instinctively raised his head, and as his gaze fell upon the woman, he was instantly frozen in place. The woman was poised and graceful, resembling a celestial maiden blooming amidst the clouds. She was clad in a long gown as white as snow, its hem gently swaying in the breeze, akin to flowing moonlight. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, with a few strands curling playfully at her cheeks, adding a touch of charm and allure. Her skin was fairer than snow, delicate and warm like mutton fat jade, and under the sunlight, it subtly radiated a faint halo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Yueshan and Su Lang hurriedly bowed respectfully, exclaiming in unison. We meet the celestial maiden. Dachui, regaining his composure, quickly clasped his hands and said, We meet the celestial maiden. Haha, Han Shinsher, you certainly have concealed your identity well. The woman regarded Dachui with a hint of jest and teasing in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Dachui's heart sank. He realized he had been exposed. He inwardly lamented, Damn it, why didn't Ti change into something else before coming out? He was currently clad in a gray outfit, which was missing a piece of fabric, the very piece he had previously used to mask his face. Feeling embarrassed, Dachui awkwardly spoke, Celestial Maiden, as you know, I am merely a first-tier loose cultivator. And I did not wish to offend that wicked cultivator. So, Han Shinsher, I bear no ill will. Instead, I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. Last time, I left in haste and failed to introduce myself. I am Dingling you, and from now on, let us refer to each other as fellow cultivators. The sudden turn of events left Li Yueshan and Su Lang dumbfounded, their expressions blank. Li Yueshan was particularly shocked. He had initially thought Dachui was boasting, but now he realized the truth of the situation. Dachui finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the wicked cultivator had not set their sights on him. Dachui then composed himself, clasped his hands in a salute, and respectfully said, Fellow Taoist Ding, you are aware that I am merely a loose cultivator, with my profession being that of a healer. I usually focus solely on the study of medicine and seldom involve myself in the many affairs of the cultivation world. My visit here is merely to broaden my horizons and experience the world. Ding Lingyu nodded slightly, smiling gently as she replied, No worries, this is Su's market, and the Su family is a vassal force of our Baiyun sect, with the protection of the Baiyun sect's renown. You are quite safe here and need not harbor excessive concerns. Having spoken, she gracefully turned to Su Lang, her demeanor warm, and said, Captain Su, this Han Shinsher is my savior. My senior brother, Zheng Heng, is also quite familiar with him. So there is no need for further investigation. Upon hearing this, Su Lang was momentarily stunned, inwardly lamenting, How could I dare to utter another word? Although this woman appears to possess only the cultivation of the fourth layer of Qi Refinement. Should a conflict arise, her various talismans would pack a considerable punch, and I am ill-equipped to contend with her. With this thought, Su Lang hurriedly and respectfully said, Lingyu, you have the final say. Whatever you decide will be accepted. He understood well that she was a disciple of the Baiyun sect, and her status demanded respect. Otherwise, should he offend her, his days in the cultivation world would surely be fraught with difficulty. As he spoke, he took out a token from his storage bag, presenting it to Dachui with a careful smile. Dachui received the token, his expression puzzled as he asked, Can this be used directly? Ding Lingyu was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Dachui to be unaware of such matters, yet she patiently explained, Han Daoist, you must infuse your spiritual sense into the token. This way, it will automatically recognize your aura. In the future, when entering or exiting the market's formation, simply wear the token, and it will be quite convenient. Dachui listened attentively and slowly infused a strand of his spiritual sense into the token. As soon as he did, he felt an extraordinary connection established between himself and the token, as if it had become a part of him. Fellow Taoist Ding, what material is this token made from that it can lock onto a strand of my spiritual sense? He inquired curiously, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge regarding the wondrous artifacts of the cultivation world. The material of the token is rather ordinary. It is merely common spiritual wood. Then, an artifact master engraves the formation within it. The miniature formation inside the token resonates with the illusion formation of the market. As long as you approach the illusion formation, the two formations will resonate, allowing access. Ding Lingyu explained in detail, her voice clear and pleasant, soothing to the ears. Hearing this, Li Yueshan was now completely convinced that Dachui was indeed a novice in the cultivation realm. Utterly clueless, however, since this fellow was acquainted with a disciple of the Baiyun sect, it seemed unnecessary for him to continue playing the guide. his role was likely coming to an end. After absorbing this explanation, Dachui finally understood the principles behind the formation and the token, and he could not help but inwardly marvel. It seems there is much to learn on the path of cultivation. I must devote myself to further study. Fellow Taoist Ding, this is my first visit, and I would like to explore the market first. Once I acquire the items I seek, I shall return to disturb you. Dachui said with a smile, contemplating that he intended to procure spiritual herbs during this trip, a matter he preferred Ding Lingyu not to accompany him on, as he had previously told Lu Qing that he had none left. Furthermore, they were fellow sect members, and it was inevitable that they would engage in conversation about their experiences. If he suddenly produced over 30 stocks, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face, which would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Ding Lingyu paused for a moment, then warmly suggested, Han Daoist, how about I accompany you? I am familiar with this place, and with me around, I might be able to help you secure a discount. Fellow Taoist Ding is here on a sect mission. Should your task be delayed due to accompanying me, I would be hard-pressed to absolve myself of the responsibility. Moreover, Li Yueshan can serve as my guide, as I have already compensated him with spiritual stones. Dachui quickly explained, his expression earnest. Hearing this explanation, Ding Lingyu nodded slightly, reflecting that while her task was indeed to monitor the market's every move, she typically had little to do. However, should any mishaps occur, and her sect discover her negligence, she would indeed face consequences. Furthermore, there were intersect seniors present in the market. She could not afford to be careless. Subsequently, with an apologetic expression, Ding Lingyu said, Han Daoist, then I shall refrain from accompanying you. After this mission is complete, my senior brother Zhang Heng has expressed a desire to properly thank you. That is unnecessary. I will certainly visit this market frequently in the future, and there will be ample opportunities to meet. Dachui replied with a smile, his face adorned with a friendly demeanor. Hearing this, Li Yueshan felt a warm sensation in his heart, thinking to himself, though this fellow is a novice in cultivation, he at least possesses some conscience, knowing that I am poor and not seeking to rid himself of me, allowing me to earn some guiding fees. Afterward, Dachui bid farewell to Ding Lingyu with a clasp of his hands, before slowly making his way into the market with Li Yueshan. Old man, why are there so few people in this market? As Dazier ambled along, a wave of curiosity washed over him, his mind brimming with questions. After all, this was a designated trading hub within the realm of cultivation, and one would naturally expect it to be bustling with activity. Yet, the desolate scene before him was indeed quite unexpected. Young man, you heard it as well, didn't you? The evil cultivator has slain a disciple of the Bayan sect, prompting them to issue a bounty. Anyone who can capture that rogue will be rewarded with 50 spirit stones, Li Yuanshan elucidated, casting a glance around the rather quiet marketplace, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. 50 lower-grade spirit stones? Dazier exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, mentally clicking his tongue. To him, that sum represented a substantial fortune. Indeed, for us Qi refining stage cultivators, that is an astronomical amount. You see, while we can sustain ourselves by absorbing spiritual energy, we are still mere mortals in need of sustenance. Although there are pills to stave off hunger, they require spirit stones to purchase, and a single pill only lasts for 2 days. The cost-effectiveness is rather poor, which is why most prefer to cook for themselves. Li Yuanshan sighed, a look of heartfelt contemplation on his face, clearly attuned to the myriad challenges of a cultivator's life. Dazier understood this well. After all, the spiritual energy within Qi refining stage cultivators is limited, and ultimately they remain human. However, the cultivation texts do mention that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, there is no longer a need for food, as the spiritual energy within would undergo a qualitative change, sufficient to sustain daily bodily functions. Oldly, I seek a place to sell some spiritual plants, he declared, for his primary purpose in visiting the marketplace was to sell the spiritual herbs he had brought along, hoping to exchange them for items he desperately needed, particularly the flying sword he had long coveted. You wish to sell spiritual plants? Li Yuanshan inquired with a hint of surprise and curiosity in his gaze. Indeed, I came not only to broaden my horizons in this marketplace but also to sell the spiritual herbs left by my master, Dazue replied candidly, fully aware that resources are vital on the path of cultivation, and spirit stones are indispensable. Since he currently lacked the ability to concoct pills, these spiritual herbs would serve little purpose in his possession. It would be far more practical to exchange them for spirit stones. What kind of spiritual plants do you intend to sell? Li Yuanshan continued, secretly pondering what kind of herbs this young man might possess. Spirit voidgrass, Dazier answered. Why only the spirit voidgrass? In truth, he was only familiar with this particular herb, having learned of it from Lu Qing during their last conversation. Thus, he had decided to bring all of it with him. At least he knew its name, which would give him a measure of confidence when it came time to sell, ensuring he would not be easily deceived, a precaution he had wisely considered in advance. Spirit voidgrass typically fetches around 15 spirit stones per stalk in the market. It is one of the spiritual plants used in the crafting of Qi gathering pills. While its usual value hovers around 15 spirit stones, it is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Ordinary individuals cannot grow it. It must be planted in areas rich in spiritual energy to thrive, Li Yuanshan patiently explained, recognizing Dazue's limited knowledge of such matters. Well, I have only 30 stalks left. They serve me no purpose. So I thought to bring them here to sell and exchange for some spirit stones, Dazue stated, hoping to secure a good price for his spirit voidgrass, enabling him to procure more useful items in the marketplace. Upon hearing that these herbs were a legacy from his master, Li Yuanshan pondered silently, deducing that the young man's master must have been a powerful foundation establishment cultivator, quite capable of leaving behind first-tier spiritual plants. There is a medicinal pavilion just ahead that specializes in buying and selling spiritual plants, and their prices are quite reasonable. We can check it out, Li Yuanshan said, gesturing toward a modest shop that bore the name Medicinal Pavilion. Exuding an aura of antiquity, within moments, Dazue followed Li Yuanshan to the entrance of the pavilion. Stepping inside, he was greeted by an array of various spiritual plants and pills lining the shelves. And the air was infused with a subtle herbal fragrance that was rather comforting. Esteemed guest, are you here to purchase spiritual plants or pills? A young attendant approached respectfully, inquiring politely. Dazier examined the young man with surprise, noting that he appeared to be only at the first layer of Qi refining. However, understanding that one should never underestimate anyone, especially in unfamiliar territory, he quickly returned the gesture with a polite bow and said, "Fellow cultivator, I am here to sell some spiritual plants. If you wish to sell spiritual plants, I must inform the shopkeeper. Please hold on for a moment," the attendant replied, bowing respectfully before making his way to the back. "Let us sit for a while. The shopkeeper is likely in the back preparing pills," Li Yuanshan said, comfortably taking a seat nearby and leisurely sipping tea from a cup placed on the table. Dazue was taken aback by this, filled with curiosity, and asked, "You know the shopkeeper here?" Li Yuanshan took a sip of tea to clear his throat before dismissively replying, "What nonsense. I have been frequenting this marketplace for decades. Is it surprising that I know a few shopkeepers?" Dazue pondered this. After all, if Li Yuanshan was acquainted with Captain Su Lang, who was at the 6th layer of Qi refining, knowing another shopkeeper seemed entirely reasonable, much like how he himself knew nearly everyone in Hanyan town. "Old man, is the shopkeeper a pill master as well?" Dazue inquired, genuinely intrigued by the profession of a pill master, for pills held great significance in the realm of cultivation. A first-tier pill master, capable of crafting only first-tier pills, Li Yuanshan answered, revealing his familiarity with the shopkeeper's background. Upon hearing this, Dazue's mind began to race with possibilities. If he could learn to concoct pills, he could cultivate his own spiritual herbs and produce pills himself. Moreover, the value of pills would undoubtedly surpass that of spiritual plants. If he mastered this skill, he would never again have to worry about resources for cultivation, although he was not currently in dire need of cultivation resources. He lacked magical tools and techniques, as well as the talismans used by Ding Lingyu during their last encounter with the dark-robed robe. Dazuo immersed himself in the delightful fantasy of becoming a pill master. He was abruptly jolted back to reality by a boisterous voice. "Oldly, you finally decided to come see me." Turning swiftly, Dazue beheld a burly middle-aged man with a bald head and a face full of coarse features. Clad only in a pair of loose shorts, striding toward them with an air of swagger that was nothing short of flamboyant. "Xingguang, there are guests present. Can you not be a little more mindful of your appearance?" Li Yuanshan scolded, his brow furrowing in exasperation. Dazue was momentarily taken aback, wondering in disbelief, could this fellow possibly be the pill master? He looked nothing like the image he had conjured in his mind. The man named Xingguang finally halted, turning to size up Dazue before breaking into a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Fellow cultivator, I am Xingguang, the shopkeeper of this medicinal pavilion. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please, bear with me for just a moment." With that, he seemed to realize his appearance was somewhat inappropriate and hastily retreated to the inner sanctum, presumably to change into more presentable attire. Dazue stood there, bewildered, internally critiquing. This is a pill master. Even Uncle Wang, who sells meat in Hongyan town, does not appear this unrefined. You should not be deceived by Xingguang's casual demeanor. He is quite skilled as a first-tier pill master. Li Yuanshan remarked, sensing Dazue's confusion. Dachui recalled a saying from the many books he had read, "One should not judge by appearances." Thus, he replied, "Old man, do I seem like the sort to judge others by their looks?" After a brief interval, Xinguang re-emerged into the main hall. Now clad in neat attire, his hair neatly combed, he appeared significantly more composed. A stark contrast to his earlier disheveled self. My apologies for my earlier lack of decorum. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed, esteemed friend? Xinguang approached politely, a hint of apology gracing his expression. Upon noticing this, Dachui quickly rose to his feet and clasped his fists, saying, "Xing Daoyu, I am Han Chongkong. It is indeed Han Daoyu. A pleasure to meet you," Xinguang replied. "May I inquire if you wish to sell any spiritual plants, despite having already been informed of the situation by a servant in the shop?" He asked out of courtesy. "Indeed, I wish to sell Ling Su Chao. Might you be interested in purchasing it?" Han Chongkong responded, "I would certainly acquire first-grade Ling Su Chao, especially since it is currently in high demand. It is one of the essential spiritual plants for refining the Qi gathering pill, a necessity for Qi refining practitioners. Therefore, you may trade with me without hesitation," Xinguang said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of Ling Su Chao. Dachui wasted no time, promptly retrieving a storage bag from his robe and extracting a stalk of Ling Su Chao. This display left Liu Shan, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. His eyes widened as he silently marveled. "This fellow truly knows how to conceal his possessions. I had no idea he possessed a storage bag until now." Upon seeing the stalk of Ling Su Chao, Xinguang was momentarily stunned. The plant was a vibrant green, seemingly emanating a gentle aura. Each leaf was plump and full of vitality, with faint wisps of spiritual energy swirling around it, clearly a specimen of exceptional quality. Far superior to the common varieties found in the market. To be candid, Han Daoyu, the market price for Ling Su Chao is generally around 15 spirit stones per stalk. However, your specimen is of such outstanding quality that I am willing to offer 20 spirit stones for each." Xinguang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with delight at the sight of the plant, akin to beholding a rare treasure. He understood that such high-quality Ling Su Chao was a rarity if he could acquire these. He could refine them into pills of remarkable quality, potentially establishing a formidable reputation for his elixirs in the market. Hearing this, Dachui felt a surge of astonishment and mused, "Well, this is an unexpected gain. I initially thought I would sell it at the usual price, but it seems this fine quality Ling Su Chao allows me to fetch a higher sum." Thus, Dachui spoke, "Xing Daoyu, I have a total of 30 stocks. Would you be able to purchase them all?" Xinguang paused for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind. 30 stocks would amount to 600 spirit stones, a considerable sum. However, he soon regained his composure and confidently replied, "You jest, Han Daoyu. A mere 600 spirit stones is well within my means. You need not worry." With that, Dachui hesitated no longer. Extracting the remaining 29 stalks of Ling Su Chao from his storage bag and laying them out on the table, the collective sight of the vibrant green plants formed a small, lively realm of spiritual flora, exuding a soft aura of spiritual energy that was irresistibly charming. Xinguang hurriedly accepted the Ling Su Chao, meticulously inspecting each stalk as if fearful of overlooking even the slightest flaw. After all, this was a transaction worth 600 spirit stones, and a single inferior specimen could result in a significant loss. After a considerable time, Xinguang finally completed his examination of all the Ling Su Chao and straightened up, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Han Daoyu, all the Ling Su Chao are of the same exceptional quality. They are indeed rare treasures. I shall fetch the spirit stones for you now." With that, he carefully set down the Ling Su Chao and swiftly made his way toward the inner chamber. Before long, he returned, cradling a small wooden box in his hands, which exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Approaching Dachui, he placed the box on the table and said with a smile, "Han Daoyu, this box contains 600 spirit stones. Please count them. If there is any discrepancy, we can reconcile it." Dachui accepted the box and began counting diligently. After confirming the amount was accurate, he placed the spirit stones into his storage bag, his face alight with joy as he expressed, "Thank you, Xing Daoyu. Do not mention it, Han Daoyu. This is merely business. You earn your share, and I earn mine. We are both benefiting, so there is no debt between us." Xinguang replied with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha, it seems Xing Daoyu is also a person of straightforward character. Since our business is concluded, I shall take my leave. If opportunity permits in the future, let us collaborate again," Dachui said, smiling as he clasped his fists in farewell, contemplating the smoothness of this transaction and considering future dealings with Xinguang for any further spiritual plants. "Han Daoyu, should you come across more exceptional spiritual plants in the future, be sure to seek me out for collaboration," Xinguang said warmly. Afterward, he produced a small porcelain vial from his robe and extended it to Dachui. Han Dachui, please do not take offense. Consider this a token of appreciation for our first collaboration that I hope you will accept it. Dachui was taken aback, contemplating. The books always say that there is no commerce without deceit. It appears Xinguang is quite adept at business. This gesture not only shows his amiability, but also serves to cultivate future patronage. However, he did not hesitate to accept the vial, smiling as he said, "Thank you." Xing Daoyu surmised that the vial likely contained the qi-gathering pill. Although he had yet to see one, he assumed it must be related to this Ling Su Chao. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dachui took his leave from the apothecary pavilion. Behind him, Xinguang jested, "Old Li, do come find me for some amusement when you have the time. Do I not need to cultivate?" Li Yushan retorted, albeit still following Dachui out of the apothecary pavilion at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Now that you have sold the spiritual plants, what do you intend to do next?" Li Yushan inquired, suspecting he already knew the answer, but still wishing to hear Dachui's intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, Dachui withdrew 5 spirit stones from his storage bag and presented them to Li Yushan, saying, "Old man, take these spirit stones as a guide fee for this trip. Would you then lead me to a place to purchase a magical artifact?" Li Yushan understood, having just acquired 600 spirit stones. Dachui was undoubtedly planning to procure a flying sword. After all, possessing a flying sword would provide an added layer of security, whether for travel or combat in this world of cultivation. "We are approaching a place that specializes in selling magical artifacts," Li Yushan said, leading the way with brisk steps, clearly well-versed in the layout of the market. Before long, they arrived at the establishment dedicated to the sale of magical artifacts. Dachui looked up to find that the shop bore no sign, yet upon peering inside, it was filled with an array of peculiar objects, including numerous items related to formations in the corners. "Welcome. May I inquire what type of magical artifact you two require?" A young attendant greeted them with a broad smile. "Magical artifacts," Dachui stated straightforwardly, his mind set solely on purchasing a flying sword. Leaving no room for distraction, "Esteemed guest, may I ask what type of magical artifact you seek?" The attendant inquired further. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion as he pondered. Aren't all magical artifacts flying swords? Why must they be categorized? Nevertheless, he replied, "Please, provide an overview." Without delay, the attendant explained, "Esteemed guest, our magical artifacts encompass several categories: attack, defense, and formations, all of which fall under the magical artifact classification. However, there is a vast array of attack-type artifacts. So please select a broad category first, and I will guide you to the appropriate options for selection." Finally, Dachui understood, reflecting, so magical artifacts are not solely flying swords. The cultivation world is indeed filled with intricacies. I must learn more. Then let it be attack-type artifacts, he declared. Dachui pondered for a moment before stating, after all, what he truly desired was a magical artifact capable of delivering offensive power in battle. The flying sword, being an offensive type, was undoubtedly a fitting choice. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately gestured courteously and smiled, saying, "This way, please. The offensive artifacts are located deeper inside." Following the direction indicated by the attendant, Dachui strode purposefully into the depths of the shop. Moments later, upon entering the room, he found himself utterly astonished, internally lamenting, "What on earth?" The entire room is filled with weapons. Before him lay an array of various weapons, swords, spears, halberds. Over 100 magical artifacts hung neatly upon the walls, creating a truly spectacular scene. Each artifact seemed to emanate a unique aura of spiritual energy, showcasing its extraordinary nature. "Are these all offensive artifacts? Could that mace even fly?" Dachui exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such a diverse assortment could serve as offensive tools. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan, standing nearby, wore an expression of exasperation and replied, "Young man, are you not aware of the distinction between melee and range practitioners? Different cultivators, such as body cultivators, sword cultivators, and spell cultivators, utilize various offensive artifacts. It is not solely the flying sword that can serve such a purpose." Dachui was momentarily taken aback, pondering, is this how it works? The image of his master instructing him on body refinement surfaced in his mind, leading him to wonder whether his master intended for him to become a body cultivator. Moreover, his master, Hua Fenghua, had once imparted a significant lesson that echoed in his mind. Dachui, magical power is merely a means of attack. The physical body is the foundation of a cultivator. After all, cultivators are still human and can perish to this moment. Those words reverberated within him, leaving him conflicted about whether to pursue body cultivation or spell cultivation. While spell cultivation allowed for dazzling displays of magical prowess that could send enemies fleeing in panic, body cultivation possessed its own unique advantages, though he had previously been less informed about it. Master, could it not be possible to cultivate both body and magic simultaneously? Dachui queried, filled with uncertainty as he addressed Li Yuanshan. Li Yuanshan appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. After a brief contemplation, he recounted what he knew. Young man, body cultivation consumes a significant amount of spirit stones, from what I understand. A spell cultivator in the Qi refining stage requires 1 spirit stone per day for cultivation, while a body cultivator needs at least 3. Most individuals cannot afford such a cost, which is why few choose the path of body cultivation unless they hail from families with an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. Is it truly sufficient to have spirit stones? Dachui pressed, contemplating that with enough effort he might accumulate a substantial amount of spirit stones, and if mere spirit stones could resolve the issue, perhaps body cultivation was worth considering. What are you thinking? If mere possession of spirit stones sufficed, wouldn't those prominent families or major sects all be cultivating both body and magic? It is not that simple. Li Yuanshan shot him a sidelong glance and continued to explain. Body cultivation not only requires a copious amount of spirit stones, but also demands the continuous consumption of pills to enhance one's physique. And those pills do not come cheaply. For instance, the ordinary first-grade pill you currently consume, if you were a body cultivator, the cheapest body refinement pill would be a top-tier first-grade pill, and you can imagine how exorbitant the price would be. Upon hearing this, Dachui felt a wave of despair wash over him. He recalled seeing in the apothecary that a Qi-gathering pill cost only 5 spirit stones, while a first-grade body refinement pill required 20 spirit stones, an immense disparity. It seemed that the impoverished were ill-suited for body cultivation. Even with a wealth of spirit stones, it would likely prove insufficient. However, as he considered this, he thought of the Wanling Divine Light Bottle, which would alleviate his concerns about spirit plants in the future. With spirit plants, if he learned alchemy, would he still be short on spirit stones? Reflecting on this, he felt that body cultivation was not entirely out of reach, but that it was not the immediate focus. He needed to prioritize mastering alchemy first. With this thought in mind, Dachui turned to the attendant and said, I would like to take a look at a first-grade lower-tier flying sword. Regardless of whether he ultimately pursued body cultivation or spell cultivation, a flying sword was essential. After all, once his cultivation reached the 6th layer of Qi refining, relying solely on his 2 legs would be rather unseemly. Moreover, he needed a flying sword to practice the sword control technique, an indispensable skill for any cultivator. Upon hearing Dachui's words, the attendant quickly responded, and then hastened to the wall to retrieve a flying sword measuring approximately 3 feet in length. The sword appeared rather unremarkable. The blade was forged from spirit iron infused with spiritual energy, making it merely an ordinary first-grade lower-tier flying sword among the multitude of flying swords in the cultivation world. Appearing rather shabby when compared to higher-tier, superior flying swords, nevertheless, it still far surpassed any ordinary sword crafted in the mortal realm, as the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the blade indicated its extraordinary status. Clearly not to be compared with mundane objects. How much is this flying sword? Dachui inquired, carefully examining the sword in his hand. Upon grasping it, he noticed a warm sensation emanating from the sword, which he found curious. The attendant, noticing Dachui's inquiry, promptly explained, esteemed guest, this is an ordinary first-grade lower-tier flying sword, but it possesses a unique property. As you may have noticed, this sword contains fire attribute attacks, which can significantly enhance its effectiveness against opponents with the same elemental affinity. Upon hearing this, Dachui suddenly understood, thinking to himself, no wonder it feels warm upon contact. It is due to the fire attribute. Meanwhile, Li Yuanshan, observing the flying sword with keen interest, turned to the attendant and asked, is your shopkeeper not present? My friend Li, our shopkeeper has stepped out. The attendant replied respectfully. Oh, how much is this flying sword? Just tell me directly, Li Yuanshan inquired, as he had been in the market long enough to be familiar with the prices and did not wish for Dachui to be taken advantage of. After a brief pause for consideration, the attendant stated, 550 spirit stones. That Dachui was not overly concerned about the price, as the fire attribute justified an additional 50 spirit stones, which fell within his acceptable range. However, Li Yuanshan was displeased, furrowing his brow and exclaiming loudly, are you trying to make a fool of me? Last time I inquired, it was only 450 spirit stones. Now it's 550. The attendant shot Li Yuanshan a glance, clearly annoyed, and began to exchange furtive glances. Li Yuanshan pretended not to notice and continued unrelentingly. What are you looking at? I'm asking you. Will you sell it for 450 spirit stones? If not, I'll wait for your shopkeeper to return and see how you explain this. Li Yuanshan understood the attendant's silent communication but felt compelled to act in Dachui's best interest. Ensuring he wasn't overcharged, Dachui had observed the entire exchange with keen clarity and felt a surge of indignation. This is a difference of 100 spirit stones. Do these people truly possess such a heart of greed? With that thought, he immediately set the sword down and turned to leave. Seeing this, the attendant hurriedly called out, esteemed guest, we can negotiate the price. Isn't this the essence of commerce, a back-and-forth discussion? If you find the price unsatisfactory, you should propose a counteroffer. Hearing this, Dachui paused and turned back, contemplating briefly before stating, for 100 spirit stones. If you want to sell, then sell. If not, do not waste my time. The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of such a price, thinking to himself, is he joking? I didn't mean for you to take a hefty cut from my commission, esteemed guest. That price is simply unfeasible. This flying sword was just mentioned by Taoist Li to be 450 spirit stones. The attendant lamented. Li Yuanshan, standing beside them, coughed awkwardly, hastily gesturing that he was not involved in this transaction. Merely an observer. That was in the past. This flying sword likely has some defect, and why is it priced 50 spirit stones lower than an ordinary flying sword? It appears to have been left unsold. Which is why it is being offered at this outrageous price. I believe 400 spirit stones is already quite generous, Dachui asserted confidently. The attendant could only respond with helplessness, knowing that while the shopkeeper had instructed a minimum price of 400 spirit stones, agreeing to such a price would eliminate his commission. After all, it was true that the flying sword contained fire attributes, and its power in combat was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary flying swords. However, the consumption of spiritual energy required to wield this sword was considerable, and given that most cultivators were still in the Qi refining stage, the energy within their bodies was their lifeblood. If they were to exhaust their energy in a prolonged battle, they would be left vulnerable to attacks, awaiting their demise. Thus, while the flying sword possessed power, it was rather impractical. With this in mind, the attendant sighed resignedly and calculated that even if he sold it at the original price, he would still earn a meager commission. Very well, for 100 it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship. The attendant conceded through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Dachui once again grasped the flying sword, examining it closely. After a moment's pause, he slowly produced 400 spirit stones and placed them on the counter. The attendant counted them carefully, and upon confirming the amount, a smile returned to his face as he said, esteemed guest, this flying sword now belongs to you. Are there any other items you require? Our humble shop has just received a new batch of talismans, along with some defensive artifacts. Upon hearing this, Dachui's heart stirred, and a thought flickered in his mind. He could acquire more talismans and, in the heat of battle, simply toss them out. Perhaps he could annihilate a whole group. If Li Yuanshan were to catch wind of such extravagance, he would undoubtedly berate Dachui for his lavishness. What kind of talismans do you have? Dachui inquired. The attendant, sensing an opportunity, immediately adopted a courteous demeanor. He swiftly retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage pouch and enthusiastically introduced. Esteemed guest, here we have the first-tier fireball talisman, the first-tier diamond talisman, the first-tier water shield talisman, and the first-tier swift movement talisman. Listening intently to the attendant's presentation, Dachui began to contemplate. The fireball talisman seemed of little use to him, as he already possessed the fireball technique, and it was instantaneous. The diamond talisman and water shield talisman were both defensive in nature. He instantly recalled the water shield that Ding Lingyu had utilized when besieged by Heizi's gang. It must have been this water shield talisman, which boasted decent defensive capabilities. As for the swift movement talisman, affixing it to oneself could enhance a cultivator's agility, making it an essential item for those who might find themselves outmatched. How much for each of these talismans? Dachui asked. Upon hearing Dachui's inquiry, the attendant cast a glance at Li Yuanshan, then with a disappointed expression replied, the water shield and diamond talismans are 3 spirit stones each, while the swift movement talisman is 2 spirit stones. Dachui pondered. Indeed, the swift movement talisman might prove somewhat redundant against cultivators wielding flying swords. Yet, the water shield and diamond talismans could be lifesavers in critical moments. Then, I shall take 30 of each the water shield and diamond talismans, and 10 of the swift movement talismans, he declared. Li Yuanshan, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, I say, You've earned a few spirit stones. But do you truly need to be this extravagant? What use is purchasing so many? He felt as though Dachui were spending his own spirit stones. Old man, these items are treasures for survival. It's wise to be prepared for any eventuality. Dachui replied nonchalantly. You foolish boy. If you encounter a Qi Refinement cultivator, 3 or 5 talismans would suffice. If those are ineffective, even 51 T save you. Li Yushan cautioned, his brow furrowed. His words weren't meant to intimidate Dachui. If faced with a Qi Refinement cultivator, possessing 3 or 5 talismans might deter the adversary, as a few spells could deplete their spirit energy swiftly. Against someone of significantly higher cultivation, one strike could obliterate both shield and bearer, rendering excess talismans utterly futile. Dachui understood Li Yushan's point, but chose not to argue further. He withdrew 200 spirit stones, fully aware that his earnings from spirit herbs had dwindled, leaving him with barely a handful after accounting for the spirit stones gifted by Bayun's sect. The attendant's face lit up with delight upon seeing the spirit stones. While he hadn't managed to swindle any extra, the volume of Dachui's purchase promised a substantial commission. He promptly fetched the talismans and handed them to Dachui. In truth, Dachui's reasoning was quite simple. Should he encounter a situation where he was besieged, he would need to rely on his resources. In his view, in combat, it is such items that determine the outcome. Before he even began to engage, his opponent might already be devoid of spirit energy. After a moment's reflection, Dachui considered purchasing several dozen fireball talismans as well, for one could never have too many. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly snapped back to reality. Sighing inwardly, he had precious few spirit stones remaining, and the mid-grade spirit stones left by his master were not to be touched. Should he reveal his wealth, those with ulterior motives might set their sights on him, and he could find himself in dire straits, perhaps even risking his life. In no time, the transaction was successfully concluded. Dachui, brimming with satisfaction, wore a proud smile as he strolled towards the shop's exit, blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of others, with trouble silently creeping closer. Inside a nearby apothecary, the atmosphere was laden with intrigue. Brothers, that brat Han Chongkong must have more than just these spirit herbs. He undoubtedly possesses plenty of valuable items, Xingguang said with a sinister smile, his voice lowered, eyes gleaming with avarice as if envisioning greater treasures before him. Upon hearing this, one of the 3 seated together furrowed his brow and reluctantly said, Elder brother, if that lad doesn't leave the market, we truly have no means to take action against him. The market has rules against private conflicts and theft. We cannot brazenly act out. Indeed, elder brother. Leaving aside whether he harbors other spirit herbs, the 600 spirit stones in his storage pouch alone is no trifling sum. If we could seize them, we could live rather comfortably for a while. Another chimed in, rubbing his hands together, his greed unmistakable. At this point, Xingguang spoke with a fierce countenance. That lad is merely at the 5th level of Qi Refinement. With our abilities, we can easily dispatch him. But what if Li Yushan intervenes? Someone asked, worry etched across his face. If that old coot dares to interfere with our plans, he should not expect any mercy from me, Xingguang retorted coldly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Afterward, he turned to the short, lean man on his left and commanded, Second brother, keep watch at the market entrance. The moment that brat steps out, we shall follow closely. Do not lose him. Rest assured, elder brother, this is not our first endeavor, and we shall not falter, the lean man confidently assured, his chest puffed out. Third brother, you should leave the market for now. We will contact you using a message talisman. Xingguang instructed another, who was stout and exuded an air of menace. Understood, elder brother, I will head out now, he replied in a deep voice. The 3 meticulously discussed the specifics of their plan, reviewing each aspect before dispersing according to their arrangements. Meanwhile, Dachui and Li Yushan ambled leisurely through the streets. Old man, is it true that the Su family is responsible for renting out the cave abodes in this market? Dachui inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the Su family's primary source of income stems from this. They earn fees from merchants each month and also charge rent for the cave abodes, Li Yushan patiently explained. What is the monthly rent for these cave abodes? Dachui asked. Li Yushan pointed ahead and said, do you see that cluster of thatched huts over there? Those are rented out for a single spirit stone per month. Dachui followed his gesture and looked up to find the simple, rustic structures typical of rural areas, constructed of earthen walls and thatched roofs. He couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself, thinking, what on earth has cultivation come to? The conditions here are abysmally poor. Surely there must be better accommodations available. If you venture a bit further, you will find a collection of wooden structures, each an independent unit complete with a small courtyard. Li Yushan seemed to read Dachui's thoughts and remarked. Dachui's interest piqued, and he hastened his pace. Within moments, he indeed spotted dozens of houses arranged in an appealing manner. This looks rather decent, at least comparable to the homes in the town, though they do seem a tad small. Dachui assessed the houses. These cost 2 spirit stones per month, and in this entire market. The best ones are merely 3 spirit stones. Li Yushan chuckled. Dachui had initially believed this to be the finest accommodation in the market, only to discover there were even better options. His curiosity was further ignited. What kind of place costs 3 spirit stones per month? He asked. The 3 spirit stone units are cave abodes equipped with spirit gathering arrays. Cultivating within them accelerates your progress significantly. Though you'll need to provide spirit stones for activating the array, Li Yushan explained. Upon hearing the words, Dachui's spirit instantly soared. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured, "A gathering spirit array? What a novel contraption this is. Old man, let us go and explore the cave dwelling." Dachui eagerly urged. Li Yuanshan hastily restrained him, saying, "Why the haste, young lad? Gaining entry to that cave dwelling is not merely a matter of wealth. One must attain the late stage of Qi Refinement to qualify. Moreover, any cultivator at the late stage of Qi Refinement willing to serve the Su family may reside there free of charge." By heavens, what an ingenious method to attract talent. Dachui couldn't help but exclaim. "Do you truly believe a cultivation family can flourish without external assistance?" Li Yuanshan retorted. Upon reflection, Dachui found the reasoning sound. Perilous endeavors indeed required the sacrifices of these loose cultivators. However, as he had only reached the 5th layer of Qi Refinement, he thought that by the end of the year, he would likely attain the 6th layer. So he felt no immediate urgency. "Old man, your cave dwelling should still be in its previous location, correct? You won't be relocating anytime soon, will you?" Dachui casually inquired. Li Yuanshan chuckled self-deprecatingly, replying, "As someone who lacks a permanent residence, and given that my cave is situated in a desolate area, it's hard to say when I might be ambushed, or when my lifespan might expire suddenly." "Surely not. Aren't cultivators able to extend their lifespans?" Dachui asked, astonished. "That applies to ordinary cultivators. Even those at the peak of Qi Refinement only have a lifespan of about 150 years. As for me, being only at the 6th layer of Qi Refinement, I might only live a decade longer than a mortal. Furthermore, my Dantian is damaged and has yet to recover," Li Yuanshan lamented, suddenly realizing he had divulged a personal secret. He felt a pang of regret and turned irately to Dachui, saying, "Are you intentionally prying into my affairs?" In truth, Dachui had not meant to pry. He had merely noticed Li Yuanshan's erratic aura, fluctuating between the 6th and 5th layers of Qi Refinement, which piqued his curiosity. "Old man, I hail from a lineage of healers. Your condition is evident to me at a glance," Dachui explained. Although he had never treated a cultivator before, his keen observation of a person's aura and complexion allowed him to discern bodily ailments. Li Yuanshan, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. "Young lad, it's not that I look down upon you, but even seniors at the foundation establishment stage shake their heads at the issue with my Dantian. What can you, a mere 5th layer Qi Refinement cultivator, accomplish? You old fool, the skills of a healer cannot be equated with a cultivator's realm. Their prowess may be high, but medical knowledge and cultivation are not synonymous." Dachui retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Li Yuanshan recalled that Dachui had previously saved a disciple of the Baiyun sect, indicating that he possessed some notable medical skills, even if he couldn't cure Li Yuanshan. There was little to lose. With this thought, he casually raised his left hand and boldly declared, "Very well then, let us try treating a dead horse as if it were alive." Dachui, undeterred, gently placed his finger upon Li Yuanshan's pulse, then slowly released his consciousness, meticulously exploring along Li Yuanshan's meridians. His consciousness flowed like a delicate thread, gradually traversing the meridians until it reached the location of the Qi Sea. Upon observing the Qi Sea, Dachui couldn't help but gasp in shock. The thin membrane enveloping the Qi Sea was riddled with countless cracks resembling a spider's web, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Hastily retracting his consciousness, Dachui furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation. Li Yuanshan, noticing Dachui's pensive demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension. What does this mean? In the past, upon seeing my condition, others simply shook their heads in despair. This lad seems to be deep in thought. Could he possibly have a solution? However, seeing Dachui lost in thought, he refrained from interrupting and remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Dachui shook his head slightly. This action left Li Yuanshan bewildered, prompting him to exclaim, "I say, if you have no solution, must you frighten me with your silence?" Dachui, surprised, quickly responded, "Who said there's no solution? your Qi has sustained severe damage, and you cannot continue cultivating. However, as long as you refrain from absorbing spiritual energy, you should be safe for the time being. It turned out that during cultivation, a Qi refinement cultivator's Qi would continuously expand. The membrane surrounding the Qi serves to compress spiritual energy, and with so many fissures appearing on the membrane, it could no longer bear additional spiritual energy. If one were to forcefully absorb energy, the Qi could very well explode. Li Yuanshan understood this logic but found himself skeptical, as many physicians he had consulted previously had deemed his condition beyond remedy. Could this lad truly possess a solution? Young man, do you genuinely have a way to heal my injuries? Li Yuanshan asked, his eyes filled with hope and disbelief. Dachui understood that, with his knowledge of medicine acquired from the mortal realm, it was nearly impossible to heal such severe damage to a Qi refinement cultivator's Qi. Yet, he recalled the divine light vial he possessed. Surely, with that treasure, no ailment would be insurmountable. However, he remained uncertain whether the condition of the Qi could be remedied. Old man, I cannot guarantee that your injury can be healed, but I believe there's a 50% chance, Dachui hesitantly admitted. Upon hearing the words 50%, Li Yuanshan was immediately electrified, his body trembling slightly as he eagerly inquired. Is that truly the case? Indeed. After confirming repeatedly, Li Yuanshan composed himself, took a deep breath, and said, Young lad, just tell me how I can assist you. Dachui pondered briefly, calculating that he must first return to Hongyan town and pretend to have exerted considerable effort to produce a medicinal pill. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. If others were to discover this medicinal pill, he would inevitably become the target of envy, potentially inviting endless troubles. With this thought, Dachui found himself entangled in a dilemma, his brows knitting tightly. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Old man, before my master departed, he left me a medicinal pill, stating that as long as I draw breath, taking this pill would restore me to my former state. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether this pill will be of any benefit to you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan began to ponder. Since it was a pill left by a senior of the Foundation establishment stage, it must at least be a second-tier pill. Yet, after decades of navigating the world of cultivation, he had never heard of a second-tier pill capable of healing such severe damage to the Qi. This implied that the pill left by this young man's master could very well be a third-tier medicinal pill. The thought left Li Yuanshan gasping in astonishment, as he was acutely aware that third-tier pills were rare treasures only accessible to Golden Core ancestors. And their price was astronomical, far beyond his imagination. Alas, young lad, we have only just met today. Your kindness is appreciated, but this pill is far too precious. Even if I were to sell myself, I could never repay you for this favor. Moreover, my life does not warrant such a valuable pill for its salvation, Li Yuanshan said earnestly, his eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Dachui, taken aback by this, thought to himself, this old man possesses quite the admirable character. He knows gratitude, and, despite feeling unable to repay the favor, has the fortitude to decline my offer. Nevertheless, Dachui still wished to probe further. Old man, in addition to this life-saving pill, my master also gifted me a vial of healing pills before he left. He mentioned that these pills are extraordinary, though I cannot ascertain their efficacy for your injuries. Upon hearing the words, Li Yuanshan inwardly cursed. This fellow must be referring to a second-tier healing elixir. But such potions cannot possibly mend the injuries to the Qi. It seems this lad is quite ignorant of the nuances involved. He then remarked, Young man, I dare say that elixirs may prove futile. Furthermore, second-tier healing elixirs come at a hefty price, often amounting to hundreds of spirit stones, which I simply cannot afford. Dachui silently chuckled to himself, thinking that despite the old man's rough demeanor, he was quite an intriguing character. Old man, as it happens, I have a single elixir on me. Why not take it and give it a try? If it proves effective, we can discuss further arrangements. After all, I have yet to consume this elixir myself, so you can consider it a complimentary trial for me, Dachui proposed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan's brows furrowed intensely, his heart filled with indignation. How dare he treat me as a mere tester for elixirs? Such tasks are typically reserved for desperate and impoverished cultivators. I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament, he retorted. Though this is a healing elixir, you cannot speak so casually. Moreover, if I do not rectify my injuries soon, my days may be numbered. With a heavy sigh, he paused for a moment, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Finally, gritting his teeth, he acquiesced, Very well, I shall accept your offer. After all, even if it proves fatal, it is my own affair. Dachui's heart leapt with joy. Aha! This might just work. He then feigned rummaging through his storage pouch, while secretly retrieving a white dough-like substance made from flour and spirit liquid from the divine light bottle, presenting it to Li Yuershan. Upon receiving the lump, Li Yuershan scrutinized it with a perplexed expression, questioning, "Young man, why does this elixir lack even the faintest trace of the fragrance typical of potions?" Dachui shrugged innocently. "How should I know? This is how my master provided it to me, and I have not examined it closely." Li Yuershan's brows twitched once more, filled with doubt. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Resolutely, he swallowed the lump whole. In the next moment, the elixir dissolved within him, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed forth, akin to a torrential tide, fiercely invading Li Yuershan's qi. Panic-stricken, Li Yuershan thought, "This is disastrous. If such a massive influx of spiritual energy overwhelms my already damaged dantian, it could exacerbate my injuries, and I might very well meet my demise on the spot." Without further ado, he quickly seated himself cross-legged, concentrating intently in an attempt to guide the energy. To his astonishment, when the formidable energy collided with his qi, he did not experience the anticipated agony of tearing. Instead, the energy was remarkably gentle, flowing through his qi like a soft spring breeze. Li Yuershan was both astonished and elated, hastily turning his focus inward to assess the situation. What he discovered left him utterly flabbergasted. The spiritual energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swirling around the membrane of his qi, gradually repairing the damaged. In a state of shock, he mused, "Is it truly possible for it to function in such a manner? Remarkably, I need not exert any effort. This energy is autonomously healing me. How extraordinary!" However, before he could fully process this revelation, the energy began to dissipate. Stunned, Li Yuershan pondered, "Is it gone already? How could it vanish so swiftly?" Yet, upon inspecting his qi once more, he noticed that the cracks in the membrane had indeed diminished. His heart swelled with a mix of astonishment and joy as he contemplated. So, this elixir is genuinely effective? Meanwhile, Dachui observed Li Yuershan closely, amused by the myriad expressions flitting across his face, from sheer delight to utter bewilderment. "How does it feel? Is it effective?" Dachui feigned anxiousness, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yuershan, seemingly more invested in the outcome than the old man himself. "Indeed, this substance is remarkably beneficial," Li Yuershan exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow, adding, "However, upon further reflection, it appears my injuries are quite severe. I estimate that I will require at least 5 of these elixirs to achieve complete recovery." Dachui, relieved, exhaled deeply. "Old man, as long as it works, that is what matters. That I happen to have 6 elixirs remaining at home. I shall keep one for myself as a precaution and sell you the remaining 5. Consider the one you just tried a complimentary gift, as you have assisted me in testing its efficacy." Li Yuershan could hardly contain his elation, his heart soaring with newfound hope. Although his current stash of spirit stones was scant, he now had a tangible goal in sight. Should he recover his health? Given his innate talent for cultivation, he might still aspire to reach the foundation establishment stage, a true stroke of fortune after a prolonged drought. "You are indeed serious. Then, name your price," Li Yuershan said. Brimming with anticipation, Dachui casually replied, "You know, I have only just begun to navigate the world of cultivation today, and I am rather uncertain about the pricing of these elixirs. Perhaps you could propose a figure, and I will see if it meets my approval." Hearing this, Li Yuershan hesitated, furrowing his brow. He felt uncertain, as he was unsure whether the elixir was 2nd tier or 3rd tier, complicating his ability to estimate a fair price. "To be frank, I cannot discern whether this is a 2nd tier or 3rd tier elixir, so I am at a loss for what price to quote," Li Yuershan admitted helplessly. "Then let us base the price on that of a 2nd tier elixir," Dachui suggested. Li Yuershan pondered this for a moment, finding it reasonable. While the elixir's effects were indeed remarkable, it still seemed to fall short compared to the 3rd tier elixirs he was familiar with. "In all honesty, my injuries would typically require a 3rd tier elixir for complete healing. That particular elixir, known as the pulse repairing pill, is specifically designed to mend meridians and is regularly utilized by golden core cultivators. I inquired about it in other major markets, and I discovered that a single pulse repairing pill costs around 2,000 spirit stones. Therefore, for your 5 elixirs, I propose 2,500 spirit stones. What do you think?" Li Yuershan spoke cautiously, all the while observing Dachui's expression, anxious to see if his offer would be accepted. Dachui considered the proposal, calculating in his mind. He felt that the offer was fair and even perceived that he might be gaining an advantage in the deal. Observing the old man's demeanor, he sensed no deceit in his intentions. All right, it's a deal. Dachui responded with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Li Yuershan initially rejoiced, yet his face soon darkened with a bittersweet expression. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Young man, I currently possess only 1,000 spirit stones. How about I purchase 2 elixirs for now?" He reasoned that if he consumed 2 more elixirs, he could at least restore part of his Qi vitality. Although he would still be unable to cultivate normally, his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi Refinement could still be effectively utilized, which was far better than his current state. Dachui was taken aback. Questioning, "Old man, did you not claim you were out of funds?" Well, I have been saving diligently, hoping to one day purchase healing elixirs. This 1,000 spirit stones is a hard-earned sum, painstakingly accumulated over nearly 20 years. Li Yuershan sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Primarily, due to his inability to cultivate from the damage to his dantian, his expenditures were limited to food, allowing him to gradually amass this modest fortune of 1,000 spirit stones. "Very well then, I shall return and fetch the elixirs for you. Would you prefer to wait here in the market, or shall I meet you at your cave abode?" the mighty hammer inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan became quite agitated, contemplating to himself, if this young lad were to leave, where would he procure elixirs? Although the lad had not yet demanded his spirit stones, who could say whether he would return after departing? Thus, he hastily replied, "Young man, you aren't trying to deceive me, are you? You won't just leave and never return? Good heavens, is Han that sort of person? Besides, I have just administered the elixir to you, and I did not ask for any payment." "Did I? Rest assured, my home is in Hongyin Town, merely a 3-day round trip. It will be swift." The hammer, wearing an expression of displeasure, spoke as if he had been wrongfully accused. Li Yuanshan pondered for a moment. Recalling the general direction of Hongyin Town, hesitating briefly before saying, "Very well then, I shall wait for you at the market. If I return to my cave dwelling and encounter any troubles, it would be quite troublesome." He was acutely aware that there were malevolent cultivators roaming outside, and most of the cultivators in the market had ventured out in search of these sinister figures. If fortune were not on his side and he were targeted by these wicked cultivators, his life would be in jeopardy. In the past, he had little hope and thus was indifferent to life and death, but now it was different. With a glimmer of hope for healing, he had become increasingly fearful of death. Consequently, he resolved to spend a few spirit stones to secure lodging in the market for several days. The hammer, seemingly unconcerned, casually stated, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." He thought to himself that he had been out for nearly 2 days and needed to return quickly, especially since the young calf was still quite young and required care. Moreover, there had been no news of the malevolent cultivators, which was rather concerning. Resolutely, the hammer headed towards the entrance of the market. Along the way, he considered seeking out Ding Lingyu to greet her, only to be informed that she had already left the market. Subsequently, Li Yuanshan escorted the hammer to the entrance of the market before turning back, while the hammer quickened his pace towards Hongyin Town. Yet, just as Li Yuanshan turned around, he noticed that the apothecary's second-in-command had also just exited the market. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he pondered. Didn't this second-in-command go out on a mission? Why is he back now? However, he did not dwell on it further and redirected his steps towards the office established by the Su family in the market. Upon reaching the apothecary, Li Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a murmur. What on earth is Xing Guang doing? Has he ceased all business, closing up shop so early? After speaking, he continued on his way. Meanwhile, after exiting the market, the hammer rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a swift travel talisman, a sly smile spreading across his face as he thought, "Hee, I've never used this thing before. I wonder how effective it is." Without hesitation, he slapped the swift travel talisman onto his leg, and with a crisp snap, it was activated. Instantly, the hammer felt as though his feet had become exceptionally light, each step propelled by an invisible force urging him forward, a most delightful sensation. "Wow, this feels fantastic," he exclaimed in excitement, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he sprinted towards Hongyin Town with astonishing speed. Akin to a gust of wind, the apothecary's second-in-command, who had just caught up, was rendered speechless at this sight, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, gritting his teeth, he reluctantly pulled out a swift travel talisman from his storage bag, affixed it to his leg, and hurried after the hammer, frantically using a transmission talisman to contact the other two, muttering incessantly, "This lad is running so fast, we can't let him escape." At this moment, the hammer felt as if he were flying just above the ground, the wind howling in his ears as the scenery zipped past him. He mused to himself, "This talisman is quite practical. At this rate, I could make the round trip to the market in Hongyin Town in less than 3 days. 1 day should suffice." However, merely after a brief moment, the hammer found himself dumbfounded. his expression one of sheer bewilderment, as he cursed, "This is utterly pathetic. I just praised it, and now it's gone." Looking down, he saw that the swift travel talisman had already burned out, reduced to a pile of ashes. It appeared that the talisman could only last for a short while. Nevertheless, chuckling to himself, the hammer rummaged through his storage bag once more and produced another swift travel talisman, deftly applying it to his leg before continuing his mad dash forward. As if some great beast were in pursuit of him, the second in command, who had finally caught up, was left in shock, exclaiming, "This lad is indeed wealthy, willing to use 2 swift travel talismans for a journey. These are spirit stones." After all, what a reckless spendthrift. At that moment, Xinguang and the third in command also arrived, each applying their own swift travel talismans to their legs. Second in command, "Did this lad use another swift travel talisman?" Xinguang inquired. His brow furrowed. "Yes, big brother, should we continue to pursue? This lad is running far too swiftly. Our spirit stones cannot withstand such consumption," the second in command replied, a look of helplessness on his face, without a moment's hesitation. Xinguang gritted his teeth and replied, "Pursue. Otherwise, we will suffer a great loss. That's 6 spirit stones. We absolutely cannot let this lad escape." With that, the 3 of them each pulled out another swift travel talisman from their storage bags and hastily continued their pursuit of the hammer. After another brief period, they finally caught a glimpse of the hammer's figure, only to find him standing still, intently examining a flying sword in his hands. "Big brother, do you think this lad is using his spirit stones to purchase a flying sword?" The second in command remarked, puzzled. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We must eliminate him during this outing, and all his belongings will be ours. There's bound to be a profit," Xinguang declared with a menacing tone, his eyes glinting with greed. With that, the 3 of them once again retrieved their swift travel talismans and recklessly pursued the hammer, resembling ravenous wolves on the scent of prey. Meanwhile, the hammer was wholly absorbed in examining his flying sword. Although he had memorized the incantations for the sword technique, he had yet to truly employ it. With the desolate surroundings, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Just as he was about to begin, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Instinctively, he turned to look, and his pupils dilated in horror as he recognized the approaching trio, a bald man accompanied by 2 others. One stout and one slender, all rushing towards him, their legs adorned with the gleaming remnants of recently used swift travel talismans. The hammer's mind raced, and he inwardly cursed, "These 3 are clearly troublemakers. Especially that bald one. I recognize him at first glance. He surely harbors ill intentions. They are here to rob me." Facing 3 adversaries, he had no chance of winning. Without a second thought, the hammer raised his hand and slapped another swift travel talisman onto his leg before bolting away. Secretly grateful that he had heeded the old man's advice and prepared extra talismans that in this situation, it would come down to whose resources could outlast the other, seeing the hammer activate another swift travel talisman. Xinguang's expression soured, and he shouted in frustration, "What the hell? How does he still have swift travel talismans? Are these spirit stones falling from the sky? Big brother, we don't have many swift travel talismans left." "This pursuit isn't sustainable," the third in command said anxiously. Xinguang gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 swift travel talismans from his storage bag, saying, "You 2, once your talismans expire, apply them immediately and continue the chase. I will fly ahead on my sword to intercept him. Big brother, you're only at the 5th level of Qi Refinement. You likely won't last long on that flying sword," the third in command cautioned. "No worries, it will only take a few moments to intercept him. You all just need to keep up." As he spoke, Xinguang patted his storage bag, and a low-grade flying sword of the 1st rank instantly floated into the air. Emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, he leaped onto the flying sword, and in the next moment, his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the great hammer, who was sprinting madly. Heard the sound of slicing air from behind and turned to look, instantly terrified to the core, thinking, "Damn it, it feels like there's no way to escape now." In a panic, he raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell, sending it hurtling towards the pursuing Xinguang. The fireball, radiating intense heat, whistled through the air toward him. Xinguang was momentarily startled by this sudden attack, but fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly maneuver the flying sword to evade the strike. Though this evasion inevitably slowed his speed at this moment, the great hammer was utterly flustered, his mind a chaotic mess, inwardly lamenting, "What on earth should I do? If I had known earlier, I would have bought dozens of fireball talismans. I could have thrown 10 or 8 at once and seen how he dodged then. Now, with these meager means, I simply can't cope, but now is not the time for regrets. I must quickly devise a way to escape." Then, He realized he absolutely could not head towards Hongyan town. If he led these individuals there, a fight would break out in the town, and he would be no match for them, not to mention endangering the townsfolk. That would be disastrous. In a flash, the Great Hammer resolved. Since I can't go back to Hongyan town, I'll head to the market instead. There are many people there, and they probably won't dare to act openly. With this thought, the Great Hammer ran desperately while intermittently casting fireball spells in an attempt to hinder the pursuing Xingguang. However, due to the considerable distance between them, he couldn't lock onto his opponent's position with his spiritual sense. So he could only throw blindly, akin to faith-based shooting, uncertain if he would hit. That moment, a dense forest appeared ahead, lush and vibrant, resembling a green ocean. Without a second thought, the Great Hammer plunged into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xingguang frowned slightly upon seeing this and immediately ascended with his flying sword to soar above the forest. However, the foliage was too dense, making it difficult for him to discern the specific situation below. He could only vaguely see a sea of green, utterly unable to locate the Great Hammer. Inside the forest, the Great Hammer dashed about haphazardly, calculating in his mind that he needed to wait for the other two cultivators to enter before he could seize the opportunity to turn back towards the market. This was a high-stakes game. A slight misstep could result in capture. At this moment, he darted through the trees like a frightened rabbit, weaving and dodging, his figure intermittently visible amidst the foliage, causing the surrounding plants to sway violently in the wind. Xingguang, flying in the air on his sword, could only infer the Great Hammer's position from the movements of the foliage below, keeping his eyes fixed on the ground without daring to relax for a moment. "Over there, you hurry inside," Xingguang shouted to the two newly arrived individuals, pointing to a particularly agitated area of vegetation. Without hesitation, they plunged into the forest, their urgency suggesting they feared missing their chance to catch the Great Hammer. Unexpectedly, the moment they entered the forest, the Great Hammer seized his opportunity, bursting forth from another part of the thicket, then sprinting towards the market with all his might, his speed akin to the wind beneath his feet. "You two fools, he has already escaped," Xingguang exclaimed furiously, but he had no time to scold the two further. He focused entirely on controlling his flying sword to chase after the fleeing Great Hammer. He knew well that his spiritual energy could not sustain him much longer. If this continued, he would exhaust himself and plummet from the flying sword. Thinking of this, he quickly freed one hand, retrieving a spirit stone from his storage bag, gripping it tightly to absorb its energy, replenishing his own reserves while urging his flying sword to continue its rapid pursuit of the Great Hammer. The two who had rushed into the forest soon emerged, only to see the Great Hammer had already covered a considerable distance. They hastily resumed their chase, shouting, "Big brother, wait for us." At this moment, the Great Hammer noticed that the energy of the speed talisman on his leg was nearly depleted. Disregarding everything else, he pulled out another speed talisman from his storage bag and slapped it onto his leg. The moment the talisman adhered, his speed surged again, creating a slight gap between himself and the pursuers. Xingguang, observing this scene from above, could hardly contain his frustration, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "This brat is truly crafty. He must have an abundance of spirit stones to waste on these speed talismans to torment me." Cursing aside, he dared not slacken his pace, quickly retrieving another spirit stone from his storage bag to absorb its energy. Attempting to maintain his pursuit speed for a little longer, thanks to the speed talisman, the Great Hammer managed to temporarily increase the distance between himself and his pursuers, but Xingguang and the others were relentless, gradually closing the gap. Seeing Xingguang draw closer, panic surged within the Great Hammer, and he swiftly unleashed a fireball spell towards Xingguang's direction. The fireball, enveloped in searing flames, hurtled towards him. Xingguang was already familiar with such tactics. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he effortlessly maneuvered his flying sword to dodge the fireball, continuing his rapid approach towards the Great Hammer without any impediment. However, this time, Xingguang did not pursue the Great Hammer directly, for he realized the lad was clearly fleeing towards the market. With a clever twist of his mind, he commanded his flying sword to veer off, leveraging its speed to position himself ahead of the Great Hammer, intending to execute a pincer attack. Upon noticing this, the Great Hammer was taken aback, inwardly cursing. "What the hell? Can you really do it this way? How devious." He had initially thought that as long as these individuals mindlessly pursued him from behind, relying on his speed talisman, he could successfully return to the market. Little did he anticipate that Xingguang would employ such a flanking tactic. Now, he found himself at a loss as to where to run. Turning around to look back, he saw that the two behind were now less than a mile away, and Xingguang had already surpassed him from the side, landing firmly in front of him, arms crossed, wearing a triumphant expression that seemed to say, "Ha ha ha, where do you think you can run now?" Today, you will not escape my grasp, though panic gripped his heart. The great hammer managed to maintain a sliver of composure. He knew he must not lose his cool and needed to quickly devise a countermeasure. Thus, he discreetly observed the three individuals while rapidly calculating in his mind. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that all three were at the 5th level of Qi Refinement, but it was evident that Xing Guang was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. And he wielded a flying sword. His strength was not to be underestimated. Realizing this, the great hammer instinctively halted, contemplating that he must first create some distance from Xing Guang. This way, when facing the two cultivators without flying swords behind him, if he could seize an opportunity to break free, he might still have a glimmer of hope. Xing Guang, what is your intention? Dachui feigned calmness, speaking nonchalantly while leisurely retrieving his water pouch. He tilted his head back and eagerly gulped down a substantial mouthful, only then slowly lowering the pouch. He intended to replenish the spiritual energy he had expended with the essence contained within. Contemplating that if a confrontation were to ensue, he might endure a little longer and avoid immediate exhaustion. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of his adversaries. After consuming the essence, Dachui felt a notable restoration of his internal spiritual energy, instilling him with a modicum of confidence, though his expression remained placid as he quietly observed Xing Guang, awaiting his response. At that moment, Xing Guang stood with his arms crossed, hands tucked beneath his armpits, each tightly clutching a low-grade spirit stone, fervently absorbing the spiritual power within. Internally, he cursed, "This damned situation. Chasing after this brat has nearly drained my spiritual energy to its limits. I almost collapsed. What a stroke of bad luck." However, Dachui, being a novice in the realm of cultivation, remained oblivious to the fact that Xing Guang and his companions were surreptitiously replenishing their internal energies with the spirit stones. "Listen, kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your storage pouch, and I might spare your life," Xing Guang declared arrogantly, though his mind raced with thoughts of the previous encounter where he witnessed Dachui unleash fireballs in an instant. Despite having three individuals on his side, defeating Dachui, who currently possessed an impressive reservoir of spiritual energy, would not be an easy feat. Thus, his strategy was to buy time until their energies peaked, then strike decisively. Upon hearing these words, Dachui couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, "Am I a fool? If I hand over my storage pouch, that would be a one-way ticket to my demise. There is no way I'd fall for that." "Xing Guang, do you think Han would believe your nonsense?" Dachui scoffed, and without hesitation, he cast a spell, swiftly erecting an earth wall before him. In an instant, a robust wall of earth surged upward, establishing a formidable barrier against Xing Guang. Dachui understood that Xing Guang wielded a flying sword, making him a formidable opponent, thus it was imperative to devise a method to counteract that sword. Yet, feeling a twinge of insecurity, he hastily retrieved a water shield talisman from his storage pouch. With a crisp snap, he crushed it, and instantly, a wave-like water shield enveloped him, shimmering with a soft blue glow, creating an enchanting sight. Simultaneously, Dachui raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell towards the rotund figure behind him. At that moment, the third member of their group was still grappling with the situation, and upon witnessing the sudden fireball, he was thrown into a panic, hastily rolling to the side just in time to evade the strike. His clumsy escape was nothing short of comical. Yet, before he could regain his composure, his pupils constricted in terror as another fireball hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, leaving him no time to react. In a frenzy, he produced a golden shield talisman, crushed it with all his might, and a golden shield manifested around him, offering a momentary reprieve. This sequence of events unfolded within the span of 2 breaths, showcasing Dachui's fluidity and motion. Devoid of hesitation, he had initially aimed to incapacitate the larger adversary before finding an opportunity to escape. Yet he was caught off guard by the presence of a protective golden talisman. Before Dachui could adjust to the situation, a spell entwined with earthen spikes erupted from the ground before him, the sharp spikes lunging aggressively toward him. With a resounding crash, the spikes collided with Dachui's shield, shattering it instantly. Yet the spikes seemed to exhaust their spiritual energy, crumbling into dust that scattered into the air. Witnessing this, Dachui felt a chill of dread, cold sweat beading on his forehead. However, he had no time for contemplation as the previously downed rotund figure completed his incantation, summoning a spell forged from metallic spiritual energy that surged toward Dachui with a chilling intent. Not daring to be complacent, Dachui quickly raised his hand to cast another earth wall spell, and once more, a formidable wall emerged to shield him. At the same time, he hurled another fireball spell at the rotund adversary, the fireball radiating intense heat as it soared forward. Seeing this, the third member was struck with alarm, internally lamenting, This brat can unleash spells in an instant. How does it seem like his spiritual energy is endless? He's already cast 5 spells. How can he still be so vigorous? In that fleeting moment, Dachui's fireball struck the rotund figure with a resounding boom, eliciting a pained scream as he was sent reeling. Crashing to the ground and struggling to rise, Old 3, the slender second member exclaimed, his face paling with fear, hastily retrieving a fireball talisman from his storage pouch. With a sharp crack, he crushed it, unleashing a powerful fireball that shot towards Dachui, scorching the air in its wake, demonstrating immense destructive potential. Dachui, refusing to let his guard down, quickly produced another water shield talisman, shattering it in haste. And once again, a protective layer of water surrounded him, emanating a gentle blue light, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. He pondered whether his earlier earth wall could withstand the might of the fireball talisman. Resolving to remain cautious, with a thunderous explosion, the fireball collided with the earth wall, sending sparks flying in every direction. Fortunately, the wall held firm, resisting the onslaught without crumbling. However, before Dachui could exhale in relief, he felt a tremendous force rear up behind him, propelling him forward like a feather caught in a tempest, crashing against his own earth wall with a resounding thud, then rebounding heavily to the ground. The water shield around him shattered instantly, dispersing into a myriad of shimmering blue lights. Damn it, I forgot about the flying sword. Dachui finally grasped the situation, realizing that Xing Guang had commanded the flying sword to breach the earth wall. And although its force had diminished somewhat, it still managed to send him reeling, leaving him coughing blood, his chest heaving with discomfort, struggling to rise from the ground. Dachui wiped the blood from his lips and hastily retrieved his own flying sword from his storage pouch, contemplating that while he might not yet be adept at sword combat, it would at least serve as a means of defense against the next assault. Second brother, how are Old 2 and Old 3 faring? Xing Guang inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Eldest brother, Old 3 is in dire straits, the second brother replied, glancing at the almost unconscious figure of the rotund third member, his eyes blazing with urgency, eager to charge forth and tear Dachui to pieces. Hearing this, Xing Guang's expression darkened, and with a decisive gesture, he declared fiercely, "Kid, today you shall undoubtedly meet your doom." In the next instant, his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Dachui with lightning speed, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air. Seeing this, Dachui swiftly raised his flying sword in defense. With a clang, a piercing sound erupted as metal clashed against metal, the noise reverberating painfully in his ears. That Dachui was instantly knocked backward, crashing to the ground, his grip on the sword trembling, his entire arm numbed from the impact, struggling to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Xing Guang's flying sword, seemingly affected by a tremendous recoil, wobbled as it returned towards him. Dachui observed this with a mix of confusion and curiosity, pondering, what does this mean? Why does the sword's return seem so peculiar? At this moment, Xing Guang was lamenting his plight. The recent strike had left his very soul feeling as though it might shatter. His head throbbed incessantly, and visions began to dance before his eyes, nearly convincing him he was on the verge of meeting his great-grandmother. The discomfort was truly unbearable. At that instant, Dachui remained oblivious to whether Xing Guang was injured. All he knew was that the situation was dire, and he had to devise a means of escape without delay. Hastily, he produced a water pouch and took a couple of desperate gulps, attempting to swiftly replenish some of his spiritual energy. Just then, he noticed a slight gap in the formation of the 3 adversaries, and a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his storage bag and retrieved a swift movement talisman. Slapping it onto his leg with a decisive crack, that he thought to himself, the power of that flying sword was formidable. If it struck him again, he truly feared for his life. Thus, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. By the time Xing Guang regained his senses, Dachui had already sprinted a considerable distance away, leaving behind only a blurred silhouette that darted through the air. Second brother, forget about the fat third brother for now. Pursue that brat, Xing Guang shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and ire. Elder brother, I have no swift movement talismans left. What shall we do? Second brother replied, his expression one of helplessness. Use the second-tier talismans we seized last time, Xing Guang commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, second brother was momentarily stunned, silently lamenting, but those are second-tier flight talismans, costing 50 spirit stones each. That's far too extravagant. Elder brother, that's 50 spirit stones per talisman. Using one means we're down 100 spirit stones, second brother lamented, his heart aching at the thought. Enough with the complaints. We've already suffered significant losses, if we want to recoup our expenses. We must eliminate that brat, that do you understand? Xing Guang snapped impatiently. After a moment's contemplation, second brother conceded that his elder brother had a point. Without further hesitation, he reached into his storage bag and produced a talisman imbued with potent spiritual energy. With a sharp crack, he crushed it, and a surge of ethereal power enveloped his form. Focused and resolute, he directed this energy, transforming himself into a streak of light that sped toward Dachui's fleeing figure. Meanwhile, Xing Guang's head continued to thrum, but he could afford no further distractions. After a brief recovery, he too extracted a flight talisman from his storage bag, grimacing at the expense. Damn it, if that brat escapes today, I'll incur a significant loss. As he muttered this, he activated the talisman and took off in pursuit of Dachui. In mere moments, they caught sight of Dachui's retreating figure, who was recklessly sprinting toward the marketplace. His speed was commendable, yet to them, it appeared to be a futile struggle for survival. As Dachui ran desperately, he calculated, at this rate, I'll need at least another cup of tea's worth of time to reach the marketplace. I must avoid any mishaps. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard the sharp whooshing sound of air being sliced through from behind, a piercing and jarring noise that resonated starkly in the stillness of the wilderness. Instinctively, Dachui turned his head to look back, and in that instant, a wave of despair washed over him. What does this mean? Even Qi Refining stage cultivators can fly. What chance do I have? In the next heartbeat, Xing Guang and the lean second brother flanked Dachui, trapping him once more. Xing Guang stood firmly in the direction of the marketplace, blocking Dachui's escape, while the lean second brother positioned himself behind, severing any hope of retreat. Heh, run if you can, brat. Let us see where you think you can escape to. Today, I will ensure your demise, Xing Guang declared, his face twisted in a vicious snarl, eyes gleaming with avarice and ferocity. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows nearby was a figure, stealthily observing the unfolding drama. This individual murmured to himself, so they truly intend to kill and plunder. Yet where is the fat third brother? Could he be lurking in the shadows, waiting to ambush? This figure was none other than Li Weishan, who was grappling internally with a tumult of conflict. Pondering whether or not to rescue Dachui. It was indeed a troubling dilemma. He understood well that even if he intervened now, his presence might not significantly alter the outcome. After all, his dantian was damaged, drastically reducing his strength. Furthermore, he knew Dachui resided in Hongyan town. If the lad perished today, he could always retrieve the medicinal pills later, with only one apothecary in Hongyan town as a Qi refining stage cultivator. How could he possibly fail to find a remedy? Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that Dachui was a decent fellow, having not only treated him but also gifted him his first pill free of charge. It would be a shame to stand idly by and watch him fall victim to their malice. However, the absence of the fat third brother remained a concern. Without knowing his whereabouts, a hasty intervention could lead to unforeseen complications. As he wrestled with this inner turmoil, Xing Guang's voice, brimming with rage, cut through the air. Brat, you dared to injure my third brother. Today, you will pay for it with your life. Xing Guang spat venomously, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Indeed, elder brother, spare no breath on him. Let us end this swiftly. Third brother awaits our spoils so we can return and tend to his wounds, the lean second brother echoed, his face equally sinister. In the next moment, the three engaged in a fierce clash once more, with spells flashing and artifacts whizzing through the air, plunging the scene into chaos. Dachui found himself in a precarious position, struggling to fend off the relentless magical assaults from the lean second brother while simultaneously evading the attacks of the flying sword controlled by Xing Guang. The sword, under Xing Guang's command, darted like a venomous serpent, striking at him several times with near-fatal precision. At this juncture, Dachui felt as though his entire arm was vibrating with pain, almost as if it were no longer his own. Yet, he dared not relent, gritting his teeth and enduring. Fortunately, he had ample water shield talismans and diamond talismans. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the lean second brother's ambush long ago. Xing Guang, too, was not without discomfort. Internally perplexed, is this brat some sort of anomaly? It feels as though every attack I unleash sends shockwaves to my very spirit. It's truly bizarre. Li Weishan, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by their conversation. Astonished, this lad is beset by three adversaries and still manages to injure the fat third brother? It seems Dachui is no ordinary individual. That he began to calculate. If he were to intervene now, while he couldn't guarantee the defeat of Xing Guang and the lean second brother, he was confident they wouldn't dare to engage him in a life or death struggle. After all, His cultivation at the 6th level of foundation establishment still held a degree of intimidation, even with his dantian compromised. However, he then considered that Xing Guang was the proprietor of the local apothecary, possessing some influence in the marketplace. If he offended him today, his future dealings here could become exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he quickly recalled that Han Changkong was acquainted with disciples of the Baiyun sect. With that connection in mind, he felt emboldened. Resolving his inner conflict, Li Yueshan burst forth from the thicket, raising his hand to unleash a blade of golden spiritual energy, which surged toward Xing Guang with ferocious momentum. While he bellowed, "Brat, I am here." Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Xing Guang found himself scrambling to respond. Yet, being a seasoned cultivator, he managed to control the flying sword amid the chaos, barely deflecting the strike. The lean second brother, witnessing Li Yueshan's sudden appearance, was momentarily stunned, perplexed. What is this old man thinking? Is he courting death? How dare he provoke my elder brother? At that moment, staggering to withstand Li Yueshan's onslaught, Xing Guang's face darkened as he spoke. "Old Li, do you wish to make an enemy of me? Xing, for the sake of our past, let us put this matter to rest. Shall we?" Li Yueshan attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, hoping to persuade Xing Guang to retreat. "Humph, do you believe you are still that 6th level Qi refining cultivator? You are nothing more than a pitiful wretch with a damaged dantian. Do you truly think you can contend with me?" Xing Guang let out a disdainful cold laugh, hardly acknowledging Li Yueshan's presence. Seizing this moment, Dachui hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of spiritual liquid, feeling a slight restoration of spiritual energy within him, before exclaiming loudly, "Old man, stop wasting words with them. Today, Han must eliminate them." His heart seethed with indignation. Having previously lacked assistance, he had been forced into a passive defense, left in a wretched state by these few adversaries. Although this chapter is not yet finished, please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Fortunately, during the earlier beating, he had managed to glean some understanding of Xing Guang's tactics. He thought to himself, as long as Li Yueshan could hold back that skinny second elder, today would surely see Xing Guang's downfall. After all, Li Yueshan was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Though he was hesitant to exert his full strength due to damage to his dantian, he should still be capable of stalling one person. "Kid, I'll hold off Xing Guang. You take care of that skinny monkey," Li Yueshan shouted, having also been incited by Xing Guang's words. Upon hearing this, Dachui was momentarily stunned, his heart leaping with joy. Wow, this old man is quite brave. However, he quickly changed his mind and responded loudly. "Old man, you handle that skinny fellow. I'll deal with that beast Xing Guang." With that, without waiting for Li Yueshan's reply, he charged towards Xing Guang like a furious bull, his legs enhanced by a swift movement talisman, racing forward with astonishing speed until he was right before Xing Guang. Xing Guang, seeing this, was momentarily taken aback, inwardly perplexed. Is that how a swift movement talisman can be used? This kid is utterly lacking in martial ethics. Dachui's thoughts were straightforward. He had noticed that Xing Guang needed to use hand seals to control his flying sword. Therefore, he decided to stick close and prevent him from performing the seals, making it impossible for Xing Guang to launch his sword attacks. This tactic indeed rendered Xing Guang helpless. Without the ability to use his flying sword, even attempting to cast spells required hand seals. Yet Dachui clung to him like a sticky candy, not granting him a moment's opportunity to do so. Moreover, Xing Guang himself had no swift movement talisman left, and he could not outrun this youth. What could he do? Reluctantly, Xing Guang had to brace himself, seizing the flying sword in his hand, and engaged Dachui in a fierce clash. The sound of clashing magical artifacts rang out incessantly, sparks flying as the two fought with great intensity. Meanwhile, Li Yueshan was not idle. He unleashed a spell towards the skinny second elder behind him, which transformed into a wave of spiritual energy rushing towards him. Although this second elder was not as powerful as Xing Guang, he was still a formidable opponent at the 5th level of Qi Refinement. He hastily cast a spell to defend himself, and the two exchanged attacks, resulting in a fierce standoff. At this moment, Dachui had completely abandoned the notion of wielding the flying sword as a weapon, treating it like a hefty wooden club, wildly swinging it at Xing Guang, as if he intended to vent all his frustrations from recent days upon him. Xing Guang, drenched in sweat from the relentless blows, inwardly lamented, cursing, "Is this kid a beast? How can a cultivator possess such a formidable physique? I can barely withstand this barrage." Dachui soon realized that Xing Guang was increasingly struggling to endure his attacks, while he himself felt invigorated, as if a powerful force was surging within him. Gradually, a faint red halo began to appear on the surface of Dachui's body, radiating a gentle glow. Yet in his fervor, he remained oblivious to this transformation. However, Xinguang observed it clearly and was utterly flabbergasted, inwardly lamenting, "I am truly a fool, engaging in close combat with a body cultivator. What a death wish!" In the next instant, seizing the opportunity while Xinguang was momentarily dazed, Dachui delivered a powerful kick to Xinguang's abdomen, the force behind it akin to 1,000 pounds. Xinguang had no time to evade, and he was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Like a kite with its string cut, Xinguang felt as if his Qi had been violently struck by an immense force, a sharp pain coursing through him, and he understood that he was rendered incapacitated, his Qi likely ruptured by this youth's kick. Yet Dachui, consumed by his fury, paid no heed to such concerns. He raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell, forming a fireball the size of a basin, blazing with intense heat, which hurtled towards the still airborne Xinguang. Dual cultivation of body and technique. Damn. Xinguang finally realized, his eyes widening in terror as he uttered his final words. With a deafening explosion, and utterly unprepared, Xinguang was struck by the fireball. Engulfed in flames as he let out a chilling scream. Dachui, undeterred, thought of seizing the moment to finish him off, and launched another fireball spell. With another resounding boom, Xinguang was completely consumed by the flames, the inferno rapidly devouring him entirely. Dachui, still under the effects of the swift movement talisman, seized the opportunity to rush forward, grabbing Xinguang's fallen flying sword and storage pouch, before swiftly retreating to distance himself from the flames. Warily surveying his surroundings, looking back at Xinguang, he found that he had been reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. After dispatching Xinguang, Dachui felt as if his strength had been completely drained. Feeling somewhat weak, and hastily pulled out the spiritual liquid from the storage pouch, tilting his head back to drink deeply. As the liquid entered his belly, he gradually felt his strength returning, his body regaining vigor. He turned to observe Li Yuanshan, who was still engaged in battle with the skinny elder, and inwardly marveled. This old man is quite impressive. Despite his severely damaged Qi, he can still hold his own against that skinny fellow. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Dachui, and he conceived an idea. What if I try the sword control technique? I've never had the chance to attempt it, and now there's a living target right here, perfect for practice. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, just wait, you three attacked me earlier. Now it's your turn to experience the terror of being dominated by a flying sword. With a smirk of triumph, Dachui began to cultivate the sword control technique, focusing his consciousness as he attempted to lock onto the flying sword in his hand. The sword, under the influence of his consciousness, began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, it wobbled into the air, albeit unsteadily, but it was indeed airborne. Wow, not bad, Dachui exclaimed excitedly. But this moment of distraction caused the sword to lose control and crash to the ground with a clatter. Realizing that this skill required utmost concentration, he hurriedly calmed his mind, channeling all his energy to sense the flying sword, focusing his attention entirely on it. After a few breaths, the flying sword slowly rose again. This time, Dachui dared not let his focus waver, locking his gaze on the sword and directing it towards the direction of the skinny elder. However, the sword moved at an exasperatingly slow pace, akin to a tortoise crawling. Even so, upon witnessing this, the skinny elder was paralyzed with shock, muttering to himself, this old Li can't even fight back, and he is sending a flying sword to sneak attack. Yet he quickly realized something was amiss. The sword was moving so slowly. Could it even kill? It seemed to be slower than his own walking pace. At this rate, it would be a miracle if it hit anyone. Li Yuanshan was equally taken aback, silently criticizing, this kid is truly embarrassed. However, his actions did not falter. He continued to exchange spells with the skinny elder, engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Dachui was diligently studying the control of the flying sword. Discovering that the sword could only move within the range of his consciousness, the farther it was, the harder it became to control, as if an invisible force was tugging it away from its intended path. It seems I need to familiarize myself with this more. Clearly, Xinguang must have spent considerable time honing this skill. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't be so obedient to his command. Moreover, this flying sword consumes an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Does it not? Deep in his thoughts, Dachui mused that within such a brief period, he had already felt a depletion of 10% of his internal spiritual power. The rate of consumption was indeed alarming. Unbeknownst to him, adept practitioners manipulate flying swords by locking onto their targets with their divine consciousness, launching the sword with precision, and retracting it instantaneously upon impact or near it, thus expending minimal spiritual energy. In contrast, his current control over the flying sword resembled that of flying on a sword, with the sword lingering in the air, inevitably draining his spiritual energy. Furthermore, his sword possessed the fire attribute, which exacerbated its consumption. However, Dachui was no fool and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He then summoned the flying sword back, and in the next moment, his divine consciousness swiftly locked onto the frail second brother. Following that, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and the flying sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed markedly increased compared to before. The frail second brother, upon hearing the sound, was momentarily stunned, his heart gripped by fear. How could this lad have learned so quickly? Lacking the abundance of talismans and spiritual liquids that Dachui possessed, he could only evade the sudden flying sword attack by sidestepping. Li Yushan, however, was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Dachui's flying sword approach, he hastily cast a spell that sealed off the second brother's escape route, rendering him unable to evade. With a swift, gruesome sound, the frail second brother's head was severed instantly, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground, creating a rather gruesome scene. Dachui's flying sword then leisurely returned. "Ha ha, old man, this flying sword is truly remarkable," Dachui exclaimed, his laughter brimming with excitement. Seeing that the battle had finally concluded, Li Yushan plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The recent bout had aggravated his internal injuries, leaving him feeling disoriented, his spiritual energy in disarray, and his breath laborious, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his complexion pale. "Young lad, there is still a plump third brother. You should be able to deal with him," Li Yushan panted, aware of the necessity to eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Dachui nodded in agreement. Understanding the importance of this principle, he then promptly produced a swift movement talisman, slapping it onto his leg with a resounding sound, and dashed towards the wounded third brother, determined to locate him and resolve the issue before he could recover or flee. Once Dachui had departed, Li Yushan leisurely withdrew a spirit stone, beginning to absorb its spiritual energy to recuperate from his prior exertions. He was cautious not to absorb too quickly since his dantian was already compromised. A momentary lapse could lead to further injury, necessitating a visit to that rascal Han Chang calling for another medicinal pill. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he found it somewhat unsettling, pondering, having just saved that lad's life. Wouldn't it be customary for him to offer me a discount on the medicinal pills as a token of gratitude? The more he contemplated this idea, the more he felt it was reasonable. Deciding to wait for the young rascal's return to see if he understood the importance of gratitude. Before long, half an hour passed, and Dachui strolled back, leisurely carrying a storage bag. Appearing quite relaxed and content. At this point, Li Yushan had sufficiently restored his internal spiritual energy. "I say, young lad, I just saved your life. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Li Yushan jested, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Dachui, without hesitation, tossed the storage bag towards Li Yushan, laughing as he said, "Old man, this truly exemplifies the saying killing people for treasures. Take a look at what's inside this storage bag." Li Yushan hurriedly caught the storage bag and cautiously probed its contents with his divine consciousness. Upon doing so, he gasped in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer shock as he exclaimed, 3,000 spirit stones. Did Xingguang bring all his possessions with him? Moreover, this storage bag not only contained an abundance of spirit stones but also the 30 spirit void herbs Dachui had previously sold to Xingguang. In addition to an array of first-tier medicinal pills, the quantity quite substantial and varied. How about that? This time, rescuing me was worth it, right? Dachui inquired with a grin, his expression brimming with pride. To be honest, upon seeing these treasures, Li Yushan felt a twinge of temptation. After all, the total value of these items was no small sum. However, he quickly suppressed his greed and, upon reflection, tossed the storage bag back to Dachui, stating earnestly, "You should keep these. I shall take nothing. However, might I trouble you for a few of those healing pills?" Li Yushan calculated in his mind that the items within the storage bag were worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. And within that sum, there likely lay the portions belonging to other loose cultivators. After all, Xingguang typically collected spirit stones up front when refining pills for others, meaning the pills inside were likely left by those cultivators for him to refine. If those cultivators learned that Xingguang had perished, the marketplace would surely erupt in chaos. Dachui, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, secretly admiring the old man's sense of integrity. He then responded, "Old man, I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones from this batch, and as for the healing pills, I'll send them to you in 3 days. How does that sound?" With that, Dachui retrieved his storage bag, emptied its contents, and counted out 1,000 spirit stones from the 3,000 before tossing them towards Liu Shan. Liu Shan promptly caught them, his face alight with joy, his smile nearly uncontainable as he exclaimed repeatedly, "Young lad, you said it. I want to be polite." Following this incident, Liu Shan felt increasingly confident that Han Chongkong was a reliable individual, worthy of trust. This 1,000 spirit stones were sufficient to reveal a person's character. After all, had not Xingguang been willing to resort to murder over a mere 600 spirit stones? It had taken Liu Shan 2 decades of hard work to amass this 1,000 spirit stones. And it seemed evident that the pursuit of wealth often led to dire consequences, though this thought was fleeting in his mind. Rest assured, old man. I, Han, am a man of my word. By the way, I will first return to the marketplace with you before heading back to Hong Yin Town. Why not head straight back to Hong Yin Town? What is the point of going to the marketplace? What do you think? Of course, it's to purchase fireball talismans. Had I possessed dozens of fireball talismans earlier, I could have easily dealt with those ruffians without all this effort. Upon hearing this, Liu Shan suddenly recalled that he had previously advised Dachui to purchase fewer talismans. Feeling somewhat guilty, he hesitated before suggesting, "Young lad, how about I give you 50 fireball talismans?" He thought to himself. What a joke. I currently possess a fortune of 2,000 spirit stones. I ought to be generous. Dachui was momentarily stunned, looking at Liu Shan with disbelief. Old man, have you been possessed or something? How did you become so generous all of a sudden? Don't talk nonsense. Do you think anyone would want to possess an old man like me, whose dantian is already damaged? Liu Shan retorted irritably. Then why the sudden change of heart? Dachui persisted, still in disbelief. Well, earlier I advised you to buy fewer talismans, but it turns out those talismans were what saved you. So consider these 50 fireball talismans as my apology. Just accept them. Liu Shan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained. Then I shall gladly accept them. My thanks to you, Daoistly, in advance. With great urgency, Dachui exclaimed. After all, he had just received talismans from others. And it was only polite to show some gratitude. As the saying goes, a fool does not take advantage of a bargain. Such a wonderful opportunity was not one to be declined. The two chatted merrily as they made their way to the market. And before long, they found themselves back in the bustling bazaar. This time, Dachui intended to make a significant purchase. After all, his previous storage bag had been quite limited in capacity and could hold very little. Now, he was utilizing the storage bag he obtained from Xingguang, which was truly impressive in its ability to contain items. The interior space was a generous 2 zhang in width, appearing remarkably spacious. After accepting 50 fireball talismans gifted by Liu Shan, Dachui contemplated buying another 50. However, he soon discovered that the shop had only 50 fireball talismans remaining. Left with no choice, Dachui thought. If the fireball talismans were insufficient, he might as well consider purchasing something else. Suddenly, he recalled the talisman that enabled flight and quickly turned to the shop assistant, inquiring, by the way, "Do you have any talismans that allow one to fly?" "Indeed, esteemed guest," the assistant responded enthusiastically, promptly retrieving a talisman from the counter and presenting it to Dachui. This is a second-tier talisman known as the Skyward Talisman. Once you crush it, a surge of spiritual energy will manifest, which you can then control with your consciousness to achieve temporary flight. Dachui had witnessed the prowess of such a talisman firsthand, remembering how the speed of flight it provided was comparable to that of a flying sword. Albeit for a brief duration of only several breaths, nevertheless, it was certainly better to have than to lack. "How many spirit stones does this talisman cost?" he inquired. "Dear guest, as a valued patron of our establishment, this talisman is originally priced at 50 spirit stones. However, recognizing your sincere intent to purchase, I shall graciously offer you a discount of 5 spirit stones," the assistant replied with a smile. In truth, the Skyward Talisman, while possessing some utility, was somewhat of a double-edged sword. High-level Qi Refinement practitioners could already fly on swords and had little use for such a talisman, while lower-level practitioners often lacked the spirit stones to afford it. Thus, the Skyward Talisman was typically sought after only by those foolishly wealthy. After all, 50 spirit stones was no trifling sum. It was not easy for an ordinary wandering cultivator to come by. However, Dachui had a different perspective. He pondered that even though he could currently fly on a sword, it was always prudent to be prepared if the day came when sword flight was no longer viable. The Skyward Talisman would certainly prove useful. "Give me 10, he declared, intending to test its effectiveness since he had yet to use one. The assistant was taken aback, having initially expected the guest to request only 1 or 2. However, He quickly regained his composure and respectfully retrieved a stack of skyward talismans from the counter. Esteemed guest, we have a total of 11 talismans. Would you like to purchase them all? He suggested. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, Dachui replied without a moment's hesitation. Why didn't you mention that earlier? He reached out to accept the 11 talismans. Carefully placing them into his storage bag, he then counted out 495 spirit stones and handed them over. Muttering, perfect. After completing his shopping, Dachui bid farewell to Li Yueshan and exited the market, sprinting towards Hongyan town. Along the way, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to test one of the skyward talismans. To his delight, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of flight, marveling to himself, this is incredible. I can't wait for the day I can fly on a sword without fear. He recognized his current level at the 5th layer of Qi Refinement allowed for only a fleeting flight, consuming a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Under his present circumstances, he could manage to fly for only half a T time, but he speculated that upon reaching the 6th layer, he might be able to extend his flight duration. But even then, it would not be prudent to fly carelessly due to the considerable energy expenditure. To achieve sustained flight for over an hour, he would need to reach at least the 7th layer. Marking the late stage of Qi Refinement. In this light, it became clear that only those in the late stages could truly be considered cultivators, while those before were merely like ants scurrying on the ground. Despite his musings, Dachui's pace did not falter as he continued to dash forward. After 4 hours, he finally caught sight of the contours of Hongyan town, his heart lifting with joy as he raced towards the spot where he had left his clothes. Upon arrival, he quickly changed into a white robe and confidently strode into the town. Who would have thought that such a simple outing could have nearly cost me my life? The world of cultivation is indeed perilous. One misstep can lead to grave consequences, Dachui mused to himself as he walked. He understood that in the future, he must maintain a low profile in this realm, recognizing the wisdom in keeping one's wealth concealed. Yet, who could have anticipated that 600 spirit stones would lead to such life-threatening troubles? Where could one seek justice for that? Nevertheless, reflecting on the recent battle, Dachui acknowledged that he had grown considerably. He contemplated that in future encounters with similarly ranked cultivators, he would possess numerous strategies to overcome them. For instance, he could toss out a fireball talisman before a confrontation and simply ask if his opponent was afraid. Who could withstand such an onslaught? However, a thought crossed his mind. Could he also learn to craft talismans? Yet, as soon as this idea surfaced, he dismissed it. He reasoned that with the divine light bottle at his disposal to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, he should focus on alchemy instead. Once he had amassed wealth, he could purchase thousands of talismans and unleash 100 fireball talismans in a single battle. Just imagining such a scene thrilled him. Before long, Dachui arrived at the medical clinic, where he found Xiaoniao engrossed in studying medical texts. Xiaoniao, he called out. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoniao looked up with surprise, her face lighting up with joy. Uncle, you're back, she exclaimed, setting her book aside and joyfully rushing over. Here, I brought you a gift, some snacks, Dachui said with a smile, retrieving a cloth bag from his storage pouch and handing it to her. Xiaoniao accepted the bag, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Has anything happened recently? Xiaoniao tilted her head and thought before replying. Nothing major, but it seems that after you left, our town has been troubled by ghosts. Troubled by ghosts? Dachui was taken aback by this revelation, but his mind quickly began to race with possibilities, sensing there might be more to this situation. Xiaoniao, do you have any idea what exactly is going on? He asked eagerly. I know a little. That I heard that something happened at Granny Zhang's tailor shop. Granny Zhang's daughter returned, but that very night, she went mad, throwing things around in the house. The noise was quite alarming. The next day, a Taoist priest came, claiming her daughter was possessed by a ghost. He demanded 50 taels of silver from Granny Zhang to exorcise it. Xiaoniao recounted, her brow furrowed with concern. 50 taels? Dachui thought to himself, incredulous. Even if Granny Zhang sold all her valuable possessions, she could never gather 50 taels of silver. That Taoist priest was asking for far too much. Did Granny Zhang come to us for a loan? He inquired. Yes, she came while you were away, and seeing her anxious demeanor, I lent her all the money you gave me before you left, Xiaoniao replied. The young ox answered obediently. Dachui pondered to himself. Everyone in the town was well aware of Granny Zhang's reputation. She was generally kind-hearted, and perhaps could indeed scrape together the 50 taels of silver through various means. However, since this Taoist priest had been active around Hongyan town, he must be well aware of the Zhang family's circumstances. 10 taels of silver might be manageable for Granny Zhang to gather, but demanding 50 taels all at once was truly excessive. Moreover, Exorcising demons was inherently the priest's duty. How could he take advantage of the situation to extort money? Or perhaps this Taoist was fully cognizant of the situation in all of Hongyan town, which is why he acted so deliberately. Do you know when Granny Zhang's daughter will return? Dachui continued to inquire. She came back the very night after you left, and upon arriving home, she began to throw things around and scream. It was quite a frightening scene, the young ox recalled. After saying this, the young ox seemed to remember something and hurriedly added, Uncle, it seems that the Taoist is planning to capture the ghost tonight. Should we go take a look? Upon hearing this, Dachui felt increasingly that this matter was far from simple. What a coincidence it was that she had just returned, only to be possessed by a ghost? And even if there were indeed a possession, it was unlikely that it would merely involve throwing things around. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't it lead to violent harm? Young ox, stay at home and keep watch. Uncle will go check the situation, Dachui instructed, and after saying this, he hastily made his way toward Zhang's family home. By this time, several neighbors had begun to head towards Granny Zhang's house, all concerned about the incident. After all, they had been neighbors for many years, and when something happened, everyone wanted to see if they could lend a hand. Dr. Han, you're back. At this moment, Uncle Wang from the butcher's shop spotted Dachui in his white attire and called out loudly, Uncle Wang, are you also here to join the commotion? Dachui replied, Oh, there's no commotion to speak of. We've been neighbors for many years. I just want to see if I can be of any assistance. Uncle Wang said with a concerned expression. I just returned today as well and was about to head over to see if I could help, Dachui responded. After this exchange, the two of them made their way together toward Granny Zhang's house. As Dachui and Uncle Wang approached the courtyard of Granny Zhang's home, they noticed that an altar had already been set up in the yard, looking rather authentic. Leading the proceedings was a Taoist priest clad in a yellow robe, wearing a Taoist crown and holding a peachwood sword. His eyes closed as he muttered incantations. Though it was unclear what he was saying, behind him stood two assistants in gray robes, who appeared to be the so-called young acolytes. Observing this spectacle, Dachui felt that something was amiss. He discreetly scrutinized the yellow-robed priest and was taken aback, internally astonished. This fellow had only reached the first level of Qi Refinement? With such scant cultivation, he dared to exorcise demons. Looking at the two acolytes in gray robes, they were clearly mere mortals, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, lying on the ground before them was Zhang's daughter, bound tightly and motionless, looking rather pitiful. Dacui's curiosity deepened, and he quietly channeled his spiritual energy to his eyes, hoping to discern the truth of the matter. Upon doing so, he was shocked to see that Zhang's daughter resembled a mere shell of a person, devoid of life. What on earth was happening? Was Granny Zhang's daughter truly dead? Dachui was greatly alarmed, for he had sensed no sign of life from her, and within that body, there was not a trace of spirit. A body without a soul was essentially a corpse. Just then, the yellow-robed priest suddenly bellowed, Evil spirits and demons, reveal yourselves. His voice, raised in a shout, echoed eerily in the silent courtyard, startling many nearby. Yet, there was no response, as if the priest's words had fallen on deaf ears. However, the woman on the board suddenly began to thrash about frantically, emitting eerie sounds that sent chills down the spines of those present. Dachui had initially intended to confront the yellow-robed priest immediately, but on second thought, he realized there was no rush. After all, since Zhang's daughter was already dead, it would be wiser to observe what tricks this priest had up his sleeve. If he were to take the money and neglect Zhang's daughter, then Dachui would not hesitate to teach him a lesson about morality. Seeing that his shout had no effect, the priest's brow furrowed slightly, and he pretended to be focused as he paced around the board. He waved his peachwood sword in the air, chanting once more, but his voice trembled, revealing his uncertainty. Dachui watched with a quiet smirk. With such skills, he dared to parade around and deceive others. After a few circles, the priest abruptly halted, signaling to the two acolytes behind him. They hurriedly retrieved several yellow-printed talismans from their bundles and began to set them up in various corners of the yard, all the while scattering something that resembled glutinous rice onto the ground. Observing this performance, several timid neighbors began to tremble, murmuring prayers for divine protection. Meanwhile, Dachui discreetly extended his spiritual sense, meticulously investigating the surroundings. Convinced that this situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, there might be hidden intricacies at play. Just then, the priest produced a small vial from his robe, opened it, and poured some liquid onto the peachwood sword, which emitted a pungent odor. He then lunged at the woman on the board, shouting, "By the swift decree of the law, banish the evil spirits." However, as soon as the sword touched the woman's body, she struggled even more violently. breaking free from some of the ropes and reaching out toward the priest's face with a hand, her long nails appearing razor-sharp, causing the priest to turn pale with fright as he jumped back, nearly stumbling to the ground. Alas, this ghost is too powerful. It seems my skills are insufficient. I must exert myself further, the priest exclaimed, while simultaneously calling to his acolytes, quickly, bring forth the talismans I prepared. The acolytes, hearing this, fumbled through their bags for a while before finally producing a rather intricate yellow talisman, trembling as they handed it to the priest. Taking the talisman, the priest inhaled deeply, as if preparing to exert all his strength. He raised the peachwood sword, affixed the talisman to its blade, and charged once more at the woman, his demeanor intimidating enough to frighten many of the onlookers. With a sharp crack, the peachwood sword struck the talisman against the woman's forehead. And in an instant, she collapsed to the ground as if all her strength had been sapped. Dachui was momentarily taken aback, internally questioning, could this rascal truly possess some skill? Had he misjudged the situation? However, the yellow-robed priest did not cease his actions. He swiftly retrieved a black triangular flag from his robe. The flag was entirely black, about a foot long, and emitted a faint mysterious aura when held. Gripping the flag with both hands, the priest began to shake it vigorously. During this motion, Dachui keenly sensed a subtle wave of spiritual energy surrounding the flag. The next moment, something miraculous occurred. A soul suddenly soared from within the flag. Dachui focused intently and was dumbfounded. Was this not the very soul of the woman who had just lain on the ground? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the soul swiftly entered the woman's body. After completing this act, the yellow-robed priest nonchalantly removed the talisman from the woman's forehead, turning to Zhang's daughter with a hint of smugness, declaring, "This woman is no longer in grave danger. With a few days of rest, she shall recover. The malevolent spirit has been captured within this soul banner." Surrounded by mere mortals, unable to discern the subtlety of the Taoist's recent maneuvers, they all nodded in unwavering belief, showering praises upon the Taoist for his remarkable skills. However, Dachui was filled with doubt. He immediately approached and knelt down to carefully examine the woman's condition. Upon seeing Han Dachui, Zhang Yang was instantly agitated and hurriedly implored, "Han Dachui, please take a look at my daughter." "How's she?" Dachui, not daring to delay, quickly placed his fingers on the woman's pulse, meticulously feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. After his examination, he discovered that aside from some weakness, the woman was otherwise unharmed. With no significant issues, this left Dachui bewildered. He pondered to himself, what on earth is going on? I clearly witnessed her spirit being taken away. How is it that it has returned? This was a classic case of deception. "Zhang Yang, do not worry. She is fine. After a few days of rest, she will recover fully. That I will return to the clinic shortly to prescribe her some medicine," Dachui reassured Zhang Yang, despite his own confusion. Hearing his words, a heavy burden lifted from Zhang Yang's heart, and a smile of relief graced her face as she replied, "With Han Dachui's assurance, I feel much more at ease. Rest assured, with me around, no trouble will arise," Dachui replied, standing up and striding directly towards the yellow-robed Taoist. He then inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, I am the physician of this town. May I speak with you privately?" The yellow-robed Taoist was momentarily taken aback. Pondering internally, what could a ghost-catching Taoist possibly discuss with a mere physician? Nevertheless, he maintained a polite demeanor and responded, "You are a physician, and I am a Taoist. We both serve the public, so a conversation would not be amiss." With that, he led the way outside. This moment, the earth was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, transforming the world into a silver wonderland, with snowflakes gently cascading down, adding an air of tranquility and serenity to the cold winter day. Dachui followed the yellow-robed Taoist outside, and upon noticing that no one was around, he suddenly sprang forth, his movement swift as lightning, and unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by a gust of wind, directly towards the Taoist. The yellow-robed Taoist had no time to react and was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily into the snow and sending flakes flying. In terror, he gazed at Dachui, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Senior." At that moment, the yellow-robed Taoist lay on the ground, feeling as if his body had been shattered, unable to move, and could only watch in fear as Dachui approached him step by step. "Senior, spare my life. I only sought to deceive for some coin, without intending any harm to others," the yellow-robed Taoist pleaded. Upon hearing this, Dachui thought it prudent. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting rashly earlier. Had he killed this rogue, Zhang Yang's daughter would have been lost forever. Wouldn't that mean he had indirectly caused her demise? However, Dachui was not one to show mercy easily. He seized the yellow-robed Taoist as if lifting a chick, then employed his skills to rush towards the outskirts of the town. After a brief interlude, They arrived at the secluded forest where Dachui practiced. Relate every detail of your actions to me. Dachui commanded coldly, his gaze radiating authority. Senior, my name is Xin, a minor cultivator. By chance, I acquired a technique that allows for the manipulation of a person's spirit, but it has a prerequisite. It must be done without resistance. Otherwise, with my meager powers, I could never forcefully take another's spirit. Xin stammered. Dachui, puzzled, considered the impossibility of a mere Qi Refinement cultivator possessing the ability to forcibly seize another's spirit. And what of the woman? Dachui pressed on. Senior, you must believe me. The woman's husband lost all his money gambling in Dashur City and sought my assistance to swindle some funds, promising me 10 taels of silver as payment afterward. Moreover, her husband is a martial artist, and as a mere Qi Refinement cultivator, I could not match him, Xin explained, his face contorted with helplessness as he recounted the events. Dachui, taken aback, was struck by a sense of surprise. Inwardly reflecting, is there truly a twist to this tale? This affair is becoming increasingly convoluted. That woman hardly seems virtuous, resorting to deceit even in her own town, and targeting Zhang Yang's family. Her audacity is astonishing. Yet, after a moment's thought, Dachui realized that this matter was not particularly his concern. He needn't involve himself in such trivialities that might invite trouble. But as he pondered further, he recalled that Zhang Yang was a lonely and destitute elder. Her husband long deceased, surviving on the meager earnings from her tailoring shop. Moreover, she had always treated him well, often bringing him delicious food during festivals, treating him as if he were her own son. With this in mind, Dachui found himself torn, contemplating what actions to take. After much deliberation, he resolved that it was best to first consult Zhang Yang. Having made up his mind, Dachui addressed Xin, saying, "You will accompany me back to the town. Upon arrival, you shall state that your ghost catching was solely to rid the people of harm, with no desire for monetary gain. The previous mention of silver was merely to gauge everyone's sincerity. Since that sincerity is now evident, there is no need to accept the silver. Do you understand?" Xin was momentarily stunned, unwilling to comply, and hastily protested, "Senior, that won't do. If I fail to reclaim that silver, the gambler will not let me off easily. He is a vicious man, and I cannot afford to cross him. Follow my lead, then find some excuse to stay in town for a few days. If the gambler grows impatient, he will surely seek you out. At that point, bring him to me. With my presence, he will not dare to cause trouble," Dachui asserted confidently, thinking, given my current skills, how could I fear a mere martial artist? Upon hearing Dachui's words, Xin's eyes lit up with realization, secretly thinking, indeed, I cannot match that gambler, but with this formidable senior backing me, I have nothing to fear. Senior, I entrust that fellow's life to you. Please look after me, Xin said with a face full of flattery. Yes, let me see that technique you practice. Dachui suddenly recalled this matter, sensing that the technique might be rather sinister and required thorough examination. Xin, not daring to delay, respectfully produced a scroll from his robes and presented it to Dachui with both hands. Dachui, lacking the leisure to inspect it on the spot, accepted it and stowed it away in his storage pouch. Grabbing Xin, he swiftly made his way back toward the town. The two rushed forth until they neared Zhang Yang's residence, where they finally paused. Dachui and Xin adjusted their somewhat disheveled attire. And Dachui did not forget to remind Xin once more, remember the words I taught you. Do not mess this up. In truth, Dachui's concern was somewhat excessive. Xin, having already begun his charade of deception, surely possessed the eloquence needed to navigate this situation without error. Xin nodded in agreement and boldly strode toward Zhang Yang's courtyard, exuding the air of a sage, his previous vulnerability vanishing as if he were an entirely different person. Seeing this, Dachui hurriedly followed suit. Haha, Hanshani is absolutely correct. I shall not charge for my ghost-catching services, as we are here to rid the people of harm, not merely to seek profit. That would contradict my very principles. As Xin stepped into the courtyard, he burst into laughter and remarked, if one does not scrutinize closely, the traces of that performance indeed seem quite convincing. Upon hearing this, Dachui was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting, this lad is quite adept at his charade. Had I not just beaten him, and was aware of his true nature, I might have genuinely fallen for his ruse. Such talent in acting should not go to waste in a theater. However, since the young man had spoken thus, Dachui felt compelled to play along. He quickly chimed in, indeed, and I trust the Taoist is already well aware of the situation in town. The Zhang family truly lacks sufficient silver, as everyone can attest. As Dachui's words echoed in the courtyard, a palpable joy spread across the faces of all present. After all, this was a solution to a significant dilemma for the Zhang family. Initially concerned about gathering the 50 taels of silver, they were now relieved to realize that the matter could be resolved without expenditure, filling their hearts with elation. At that moment, the recently recovered woman appeared utterly bewildered, her mind racing with thoughts. What should I do now? I've pretended to be mad and endured a great deal, yet I have not managed to swindle a single coin. Was this all in vain? With this realization, she hastily steeled herself, feigning immense difficulty, struggling to sit up while coughing weakly, and said, "Mother, cough, I believe we ought to offer the Taoist some silver. After all, he has exerted himself to help us exorcise the spirits. And he deserves compensation for his labor. Even in the pursuit of ghost hunting, one must eat, and we cannot let him toil in vain, can we?" Her words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity, and had Dachui not been privy to the underlying truth, he might have been swayed by her demeanor and rhetoric. "Zhang Mama, the Taoist has just stated that he will not accept a single coin for exorcising the spirits. Moreover, he has expressed his desire to stay in our town for a few days. We shall prepare a room for him to reside in during his stay," Dachui interjected, keenly observing the woman's changing expressions, internally mocking, "Let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." At this juncture, Li Bo, the carpenter, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Since the Taoist wishes to remain in our town for several days, we, the elders, should promptly find him an empty house to tidy up. There are several vacant residences in town. With some effort, we can ensure the Taoist has a comfortable stay. Indeed, let us get to work." Someone chimed in. Li Bo waved his hand, leading a dozen individuals out of the courtyard. This was no jest. The Taoist had explicitly stated he would not accept payment, and anyone who still mentioned money would be deemed a fool. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, puzzled by the intentions of Zhang Mama's daughter. Could it be that the spirit had not yet been expelled from her? As they deemed the situation sufficiently handled, they began to disperse. It wasn't that the neighbors were stingy and unwilling to lend money to Zhang Mama. Rather, it was the understanding that lending money to someone of her age, who only earned a meager income from her tailoring shop, would likely result in a debt that could never be repaid. Now that no money was required, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one's wealth came from the wind. Assisting with labor was one thing, but money was far more precious than life itself. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Mama, being a perceptive person, hastily prepared to kneel and bow her head in gratitude to the Taoist. This left Xin momentarily stunned, prompting him to quickly help her up while politely saying, "Zhang Mama, please refrain from such gestures. Saving lives is a noble endeavor, and it is my duty to assist." "Thank you, Taoist, thank you," Zhang Mama replied, standing and wiping away her tears of gratitude. The woman lingering in the background wore a gloomy expression. Her countenance darkened. "Zhang Mama, did your daughter not marry into Dashur City?" Dachui inquired, recalling that this woman was Zhao Zuelan, whom he had attended the wedding of Dr. Han. Every family has its troubles. "Let us not dwell on such matters," Zhang Mama sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, clearly reluctant to discuss her family's burdens. Dachui understood well that family matters should not be aired publicly and opted not to press further. "Zhang Mama, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall take my leave now," Dachui stated. "Thank you, Dr. Han, for your thoughtfulness," Zhang Mama expressed gratefully. Although she was of advanced age, she was astute enough to realize that Dr. Han and the Taoist had discussed matters, and upon returning, the Taoist had declined payment. This gratitude would remain in her heart, and she resolved to reward him with several garments for the young bull in the spring. Beside her, Xin slowly added, "Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. If the young lady encounters any further issues, she may come to me." After speaking, he departed without waiting for a response. For Zhao Zuelan's gaze was as intimidating as that of a predator. Dachui did not linger either and promptly returned to the clinic. "Uncle, you have returned." Xianyo greeted him. "Yes, Xianyo, Zhang Mama's matter has been resolved. Please close the clinic and retire for the night," Dachui instructed while making his way to his room. Upon entering his chamber, Dachui began to peruse the cultivation method Xin had provided. "Refining the spirit technique?" he murmured, reading the title and flipping through the pages. An hour later, he set the technique aside, his eyelids twitching incessantly. This method was rather alarming. It relied on absorbing the souls of others to strengthen one's own spirit. Was this not akin to demonic cultivation? Yet Dachui pondered, if one were to eliminate an enemy in combat and subsequently capture their soul, that might not truly be considered evil, as it would stem from a legitimate confrontation. The technique was divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. This arrangement was somewhat acceptable, for a dulled spirit, once captured, was not excessively repulsive. Dachui contemplated. What truly startled him was the 3rd section. which indicated that the souls within the soul banner could also cultivate, and upon reaching a certain level, could assist the master in battle. This was incredibly powerful. In the realm of cultivation, such peculiarities existed. If I were to possess dozens of souls capable of aiding me in combat, who among my adversaries would dare to provoke me? I would be invincible. Dachui felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Recognizing the perilous nature of this technique, he understood that such practices should not be undertaken lightly. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the market to seek materials for crafting a soul banner. Having seen Xian's soul banner, which appeared to be an ordinary item that could not forcibly capture souls, it was evident that the lack of proper materials for cultivation necessitated the use of a mundane substitute. Dachui intended to experiment with the second section's method for cultivating the spirit. So he sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and began practicing the refining the spirit technique, albeit with some clumsiness. The essence of this technique lay in the refinement process, utilizing both the internal and external spiritual energies to impact the spirit, allowing it to gradually recover through repetition, thereby strengthening it. Suddenly, Dachui opened his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling, and his complexion turning pale. What a blunder! My impact was far too forceful. Dachui internally lamented, plagued by a severe dizziness, as though countless bees were buzzing in his head, threatening to cast him into unconsciousness. The discomfort was unbearable. He struggled to endure, retrieving the spirit light bottle from his person, taking a large gulp of the liquid inside, and then succumbed to slumber. 3 hours later, Dachui gradually awoke, groggily opening his eyes to find himself in bed. Recalling the previous events, he felt a pang of fear and quickly checked his spirit, relieved to discover it unharmed. It seemed the spirit light bottle was capable of healing spiritual injuries. The earlier mishap had stemmed from a lack of control over the impact's force. With newfound experience, he believed he should avoid major issues this time. Dachui sighed with relief. Having composed himself, he cautiously controlled his spiritual energy and resumed the process of impacting his spirit according to the refining the spirit technique. Embarking on a new round of cultivation, half an hour later, his complexion had grown increasingly pale, dark circles forming around his eyes, leaving him utterly exhausted, as though he had endured a grave illness. It appears this is the limit of what my spirit can withstand, Dachui muttered weakly. After finishing a sip of spiritual liquid, he promptly entered a meditative state to recover, reflecting on how arduous it was to cultivate the spirit. Progress must be gradual. On the following morning, Dachui slowly opened his eyes, noticing that his gaze possessed a newfound brilliance compared to before. Tentatively extending his consciousness outward, he was astonished to find that his spirit, which had previously only been able to extend to a radius of 15 zhang, could now reach an additional half zhang. This technique is remarkable. Just one night of practice has yielded such progress. If I can achieve dozens of zhang in the future, won't my enemies fall before my flying sword before they even draw near? Upon contemplating this, Dachui's mind began to stir, and the further he distanced himself, the greater the range of his fireball technique became. Indeed, a lengthier measure brings greater strength. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of knocking echoed. Dachui, seated in quietude within the room, slightly raised his gaze upon hearing the knocking and responded. "Come in, uncle, the exorcist is here for you," Xiaonyo said, pushing the door open and leaning in halfway. He glanced at the sky, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered to himself that it was nearly time to settle accounts. As a cultivator, he felt it a waste of time to be entangled in the trifles of the mortal realm. With this thought, he slowly rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body from prolonged sitting, and then proceeded to open the door. "Xiaonyo, how far did you run today?" Dachui inquired while adjusting his attire. "Uncle, I ran 3 laps today," Xiaonyo replied earnestly, standing tall. "Very well, keep it up. I shall step out for a moment. Do not wander off." Dachui gently patted Xiaonyo's shoulder in encouragement, then without hesitation, strode towards the hall. In the hall, Xian paced anxiously. Upon seeing Dachui, his eyes instantly reddened, tears brimming with excitement as he rushed forward. "Senior, that gambler has entered the town and is causing a ruckus at Zhang's residence." Dachui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing in surprise. "What do you mean? Has he resorted to outright robbery now?" Without delay, he declared, "Let us go see." With a determined glint in his eyes, Dachui swiftly made his way to Zhang's house, his footsteps stirring a gentle breeze. Outside Zhang's residence, the courtyard was already teeming with townsfolk, tightly packed. Upon noticing Han Kong and the exorcist's arrival, they instinctively parted, their gazes filled with curiosity and reverence. "Han Doctor, you must not go in." That rascal has not only struck Zhang Yang but wields a knife as well. We are all too afraid to approach. Li Bo trembled as he grasped Dachui's sleeve, worry etched upon his face. Dachui was again taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply as he hurriedly inquired, "Where are the town's constables?" Uncle Wang from the butcher shop squeezed through the crowd, stepping forward to say, "The constables have already come and gone," stating that the individual is a martial artist and they are powerless to intervene. Moreover, he is a servant of the Zhang family from Dashur City, making this matter particularly troublesome. Gxin, tilting his head in confusion, asked, "Did the constables simply leave?" Han Chong Kong quickly held Gxin back, gently shaking his head. He understood that the constables had acted responsibly. However, the matters concerning Zhang's family ultimately fell under their domestic affairs. Furthermore, given the current situation, it seemed Zhang Yang had chosen not to report the incident. Had she opted to alert the authorities, the constables might have intervened, but since she neither reported nor had an incident occurred, they could not forcibly intercede. At that moment, voices suddenly erupted from within the courtyard. "Zhao Chui Lan, do not think I am unaware. Did you give all the money I painstakingly earned to your mother? I tell you, if you do not return the money today, we shall have no choice but to seek the authorities in Dashur City." The voice was laced with irritation and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Han Chong Kong's lips curled into a mocking smile, his thoughts turning inward. Oh, so the villain cries out first. Just yesterday, he was adept at deceiving others, and today he resorts to slander? Wasting no time, he lightly stepped forward, moving like a phantom, and with a swift motion, raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap that cut through the air. The individual was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spinning twice before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The man did not even have time to utter a sound before he fell unconscious. At this, all present were left utterly stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide. What just happened? How did Han Doctor act so swiftly? I do not know. I only saw Han Doctor approach and then that person went flying, came the bewildered replies. Han Chong Kong had no time to linger on their confusion. With his hands clasped behind him, he called out, "Gxin, step forth and clarify the situation for me." He needed to depart for the market today. After all, as he had promised the old man, he would deliver the medicinal pills. Hearing this, Gxin's legs trembled, his face pale as he staggered from the crowd to Dachui's side, his lips quivering as he spoke. "Actually, I am a fraud. This man forced me to do it." He recounted the entire sequence of events, occasionally stealing glances at Dachui's expression. At this moment, Zhao Chuilan's face was one of sheer terror, her eyes wide as she realized the prowess of her husband. Even within the Zhang family, her husband was among the top martial artists, with the only flaw being his penchant for gambling. Yet this Han Doctor had effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap. Was this truly the same man who appeared gentle and scholarly, always buried in his books? She trembled slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang glared at Zhao Chuilan with a mix of disappointment and anger, hands on her hips, stomping her feet in frustration. "Chuilan, is what he said true?" Zhao Chuilan, her face filled with grievance, stammered, "Mother, I." She struggled to form a coherent response, her gaze flitting about, unable to meet Zhang Yang's eyes. Realizing the situation, Zhang Yang let out a heavy sigh, understanding that this was undoubtedly an attempt by the couple to swindle her. With that thought, she turned and walked heavily into the house, rummaging through drawers and cabinets, causing a clatter of noise. After a while, she emerged holding a cloth bag. "Chuilan, this is all the money we have at home. A total of 15 taels. You may take it. I had intended to give it to you after your childbirth, but since you've exhausted all your options, you may take it now." Zhang Yang's eyes held a blend of resignation and affection as she offered the bag to Zhao Chuilan. Seeing this, Han Chong Kong felt a twinge of emotion, silently sighing within. Such is a mother's love. Zhao Chuilan stared at the silver in her hands, utterly bewildered, her expression vacant as she grasped the bag like a lifeline. "Who dares to touch me?" At that moment, the man who had just regained consciousness began to curse furiously, struggling to rise, his face contorted with rage. Han Chong Kong coldly fixed his gaze upon him, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke slowly. "Do you wish to experience the sensation of flying once more?" As he spoke, a faint aura of spiritual energy radiated from him, causing the air around them to tremble slightly. The man, upon sensing this, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, succumbing to fear. Being a martial artist, he was aware of the potency of spiritual energy, especially when it was as rich as Han Chong Kong's. He hastily clasped his hands in a bow, his voice trembling. "I did not realize you were here, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now." With that, He cast a glance at Zhao Chuilan, urging her anxiously, Chuilan, let us go. Return the money to your mother. Are you mad? My life is at stake. What use is money now? Upon hearing this, Chuilan snapped back to reality, stepping forward to return the silver to Zhang Yang. Her voice choked with tears. Mother, please keep this money. I am sorry for disappointing you. Zhang Yang quickly pushed the money back, gently urging Zhao Chuilan, you must take this. I will not spend it. And you will need it in the city. With that, she disregarded the others, turning away slowly to re-enter the house, her silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. At this moment, the burly man stammered, as senior, may I take my leave now? Han Kong cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, his expression unyielding as he replied, get lost. Upon concluding his words, the robust man, as if granted a reprieve, hastily seized Zhao Cuilan's hand and swiftly vanished into the throng. It was at this moment that the townsfolk began to realize, with dawning comprehension, that all of this had been an elaborate ruse. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as they exchanged their thoughts. Li Bo, the carpenter, then stepped forward and called into the dwelling, Zhang Yang, we find ourselves at a loss for words in such matters. Please take a few days to calm yourself at home. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform us. Inside, there was no response, clearly indicating that Zhang Yang was also in a state of distress. Observing that the situation had largely been resolved, GXN wore a servile smile and cautiously inquired. Senior, you believe this person will not return, correct? Han Kong strode purposefully toward the courtyard, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips as he replied, what's the matter? Have you lost your nerve? GXN hurriedly followed, forcing a sycophantic grin. Senior, you jest. With a master like you around, how could I possibly be intimidated? He then added, by the way, are those two young acolytes hired? Han Kong cast a sidelong glance, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Senior, I lack the funds to hire anyone. They were arranged by that gambler from before, GXIN replied, shrugging with a sense of resignation. And what are your plans moving forward? Han Kong inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his stride steady. I wish to explore the true realm of cultivation, GXIN declared, his eyes brimming with longing and aspiration. Han Kong halted abruptly, turning to fix GXIN with a penetrating gaze. As if he had heard the most preposterous of notions, this fool seeking his own demise? He mused inwardly. Before speaking, let me be frank, young one. The realm of cultivation is far more perilous than this mundane world. With your current level of Qi refinement, venturing there would be akin to courting death. GXIN, however, shook his head dismissively. Senior, I possess neither wealth nor cultivation. What danger could possibly befall me? Han Kong was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Reflecting on it and finding a semblance of logic therein, Ti's previous perils stemmed from flaunting his riches. This lad, devoid of resources, seemed to indeed have little to fear. With this thought, Han Kong reached into his robe, producing 10 spirit stones which he offered to GXIN. Take these spirit stones, consider them my purchase of your cultivation methods. Moreover, should you venture into the realm of cultivation, it would be wise to have some spirit stones for protection. Upon seeing this, GXIN's eyes widened in astonishment and gratitude, his hands trembling as he received the spirit stones as if they were treasures of utmost importance. Thank you, Senior. His demeanor suggested he might prostrate himself in reverence. Very well. Go about your business. I have matters to attend to, Han Kong stated, not pausing for GXIN's response as he quickened his pace towards the medical hall. Upon returning to the medical hall, Han Kong exchanged a few brief words with Shan Yo before resolutely departing from Hong Yin Town, striding purposefully toward the market, his figure gradually fading from view. 5 hours later, Han Kong arrived at the market in a flurry, yet the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless, his mind reeling. The entrance of the market was teeming with cultivators, and as Han Kong's gaze swept over the crowd, he assessed that the highest cultivation level among them was merely late-stage Qi Refinement. Li Yueshan spotted Han Kong from a distance, recognizing his somewhat disheveled, yet spirited figure, and hurriedly made his way over. How is it that you returned so swiftly? Li Yueshan inquired, his face a mask of disbelief. According to his recollection, the distance between Hongyan Town and the market was considerable, even for a mid-stage Qi refiner. A round trip would take at least 2 days, yet this lad had managed to complete the journey in just one. Han Kong did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, I utilized a speed talisman and a flight talisman during my journey. Li Yueshan's eyes widened in surprise. Can't you be a bit more discreet? While we do possess some wealth, we shouldn't squander it so recklessly. Han Changkong understood that this old man was genuinely concerned for him, and he had first-hand experience of the wisdom in keeping one's wealth concealed. Rest assured, old man, I typically use spirit talismans only in deserted places. By the way, what is the situation here at the market? Han Changkong asked, casting a puzzled glance at the bustling crowd. With a resigned sigh, Li Yueshan replied, what else could it be? That rogue cultivator's power is escalating at an alarming rate, and in just one day, 6 loose cultivators have already fallen victim. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong felt a chill run down his spine, inwardly lamenting, what on earth can be done? 6 individuals. If this rogue cultivator has absorbed the energies of 6 cultivators, has he already reached late-stage Qi Refinement? Facing him, even with all my might, it seems unlikely I could subdue him. Do you know the current level of that rogue cultivator? Han Changkong asked. Striving to maintain his composure. A late-stage Qi refiner had an encounter with him and engaged in a test of strength. From that, it's inferred that the rogue cultivator is likely at the 8th level of Qi Refinement. Li Yueshan said, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Han Changkong was momentarily stunned, filled with shock and confusion. What kind of cultivation method has this rogue adopted to achieve such formidable prowess? How could he have advanced to the 8th level in such a short span? Old man, what is the current state of affairs? Han Changkong pressed, gesturing toward the crowd for Li Yueshan to elaborate. This is due to the previous bounty stating that anyone who could capture or kill the rogue cultivator would receive a reward. However, now that his strength has far surpassed what we loose cultivators can handle, new rules have been established requiring groups of 5 to pursue him, with each group mandated to have a late-stage Qi refiner leading. Li Yueshan explained patiently. Han Changkong nodded slightly, finding the arrangement to be quite sensible. He had crossed blades with that rogue before and recognized his might. Had the rogue still been at the 6th level of Qi Refinement, he might have been able to hold his own for a few exchanges, but at the 8th level, his own skills might not even withstand a single blow. Have the Su family and Baiyun sect not sent anyone to deal with this rogue? Han Changkong inquired further. The Baiyun sect scarcely regards this rogue, assigning the task of subduing him to their late-stage disciples, treating it merely as a training exercise, Li Yueshan remarked, gesturing toward 6 seemingly spirited cultivators standing ahead. Han Changkong looked closer and saw 4 men and 2 women, each exuding a formidable presence, clearly late-stage Qi refiners. Old man, are you saying that these Baiyun sect disciples are here to recruit helpers? Han Changkong asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the Baiyun sect disciples. Kid, did you bring the healing pills I requested? Li Yueshan asked anxiously from beside him. I did, Han Changkong replied, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his storage bag. There are 6 inside, all for you. Li Yueshan happily accepted the vial but did not open it immediately. Instead, he urged, Kid, let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. The selection process will take time. Accompany this old man to tend to my injuries first. Han Changkong pondered for a moment, realizing that the selection would indeed take longer than expected. Soon, the two made their way through the crowd toward Li Yueshan's rented lodging. Upon arriving at the dilapidated thatched cottage, Han Changkong could not help but voice his dismay. Old man, with your wealth, why are you still residing in such a wretched place that could be rented for a mere spirit stone? What do you know? This is a matter of frugality. Besides, it's just a temporary stay. Were it not for waiting for you, I might have ended up sleeping on the streets, Li Yueshan retorted. Han Changkong rolled his eyes at this remark. Very well, you go inside to recuperate. I'll stand guard outside. Li Yueshan, upon hearing this, entered the thatched cottage. Outside, Han Changkong found himself idly pondering the rapid advancement of this malevolent cultivator's powers. He realized that he could not simply wait idly. Should he ever become the target of this sinister figure, the consequences would be dire. It was evident that he would need to frequently traverse between Hongyin Town and the Feng Market, as the likelihood of encountering this dark cultivator was notably high. With this thought weighing on his mind, Han Changkong grew anxious, feeling the urgent need to devise a method to enhance his own cultivation. He wondered whether the Qi nourishing pill was expensive and contemplated whether he should purchase some to try out. Time passed swiftly, and soon, an hour had gone by. The door of the cottage where Li Yueshan resided creaked open. Hearing the commotion, Han Changkong quickly turned to look, and at that moment, he sensed a significant increase in Li Yueshan's aura. Old man, has your injury healed? He inquired. Haha, young lad. Thanks to your elixir, I was originally at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi Refinement. And after consuming your medicine, not only is my injury healed, but I've also advanced directly to the later stage of Qi Refinement. Han Changkong looked on with a hint of envy. So, does that mean you are now at the 7th layer of Qi Refinement? Indeed. Am I supposed to claim I'm at the 8th layer? Li Yuanshan retorted. Han Qiangkong recognized he had asked a foolish question and continued, Then, can you now fly freely with your sword? Not quite freely. I can manage to fly for an hour or two, and since I possess a pure metal-type spirit root, wielding the flying sword comes more naturally to me. Han Qiangkong felt a twinge of discomfort. Everyone he encountered had superior spirit roots, while he was burdened with a mixed spirit root. It was no wonder his master often remarked on his lack of aptitude, a statement he found difficult to share with others. By the way, what spirit root do you possess? Li Yuanshan asked. Upon hearing this, Han Qiangkong thought the moment had finally arrived. My spirit root is rather mediocre, dual fire and wood. Fortunately, he had not learned any other spells. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss to maintain that lie. No wonder you excel in fireball and earthen wall techniques. Yet, your spirit root is still commendable. You should have no trouble entering some major sections. Han Qiangkong wore a pained expression, thinking to himself, unless the major sects do not check for spirit roots. But how could that be possible? Old man, with your spirit root, it should be easier for you to enter a major sect. Why are you still a rogue cultivator? Li Yuanshan pondered for a moment before responding, Young lad, given your generosity in offering me spirit stones and elixirs, I shall speak candidly. I was once a prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect. Han Qiangkong felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue, questioning, how does the Heavenly Sword sect compare to the Baiyun sect in terms of strength? Li Yuanshan paused, casting Han Qiangkong a disdainful glance. If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. In terms of power, 100 Baiyun sects would not compare to a mere finger of the Heavenly Sword sect, calculating in his mind. Han Qiangkong realized just how many cultivators that would entail, particularly formidable foundation establishment cultivators. Old man, are you boasting? Humph. I was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Do I need to boast to you? Believe it or not. Li Yuanshan found himself puzzled, questioning why he was divulging so much to this young man. He believed every word he spoke to be true, yet lacked evidence. At this moment, Han Qiangkong contemplated. If what this old man said were true, he ought to cultivate a good relationship with him. He could seek guidance in the future. I believe you. But if you are so formidable, why are you wondering about now? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan's face bore a complex expression, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed. Young lad, you were correct in something you said earlier. Han Qiangkong was left bewildered, not understanding the implications, and chose not to interrupt. Li Yuanshan continued. It was precisely because I was a prodigy, with a pure metal-type spirit root, naturally suited for sword cultivation, that an elder of the sect seized my body. At this revelation, Han Qiangkong's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he processed the meaning of those words. He was well aware of the implications of such an act and the dire circumstances it entailed. Old man, you are now an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. In an instant, Han Qiangkong instinctively distanced himself from Li Yuanshan, fear etched across his face as he scrutinized the old man with wide eyes. His body trembling slightly as though he feared Li Yuanshan might suddenly turn against him. Li Yuanshan, taken aback by Han Qiangkong's sudden reaction, looked on in confusion. Young lad, if I had been seized, would I still be able to endure my injuries until now? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere Qi Refinement cultivator escape the clutches of a master? As he spoke, Han Qiangkong vigorously shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of Li Yuanshan suddenly turning hostile was a chilling prospect. Are you foolish? Do I not have a master? Would my master not save me? Li Yuanshan furrowed his brow, speaking with a touch of exasperation. Han Qiangkong paused, taken aback before scratching his head, a contemplative look crossing his face as he began to see the logic in Li Yuanshan's words. However, a moment later, he abruptly raised his head, skepticism returning to his gaze. Old man, if your master were to save you, would you still be nursing your injuries for decades? Are you trying to fool me? A look of disappointment washed over Li Yuanshan's face as he slowly replied. At that time, my Dantian had already been damaged. My master, in an effort to shield my escape, clashed violently with that elder and ultimately fell to his demise. I managed to narrowly escape, fleeing in a panic to this place. At last, Han Qiangkong understood. This old man had fought hard for his life. Did you not evade pursuit from the Heavenly Sword sect after arriving here? That elder indeed sought me for a time, but I was merely a lowly Qi Refinement cultivator. Finding me would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this place is not within the Heavenly Sword sect's domain. They could not recklessly scour for me without restraint. As you have seen, subsequent events unfolded as they did. With that, Li Yuanshan raised his hands in resignation. Han Qiangkong was reminded of his own master. Wafenghua, and a wave of emotion washed over him. My master was also harmed by malevolent individuals a few years ago. However, unlike you, at least you know who your enemies are, while I remain in the dark about mine. Li Yuanshan had previously heard Han Changkong mention his master, and thus had some understanding of the situation. Haha, young lad, the wheel of heavenly justice turns well. Those who are your enemies will eventually present themselves to you, even if you do not seek them out. At that moment, Han Changkong wished to think no further on the matter, believing that once he improved his cultivation, he would likely uncover some clues. The critical issue was that he did not even know the cultivation level of his master, let alone that of the adversary. Only by strengthening his own abilities could he begin to ascertain the realm of his master. With these thoughts in mind, he chose to release his fixation, recognizing that dwelling on them would serve no purpose. Old man, how much does a Qi nourishing pill cost? I wish to purchase some to enhance my cultivation. Li Yuanshan responded, Qi nourishing pills are classified into 3 tiers. The upper grade typically costs 20 spirit stones each, the middle grade 10 spirit stones each, and the lower grade 5 spirit stones each. Suddenly recalling something, he added, wasn't there a Qi nourishing pill in the storage bag of that X? Han Changkong momentarily froze, internally exclaiming, how could I have forgotten about the items on my person? He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings and produced a porcelain bottled, this the Qi nourishing pill. I have never encountered one before. Indeed, but given X's skills, he could only manage to concoct middle-grade Qi nourishing pills at most. Li Yuanshan felt that this was not the appropriate setting to delve into alchemy, so he led Han Changkong into the cottage. Without hesitation, Han Changkong laid all the elixirs from his storage bag on the table. Li Yuanshan meticulously examined each bottle. These are 2 bottles of middle-grade Qi nourishing pills, 5 bottles of lower-grade Qi nourishing pills, and 2 bottles of blood recovery pills. The blood recovery pills are meant for healing injuries, but are of limited effectiveness. What do you mean by limited effectiveness? Han Changkong inquired. The blood recovery pills have no effect on severe injuries. If the injury is minor, they are unnecessary, and at 2 spirit stones each, they offer poor value. Han Changkong reflected on this, realizing it was indeed the case. First-tier spiritual herbs were inherently expensive, making the production of blood recovery pills a poor investment. If it isn't profitable, then why bother concocting it? Old man, why don't you take half of this elixir? One must keep up with their cultivation. Han Changkong expressed this sentiment, believing that Li Yuanshan was now quite elderly and uncertain whether he would live long enough to reach the foundation establishment stage. In truth, Li Yuanshan felt a sense of urgency. Although his injuries had healed, advancing in cultivation was no simple matter. With his lifespan dwindling, he could only meditate daily, yet cultivation required ample resources. Contemplating this, he decided against further politeness, directly placing a bottle of mid-grade Qi gathering pills into his storage bag, leaving the other elixirs untouched. Old man, is this all you're taking? Han Changkong inquired, somewhat surprised. Listen, young man, let me enlighten you today. Low-grade elixirs contain too many impurities. It is best to consume them sparingly. Even mid-grade elixirs should not be taken in excess. These pills harbor pill poison. A small quantity can be gradually expelled from the body. But if overconsumed, the poison will accumulate until it reaches a critical point, making it nearly impossible for even immortals to save you. Han Changkong was taken aback by this revelation, silently thinking, what an astonishing piece of information. However, he pondered whether it would be wasteful to simply let so many elixirs sit unused, especially since each one was worth 5 spirit stones. Shall we sell the low-grade elixirs? Li Yuanshan suggested after a moment's thought. The apothecary is now ownerless, and since Xing Guang's trio only perished a day ago, it is unlikely anyone has noticed. Perhaps we should infiltrate and see if there are any other elixirs available. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong felt it was a reasonable plan. If they delayed too long, the Su family would reclaim the apothecary, and everything within would belong to someone else. Old man, you truly have a point. I nearly overlooked this matter. Moreover, if we can find any alchemical techniques, I could potentially attempt alchemy myself, especially since I have no shortage of spirit herbs that an hour later. Han Changkong and Li Yuanshan cautiously rummaged through the apothecary. Han Changkong's primary focus was not on elixirs but on alchemical methods. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, they found nothing of value. However, Li Yuanshan, evidently well-versed in the rules of alchemy, proceeded directly to the alchemical room in the backyard to continue his search. Yet, he still came up empty-handed, discovering only a single manual. At this point, Han Changkong, having found nothing useful in the front hall, approached the backyard. Did you find anything of use? Li Yuanshan inquired. Han Changkong shrugged helplessly. indicating he had found nothing but a few low-grade pills, which were of little utility. What about you? He countered. I found nothing either, but the most valuable item in this room is the alchemical furnace. Han Kong had already noticed the furnace within the room. Is this the tool for alchemy? Indeed. This is a yellow-grade low-tier alchemical furnace, valued at 1,500 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Han Kong was astonished, exclaiming, "So expensive? Old man, can you give it to me? I wish to learn alchemy." His eyes were filled with anticipation as he gazed at the furnace. Li Yuanshan was initially taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of incredulity as he replied, "Do you realize that alchemy is quite costly? For instance, even a common low-tier spirit herb requires 15 spirit stones. The path of alchemy is both the most expensive and potentially the most lucrative endeavor." Yet, Han Kong thought to himself, "Do I lack spirit herbs? Clearly, I do not." He patted his chest confidently, saying, "Old man, rest assured. I have it all figured out." Li Yuanshan pondered for a moment before eventually retrieving a small booklet from his robe and handing it to Han Kong. "This should be the alchemical methods recorded by Xingguang. You can study this for now. As a sword cultivator, I only focus on the sword path and truly lack knowledge in the realm of alchemy, so I cannot assist you much in this regard." With a resigned shake of his head, Li Yuanshan expressed his own sense of helplessness. He was merely a Qi Refinement stage cultivator, hardly an expert in the intricacies of alchemy. Nonetheless, he could at least distinguish the grades of low-tier elixirs, having often relied on them for healing. Han Kong eagerly accepted the manual, flipping it open to find meticulously detailed steps for crafting elixirs and various spirit herb combinations. The content impressively thorough. However, given the current circumstances, it was not the right time for a thorough study, so he swiftly stowed the manual in his storage bag. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his arm, channeling his spiritual energy to securely store the 3-foot-tall alchemical furnace in his bag. "Old man, let's retreat," Han Kong whispered, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Subsequently, the two crouched low, moving stealthily as they slipped out the back door of the apothecary. Their mission proceeded smoothly without detection, largely because most cultivators in the market were congregated at the entrance, oblivious to the happenings within the apothecary. "Younger one, I plan to find a place to enter seclusion, to consume the elixirs I have on hand. Besides, I have just broken through to the 7th layer of Qi Refinement, so I need to take some time to stabilize my cultivation," Li Yuanshan remarked thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. Han Kong mentally calculated the time. Realizing that only a few days remained until the new year, he decided to return to Hongyan town, seizing the opportunity to delve into alchemical studies while also striving to enhance his own cultivation. "I'll head back to Hongyan town. If anything arises, just come find me there," Han Kong said, giving a respectful nod to Li Yuanshan. "Very well, I shan't see you off further. Take care on your journey." Li Yuanshan replied. Li Yuanshan responded. After the two bid each other farewell, Han Kong turned and strode briskly towards the entrance of the marketplace. After a long day, he finally returned to Hongyan town. The reason for the prolonged journey was his reluctance to recklessly utilize spirit talismans as he had previously done. It was not due to a lack of funds, but rather a fear of the risks involved. Should he encounter those who would kill for profit, his life would be in jeopardy, and all his cultivation could potentially go to waste. Thus, throughout his journey, he remained vigilant and cautious, and by the time he returned to the town, it was already deep into the night. Noticing that the lights in the small cow's room had long been extinguished, he surmised that they had already gone to bed. Han Kong then quietly returned to his own room, preparing to commence his cultivation. After all, he had been keen to personally test the efficacy of the Qi gathering pill. Once he had made all the necessary preparations, Han Kong sat cross-legged on his bed with a focused expression. He carefully retrieved a mid-grade Qi gathering pill from his storage bag, tipped his head back, and swallowed it with a gulp. Almost instantaneously, he felt the pill dissolve within his abdomen, followed by a pure and powerful energy beginning to circulate through his meridians. As this force flowed, he was pleasantly surprised to notice that his meridians had expanded slightly, indicating that the pill was indeed taking effect. Han Kong wasted no time and quickly began to cultivate using the Guanju technique, immersing himself entirely in the process. However, after a short while, Han Kong couldn't help but frown slightly, pondering, why is the spiritual energy in the air so thin? This condition is simply insufficient for my cultivation needs. He understood that cultivation required utmost diligence, and thus, he dared not slack off. He swiftly reached for a water flask nearby and took a generous swig. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the rich spiritual energy within the liquid swiftly racing through his meridians like a spirit serpent. before seamlessly merging into his dantian without a trace of waste. Seeing this, Han Kong was overjoyed. He realized that in the past, a single sip of spirit liquid would often result in a significant amount of spiritual energy dissipating into the air, owing to his fragile meridians being unable to sustain and operate such intense energy. Yet now, after the brief expansion of his meridians, he could absorb every bit of spiritual energy contained in the liquid. Revitalized, Han Kong decisively took another gulp of spirit liquid and continued his cultivation. Thus, one sip after another, as he cycled through the process, an hour quietly slipped away. Finally, Han Kong slowly opened his eyes, filled with delight, and mused, "It seems that this Qi gathering pill is indeed remarkable. It could save me at least 30% of my cultivation time. Initially, I estimated it would take 3 months to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. But at this rate, 2 months should suffice." However, as he pondered further, he couldn't help but speculate. Does this mean that if I cultivate continuously day and night, I could potentially have the time? If so, I might break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement in just a month. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Han Kong shook his head, dismissing the notion. After all, he still needed to tend to the cultivation of spirit herbs during the day and find time to study alchemy. He could not devote all his time to cultivation for pill toxicity. Han Kong hardly regarded it, feeling rather pleased. What toxicity? I have spirit liquid, and its miraculous effects are more than capable of eliminating any toxicity, rendering it utterly insignificant. With this thought in mind, Han Kong promptly retrieved another Qi gathering pill from his storage bag and swallowed it without hesitation, secretly relieved that he had not impulsively sold those inferior Qi gathering pills. They had indeed proven useful. The night passed quietly in his cultivation, and by the following morning, as the sky began to brighten, Shan Yo, unaware of Han Kong's return, went about his usual morning exercises. Meanwhile, Han Kong slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his cultivation had become much more solid and profound compared to before after a night of uninterrupted meditation. He took out the alchemy manual from his storage bag and began to examine it carefully. Concerning the Qi gathering pill, the manual noted, its primary spiritual plants are Lingshu grass, Juling flower, and Runmai vine. The main function of Runmai vine is to widen the meridians, while Lingshu grass focuses on accelerating the flow of spiritual energy within the meridians. The Juling flower serves to neutralize the properties of the first two plants, aiding in the expulsion of pill toxicity. It is important to note that both Lingshu grass and Runmai vine are highly toxic if consumed alone. Upon reading this, Han Kong could not help but gasp in surprise, realizing, if one fails to concoct the pill properly, it could indeed turn into a toxic pill. Nevertheless, he continued to read on. Finding instructions on how to identify the quality of the pills, the inferior Qi gathering pill contained a toxin level of over 50%, with early-stage Qi refinement practitioners limited to 1 pill every 3 days. Mid-stage practitioners allowed a maximum of 1 per day, and late-stage practitioners permitted 2 at most. Otherwise, the toxicity would accumulate within the body. The mid-grade Qi gathering pill had a toxin content of no more than 30%, allowing early-stage practitioners to consume 1 every 2 days, mid-stage practitioners 2 per day, and late-stage practitioners 3 to. It seemed that early-stage practitioners were indeed as weak as ordinary people. The ratios for consuming pills in early and mid-stages were drastically different and incomparable. Han Kong reflected. Next, the manual detailed the high-grade Qi gathering pill, which contained no more than 10% toxin. For this type, early-stage practitioners could take 1 per day, mid-stage practitioners could take 2, and late-stage practitioners could take up to 5. It was clear that the high-grade Qi gathering pill was superior. No wonder Li Weishan looked down upon the inferior ones. As Han Kong contemplated this, he continued to browse through the manual, intending to find information about the supreme Qi gathering pill, only to discover that the manual concluded its discussion on Qi gathering pills at this point. It seemed that Xinguang, that scoundrel, was oblivious to the supreme Qi gathering pill. Han Kong muttered in disappointment. However, he thought that if he could refine the high-grade Qi gathering pill, it shouldn't be too far off. He then turned to the subsequent sections of the manual, only to find a plethora of healing pills suitable for the Qi refinement stage. At that moment, a piece of paper fluttered out from the booklet. Han Kong was momentarily taken aback, thinking it must have been previously lodged in the booklet without his notice. He bent down to pick up the slip, and upon closer inspection, a look of confusion spread across his face. Soul-nourishing pill, he murmured softly, inwardly pondering. What on earth is this? Han Kong meticulously scrutinized the contents of the note, which read, soul-nourishing pill, efficacy, enhances spiritual essence, required spiritual herbs. Soul-nourishing grass, dreamy flower, spirit void fruit, and Xianjing powder. Upon reading this, Han Changkong felt perplexed. He mused that the spirit void fruit must be the fruit born of the spirit void flower, yet he had never heard of the soul-nourishing grass. Dreamy flower, or Xianjing powdered, the bottom of the paper was the method for concocting the pill. Han Changkong chose not to continue reading, contemplating that without the requisite spiritual herbs, further examination would be futile. Moreover, he realized that his storage bag contained none of these herbs, surmising that Xinguang must have stumbled upon the formula inadvertently and had not yet attempted to refine it. Thus, he decided to focus his efforts on studying the qi-nourishing pill instead. With this thought in mind, Han Changkong promptly placed the formula for the soul-nourishing pill into his storage bag and began preparing to refine the qi-nourishing pill according to the steps outlined in the tome. Han Changkong's expression grew serious as he meticulously arranged everything within the room. Placing the yellow-grade inferior alchemy furnace at the center, he drew out the spirit void grass, gathering spirit flower, and moistening vein vine one by one, arranging them neatly on the stone platform before him. His eyes filled with anticipation for the impending alchemical endeavor, he slowly extended his hands, spiritual energy shimmering faintly in his palms. Gently enveloping the moistening vein vine, the vine seemed disturbed, quivering slightly, its leaves rustling softly. Han Changkong held his breath and concentrated, maneuvering his spiritual energy with the precision of a silken thread, attempting to eliminate the impurities from the moistening vein vine. However, perhaps due to the anxiety of his first attempt at alchemy, a slight deviation in his control resulted in a faint scratch on the vine, causing a wisp of spiritual energy to dissipate instantly. Han Changkong's heart tightened, yet he forced himself to remain composed, completing the initial processing of the moistening vein vine and placing it into the alchemy furnace. Next, when handling the spirit void grass, he exercised even greater caution, yet the more tense he became, the more prone he was to errors during the separation of the essence from the dregs of the spirit void grass. The inconsistent output of his spiritual energy resulted in some minuscule particles of the essence remaining unrefined. Despite his apprehension, he could only grit his teeth and send this imperfect essence into the furnace. At this moment, the furnace, having accepted these two flawed ingredients, flickered erratically with light. Han Changkong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, paused briefly to steady his rapid breathing, and then proceeded to manipulate the gathering spirit flower. Enveloped by his spiritual energy, the petals of the gathering spirit flower reluctantly began to unfurl, and the spiritual energy within its stamen was drawn forth like a gentle stream. He hurriedly sealed it within a specially crafted jade vial. With the preparatory work seemingly complete, Han Changkong crouched down, pressing his hands against either side of the furnace, and gradually infused his internal spiritual energy into it. Flames ignited at the base of the furnace. But these flames danced erratically, akin to a mischievous child, wildly unstable. Han Changkong closed his eyes tightly, probing the furnace with his spiritual consciousness, only to discover that the transformations of the spiritual herbs within the flames were entirely beyond his expectations. The green mist released by the moistening vein vine was thin and uneven, while the golden light of the spirit void grass flickered intermittently. The two forces clashed and repelled each other within the furnace. Refusing to amalgamate, the surge of alarm gripped Han Changkong's heart as he hurriedly increased his output of spiritual energy, attempting to stabilize the situation, yet this only exacerbated the chaos. The flames surged violently, and a piercing shriek emanated from within the furnace, as if the spiritual herbs were crying out in agony. As the temperature soared, the furnace began to shake violently, and Han Changkong's face turned pale. He realized that this attempt at alchemy was on the brink of failure. However, he remained resolute, gritting his teeth and persisting, veins bulging upon his forehead, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the forces within the furnace reached a critical imbalance. A powerful shockwave sent Han Changkong sprawling to the ground, his hair disheveled, his face smudged with soot, and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The furniture in the room was overturned, and the walls were blackened by soot. Coughing violently, Han Changkong spat out the grime from his mouth, his face awash with frustration and anger, before cursing under his breath as he rose to his feet. "Why is alchemy so perilous? It's akin to playing with fire," he muttered, rubbing his chest and arms, which ached from the impact. Despite the waves of pain crashing over him, he could not afford to linger. His heart racing as he rushed to inspect the alchemy furnace, he hurriedly approached the furnace, his expression filled with concern and worry, circling it to examine its condition closely, gently feeling the outer wall with his hands to ascertain if there was any damage. Only when he confirmed that the furnace was unscathed did he let out a long sigh of relief, his body relaxing slightly. Thank goodness, the furnace is intact. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. Not only would the elixir be a failure, but I would also have lost the furnace. At that moment, Xiaoyu, having finished his morning exercises, returned to the courtyard and immediately noticed smoke emanating from his uncle Han Changkong's room. Alarm surged in his heart as he hurriedly dashed towards the source of the commotion. He flung open the door, revealing a scene of utter disarray, with Han Changkong covered in soot. His hair resembling a bird's nest, his face a mottled mess, looking utterly disheveled. At first glance, Xiaoyu almost failed to recognize that this was indeed his uncle. Uncle, Xiaoyu tentatively called out, his voice tinged with confusion and concern. Han Changkong, noticing him, forced a smile, the stark whiteness of his teeth contrasting sharply against his soot-stained face. It's nothing, Xiaoyu. Your uncle is refining pills, he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a quirky smile broke across Xiaoyu's face as he nodded eagerly. Uncle, I'll go heat some water for you. With that, he turned and scampered towards the kitchen. Han Changkong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Once Xiaoyu departed, he exhaled a long breath, retrieving a vial of spiritual liquid from his storage bag and gulping it down. As the liquid coursed through him, a refreshing wave of spiritual energy spread within, alleviating some of the pain from his earlier ordeal. Han Changkong reflected inwardly, it seems that alchemy is indeed a skilled endeavor. I just wasted 3 precious spiritual herbs, which amounts to 60 spirit stones. How can an ordinary person endure such a depletion? He calculated this way because the quality of the spiritual herbs he possessed was exceptional, each capable of fetching 20 spirit stones, leading to a loss that was truly disheartening. However, unbeknownst to Han Changkong, had his herbs not been of superior quality, the explosive force from the furnace would have severely injured him, and the furnace itself would likely have been beyond saving. After all, the lower the quality of the spiritual herbs, the more volatile and uncontrollable their medicinal properties became. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, Han Changkong did not rush to resume the alchemical process. He understood that the immediate priority was to reflect on the circumstances surrounding his initial attempt at refining the elixir, to summarize the experiences and lessons learned, and to compile a list of precautions to heed. He never expected his first attempt at alchemy to succeed, but the furnace explosion could not happen again. If he were to inadvertently cause his own demise, it would be an unjust death, with no one to hold accountable. Half an hour later, after tidying up the chaotic room, Han Changkong slowly made his way to the bathing area located behind the kitchen, a space he had specially renovated with Li Bo for convenience in heating water. In truth, with Han Changkong's current capabilities, he need not have gone to such lengths. He could effortlessly raise the water temperature to an appropriate level using his fire attribute's spiritual energy. Yet, Xiaoyu lacked such abilities. He was still a child who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. At this moment, Xiaoyu was diligently scrubbing Han Changkong's back, his small frame exerting all its might. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Xiaoyu, after the new year, you will turn 11. What are your plans for the future? Han Changkong inquired softly. He was uncertain of Xiaoyu's exact age, but based on his bone age, he roughly estimated him to be around 11 years old. Even a slight discrepancy of a year or two mattered little to him. Uncle, I want to be like you and become an immortal, Xiaoyu replied. The young calf answered without a moment's hesitation, his voice brimming with longing and aspiration. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, he understood that the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the young calf lacked spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivation, possessing spiritual roots is almost an unyielding rule for pursuing immortality. Alas, young calf, the main issue is your absence of spiritual roots. If you had them, would I not teach you spells? Han Changkong sighed in resignation, speaking with heartfelt earnestness. Uncle, does that mean one truly cannot cultivate without spiritual roots? The young calf blinked his clear eyes, questioning with a look of bewilderment. This inquiry left Han Changkong momentarily speechless. To be honest, he himself had yet to fully comprehend whether spiritual roots were indeed the sole criterion for cultivation. Furthermore, who had originally harnessed the spiritual energy of this world? Why was he a mixed spiritual root, able to utilize energies of all attributes? Aside from a slightly slower cultivation speed compared to those with singular or heavenly spiritual roots, it seemed he faced no significant issues otherwise. Young calf, cultivation begins with the heart, as my master used to say. However, I have heard that there are mortal warriors who can rival immortals. After a moment of contemplation, Han Chong Kong replied. Upon hearing this, the young calf instantly perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle, are you suggesting that one can cultivate even without spiritual roots? Sort of. Mortal warriors cultivate true Qi, and I will find a manual for you. If you follow its teachings, you should be able to defeat ordinary immortals. Han Chong Kong responded with a smile. Can I leap to Zhanghai like you, uncle? The young calf inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Han Chong Kong's brow involuntarily twitched a few times, inwardly grumbling. Why must height be the measure of worth? I'm not a frog. Of course, it is entirely feasible. Not just 2 zhang, but even 5 zhang. Han Chong Kong declared confidently. After all, even without relying on spiritual power, his robust physique could easily propel him several zhang high. He reasoned that if a mortal warrior were to cultivate true Qi, they should also achieve remarkable feats. Young master, this chapter continues further. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Nonetheless, he felt uncertain about this matter and knew he would need to find an opportunity to consult the old man Li Yushan. Hearing Han Chong Kong's words, the young calf instantly brightened, his enthusiasm noticeably increasing. Half an hour later, after finishing his bath, Han Chong Kong returned to his room, preparing to embark on his second alchemical journey. He silently vowed to himself that he absolutely must not blow up the furnace this time. This moment, his expectations were not high. As long as he did not explode the furnace, he could experiment as he pleased. Even if he ultimately failed to produce high-quality elixirs, simply achieving a finished product would be considered progress. As time drifted on, 15 days passed by unnoticed. That afternoon, the medical clinic was exceptionally quiet, devoid of any patient seeking treatment. The young calf lay comfortably in the courtyard, engrossed in a medical text. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the tranquility, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the ground. Yet, the young calf appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged. Calmly, he set down his medical book and, with the finesse of a well-trained soldier, dashed to the kitchen to start boiling water. He muttered to himself, is uncle concocting an elixir? It's been half a month already. This happens every day. Half an hour later, Han Chong Kong emerged from the bath in disarray, his face blackened as if he had just crawled out of a chimney. However, despite his soot-streaked visage, he could not conceal the uncontainable joy swelling within him. He held 2 blackened objects that resembled charred dough balls with utmost care. Ha! I've finally concocted an elixir, Han Chong Kong beamed. His smile akin to one who had achieved a monumental feat. Upon hearing the commotion, the young calf hurried over to investigate. Upon taking a glance, the young calf's brows knitted tightly in confusion. Uncle, is this really the elixir? Is this what immortals consume? These burnt dough balls. Away with your nonsense. You know nothing, Han Chong Kong retorted, waving his hand dismissively. This represents a significant advancement in my alchemical skills. I feel that the next attempt will truly succeed. With that, he unhesitatingly discarded the 2 dough balls. In truth, he was aware that despite the unsightly appearance of his concoction, he had, at least, successfully solidified the elixir. Although the aesthetic quality left much to be desired, he had crossed a crucial threshold and was merely a step away from refinement. By the way, young calf, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Have we prepared the festive goods at home? Han Chong Kong inquired while drying his hair. Everything is ready. Moreover, Grandpa Wong from the butcher shop even sent over some pig's head meat. The young calf replied with a smile, his face radiating the joy of the upcoming festival. Just then, a knock echoed at the clinic's door. Given that it was New Year's, the clinic had remained closed. Normally, no one would come unless it was an emergency. Young calf, don't mind me. Go see who it is. Han Chong Kong instructed. The young calf, not daring to delay, swiftly ran to the clinic's hall. Upon opening the door, he found an unfamiliar old man with a white beard standing at the entrance. Good sir, may I inquire who you are? The young calf asked, puzzled. Having lived in this town for 2 years, he knew nearly everyone, and this man was clearly a stranger. Young lad, I am here to seek Han Chong Kong. Might he reside here? The old man inquired with a smile. Upon hearing that the old man was searching for his uncle, the young calf quickly nodded. Please wait a moment. I will notify my uncle right away. He ushered the old man inside, arranged a seat, and hurriedly brewed tea before hastening to the courtyard. He knew his uncle was still bathing, and any delay would be beneficial. Young calf, who is it? Han Chong Kong called out upon hearing footsteps. I don't know. It's a white-bearded old man looking for you, the young calf replied. Han Chong Kong's mind began to race. The white-bearded old man. The only one he knew was Li Yushan. Could it be that this old fellow had come to see him, Contemplating this, he rose from the tub, channeling his spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture clinging to him. He quickly donned his clothes and strode toward the front hall. Upon seeing the visitor, Han Kong's face lit up with delight. "Old man, what brings you here?" Li Yushan responded with a similar expression of joy. "What? On New Year's, this old fellow has nowhere to go. So I thought I'd come here for a meal." "Haha, of course, you are welcome," Han Kong replied with a smile, then turned to the young calf. "Young calf, come over and greet Uncle Li." The young calf hurriedly approached with respect. Bowing, Han Shanzhe greets Uncle Li. Li Yushan was momentarily taken aback. "You, young lad, have grown so much. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Han Kong chuckled helplessly, quickly explaining how he had met the young calf. Upon finishing Han Kong's narrative, Li Yushan finally understood. By the way, old man, do you have any mortal martial arts manuals? The young calf lacks spiritual roots and cannot cultivate our techniques. Han Kong inquired. Li Yushan understood Han Kong's intentions and immediately replied, "I do not possess any mortal techniques, but there is a manual from my former sect that can be practiced by ordinary people." "Old man, one can cultivate techniques without spiritual roots?" Han Kong asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "What's so strange about that? Are you familiar with sword cultivators?" Li Yushan countered. Han Kong shook his head. "Sword cultivators solely focus on the sword path, achieving enlightenment through the sword," Li Yushan explained. "But how can one cultivate without spiritual energy?" Han Kong pressed. "I told you to read more. Yet you only enjoy medical texts. Sword cultivation relies entirely on comprehension. If one possesses spiritual roots, the process is naturally more efficient. Without them, it all depends on one's willpower." Li Yushan replied with exasperation. Han Kong, after hearing this, felt it made some sense. "Old man, could you procure a manual for me?" "Certainly. Bring me ink and paper." Li Yushan spoke. Han Kong, not one to waste words, promptly fetched ink and brush. Thereafter, Li Yushan began to write on the paper. Merely 3 breaths later, he paused, declaring, "It is done. Done." Han Kong leaned closer to take a look, his brows furrowing in disbelief. "Old man, you can't be pulling my leg. Can you? This cultivation method consists of just one character?" "Kid, don't slander me. When I first encountered that technique, it too was just a single character, and it was penned less elegantly than mine," Li Yushan retorted. "You stubborn old coot, if you lack a genuine technique, just say so. It amusing to toy with me. Just one character, sword? I reckon cheap would be more fitting," Han Kong replied tersely. "You impudent brat, I've told you. Yet you refuse to believe me. This is indeed the cultivation method of my heavenly sword sect," Li Yushan asserted solemnly. Observing Li Yushan's earnest demeanor, Han Kong began to entertain a flicker of belief. Having known this old man for such a long time, he should not jest about such matters. Once Han Kong calmed down, Li Yushan continued, "The essence of the sword path lies in personal enlightenment. If everyone could easily grasp it, would sword cultivators still be so scarce? Furthermore, the training methods of sword cultivators differ from ours. They place greater emphasis on insight once one achieves a moment of enlightenment. Even a foundation-building cultivator could be slain by their single strike." Han Kong found Li Yushan's words compelling and turned to Xiao, asking, "Xiao, do you glean anything from this character?" Xiao shook his head in confusion. Witnessing this, Li Yushan displayed a look of disdain. "If it were so easy to comprehend at a glance, wouldn't that be tantamount to being a genius? One must not merely scratch the surface. My master once said, 'Every blade of grass and every tree may serve as a sword.'" In the past, Han Kong would have scoffed at such a statement, yet since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has discovered the myriad wonders of this world. "Xiao, hang this piece of paper in your room and gaze at it for 2 hours each day for a month, then see if it bears any effect." Han Kong instructed Xiao. Although Xiao did not fully understand, he knew his uncle would not lead him astray, so he carefully stored the paper. Furthermore, this old man, like his uncle, was an immortal. And immortals had no reason to deceive a mere child. "Uncle, you two continue your conversation. I will go prepare dinner," Xiao announced. Make sure to whip up several delightful dishes," Han Kong instructed. Xiao complied and headed towards the courtyard. Only then did Han Kong lower his voice to inquire of Li Yushan, "Old man, was what you just mentioned genuine? You impudent brat? Do you think I spoke thus merely to spare Xiao's pride? Rest assured, the sword path heavily relies on enlightenment. Although the character I inscribed lacks any mystical efficacy, it will at the very least direct his heart towards the sword. Go procure a sword for him in the mortal realm, allowing him to practice swinging it at home, just swinging the sword. Is there no accompanying heart technique? Han Kong asked, puzzled that I've reiterated this countless times. Sword cultivation hinges on personal insight. Unless one possesses spiritual roots, one can only relentlessly grapple with the sword. Heart techniques do exist, but you must also have spiritual roots. Otherwise, how can one channel spiritual energy? Li Yueshan replied with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Han Kong was momentarily taken aback. Was this old man not a prodigy of the heavenly sword sect? Surely he had some understanding of the sword path. Old man, are you not here simply to mooch a meal from me? Li Yueshan raised his head slightly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes as he spoke to Han Kong in a somewhat mysterious tone. Kid, why don't we plot together to capture that evil cultivator? Han Kong, taken aback by this statement, looked at Li Yueshan with a face full of confusion and jested. Old man, Xiao is still busy in the kitchen. We haven't even begun drinking, and here you are, already rambling nonsense. You insufferable brat, cease your prattling. Li Yueshan shot Han Kong a glare before continuing. Do you realize what treasures one could acquire by successfully slaying that evil cultivator? Han Kong was momentarily dazed by the question, shaking his head in ignorance. To be honest, he was not lacking in wealth at present, thus had little concept of these so-called treasures. Li Yueshan, perceiving Han Kong's bewildered expression, displayed a trace of disdain and patiently explained. You unworldly fool, do you not aspire to reach foundation building? Foundation building? Han Kong was even more perplexed. What connection did slaying an evil cultivator have with his own foundation building? Humph, of course, there is a connection. Li Yueshan raised his voice. Foundation building pills, you likely have never even heard of them. Upon hearing the term foundation building pill, Han Kong was instantly rooted to the spot. He had indeed never heard of such a thing. But from the name, he could vaguely surmise it was a pill used by predecessors in the foundation building stage to enhance their cultivation. Old man, I am merely at the 5th layer of Qi Refinement. Even if I had a foundation building pill, it would be of no use to me, Han Kong stated pragmatically. What nonsense is that? Li Yueshan frowned, exasperated. You are still under 20. How can you so easily dismiss your chances of foundation building? Isn't it several thousand spirit stones? Han Kong ventured cautiously. Humph, several thousand? You are vastly underestimating the matter, Li Yueshan scoffed. A foundation building pill starts at 20,000 spirit stones, and even then, it may not be available. One can only hope to encounter it at large auction houses, and typically, the transaction price exceeds 30,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Han Kong could not help but gasp in shock. He mentally calculated that, as Li Yueshan had previously stated, one could save 1,000 spirit stones over 20 years, and even a common cultivator would find it nearly impossible to amass enough for a single foundation building pill in their lifetime. However, Han Kong quickly regained his composure, yet still harbored doubts. Old man, although the foundation building pill is indeed precious, do you think the disciples of the Baiyun sect would easily part with such treasures? In the event that they succumb to greed and resort to a treacherous betrayal, it is entirely plausible that we could find ourselves ensnared in their malicious schemes. Upon hearing Han Kong's words, Li Yueshan silently nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware that, at over 70 years of age, his cultivation had stagnated at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, and he would require at least another decade to attain the great perfection of Qi Refinement. Deep down, he understood that if he failed to establish a foundation before reaching a century of life, he would likely remain forever distant from that goal. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Uncle, Li Bobo, dinner is ready. At that moment, the voice of Xiao echoed from within the house to Li Yueshan, with no other choice. Temporarily set aside these troubling thoughts and said, let us discuss this matter later. For now, we should eat. He pondered that with Han Kong currently at the 5th level of Qi Refinement and still inexperienced, any hasty involvement would expose him to significant peril. Perhaps it would be wiser for him to confront the situation alone. Han Kong also nodded slightly and turned to head inside. However, just as they pivoted, a sudden knock resounded at the door of the medical clinic. Han Kong was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, who could possibly be visiting at this hour? It was the new year, and the townsfolk were gathered at home with their families. Why would anyone choose this time to come to a medical establishment? Moreover, if they were afflicted with a serious ailment, they would hardly select this moment to seek help. Li Yueshan dismissed the interruption without much thought, as he was uncertain if Han Kong had other acquaintances. However, an inexplicable sense of agitation surged within Han Kong. that he immediately extended his consciousness outward to investigate. Under the veil of his perception, he beheld a figure clad in black standing outside, their face obscured, rendering their features indistinguishable. A wave of terror washed over Han Changkong, for the garb of this dark figure was all too familiar. "Old man, this is bad. We must flee," Han Changkong exclaimed in a panic. Liu Shan had yet to grasp the situation when a resounding crash echoed, and the door of the clinic was shattered by a surge of black mist. With no time for hesitation, Han Changkong scooped up Xiaoyao and, employing his agility, leaped over the courtyard wall, desperately fleeing. Liu Shan, no fool himself, quickly comprehended the imminent danger, realizing that the intruder was likely a sinister cultivator, and promptly followed Han Changkong. "Kid, how could this malevolent cultivator suddenly appear here?" Liu Shan inquired as they ran. "How am I to know?" Han Changkong replied, urgency lacing his tone. "We are certainly no match for him. Let us not waste time and escape post-haste." "But where do we run to?" Liu Shan's question momentarily stumped Han Changkong. Indeed, where should he flee? The dark figure's piercing gaze fixated on the direction of their escape, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've been lurking here for over half a month, initially expecting only a mere 5th level Qi Refinement brat, yet unexpectedly, an old fool of the 7th level emerges. My luck today is remarkably fortuitous." With that, he deftly leaped onto his flying sword, resembling a streak of black light as he swiftly pursued the trio. Upon glimpsing the rapidly approaching sword, Han Changkong felt a tightening in his chest, his scalp prickling with fear. "Old man, hurry and summon your flying sword. If that fiend catches up to us, we shall surely perish." "Do I need your reminder?" Liu Shan retorted irritably. "I've truly fallen into a string of unfortunate events, surviving for 20 years only to find myself embroiled in 2 conflicts because of you." Amidst the scolding, he hastily produced a flying sword before him. Yet, a troubled expression crossed his face. "Kid, this sword can only carry 1 person at a time." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Changkong decisively tossed Xiaoyao towards Liu Shan. "You take Xiaoyao and flee first. I will find a way." Liu Shan paused in surprise, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to ponder and swiftly caught Xiaoyao, guiding the flying sword away at full speed. Han Changkong watched their retreating figures with a heavy heart, internally lamenting, "What means do I possess? This is merely a reckless endeavor." Yet at this moment, he could only treat a desperate situation as an opportunity for survival. He quickly retrieved a sky-soaring talisman, crushed it with a sharp snap, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy propelled him forward, allowing him to catch up to Liu Shan ahead.